called Chaitra Navratri. This year, it will likely begin around March 31st. During this 9-day fast, I eat only one specific fruit once a day. So for those 9 days, if let's say I choose papaya, then for all 9 days, I won't touch anything else, just papaya. That too, I eat only once a day. That's how I follow my 9-day fasting routine. So there are numerous fasts I keep throughout the year. And this has become a deeply ingrained tradition in my life. Perhaps I can say that I've been following these practices for 50 to 55 years.
Has there been times when you met with a world leader and completely fasted? And maybe what do they think about that? What do they think about your ability to do that kind of thing? And you're right, I should mention that from even my 2 days, my ability to be present, my ability to sense everything, sharply focus on this experience is elevated. But yes, is there stories with a world leader that maybe jump to mind when you were fasted?
Well, most of the time, I don't even let people know about it. It's my personal matter. So I never publicized it. But people gradually started finding out. It became known only after I became Chief Minister and Prime Minister. Otherwise, it was purely personal. But now that it's out in the open, I don't mind sharing. If someone asks, I tell them so it might be useful to them. Because it's not my personal property. It's my experience. And if that can help someone, why not share it? After all, my life has always been devoted to the well-being of others. For example, after I became Prime Minister, I had a bilateral meeting at the White House with President Obama. And he had also arranged a formal dinner. Then as discussions between the two governments progressed, someone said, please join us for dinner. To which another replied, but the Prime Minister doesn't eat. This left them a bit concerned. How do you host the leader of such a major nation at the White House without serving food? When we sat down, they brought me a glass of hot water. I turned to President Obama and jokingly said, look, my dinner has arrived, as I placed the glass in front of me. Later, when I visited again, he still remembered. He smiled and said, last time you were fasting. This time we're having lunch. Since you're not fasting, you'll have to eat twice as much.
Let's go to the beginning. You rose from humble beginnings to lead the world's largest democracy. So I think there's a lot of people for whom this is truly inspiring. Your family was of very modest means, and you grew up in a one-room house with a mud floor, your whole family living there. Tell me about your childhood. How did those humble beginnings shape your outlook on life?
My birthplace is in Gujarat, specifically in North Gujarat, in Mehsana district, in a small town called Vadnagar. Historically, this town holds great significance. And so, Vadnagar is where I was born and completed my early education. Looking at the world, as I understand it today, I can reflect on my childhood and the unique environment I grew up in. My village had certain fascinating aspects, some of which are quite rare, even globally. When I was in school, there was an elder in our village who would regularly tell students, listen kids, wherever you go, if you find a carved stone or you find a stone with inscriptions on it or anything with engraving, bring it and place it in this corner of the school. Over time, my curiosity grew and I started to understand. I realized that my village had a rich and ancient history. Discussions at school often revealed more fascinating details about its past. Later, I learned that China even made a film about it. I had read in a newspaper about a film that mentioned the Chinese philosopher Yuan Tsang, who had spent a considerable amount of time in my village, having arrived there many centuries ago. Back then, it was a major center for Buddhist learning. That's how I first learned about it. And perhaps around the 1400s, it was a prominent Buddhist educational hub. There was a victory monument from the 12th century, a temple from the 17th century, and in the 16th century, two sisters, Tana and Riri, who were renowned musicians. As I uncovered these history traces, I grasped the depth of our heritage. So, when I became chief minister, I initiated large-scale excavation projects. The findings from these very projects confirmed that thousands of Buddhist monks had at one time studied there. It was a place where Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu traditions coexisted harmoniously. And for us, history wasn't just confined to books. Every stone spoke, every wall had a story to tell. And so, when we began the large scale excavation work, we uncovered findings that hold immense historical significance. So far, they have discovered evidence dating back 2,800 years, proving that this city has remained unbroken and eternal for all those 2,800 years. They have discovered solid proof of how its development unfolded over these centuries. Now, an international level museum has been established there, open to visitors, especially for archaeology students. It has become a major area of study. So, the place where I was born holds its own unique historical significance. I see it as my good fortune. Some things in life unfold beyond our understanding. Kashi became my realm of duty. Now, Kashi is also eternal. Kashi, also known as Banaras or Varanasi, is an eternal city that has remained vibrant and alive for centuries. Perhaps it was some divine design that led a boy born in Vardnagar to eventually make Kashi his realm of duty, living in the embrace of Mother Ganga. When I think about my family, my father, my mother, my siblings, my uncles, aunts, grandparents, we all grew up together in a small house. The place we lived was likely even smaller than where we are sitting now. There was no window, just a small door. That's where I was born, that's where I grew up. Now, when people talk about poverty, it's natural to discuss it in the context of public life. And by those standards, my early life was spent in extreme poverty. But we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. Our mother worked incredibly hard. My father, too. He was extremely hardworking and he was also extremely disciplined. Every morning around 4 or 4:30 a.m., he would leave the house, walk long distances, visit several temples, and then reach his shop. He wore traditional leather shoes, handmade in the village. The shoes were very tough and sturdy, making a distinct tock 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 sound when he walked. People in the village used to say that they could tell the time just by hearing his footsteps. Oh, yes, they would say, Mr. Damodar is on his way. Such was his discipline. He worked tirelessly, late into the night. Our mother, too, ensured that we never felt the struggles of our circumstances. But despite everything, these challenging circumstances of living in scarcity never left a mark on our minds. I remember in school, the idea of wearing shoes never even crossed my mind. One day while I was on my way to school, I ran into my uncle on the way. He saw me and was surprised. Hey, you go to school like this, without shoes? So at that time, he bought me a pair of canvas shoes and made me wear them. Back then, they must have cost around 10 or 12 rupees. But here's the thing, they were white canvas shoes and they would quickly get stained. So what did I do? In the evening, after school was over, I would stay back for a while. I would go from classroom to classroom, collecting leftover pieces of chalk that the teachers had discarded. I would take the pieces of chalk home, soak them in water, mix them into a paste, and polish my canvas shoes with it, making them bright white again. For me, those shoes were a treasured possession, a symbol of great wealth. And I don't exactly know why. But from childhood, our mother was extremely particular about cleanliness. Perhaps that's where we inherited that habit too. Not sure how I picked up the habit of dressing neatly, but it's been there since childhood. Whatever I wore, I made sure it looked proper. Back then, as you can imagine, we didn't have any arrangements for ironing clothes. So instead, I would heat up water in a copper pot, hold it with tongs, and press my clothes myself. Then I'd head off to school. That's how I lived, and I found joy in it. We never thought about being poor or judged about how others lived or what their struggles were. We lived carefree, enjoying whatever little we had, and kept working hard. Never once did we complain about these things. And all these aspects of my life, whether you call it fortune or misfortune, unfolded in such a way in politics that they started coming to light. Because when I was taking my oath as chief minister, TV reporters went to my village, questioned my childhood friends, went to capture videos of my home. That's when people started asking, who is this and what background he is coming from? Before that, very few knew much about my life. That's just how my journey has been. My mother possessed an innate spirit of caring for others' well-being. It was woven into the very fabric of her being. She possessed knowledge of traditional remedies and healing practices and would treat children with these home remedies. Every morning before sunrise around 5 o'clock, she would start treating them. So all the children and their parents would gather at our home, little children crying, and we had to wake up early because of it. Meanwhile, my mother would continue treating them with care. This spirit of service, in a way, was nurtured through these experiences. A sense of empathy for society, the desire to do good for others. These values were instilled in me from my family. I believe that my life has been shaped by my mother, my father, my teachers, and the environment I grew up in.
There's a lot of young people listening to this that are truly inspired by your story. from those humble beginnings to the leader of the biggest democracy in the world. What can you tell to those young folks who are struggling, who are lost in the world, who are trying to find their way? What advice could you give them?
I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come. That's why we need patience and self-confidence. Yes, the challenges are real, but I am not defined by my circumstances. I am here for a purpose, sent by a higher power, and I am not alone. The one who sent me is always with me. This unwavering faith should always remain within us. Difficulties are a test of endurance. They are not meant to defeat me. Hardships exist to make me stronger, helping me grow and improve, not to leave me feeling hopeless or discouraged. Personally, I see every crisis, every challenge as an opportunity. So to all young people, I say, have patience. There are no shortcuts in life. At our railway stations, there hangs a sign. For those who habitually cross the tracks instead of using the breach, it reads, shortcut will cut you short. I would tell young people the same, shortcut will cut you short. There are no shortcuts in life. Patience and perseverance are essential. Whatever responsibility we are given, we must pour our heart into it. We should live it with passion, enjoy the journey, and find fulfillment in it. I truly believe that if this mindset is cultivated, it transforms life. Similarly, abundance alone is not enough. There is no guarantee of success. Even a wealthy person who indulges in comfort and idleness will eventually wither away. Instead, he must decide, yes, I may have resources around me, but I must use my abilities to grow them further. I must contribute more to society with my own strength. Even if I am in a good position, there is still so much more to do. Even if I am not in a good position, there is still so much work to do. That's what I believe. I have also noticed that some people tend to think, I've learned enough, that's it. But one should never let the student within them die. Learning should never stop. I believe that as long as I am alive, I must have a purpose. Perhaps I exist to keep learning, to keep growing. Now, my mother tongue is Gujarati, and we were not very familiar with the Hindi language, nor did we know how to speak it eloquently or communicate effectively. But as a child, I used to sit at my father's tea shop, and at that young age, I got the chance to meet so many people. And every time I learned something from them, I observed their ways of speaking, their expressions. These things taught me a lot. Even though I wasn't in a position to apply it then, I thought, if I ever get the chance, why not? Why shouldn't I present myself well? So I believe the desire to learn should always remain alive. And another thing I've observed is that most people dream about achieving something or becoming someone. They set big targets. And when they fall short, they feel disappointed. That's why whenever I get a chance to talk to my friends, I tell them, instead of dreaming about getting and becoming, dream of doing something. If you focus on doing something, and let's say your goal is to reach 10, but you make it to 8, you won't feel discouraged. You still work toward 10 with determination. But if your dream is only to become something and it doesn't happen, even your achievements may feel like a burden. That's why we must adjust our mindset in life. Instead of thinking about what I got or didn't get, the mindset should be, what can I give? Because true contentment doesn't bloom on its own. It grows from the depth of what you give.
And I should say that this young kid, one of the things I've dreamed of doing is to do this very thing to talk to you today. So this is very surreal. At 17, another fascinating part of your life, you left home and spent 2 years roaming in the Himalayas, searching for purpose, for deeper truth, for God. So not much is known about this period of your life. You lived a nomadic, minimalist existence, very much like a yogi, often sleeping without a roof over your head. What are some memorable spiritual moments, rituals, experiences from that time?
It seems like you put in a lot of effort. Look, I don't usually talk much about this, but I can share a few external aspects of it. I grew up in a very small town. Our life was all about being part of a community. We lived among people surrounded by them. That was just how life was. There was a library in the village, and I used to go there often to read books. Whenever I read something from the books, I often found myself feeling inspired, thinking, why shouldn't I shape my own life like that? That desire was always there. When I used to read about Swami Vivekananda or read about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, I would often wonder, how did they live? How did they build such remarkable lives? And for that, I constantly experimented on myself. Most of my experiments were physical in nature, testing my body's limits. For example, where I lived, winters weren't too harsh, but December nights could get quite cold. But still, at night, the cold would bite. It was natural. So sometimes I would decide to sleep outside in the open with nothing to cover myself, just to see how my body endures the cold. So from a very young age, I would often experiment with my body, and this became a regular thing for me. For me, going to the library, reading extensively, visiting the pond, washing the family's clothes, and swimming became part of my routine. Swimming was my main physical activity. All of these things were deeply connected to my life. Later, as I read Vivekananda, I became even more drawn to his teachings. One time I read about Swami Vivekananda. His mother was ill, so he went to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahans for guidance. He would argue with him, debate with him. In his early days, he would often argue with him, questioning everything intellectually. He said, my mother is sick. If I were earning, I could take better care of her. Sri Ramakrishna said, don't bother me with all this. Go to Goddess Kali. She is there. Ask her for what you need. And so, Swami Vivekananda went and sat before Goddess Kali's idol for hours unable to ask for anything. His mother was unwell and he needed help. But when he sat before Goddess Kali, he was completely absorbed in her presence. And yet, he could not bring himself to ask for anything. Each time, he returned empty-handed. He told Sri Ramakrishna, I came back empty-handed. I didn't ask for anything. To stand before the divine goddess and not be able to ask for anything. That moment, that experience, lit a flame inside him. There was a spark in his life. And from that came the spirit of giving. I believe that perhaps that small incident in Vivekananda's life left an impression on me too. The thought of what can I give to the world? Maybe true contentment comes from giving. If my heart is only filled with the hunger to receive, that hunger will never end. And within that realization came the idea of Shiva and living beings as one. If you wish to serve Shiva, serve all living beings. Recognize the unity between the divine and the living. True non-duality is experienced through this realization. I would often lose myself in such thoughts, my mind naturally drifting in that direction. I remember an incident in the neighborhood where we lived, just outside. There was a Lord Shiva temple. One day a saint came to stay there. So that saint used to engage in meditation and spiritual practices. I started feeling drawn to him, thinking perhaps he possessed some spiritual energy. I had only read about Swami Vivekananda, never seen such figures in real life. During Navratri, he was fasting and he had placed sorghum grains on his hand, a common tradition in our culture. In a way, sprouting seeds on your palms and sleeping like that for 9 or 10 days. It was a kind of spiritual vow, and this saint was observing it. During the same days, my maternal uncle's family was preparing for my aunt's wedding. Everyone from my home was going to my uncle's house for the wedding. Now, for any child, visiting an uncle's house is always exciting. But I told my family, I'm not going, I'll stay here. And I will take care of Swamiji. Since he has these grains on his hand, he can't eat or drink. So I will take care of him. So as a child, I chose not to attend the wedding. I stayed back, serving Swamiji instead. Somehow my mind was naturally drawn in that direction. At times, whenever soldiers from my village came home during their holidays, they would walk around in their uniforms with such pride. I would run behind them all day thinking, look at them. They are serving the nation. So there was always a strong feeling inside me to do something meaningful. I didn't fully understand what it would be, and I didn't have a roadmap. There was a hunger within me, a deep longing to understand life, to explore its meaning. So I just set out and began the journey. During my time in the mission, I came across remarkable saints. They showered me with love and blessings. Among them, I formed a special bond with Swami Atmasthananji. He lived for nearly 100 years, a life full of wisdom and service. In his final years, I deeply wished for him to stay with me at the Prime Minister's residence. But his responsibilities were vast and he couldn't come. However, back when I was Chief Minister, he used to visit and I was fortunate to receive his blessings and guidance. He once looked at me and said, "Why have you come here? You have a greater purpose to fulfill. Is your priority your own well-being, or is it the welfare of society?" Whatever Swami Vivekananda said was for the betterment of society. He said, you are meant to serve others. So I remember feeling a bit disheartened at that moment. I had come seeking guidance, but all I got were words. So I continued on my journey, wandering from place to place. I spent time in the Himalayas, embracing the solitude of the mountains. I met many remarkable individuals along the way. Some were great ascetics, people who had renounced everything, but still, my mind remained restless. Perhaps it was my age of curiosity, of wanting to learn, to understand. It was a new experience, a world shaped by the mountains, by ice, by the towering snow covered peaks. But all of this played a huge role in shaping me. It strengthened me from within and enabled me to discover my inner power. Practicing meditation, waking up in the sacred pre dawn hours, bathing in the cold, serving people with devotion, and naturally tending to elderly saints became a seamless part of who I was. Once a natural calamity struck the region, and I immediately devoted myself to helping the villagers. So these were the saints and spiritual masters with whom I stayed from time to time. I never remained in one place for long. I kept moving, constantly wandering. That was the kind of life I lived.
And for people who don't know, that moment in the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram with the monks, Swami Padmashananda, as you mentioned, he helped steer you towards a life of service. So there's another possible life that could have been where you take sannyasa, you give away everything, and you're a monk. So we could have had a monk Narendra Modi and a Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he helped you take the decision to live a life of service at every scale.
From the outside, people may call me a leader. Some call me the Prime Minister. Others call me the Chief Minister. And that's how they see me from their perspective. But deep within, there is only an unwavering spiritual commitment. The Modi, who lovingly helped his mother care for children during their treatments, tending to them with patience and compassion. The Modi who wandered through the Himalayas, and the Modi who now works from this seat of responsibility, they are all tied together by the same inner consistency. Every action is dedicated to serving others. People may see a stark difference between a saint and a leader, but to me, there is no difference. Yes, the attire changes, the way of life changes, the words spoken throughout the day shift, and the nature of work evolves. But the core of my being remains unchanged, carrying out every responsibility with the same sense of calm, focus, and dedication.
Another part of your life, of who you are, is you've spoken your whole life about putting your nation of India above all else. When you were 8, you joined the RSS, which espouses the idea of Hindu nationalism. Can you tell me about RSS and what impact they had on who you are and the development of your political ideas?
Ever since childhood, I always had the habit of staying engaged in something or the other. I remember there was a man named Makoshi. I don't quite recall his full name. I think he was part of the service group, Makoshi Soni or something like that. He used to carry a small drum-like instrument called a tambourine with him. And he used to sing patriotic songs in his deep, powerful voice. Whenever he came to our village, he would hold programs in different places. I would run after him like a crazy fan just to listen to his songs. I would spend entire nights listening to their patriotic songs. I enjoyed it. I don't even know why, but I just did. In our village, there was a branch of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh where we played sports and sang patriotic songs. Sing about those songs touched me deeply. They stayed me. And that's how I eventually became part of the RSS. One of the core values that were instilled in us at RSS was whatever you do, do it with a purpose. Even while studying, study with the goal of learning enough to contribute to the nation. Even when you exercise, do it with the purpose of strengthening your body to serve the nation. This is what we were taught. And today, RSS is a massive organization. It is now nearing its 100th anniversary. Such a massive volunteer organization likely doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Millions of people are connected to it. But understanding RSS is not that simple. One must make an effort to truly grasp the nature of its work. More than anything, the RSS provides you with a clear direction toward what can truly be called a purpose. Secondly, the nation is everything, and serving the people is akin to serving God. This is what has been said since the Vedic era, what our sages have said, what Vivekananda said, and what the RSS echoes. A volunteer is told that the inspiration he gains from RSS, it's not just about attending the 1-hour session or wearing the uniform. What matters is what you do for society. And today, inspired by that spirit, many initiatives are thriving. Like some volunteers established an organization called Seva Bharti. This organization served the slums and settlements where the poorest people live, which they call service communities. To my knowledge, they run approximately 125,000 service projects without any government assistance, solely through community support. They spend time there, teach the children, care for their health, instill good values, and work towards improving cleanliness in these communities. Running 125,000 social service projects is no small feat. Similarly, some volunteers nurtured by RSS are dedicated to serving tribal communities through Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram. They live among the tribal people, working for their welfare. They have established over 70,000 one-teacher schools in remote tribal regions. There are also some people in America who show their support for this cause and contribute donations of about $10 or $15. And they say, skip a Coca-Cola this month, don't drink Coca-Cola, and donate that money to a one-teacher school instead. Now imagine 70,000 one-teacher schools dedicated to educating tribal children. Some volunteers have founded Vidya Bharati to revolutionize education. Today they run nearly 25,000 schools, educating around 3 million students. And I believe that millions of students have benefited from this initiative, receiving quality education at an incredibly low cost. Alongside education, values are prioritized and students remain grounded, learning skills so they don't become a burden on society. That is, in every aspect of life, whether it's women, youth, or even the RSS has played a role. In terms of membership size, if I may say so, we have the Indian Labor Union. It has around 50,000 unions with millions of members across the country. Perhaps in terms of scale, there is no bigger labor union in the world. But what's interesting is the approach they take. Historically, leftist ideologies have fueled labor movements worldwide. And what has been their slogan? Workers of the world, unite. The message was clear: unite first, and then we'll deal with everything else. But what do the labor unions run by RSS-trained volunteers believe in? They say, workers unite the world. Others say, workers of the world unite, and we say, workers unite the world. It may seem like just a small shift in words, but it represents a huge ideological transformation. The volunteers who come from the RSS follow their own interest, nature, and inclination. And in doing doing so, they strengthen and promote these kinds of activities. When you observe these activities, you'll see how, over the past 100 years, the RSS has dedicated itself with the discipline and devotion of a seeker, staying away from the glare of mainstream attention. I feel blessed to gain life's values from such a sacred organization. Through the RSS, I found a life of purpose. Then I was fortunate to spend some time among the saints, which gave me a strong spiritual foundation. I found discipline and a life of purpose. And through the guidance of saints, I gained spiritual grounding. Swami Atmastananda and others like him have held my hand throughout my journey, constantly guiding me at every step. The teachings of Ramakrishna Mission, Swami Vivekananda, and the service-driven philosophy of the RSS have played a crucial role in shaping me.
But they've also helped push the idea of India. What is the idea that unifies India? What is India as a nation? What is the foundational idea that unites all of these disparate worlds and communities and cultures? What would it be?
Look, India is a cultural identity. It is a civilization that dates back thousands of years. Consider the vastness of India. Over 100 languages, thousands of dialects. India is so diverse that we have a saying that every 20 miles the language changes. Customs change, cuisine changes, even clothing styles shift from region to region, from the south to the north. You will see immense diversity across the country. But if you dig a little deeper, you will find a common thread. For example, the stories of Lord Ram can be heard everywhere in India. His name echoes in every corner. But if you look closely, from Tamil Nadu to Jammu and Kashmir, you will always find people whose names include Ram in some form. In Gujarat, he might be called Ram Bhai. In Tamil Nadu, Ramachandran. And in Maharashtra, Ram Bhau. This mutual bond is what unites India as one civilization. Take something as simple as bathing in water. We have a ritual where all the rivers of India are remembered. They chant, I am bathing with the waters of all these rivers. Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmada, Sindhu, Kaveri. It's a sentiment that unites a nation. And we have a long tradition of making such resolutions at the beginning of important events and rituals. And the resolution itself can present a historical record. And in so doing, serves a way of collecting and preserving historical data. It has been an incredibly unique system, guided meticulously by our scriptures. When someone makes a resolution, performs a puja, or even during weddings, we start by invoking the entire universe, beginning with Jambudvip, Bharat Khand, Aryavrat, and gradually narrow it down to the village, then mentioning the specific family. And finally, we invoke the family deity. This practice is still alive, happening daily in every corner of India. But sadly, the Western and global models began viewing nations only as administrative systems. India, however, has had a variety of administrative systems throughout history. Many systems were fragmented, scattered, and varied across regions. Kings and rulers were numerous. But India's unity lay in cultural bonds. Pilgrimage traditions played a key role in preserving this unity. Shankaracharya established the 4 pilgrimage sites, Even today, millions of people travel from one place to another for pilgrimage. In Kashi, you'll find people who bring water from Rameshwaram to Kashi and take water from Kashi to Rameshwaram. Even if you look at our Hindu calendar, you'll find so many things across the country that you can't even imagine.
If we look at the historical foundation of modern India, along with yourself, Mahatma Gandhi is one of the most important humans to have ever lived, but certainly one of the most important humans to the history of India. What do you admire about Mahatma Gandhi?
As I had mentioned before, I was born in Gujarat, and Gujarati is my mother tongue. Mahatma Gandhi was also born in Gujarat. His native language was Gujarati too. He pursued a career as an attorney and lived overseas for several years. He had plenty of great opportunities, but the deep sense of duty within him, along with the values instilled by his family, led him to give up all comforts and devote his life to serving the people of India. He joined the struggle for India's independence. And to this day, he continues to deeply influence the life of every Indian in some way. Mahatma Gandhi tried to live by his principles and practice what he preached. For example, he strongly advocated for cleanliness and practiced it himself. And he made it a point to discuss cleanliness wherever he went. Another key factor to consider is India's fight for independence. India was ruled by the Mughals, the British, and several other foreign powers. Despite being bound by the shackles of colonial rule for centuries, the flame of independence burned brightly. In every corner and nook of India, never fading, always fueling the desire for freedom. Millions of people sacrificed their lives so the light of freedom could shine on India. They laid down their lives for freedom, sacrificing their youth behind prison walls. Mahatma Gandhi also fought for India's independence, but in his own way. Indeed, the other freedom fighters were brave warriors and devoted sons of Mother India. They came, they fought, and their martyrdom immortalized them. And they did indeed have a lasting impact. But it was Mahatma Gandhi who awakened the nation, leading a mass movement fueled by truth. And he wove even a sweeper into the very fabric of the freedom struggle. He told teachers their work was part of the freedom struggle. He told the people spinning thread and weaving clothes they were freedom fighters. He told those tending to lepers that their service was a step toward India's freedom. He viewed every task as a vital thread in the fabric of India's independence movement. And this transformed India's common man into a soldier in the quest for freedom. Gandhi forged a mass movement so immense that the British could never fully grasp it. The British never imagined that a pinch of salt from the Dandi March could spark a massive revolution, and he made it happen. And his life, presence, style, mannerisms all left a profound impact. And I have seen many of his stories evolve into timeless legends. I recall an incident from a roundtable conference. Yeah, I believe he was attending a roundtable conference. He was supposed to meet King George at the Buckingham Palace. Draped in his breechcloth, Mahatma Gandhi made his way to the palace. Many people were amazed that he had showed up in that attire to meet the king. Gandhi remarked he didn't need to wear a lot of clothes. He said, "Your king is wearing enough clothes for the both of us." This was the whimsical charm of his nature. Mahatma Gandhi possessed many remarkable qualities. His call for unity and recognition of the people's strength still resonates with me. In everything I do, I strive to include common man and to ensure the participation of as many as possible. I don't believe in leaving everything to the government. I am a firm believer in the power of social change.
So he was probably one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century. You are one of the greatest leaders of the 21st century. Those two centuries are very different. And you have been masterful in the game, in the art of geopolitics. So let me ask you, you have found a balance. So when negotiating on the world stage with super powerful nations, is it better to be loved or feared? It seems like you are a masterclass of being loved by everybody, but everybody knows and feels the strength. So finding that balance. Can you speak to that balance?
First and foremost, I don't think this is a fair comparison. Mahatma Gandhi wasn't just a 20th century leader. His relevance transcends centuries. Mahatma Gandhi's legacy will last for centuries to come, and he remains relevant to date. As far as I am concerned, I have a responsibility to fulfill. Yet, the weight of that responsibility pales in comparison to my country. I am nowhere near as great as my country, and my strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry a sense of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. You see, I recall something that happened all the way back in 2013. It was when my party declared I would be the prime ministerial candidate. My critics often tried to corner me on one point. It became a topic of widespread discussion. Modi is nothing more than a state leader. What does he know of foreign policy? Does he even understand global geopolitics? This was on everyone's lips. And I was asked this question in every interview. I gave a very well thought out answer at the time. I said, I won't lay out my entire foreign policy in an interview, nor is it needed. That said, India will neither allow itself to be looked down upon, nor will it ever look up to anyone. India will now see eye to eye with her counterparts. This was my belief in 2013, and it still lies at the heart of my foreign policy. For me, the country always comes first. However, to belittle someone or speaking ill of others is neither part of my cultural values nor my traditions. Moreover, our culture upholds and advocates for the welfare of mankind. India has always championed the ideas of global peace and brotherhood. For centuries, we have envisioned the world as one big family. Our noble ancestors envisaged the welfare of the whole world and universe. And that's why you must have noticed the nature of our conversation. as well as the ideas that I have presented on the global stage, which are rooted in respect and positivity. For example, I spoke about the environment in one of my speeches. I proposed the concept of one sun, one world, one grid. During the COVID pandemic, I delivered a speech at the G20 summit. I put forth the vision of one health where humans and nature would live in harmony. And I have always worked towards this. We hosted the G20 summit with the motto, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We have inherited this timeless wisdom, and it's our duty to share it with the world. To give you an example, I have advocated for embracing renewable energy. We founded the International Solar Alliance with the motto, One Sun, One World, One Grid. Even when it comes to global healthcare, I had proposed One Earth, One Health. This initiative extends not only to humans, but also to all flora and fauna. I have always aimed to initiate efforts that foster global well-being. And the global community needs to join hands to accomplish that. We must also understand that the world has become one small village today. No country can thrive in isolation. Today we all depend upon one another. No one can make it far by themselves. That is why you must learn to synchronize with everyone. And everyone else must learn to synchronize with you. That's the only way to propel this initiative forward. Organizations like the United Nations came into being after the First World War, but they failed to evolve with the times. And this inability to adapt has sparked a global debate on their relevance.
You have spoken about, you have the experience, you have the skill, you have the geopolitical leverage to be the biggest peacemaker in the world today on the world stage, and there's several wars going on. Can you maybe explain how you approach the process of making peace, helping make peace between two warring nations? For example, Russia and Ukraine.
Well, I represent the country, that is the land of Lord Buddha. I represent the country, that is the land of Mahatma Gandhi. These are the great souls whose teachings, words, actions, and behavior are entirely dedicated to peace. And that is why, culturally and historically, our background is so strong that whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. Returning to your example, I have a close relationship with Russia and Ukraine alike. I can sit with President Putin and say that this is not the time for war. And I can also tell President Zelensky in a friendly way that regardless of how many people stand with you in the world, there will never be a resolution on the battlefield. The resolution will only come when both Ukraine and Russia come to the negotiating table. Ukraine may hold countless discussions, but it will bear no fruit. Discussions must include both parties instead. Initially, it was challenging to find peace, but now The current situation presents an opportunity for meaningful and productive talks between Ukraine and Russia. There has been a lot of suffering. Even the global south has suffered. The world has been grappling with a food, fuel, and fertilizer crisis. So, the global community should unite in the pursuit of peace. As for me, I have always maintained that I stand with peace. I am not neutral. I have a stance, and that is peace. And peace is what I strive for.
Another difficult historic relationship and conflict is between India and Pakistan. So it's one of the most tense conflicts in the world. Two nuclear powers with strong ideological differences. You are a great peacemaker, looking out into the future as a visionary. What do you see as the path for friendship, for peace, for good relations between India and Pakistan?
I would like to delve into periods of our history the world may be unfamiliar with. Before 1947, during the struggle for independence, everyone was fighting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. And the nation was eagerly waiting to celebrate the freedom, the joy of independence. Now, we could have a lengthy discussion on what led to the events that unfolded. But the fact remains that the policymakers of the time agreed to India's partition. And they agreed to the Muslim side's demand of carving out a separate nation, with hearts weighed down by grief and silent tears. Indians embraced this painful reality. However, what unfolded was an immediate heartbreaking saga of bloodshed. Trains filled with bloodied, wounded people and corpses started arriving from Pakistan. It was a harrowing sight. After getting their own way, we expected them to live and let live. And yet, they chose not to foster a harmonious coexistence. Time and again, they decided to be at odds with India. They have waged a proxy war against us. Don't mistake this for ideology. What kind of ideology thrives on bloodshed and the export of terror? And we are not the sole victims of this menace. Wherever terror strikes in the world, the trail somehow leads to Pakistan. Let's take the September 11th attacks, for example. The main mastermind behind it, Osama bin Laden, where did he eventually emerge from? He had taken refuge in Pakistan. The world has recognized that, in a way, terrorism and the terrorist mindset are deeply rooted in Pakistan. Today, it stands as an epicenter of turmoil, not just for India, but for the world. And we have repeatedly asked them what good can come from this path. We have urged them to abandon the path of state-sponsored terrorism for good. What do you hope to gain by surrendering your nation to lawless forces? I even personally traveled to Lahore in the pursuit of peace. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace because even they must be weary of living in strife and unrest. They must have grown weary of relentless terror where even innocent children are killed and countless lives are destroyed.
Is there some memorable stories from your past attempts to try to improve relations with Pakistan that could guide the path forward into the future?
Like I mentioned, my first attempt at improving bilateral relations was when I invited my Pakistani counterpart to my swearing in. It was a gesture of goodwill. It was a diplomatic gesture unlike any in decades. The very people who once questioned my approach to foreign policy were taken aback when they learned I had invited all SAARC heads of state and our then president, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, beautifully captured that historic gesture in his memoir. This was a testament to how clear and confident India's foreign policy had become. This sent a clear message to the world about India's commitment to peace and harmony. But we didn't get the desired outcome.
Maybe to ask a little bit of a lighter question, who has the better cricket team, India or Pakistan? The two teams have a epic rivalry on the pitch. And more seriously, given the geopolitical tensions that you spoke to, what role do sports and cricket and football play in fostering better relations?
I think sports have the power to energize the entire world. The spirit of sports brings people together across different nations. That's why I would never want to see sports being discredited. I truly believe that sports play a major role in human evolution. They're not just games. They connect people on a deeper level. Now, coming to the question of who's better and who's not. When it comes to techniques in sports, I'm not an expert. Only those who specialize in the technical aspects can judge which techniques are superior and who the best players really are. But sometimes the results speak for themselves. Just a few days ago, India and Pakistan played a match. The result reveals which is the better team. That's how we know.
Yeah, I've watched the series called The Greatest Rivalry, India versus Pakistan, that describes so many incredible players, so many incredible games. It's always beautiful to see a great rivalry. You've also spoken about football. Football is very popular in India. So another tough question, who is the greatest football player of all time? We've got Messi, Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, Zidane. Who do you think is the greatest football player to have ever played?
It's absolutely true that many regions in India have a strong football culture. Our women's football team is performing really well, and the men's team is also making great progress. But if we talk about the past, back in the 1980s, one name that always stood out was Maradona. For that generation, he was seen as a true hero. And if you ask today's generation, they'll immediately mention Messi. Now that you've asked, another interesting memory just came to mind. There's a state in India called Madhya Pradesh, right in the center. There's a district called Shahdol, a completely tribal region where a large tribal community resides. I really enjoy interacting with people from such communities, especially the self-help groups run by tribal women. So I decided to visit them and have a conversation. But when I got there, I noticed something fascinating. Around 80 to 100 young boys, kids, and even some older youth, all dressed in sports uniforms, standing together. Naturally, I walked over to them. So I asked them, "Where are you all from?" And they replied, "We're from Mini Brazil." I was surprised and said, "What do you mean by Mini Brazil?" They said, "That's what people call our village." Curious, I asked, "Why do they call it Mini Brazil?" They explained, "In our village, football has been played for 4 generations. Nearly 80 national level players have come from here. Our entire village is dedicated to football. They also told me when we host our annual football match, nearly 20 to 25,000 spectators come from nearby villages to watch. I see the growing craze for football in India these days as a positive sign because it not only fuels passion but also builds true team spirit.
Yeah, football is one of the great sports that unites not just India, the whole world. And that just shows the power of what sport can do. You recently visited the United States and reinvigorated your friendship with Donald Trump. What do you like about Donald Trump as a friend, as a leader?
I'd like to share with you an event that stands out in my memory. Perhaps from that, you'll get a better understanding of the point I'm trying to convey. For example, we had an event in Houston, Howdy Modi. Both President Trump and I were there, and the entire stadium was completely packed. A massive crowd at an event in the US is a huge moment. Stadiums are common in sports. This was extraordinary for a political rally. The Indian diaspora had gathered in large numbers. Both of us delivered speeches, and he sat down below listening to me speak. Now that's his humility. The President of the United States sitting in the audience while I spoke from the stage. That was a remarkable gesture on his part. After finishing my speech, I stepped down. And as we all know, security in the US is extremely strict and thorough. The level of scrutiny there is on a completely different level. I went over to thank him and casually said, "If you don't mind, why don't we take a lap around the stadium? There are so many people here. Let's walk, wave, and greet them." In American life, it's almost impossible for the president to walk into a crowd of thousands. But without even a moment's hesitation, he agreed and started walking with me. His security detail was thrown off guard, but for me, that moment was truly touching. It showed me that this man had courage. He makes his own decisions, but also he trusted me and my lead in that moment enough to have walked with me into the crowd. It was that sense of mutual trust, a strong bond between us that I truly witnessed on that day. And the way I saw President Trump that day walking into a crowd of thousands without even asking security was truly amazing. And if you watch the video now, you'll be amazed. When he was shot during the recent campaign, I saw the same resilient and determined President Trump, the one who walked hand in hand with me in that stadium. Even after being shot, he remained unwaveringly dedicated to America. His life was for his nation. His reflection showed his America First spirit, just as I believe in nation first. I stand for India first. And that's why we connect so well. These are the things that truly resonate. And I believe that across the world, politicians are covered so much by the media that people mostly perceive each other through its lens. People rarely get the chance to truly meet or personally know one another. And perhaps third party intervention is the real cause of tensions. When I visited him in the White House for the first time, there was already a lot written about President Trump in the media. At that time, he was still new to office, and the world had a rather different perception of him. Even I had been briefed in many different ways before meeting him. But to my surprise, the very moment I stepped into the White House, he broke all formal protocols right away. And then he personally took me on a tour of the White House. As he showed me around, I noticed something striking. He wasn't holding any notes or cue cards nor was anyone accompanying him to assist. He pointed things out himself. This is where Abraham Lincoln lived, he said. He even explained why the courtroom was designed so long. He would point at the table and tell me which president signed here and on what date. I found that incredibly impressive. It showed how much he honored the presidency and how respectful and deeply connected he was to America's history. I could feel that. And he spoke to me freely, discussing many things openly. That was my experience from our first meeting. Later, when his first term ended and President Biden won, 4 years passed. But during that time, whenever someone we met him, and this must have happened dozens of times, he would say, "My friend, convey my regards." That kind of gesture is rare. Even though we didn't meet physically for years, our direct and indirect communication, our closeness, and the trust between us remained unshaken.
He said that you're a much tougher, much better negotiator than he is. He said this recently when you visited. What do you think of him as a negotiator? And what do you think he meant about you being a great negotiator?
Now, that's not something I can comment on, since it's his graciousness and humility. It is very kind of him that he openly appreciates me on these occasions and in different contexts. But about negotiation, I always put my country's interests first. That's why in every forum, I speak up for India's interest, not to harm anyone, but in a positive manner. And because of that, no one takes offense. People know that if Modi is present, he will strongly advocate for these things. After all, the people of India have given me this responsibility. For me, my nation is my high command, and I will always honor their will.
You've also had a bunch of productive meetings with several other folks in your visit to the United States. Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy. What are some things that stood out from those meetings? Maybe key takeaways, key memories.
Look, I can say this. I have observed President Trump both during his first term and now in his second run. This time, he seems far more prepared than before. He has a clear roadmap in his mind with well-defined steps, each one designed to lead him toward his goals. I also had the chance to meet members of his team, and I truly believe he has put together a strong, capable group. And with such a strong team, I feel they are fully capable of implementing President Trump's vision based on my interactions with them. I met several people: Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, and there was a family-like atmosphere. Everyone come with their families. As for Elon Musk, I have known him since my time as chief minister. He was there with his family and children, so naturally, the atmosphere felt warm and friendly. Of course, we had discussions and we talked about many different topics. Now, with his Doge mission, he is incredibly excited about how it's progressing. And honestly, it makes me happy too, because when I took office in 2014, I wanted to free my country from the deep-rooted issues and harmful practices that have crept in. And I'll continue striving to eliminate as many of them as I possibly can. For example, after I took office in 2014, I observed that back then we weren't part of many global discussions, not like how President Trump and Doge are being talked about today. But let me give you an example so you can see the kind of work that was done. I noticed that the benefits of certain government schemes, especially welfare programs, were being exploited by so many people. We never even existed in real life. There were ghost names, pensions being issued to fake people. Widow pensions were being granted even before marriages took place, and disability pensions were given without any real disabilities. Then I launched a scrutiny process, and you'll be shocked to know what we found. 100 million people. 100 million people. That's 100 million fake or duplicate names that I removed from the system. And because of that, we saved massive amount of money. Then I introduced direct benefit transfer, ensuring that every rupee sent from Delhi reached the rightful person without leakage. As a result, my country saved nearly 3 trillion rupees that would have otherwise ended up in the wrong hands. Just because of direct benefit transfer through technology, we eliminated middlemen, ensuring transparency in the system. I also introduced the GEM portal for government purchases, which has helped save both time and money. It has increased competition and improved quality. In India, we had an overwhelming burden of compliances. I eliminated 40,000 unnecessary compliances and removed nearly 1,500 outdated laws that served no purpose. So, in a way, my efforts have been about freeing governance from unnecessary dominance and inefficiency. And naturally, when bold changes happen, just like Doge's mission, they become a topic of discussion worldwide.
You and Xi Jinping have considered each other friends. How can that friendship be reinvigorated to help de-escalate some of the recent tensions and resume dialogue and cooperation with China?
Look, the relationship between India and China isn't something new. Both nations have ancient cultures and civilizations. Even in the modern world, they play a significant role. If you look at historical records, for centuries, India and China have learned from each other. Together, they have always contributed to the global good in some way. Old records suggest that at one point, India and China alone accounted for more than 50% of the world's GDP. That's how massive India's contribution was. And I believe our ties have been extremely strong with deep cultural connections. If we look back centuries, there's no real history of conflict between us. It has always been about learning from each other and understanding one another. At one time, Buddhism had a profound influence in China, and that philosophy originally came from here. Our relationship should remain just as strong in the future. It should continue to grow. Of course, differences are natural when two neighboring countries exist. Occasional disagreements are bound to happen, even within a family. Not everything is always perfect. But our focus is to ensure that these differences don't turn into disputes. That's what we actively work toward. Instead of discord, we emphasize dialogue. Because only through dialogue can we build a stable, cooperative relationship that serves the best interests of both nations. It is true that there have been ongoing border disputes between us. In 2020, the incidents along the border created significant tensions between our countries. However, after my recent meeting with President Xi, we have seen a return to normalcy at the border. We are now working to restore conditions to how they were before 2020. Slowly but surely, trust, enthusiasm, and energy will return. But of course, it will take some time. Since there's been a 5 year gap, our cooperation isn't just beneficial, it's also essential for global stability and prosperity. And since the 21st century is Asia's century, we want India and China to compete in a healthy and natural way. Competition is not a bad thing, but it should never turn into conflict.
The world is worried about a brewing global war. The tensions between China and the United States, in Ukraine, Russia, in Europe, in Israel, the Middle East. What can you say about how we in the 21st century can avoid a global war, avoid an escalation towards more conflict, more war?
Look, COVID exposed the limitations of every nation. No matter how much we consider ourselves as a great nation, no matter how progressive we think we are, or how scientifically advanced we believe we've become, everyone has their own way of looking at things. In the end, we all found ourselves on the same ground. Every country in the world faced this reality. At that time, it felt like the world would learn from it, that we would move toward a more unified world. Just as a geopolitical order emerged after World War II, many thought something similar would happen post COVID. But unfortunately, instead of moving towards peace, the world became even more fragmented, ushering in a period of uncertainty. And the wars have only made it worse. I believe that modern wars are no longer just about resources or interests. Today I see so many kinds of conflicts happening. Physical battles often get discussed. Struggles are happening in every domain. International organizations that were once powerful have become almost irrelevant. No real reforms are happening. Institutions like the UN are failing to fulfill their roles. People who disregard international laws and rules continue to act freely, and no one can stop them. In such situations, the prudent choice for everyone is to let go of conflict and move toward cooperation. And a development-driven approach is the way forward. Expansionism will not work. As I've said before, the world is interdependent and interconnected. Every nation needs one another. No one can stand alone. And from all the different forums I attend, one thing is clear. Everyone is deeply worried about these conflicts. We can only hope that peace is restored very soon.
I'm not very good
You
at
keep
this.
looking at your watch.
No. I barely know what I'm doing, Prime Minister. I'm not very good at this. Okay. You've been through your career and through your life, you have seen a lot of difficult situations in the history of India. One of them, the 2002 Gujarat riots. They're one of the most challenging periods of modern Indian history, when there was violence between Hindu and Muslim citizens of the Gujarat that led to over 1,000 deaths. It revealed the intensity of religious tensions in the region. You were, as you mentioned, Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. Looking back, what lessons do you draw from that time? And we should also say that India's independent Supreme Court upheld twice in 12 and 22 that you had no involvement in the violence of the 2002 Gujarat riots. But I was wondering if you could speak to the broad lessons you draw from that time.
Look, regarding your first point, when you humbly said that you don't know what you're doing, that you're not good at this, I disagree and personally feel you put in tremendous care. You've done extensive research and have dived deeply into every small detail. So I think you've done very well. And all the efforts you put in during our conversation and in all your conversations are appreciated. And rather than simply interviewing me, I feel you're trying to deeply understand India. That's why I strongly feel there's genuine honesty in your sincere effort to uncover the truth. And for that sincere approach, I genuinely congratulate you.
Thank you.
Regarding the earlier events that you mentioned, like the 2002 riots in Gujarat, I'd like to paint you a clearer picture of the 12 to 15 months leading up to that, so you can fully understand uh, the atmosphere of that time. For instance, take December 24, 1999, roughly 3 years earlier. An Indian flight from Kathmandu to Delhi was hijacked, redirected to Afghanistan, and landed in Kandahar. Hundreds of Indian passengers were held hostage. It caused massive turmoil across India as people faced life and death uncertainty. Then, in the year 2000, the Red Fort in Delhi was attacked by terrorists. Yet another crisis struck the nation, intensifying fear and turmoil. On September 11, 2001, the Twin Towers in America faced a devastating terror attack, once again shocking the entire world. Because ultimately, the people behind these attacks are driven by a similar mindset. Then, in October 2001, terrorists attacked the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Soon after, on December 13, 2001, India's parliament was targeted. Within just 8 to 10 months, these major global terrorist attacks took place. Violent incidents that led to bloodshed and the loss of innocent lives. In such a tense environment, even the smallest spark can ignite unrest. The situation had already become extremely volatile. In such times, suddenly, on October 7, 2001, I was given the responsibility of becoming Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was an enormous challenge. At that time, Gujarat was recovering from a devastating earthquake, the largest of the previous century, which had left thousands dead. My first major task as Chief Minister was overseeing the rehabilitation of survivors. This was a crucial task, and from day one after my oath, I immersed myself in it. I was a person who had absolutely no prior experience with government. I had never been part of any administration, never even served in government before. I had never contested an election, never even been a state representative. For the first time in my life, I had to face elections. On February 24, 2002, I became a state representative, elected representative for the first time. And it was only around February 24th, 25th, or that I stepped into the Gujarat Assembly for the very first time. On February 27th, 2002, we were seated in the Assembly for the budget session. And that same day, it had been just 3 days since I'd become a state representative when suddenly the horrific Godhra incident occurred. It was a tragedy of unimaginable magnitude. People were burned alive. You can imagine, against the backdrop of incidents like the Kandahar hijacking, the attack on Parliament, or even 9/11, and then to have so many people killed and burned alive, can imagine how tense and volatile the situation was. Of course, this was tragic for everyone. Everyone prefers peace. The perception that these were the biggest riots ever is actually misinformation. If you review the data from before 2002, you'll see that Gujarat faced frequent riots. Curfews were constantly being imposed somewhere. Communal violence could erupt over trivial issues, like kite flying contests or even minor bicycle collisions. Before 2002, Gujarat witnessed over 250 significant riots. The riots in 1969 lasted nearly 6 months. So there was a long history, long before I was in the picture. But that one tragic incident in 2002 became a sparking point, leading some people towards violence. Yet, the judiciary thoroughly investigated the matter. At that time, our political opponents were in power, and naturally, they wanted all allegations against us to stick. Despite their relentless efforts, the judiciary analyzed the situation meticulously twice and ultimately found us completely innocent. Those who were truly responsible have faced justice from the courts. But the most important thing is, in Gujarat, where riots used to happen somewhere or the other every year, but after 2002, in 22 years, there hasn't been a single major riot in Gujarat. Gujarat remains completely peaceful. Our approach has always been to avoid vote bank politics. Instead, our mantra has been together with everyone, development for all, trust from all, and efforts by everyone. We've shifted away from the politics of appeasement to the politics of aspiration. Because of this, anyone who wishes to contribute joins us willingly. We've continuously strived to turn Gujarat into a well developed state. And today, Gujarat is actively contributing toward building a developed India as well.
A lot of people love you. I've got to hear from a lot of them. But there is also people who criticize you, including from the media. And folks in the media have criticized you over this 2002 Gujarat riots. What's your relationship like with criticism? How do you deal with critics? How do you deal with criticism coming from the media or in your own inner circle or just in your own life?
Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. If democracy truly runs in your veins, you must embrace it. In our scriptures, it's said, always keep your critics close. Critics should be your nearest companions because through genuine criticism, you can improve quickly and work democratically with better insights. In fact, I believe we should have more criticism and it should be sharp and well informed. But my real complaint is that nowadays what we see isn't real criticism. Genuine criticism requires thorough study, in depth research, and careful analysis. It demands finding the truth from falsehoods. Today, people look for shortcuts, avoid proper research, and skip deep analysis. Instead of identifying genuine weaknesses, they jump straight to accusations. There's a big difference between allegations and criticism. The references you're giving, they are allegations, not criticism. For a strong democracy, genuine criticism is necessary. Allegations benefit no one. They just cause unnecessary conflicts. That's why I always welcome criticism openly. And whenever false accusations arise, I calmly continue serving my country with complete dedication.
Yeah, the thing you speak of is very important to me because I admire great journalism. And unfortunately, in modern day, a lot of journalists seek clickbait headlines, make accusations because they operate under incentive because they want the headline, the cheap shot. I think there is room and desire and hunger for great journalists, and that requires deep understanding. And it saddens me how often one of the reasons, I don't think I'm very good at this, but one of the reasons I really wanted to talk to you is because I don't see enough high effort, deep dive research. I don't know how many books I've read, a lot, in preparing just to experience, just to try to understand. It requires a lot of preparation, a lot of work, and I would love to see great journalists do that more. And from that place, you can criticize. From that place, you can really investigate the complexity of a situation, of people in power, their strengths, their flaws, the mistakes they've made. But that requires great, great, great preparation. So this, I wish there was more of that, of great journalism.
Yes, clear, well directed, and specific criticism genuinely helps in the process of effective policy making. It leads to a clear cut policy vision. I specifically pay close attention to such constructive criticism. In fact, I actively welcome it. Regarding your point about journalistic headlines, if someone's attracted by catchy headlines or plays with words, I honestly don't mind that much. But when there's a deliberate agenda behind the actions and the truth is deliberately ignored, that can cause damage that lasts for decades. If someone focuses on pleasing their readers or viewers with attractive headlines, maybe we can compromise a little. But if there's a hidden motive or if things are intentionally twisted to serve an agenda, that's a serious issue worth worrying about.
And in that, the truth suffers, I think.
I remember once in London, I was invited to give a speech at an event organized by a Gujarati newspaper there. So during my speech, I casually said, since it was an event attended by journalists, what kind of journalism should we have? Should it be like a fly or a bee? I explained. A fly sits on dirt and spreads the dirt around. But a bee lands on flowers, collects nectar, and then shares that sweetness everywhere. Yet, if something wrong occurs, the bee can sting so powerfully that you'd have to hide your face for 3 days straight. However, some people picked up just half of my analogy and created a huge controversy out of it. Honestly, was I being negative about anyone? Not at all. I was simply highlighting the incredible strength of a bee, that even its small sting can leave such an impact that can make someone hide their face for days. You can't show your face. That's the power journalism should have. But unfortunately, some people prefer the fly approach instead.
I now have a new life goal of becoming the bee. You mentioned democracy, so, and not knowing much about government until 2002. But from 2002 to today, you won 8 elections that I could count. So many of the elections, over 800 million people vote in India. What does it take to win an election like that? And to win an election of 1.4 billion people, where you get to represent those people. The biggest democracy in the world.
Well, I've been actively involved in politics for years. Before stepping into active politics, my focus was primarily on organizational work. This also included managing elections and strategizing campaigns. So that was where I dedicated my time for 24 years. The people of Gujarat and India have placed their trust in me to lead with unwavering dedication and a deep sense of duty. I try to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to me by the people I revere as divine. I remain committed to honoring their trust, ensuring it never falters, and they see me for what I truly am. My government is committed to ensuring welfare schemes for every citizen. Every scheme must reach its intended beneficiaries. Every beneficiary must be treated. No one should face discrimination on caste, creed, faith, wealth, or ideology. We must strive to ensure the well-being and prosperity of everyone. This way, even those not directly benefiting never feel left out or treated unfairly. They find comfort in knowing they too will benefit in due course. This fosters a deep sense of trust, and trust is the cornerstone of my governance model. Secondly, my governance flows beyond the ebb and flow of elections. My governance is rooted in the people, not the polls. It is committed to the well-being of my citizens and the greater good of the nation. As you may know, I had once set out on a quest for spiritual awakening. So now I revere my nation as the divine itself, and I now revere the people as the manifestation of the divine. Like a devoted priest, my heart is set on serving the people. I don't distance myself from the people. I live among them as one of them. And I tell everyone I work with, if you work hard, I will work harder. People see this and it builds trust. Besides, I have no conflicts of interest. I have no friends or relatives who stand to win from the position I hold. The common man appreciates this lack of vested interests. And that's probably just one reason why. Moreover, I come from a party with millions of dedicated volunteers. Volunteers who are completely devoted to the welfare of India and its citizens. They have had no stake whatsoever in politics. They've held no title, nor strayed where influence holds sway. My party is blessed with millions of volunteers who work tirelessly. I am proud to belong to the world's largest political party. And it's not like my party has been around forever. It reflects the hard work of millions of volunteers. Their selfless service is widely recognized and valued by the community. It fortifies people's trust in the BJP, echoed in the election results. I never tallied our election triumphs, but we have had people's blessings.
I was wondering if you could speak to the incredible logistics that blew my mind of running the elections in India. So there's a lot of interesting anecdotes that arise. For example, that no voter should be more than 2 kilometers away from a polling station. The result of that is you have these stories of voting machines having to be carried to remote regions of India is really incredible. Just every single voter counts. And the machinery of having 600 plus million people vote. Is there some anecdote you could speak to that is particularly impressive to you, or maybe you could speak generally to the logistics of what it makes to run an election that big, a democracy that big?
First and foremost, I am truly grateful for your insightful question. Anyone who believes in democracy should listen to what I am about to share with you. We often discuss election results, but all the behind the scenes work is overlooked. Let's take the recently concluded 2024 general elections as an example. There were 980 million registered voters. Each of those voters had a registered ID and all the necessary details in a vast database. And this number is twice the entire population of North America. It even surpasses the total population of the entire European Union. Out of the 980 million registered voters, 646 million people ventured out and braved the intense heat of May, determined to cast their votes. Temperatures soared to 40 degrees in some areas, yet they chose to go. And the size of this voter base is double the population of the United States. We had more than 1 million polling booths. Can you fathom all the manpower involved in this? My country has more than 2,500 registered political parties. This staggering figure, with such a vast array of political parties, has the power to leave the entire world in awe. My country has more than 900 round-the-clock news channels. There are over 5,000 newspapers published daily. They each play a role in upholding democracy in their own way. Even the humblest villages here embrace technology with remarkable swiftness. While some countries take months to declare election results, the results within a day, despite the mind-boggling number of voters. And you were spot on in saying that even the remotest villages have polling stations. We even use helicopters to transport polling stations. I believe Arunachal Pradesh has the highest altitude polling booth on record. In Gujarat, a polling booth was set up in the Gir forest for just one voter who was in the middle of nowhere, but we ensured a polling booth was set up for them. All I mean to say is that we truly leave no stone unturned in our unwavering commitment to strengthening democracy, ensuring that we are always fully prepared and election ready, no matter the circumstances. I firmly believe that India's Election Commission sets a global standard as a benchmark for conducting free and fair elections. It is the apex decision maker. This in itself is such a remarkable story that the world's top universities should consider it a case study. They should analyze the management behind it as a valuable learning example. Given the sheer number of voters, can you truly grasp the immense depth of political awareness? All of this will make for an excellent case study for the younger generation worldwide.
To me, I love democracy. This is one of the main reasons I love the United States, but there's just nothing quite as beautiful as democracy when it functions in India. You know, like you said, 900 million people registered to vote. It really is a case study. It's beautiful to see that many people come together willingly, passionately casting a vote for some person to represent them. Like they're putting their heart in that. It's really important for a person to feel like their voice is going to be heard. It's beautiful. Speaking of which, you are loved by a lot of people. You are one of the most powerful humans in the world. Do you sometimes think about whether this much power has a corrupting effect on your mind? Especially across the many years that you've been in power.
Well, I don't think the word powerful quite reflects the journey of my life. I can never claim to be powerful, for all I am is a humble servant. I even identify myself as not the prime minister, but the prime servant. And service is the guiding principle of my work ethic. As far as power is concerned, it is something I have never bothered about. I entered politics not to play power games, but to serve, rather than seeking power. I stay committed to doing and getting work done. I am more focused on productivity than power. I have always dedicated myself to serving the people. I have always devoted myself to bringing about a positive change in their lives.
Like you mentioned, you work a lot. You give your whole soul to your work. Do you ever get lonely?
Look, I never experienced loneliness because I am an ardent believer in the philosophy of 1+1. And this philosophy of 1+1 is aligned with my moral compass. And whenever I am asked to elaborate on this outlook, I say the first one represents Modi and the other one represents the Almighty. I am never alone, for He is always there to keep me company. This is just how I function. Having wholeheartedly the ideals of Swami Vivekananda, I firmly believe that service to mankind is service to God. For me, the nation itself is divine, and mankind is a reflection of the divine. I walk this path with the conviction that serving the people is serving the divine. That's why the very notion of struggling with loneliness has never even remotely crossed my mind. Like at the time of pandemic, with the lockdown and traveling restrictions in place, I came up with a way to make the most of my time. I designed a governance model that operated seamlessly through video conferencing. I kept myself occupied with remote work and virtual meetings. Another thing I did was to connect with the people I had worked with throughout my life. Among my party's volunteers nationwide, a list of those who were 70 and older. Some of the volunteers had very humble beginnings and came from very modest backgrounds. I personally called every volunteer age 70 and above. I made it a point to inquire about their health and their family's well-being. I inquired about how their area was coping. I asked these questions to make sure they were doing well. This allowed me to build rapport with them, and we would go down the memory lane. They were touched that the Prime Minister would check on them in the pandemic. I made around 40 calls every day without fail. I carried on with this throughout the pandemic. It gave me the chance to reconnect and relive old memories with familiar faces. Loneliness is never a concern for me, as I always find ways to stay engaged. And I have long been at peace with myself. The time I spent in the Himalayas have helped me develop this.
I've heard from many people that you are the hardest worker they know. What's your philosophy behind that? Maybe you put in crazy hours every single day. Do you ever get tired? What's your source of strength and perseverance through all of that?
Look, first of all, I don't believe I'm the only one working. I look at the people around me and always think, these people work harder than I do. When I think about farmers, I realize how hard they work. They toil and sweat under the open sky day after day. When I look at our country's soldiers, I think about how many hours someone spends working tirelessly in snow, deserts, or even underwater day and night. When I see a laborer, I think about how hard they're working. I always think about how hard our mothers and sisters work in every family for the happiness of the family. They're the first to wake up and the last to go to bed, taking care of everyone in the family, while also managing social responsibilities. Thinking of all this, I'm in awe of how hard people work. So I think, how can I sleep? How can I relax? So naturally, the motivation is right in front of my eyes. Those very things around me keep me motivated. Secondly, my responsibilities keep pushing me forward. The responsibilities entrusted to me by my fellow citizens always remind me that I'm not here to enjoy privileges. I will always give it my absolute best. Perhaps there are a couple of things I may not accomplish, but there will never be a lack of effort or hard work from me. And when I was campaigning in 2014, I had made a promise first in Gujarat and later across India. I promised my fellow citizens that I will never fall behind in hard work for my country. Secondly, I promised I would never act with bad intentions. And thirdly, I vowed I'd never do anything for personal gain. Today, it's been 24 years. For such a long period, the people have entrusted me as head of government. I've continuously held myself to these three standards, and I still live by them today. My inspiration comes from serving 1.4 billion people, from understanding and fulfilling their aspirations, and addressing their needs. I'm always determined to do as much as I can, work as hard as possible. Even today, my energy remains just as strong.
Me, as an engineer, as a person who loves mathematics, I have to ask. Srinivasa Ramanujan is an Indian mathematician from a century ago. He's widely considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. Self-taught, grew up in poverty. You have often spoken about him. What do you find inspiring about him?
Look, I deeply respect him, and everyone in my country respects him as well. Because I strongly believe there's a deep connection between science and spirituality. If you closely observe many scientifically advanced minds, you'll find they're often spiritually advanced too. They're not disconnected from spirituality. Srivasa Ramanujan once said that his mathematical ideas came from the goddess he worshipped, meaning ideas emerge from spiritual discipline. And discipline is more than just hard work. It means fully devoting yourself to a task and completely immersing yourself into it. So much that you become one with your work. You see, the more open we are to new and different sources of knowledge, the more new ideas we'll have. I think it's important for us to clearly understand the difference between information and knowledge. Some people mistakenly confuse information with knowledge, carrying around large amounts of information. But I don't believe believe information alone equals knowledge. Knowledge is something deeper. It gradually evolves through processing, reflection, and understanding. Recognizing this difference is important in how we handle both.
You have a reputation for being a decisive leader. So can you walk me through on this topic of ideas, how you make decisions, what's your process? So, for instance, when facing a high-stakes choice with no clear precedence, a lot of uncertainty, having to balance input, how do you make decisions?
There are many factors to my decision making. First, I'm perhaps the only politician in India who has stayed overnight in around 85 to 90% of the districts across the country. This was before my current role. I used to travel extensively. I learned a lot from those experiences. They gave me first-hand knowledge of the ground realities and grassroots level issues. Not something asked or heard or learned merely from books. Secondly, from a governance perspective, I carry no baggage of any kind. I don't carry any baggage that weighs me down or forces me to act a certain way. Thirdly, I have a simple yardstick for decisions: my country first. I always question if what I'm doing harms my nation in any way. Additionally, Mahatma Gandhi once said that if you're ever unsure when making a decision, think of the poorest person's face, remember them, and ask yourself, will this help them? Then your decision will be right. That wisdom always guides me, remembering ordinary citizens and considering how my actions affect them. Another factor in my approach is that I'm very well connected. In my administration, my officials know this well and probably feel overwhelmed by the fact that my information channels are numerous and are very active. Because of that, I receive lots of insights from various sources. So, when someone comes to brief me, that's not my only source of information. I always have additional perspectives available to me. Another thing, I maintain a learner's mindset. Suppose I'm not familiar with something and explains it to me. I approach them like a student and ask, can you clarify this? How does it work? Then what happens next and how? And whenever I have different information, I deliberately play devil's advocate and ask challenging questions. I thoroughly analyze the issue from multiple angles, hoping that careful evaluation will yield something valuable. Then, once I converge toward a decision or action that is worth taking, I share the idea informally with like-minded people just to gauge their reactions and see how they respond, gathering insights and feedback before moving forward. Until finally, I have a strong conviction that my decision is right. This entire decision-making process doesn't actually take much time. My speed is very fast. Let me share an example. How did I make decisions during COVID? I had Nobel Prize winners advising me, giving countless economic examples from around the world. They'd say, this country is doing this, that country did that, you do it too. Renowned economists bombarded me with suggestions. Political parties pressured me relentlessly, urging me to spend huge amounts of money. But I didn't act immediately. I paused and reflected. What exactly should I do? Then, considering the unique conditions of my own country, I made a clear decision. I wouldn't let the poor sleep hungry. I wouldn't allow social tensions to arise over basic daily needs. These core principles guided my approach. The entire world was in lockdown. Global economies were collapsing. Everyone pressured me to print more currency, and flood money everywhere. But I decided that this was not the right economic route to follow. Instead, the path I chose, after carefully listening to experts, understanding their opinions without opposing, and combine their advice with my own country's situation and my personal experiences, created a system that worked effectively. As a result, when the whole world suffered from severe inflation immediately after COVID, India did not. Today, really advancing at a rapid pace, emerging as one of the main reason is that during that crisis, with some discipline, I resisted the temptation to apply blindly. We didn't worry about what newspapers would say, whether they'd praise or criticize. Ignoring all that, I stayed focused on basic fundamentals, and by doing so, we succeeded in getting ahead. So ultimately, my economy benefited as well. My approach has always been to stay focused on these fundamentals. Another strength is my risk-taking capacity. I think about potential losses for my. If something for my country, for the people, I'm always prepared to take the risk. And secondly, I take ownership of my decisions. If something goes wrong, I don't shift blame to others. I stand up, take responsibility, and own the outcome. When you take ownership, your team also becomes deeply committed. They know this person won't let us down, won't abandon us. He'll always stand with us. Because they see I'm making honest decisions, not for myself, but for the nation. I've openly told the country from the start I'm human. I can make mistakes, but I won't act with bad intentions. People remember those words clearly. Even if something doesn't go as planned, they trust that Modi's intentions were right. They think he probably meant to do something good, even if it didn't work out. So society sees me just as I am.
Speech on AI a few weeks ago at the AI summit in France. In it, you spoke about the talent for AI engineers in India. I think it's probably the biggest pools of brilliant engineers in the world. So how can India become the leader in the case of AI? Currently lags behind the United States. What does it take for India to start winning and leading the world in AI?
One thing I'm about to say might sound strong, and it may even upset some people. But since you've asked, I'll speak openly from my heart. No matter what the world does with AI, it will remain incomplete without India. I'm making this statement very responsibly. Tell me, you've heard my speech at the AI summit in Paris on global cooperation. What do you think? Anyone develop AI entirely on their own? What is your perspective on this?
So you gave actually in your speech a brilliant example of the positive impact of AI and the limitations of AI. I think the example you gave is when you ask it to generate an image of a person writing with their left hand, it's always going to generate person writing with their right hand. So in that way, the West creating an AI system where India is not part of that process is always going to generate the person with the right hand. It's an essential part of what the world is historically, but especially in the 21st century.
I agree. I believe AI development is fundamental collaboration. Everyone involved supports one another through shared experiences and learning. India isn't just developing theoretical AI models, it is actively working on and bringing to life AI driven applications for very specific use cases. To ensure that GPU access is available to every section of society, we have already created a unique marketplace based model to ensure its broad accessibility. A significant mindset shift is taking place in India. Though historical influences, traditional government procedures, or the lack of strong support infrastructure made us appear as lagging behind to others. Take 5G, for example. The world initially believed we were far behind, but once we started, we became the fastest nation globally to roll out comprehensive 5G networks. Recently, an American company executive visited me and shared his experience. If I were to have US for engineers to fill a single room at best. But if I do the same in India, even a football field won't be enough to hold them. This is that India has access to an extraordinarily vast pool of talent, and that's our greatest strength. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally powered, shaped, and guided by human intelligence. Without genuine human intelligence, AI can't thrive or progress sustainably. And that real intelligence exists abundantly in India's youth and talent pool. And I believe that's our greatest asset.
But also, if you look, many of the top tech leaders, first of all, tech talent, but tech leaders in the US are of Indian origin. Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Arvind Sarvanas. You've met with some of them. What spirit of their Indian origins do you think they carry in them that enables them to be so successful?
Look, Indian culture emphasizes that there should be equal respect for the place where you're born and the place where you work. There should be no difference. As much as there is dedication to the land of birth, there should be the same sense of dedication to the land of work. You should always give your best wherever you are. Because of these rich cultural values, every Indian strives to give their best effort, regardless of their role or position. They don't wait until they're in senior roles, even in smaller roles. Secondly, they never get involved in anything questionable or unethical. They tend to remain dedicated to what's right and ethical. Their nature is collaborative. They easily get along with others. Eventually, for success, just knowledge isn't enough. The ability to work effectively as part of a team matters significantly more. Understanding people and harnessing their abilities is an incredibly valuable skill. Generally, people raised in India, especially those coming from joint families and brought up in an open society, find it easier to lead complex tasks and large teams effectively. That's why today, in major corporations across the globe, you'll find Indians holding key leadership positions. And the problem solving abilities, along with the analytical thinking of Indian professionals, are truly exceptional. I believe this capability is so strong, it makes Indians globally competitive and extremely valuable on the international stage. This is the reason why, in fields like innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, and boardrooms, you'll find Indians achieving extraordinary results everywhere. Take our space sector, for example. Previously, it was entirely government controlled. But just a couple of years ago, I opened it up to the private sector. And now we already have 200 startups working in space technology. Moreover, our missions like Chandrayaan are extremely cost effective. India's Chandrayaan mission cost less than what Hollywood spends making a single blockbuster film. So when the world sees how cost effective our work is, they naturally think, why not partner with India? This automatically generates respect for Indian talent globally. I believe this is a hallmark of our civilizational ethos.
So you spoke about this human intelligence. Do you worry that AI, artificial intelligence, will replace us humans?
It's true that in every era, a competitive atmosphere was created between technology and humanity. At times, it was even portrayed as conflict. It was often portrayed as if technology would challenge human existence itself. But every time, as technology advanced, humans adapted and stayed a step ahead. It has always been the case. After all, it is humans who find the best ways to use technology to their advantage. And I believe that with AI, humans are now being forced to reflect on what it truly means to be human. This is the real power of AI. Because of the way AI functions, it has challenged how we perceive work itself. But human imagination is the fuel. AI can create many things based on that. And in the future, it may achieve even more. Still, I firmly believe that no technology can ever replace the boundless creativity and imagination of the human mind.
I agree with you. It does make me and a lot of people wonder what it makes humans special, because it seems that there's a lot that makes humans special. The imagination, the creativity, the consciousness, the ability to be afraid, to love, to dream, to think outside of the box, outside of the box, of the box, of the box, take risks, all of those things.
Now, look, humans have an innate ability to care for each other, the natural tendency to be concerned about one another. Now, can someone tell me, is AI capable of this?
This is one of the big open questions of the 21st century. Every year, you host the Pariksha or Chacha. You interact directly with young students and give them advice on how to prepare for exams. I watched a bunch of them. So you give advice on how to succeed in exams, how to manage stress, all those kinds of things. Can you explain at a high level the different exams that students in India need to take in their education journey and why it's so stressful?
By and large, a strange mindset has developed in society today. Even schools measure their success by students' rankings. Families too feel pride when their child achieves a high rank because they believe it improves their educational and social status. This mentality has resulted in increased pressure on children. Kids also began feeling that their entire lives depend on 10th and 12th grade exams. We've introduced significant changes in our new education policy to address this issue. But until those changes take effect on the ground, I feel another responsibility. If our children face challenges, it's my duty to listen to them, understand them, and ease their burden. In a way, when I conduct Pariksha Pe Charcha, I get insights directly from the students, understand their parents' mindset, as well as the perspectives of people in the educational field. So these discussions don't just benefit the students, they benefit me too. Exams are valuable for assessing knowledge in a specific domain, but they can't become the sole measure of someone's overall potential. Many people may not score high academically, yet can hit a century in cricket because that's where their true strength lies. When the focus shifts to actual learning, scores tend to naturally improve. I remember when I was a student, I had a teacher whose learning techniques still greatly appeal to me today. He would give us children specific instructions. To one child, he would say, "Tomorrow, bring exactly 10 chickpeas from home." To another, he might request, "Bring 15 grains of rice, no more, no less." A third child could be told, "Bring 21 mung beans, precisely that number." Different students got different quantities and varieties. So each child would think, "I need to get exactly 10." And counting them at home helped them memorize numbers naturally. Then they'd learn what chickpeas were. And after returning to school, they'd pool it all. The teacher would then ask, "Take out 10 chickpeas, 3 chickpeas, 2 mung beans." This way, children learned math and could identify chickpeas and mung beans effortlessly. I'm talking about early childhood education here. Such learning techniques educate children without burdening them. We've incorporated similar methods into our new education policy. When I was in school, I observed one of my teachers using an innovative idea. On his very first day, he placed a diary on the table and said, "Whoever arrives earliest each morning will write one sentence in this diary along with their name. The next student would then need to write a related sentence." At first, I'd rush to school very early every day. Why? So that I could write the first sentence. I once wrote something like, "Today's sunrise was magnificent." It filled me with energy. I'd write my name, and whoever arrived after me had to write something connected to the sunrise as well. After a few days, I realized my creativity wasn't improving much from this. Why? Because I'd arrived with a fixed thought already in mind and simply write it down. So I decided I'd start going last instead. What happened then was that I read what others had written first and then tried to give my very best. As a result, my creativity began to improve even more. Sometimes teachers do these small, simple activities that greatly impact your life. These experiences, combined with my own background in organizational work, made human resource development a key area of focus for me. That's why I engage with children through events once or twice each year. And over time, these efforts have resulted in a book that's benefiting thousands of children, serving as a valuable reference for them.
Can you speak a little bit more uh, by way of advice to students of how to be successful on their path in their career, how to find their career, and how to find success in India, and just to all the people across the world who find inspiration in your words?
I believe that whatever task you get, if you perform that task with complete dedication and sincerity, they inevitably become an expert sooner or later. and their enhanced capabilities open doors to success. While working, one must continually strive to improve their skills and should never underestimate their ability to learn. When someone constantly neglects their learning ability, they limit their growth. But those who look beyond their task and observe what others around them are doing, their capacity can double or even triple. To young people, I'd say this clearly: there's no need to feel discouraged. There's certainly some task out there destined just for you. Don't worry. Focus on enhancing your skills. Opportunities will come. You may think, I wanted to be a doctor but became a teacher. My life is wasted. Thinking like that won't help you at all. All right, you didn't become a doctor, but as a teacher, you can shape 100 doctors. If you had become a doctor, you'd serve only your patients, but now, as a teacher, you can inspire students to fulfill their dreams of becoming doctors, so that both you and your students can together serve millions of patients. Then he gains a new perspective on life. I couldn't become a doctor, so I was miserable, and I was unhappy being a teacher. But now I realize as a teacher, I can create doctors. Connecting your life to a greater purpose brings a sense of inspiration and meaning. I have always believed that God has given everyone unique capabilities. Never lose faith in your own abilities. You should always maintain trust in your own abilities. Keep believing in yourself and trust that when the opportunity comes, you'll perform and you'll succeed. That confidence makes a person deliver results.
How do those students deal with stress, with struggle, with difficulties along that path?
Parents must first understand that life is not just about taking exams. Families should understand that their children aren't trophies meant to be displayed or models to show up in society. It's not about saying, look, my kid scores so high. Parents really need to stop using their kids just as status symbols. Secondly, students should always keep themselves well prepared beforehand. Only then can they appear for exams feeling stress-free and confident. They should have complete trust in themselves and their abilities. Sometimes I see students panic over the smallest issues during exams. They take papers or other things, and when their pen suddenly stops working, causing anxiety, sometimes they feel uneasy thinking, oh no, I don't like sitting next to this person. If the bench wobbles, their whole attention goes there, indicating self-doubt. Those lacking confidence constantly keep looking for distractions. But if you're confident and have genuinely worked hard, just take a minute, take some deep breaths, relax your mind, and refocus your attention calmly. Slowly read through the questions and allocate your time systematically. I have this amount of time, I'll dedicate these minutes per question. In my experience, students who regularly practice writing test papers can easily overcome such situations without any trouble at all.
And you said always focus on learning. What's your approach to learning? What advice can you give on how to learn best? Not just when you're young, throughout your life.
Let me share a personal example with you. I used to learn a lot from reading, but these days, more and more, I learn by being fully present. Whenever I meet someone, I am fully present in the moment. I give them my full attention. This complete focus allows me to grasp new concepts quickly. When I'm with you, I'm fully present, grounded in the moment. No calls or messages can pull me away from this moment with you. I am fully present, focused on the here and now. That's why I always believe this is a habit everyone should embrace. It will sharpen your mind and improve your learning ability. Besides, knowledge alone cannot light the way. You must immerse yourself in the flow of practice. You cannot master driving merely by reading the life stories of great drivers. You must get behind the wheel and take the road yourself. You must dare to take risks. You can never master the road if fear of accident or death holds you back. I truly believe that those who live in the present are the ones who live their life to the fullest. That's because they know that every moment lived has already slipped into the past. So you must embrace the moment before it fades into the past. Otherwise, chasing the future only turns the present into the past. It's not a trade worth making. Most people much about the future that their present quietly slips away. Before they know it, the moment has already faded into the past.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories of you having meetings with people, and it's usually all the distractions. There's no distractions. It's just two human beings, just like this, and just focused on the moment and the interaction. That's a really beautiful thing. And today really is a gift that you give that focus to me. So thank you. Let me ask maybe a difficult, maybe a human question. Do you contemplate your morality? Are you afraid of death?
Can I ask you a question instead?
Sure.
I have a very interesting question. Life and death are two sides of a coin, but which of the two is more certain?
Death.
Exactly. Now, with that out of the way, we know for a fact that life itself is a whispered promise of death. And yet, life is also destined to flourish. So again, in the dance of life and death, only death is certain. So why fear what is certain? That's why you must embrace life instead of fretting over death. That's how life will evolve and flourish, for it is uncertain. That's why you must commit to enriching, refining, and elevating your life so you can live fully and with a purpose before death comes knocking. That's why you must let go of the fear of death. After all, death is inevitable, and there's no use worrying about when it will arrive. It will arrive when it's meant to.
What gives you hope about the future, not just of India, but all of human civilization, all of us humans here on Earth?
Well, I am an optimist at heart. Pessimism and negativity are simply not ingrained in my mindset. They don't align with the way I think. That's why I always gravitate toward the bright side instead. If we take a moment to reflect on the history of mankind, we see the incredible crisis humans have overcome with resilience and strength. We also see the major changes humanity has embraced to evolve with the times. And this transformation has carried on for millennia. In every era, it is in human nature to adapt to the ever-flowing current of change. And while our progress has gone through cycles of ups and downs, it is those people who can break free from the constraints of these historical cycles and outdated thinking patterns. It is they who can help humanity achieve extraordinary positive breakthroughs with an unshackled speed and grace, transcending the limitations of the old way of doing things by embracing change.
In this moment, I was wondering if you could guide me perhaps through a Hindu prayer or meditation for a few moments. I learned I'm trying to learn the Gayatri mantra. Uh, and in my fast, I was trying to do the chants. Perhaps I could try chanting. You could tell me about the importance of this mantra and maybe others in your life, in your spirituality. Should I try?
Yes, please.
Om Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodaya. How'd I do? It's okay.
You did great. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. This mantra is dedicated to the radiant power of the sun and is considered a powerful tool for spiritual enlightenment. Many mantras in Hindu philosophy are deeply intertwined in some intricate and interesting ways with science and nature, each woven into different facets of life. Chanting mantras on a daily basis brings profound and lasting benefits.
In your own spirituality, in your quiet moments, when you're with God, where does your mind go? What role do mantras play when you're fasting, when you're just alone with yourself?
The word meditation has been overused to the point that it feels like a cliche. In Indian languages, we usually refer to it as dhyan. If I associate dhyan to meditation, it might seem burdensome to some. One might think, this is too difficult. I'm not an enlightened being. But it's not rocket science. It just means freeing yourself from distractions. For example, even when you're in class, your mind wanders to recess. All you think about is lunch, not the lesson. Meditation is simply being present in the moment. I recall an incident from my time living in the Himalayas. There I encountered this wise sage. He taught me a simple, practical technique. It was nothing spiritual. There are several little streams in the Himalayas. He positioned a large leaf to catch water from one of those streams and placed an upside down bowl below so water would drip rhythmically from the leaf onto the bowl. He asked me to focus only on the dripping water, ignoring all other sounds. Ignore the chirping birds and the soft rustle of the breeze. He would place the leaf and I would meditate there for hours. I felt my mind slowly tuning into the rhythmic sounds of the water droplets falling onto the bowl, like a melody guiding me into deep focus. And it's not like I was chanting mantras or reciting God's name. I like to call it the divine resonance. It was by tuning into that divine resonance that I learned the art of concentration. This practice slowly evolved into meditation. Sometimes you happen to stay at a fancy hotel. You get a lavish, luxurious room. The decor is impeccable. And you have been wholeheartedly fasting. But there's a dripping faucet in the bathroom. That faint sound is enough to make a luxurious room feel worthless. At times, we realize the best concentration in life's inner journey we come to appreciate the difference a little bit of concentration can make. One very interesting concept comes to mind from our scripture. Since we spoke about life and death, I would like to quote a mantra. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnatma Purna Madhochyate. In other words, all life is part of a complete circle. And this mantra emphasizes the path to achieve that completeness. Similarly, Hindus never focus solely on individual well-being. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. In other words, we wish for the well-being and prosperity of all. Sarve bhadrani paschyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet. This mantra encompasses the idea of universal well-being and prosperity. And you know how this mantra ends? Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Every Hindu mantra ends on the same note. Peace, peace, peace. These ancient and powerful rituals born in India have emerged from thousands of years of the spiritual practice of sages. They connect us to the essence of life.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Oh.
Thank you for this honor. Thank you for this incredible conversation. Thank you for welcoming me to India. And I can't wait to break the fast with some Indian food tomorrow. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. This was an honor.
I am thankful for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. After fasting for 2 days, I recommend you ease into eating slowly. And I hope you reap great benefits from this fasting experience. I've explored several new realms of thought for the first time ever with you today. I had long kept those thoughts tucked away within myself. But today you brought those thoughts to light. I hope
Thank you.
I hope your viewers may enjoy this. It was a great pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now, let me answer some questions and try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions or get in touch with me for whatever reason, go to letsfriedman.com/contact. First, let me give a shout out to the amazing team around the Prime Minister. Everyone was super kind, excellent at what they do, efficient, great communication, and just great people all around. And since I spoke English and Prime Minister Modi spoke Hindi, I have to comment on the interpreter who was doing simultaneous interpreting for both of us. She was absolutely amazing. I can't sing her enough praises, from the equipment used to the quality of the translation to just the human touch of it all. And in general, my travels around Delhi and India revealed to me some early glimpses of what felt like another world, almost like another planet, different culturally from anything I've experienced before, a chaos of human interactions, out there big dynamic personalities and characters. Obviously, India is composed of many distinct subcultures, just one slice, like neither New York or Texas or Iowa alone represent America. They're all different flavors of America. On my visit, I walked around and rode rickshaws everywhere, just aimlessly wandering the streets, looking to talk to people about life. Of course, like many places on Earth, there are always some people, especially those that have something to sell, who will at first see me as a tourist, a foreign traveler, one with some money to spend. Like always, I avoided such shallow interactions and went straight past the small talk to the meaningful conversations, shooting the shit about what they love, what they fear, what kind of hardship and triumph they've experienced in their lives. I think the cool thing about people, anywhere on Earth, is they quickly do see the real you, past the facades that strangers put up for each other. If you're vulnerable and honest enough to let them. And I tried to do just that. And I should say that for the most part, everyone was super kind in the genuine human way, even when they didn't speak English. It was always easy to understand. Probably more than any other peoples I've interacted with in India, people's eyes, faces, body language all communicate a lot of information, a lot of emotion, not reserved at all. When I travel through Eastern Europe, for example, in contrast, reading a person is much tougher. The meme does have some truth to it. There's often a protective layer between the heart of the person and the outside world. In India, it's all there on full display. So I had a lot of epic conversations and interactions as I walked around Delhi for a couple of weeks. In general, on the topic of reading people, I do believe the eyes can often say more than words can. We humans are a fascinating bunch. There really is a deep, turbulent ocean behind the surface waves we show the world. In some sense, what I try to do in conversations, on and off the mic, is to get to that depth. Anyway, the few weeks I spent in India were a magical experience. Traffic alone was a wild time, like the world's most difficult test for self-driving cars. It reminded me of watching nature documentary videos of swarms of fish, when it's thousands of them swimming around at insane speeds, seemingly in complete chaos. And yet when looking at the big picture of it, it all works like a perfectly tuned orchestra. I will most certainly travel around India with my friend Paul Rosalie in the near future, maybe with some other friends, all around, from the north of India to the south. Now, allow me to also comment about one of the books that first drew me toward India and to its deep history of philosophical and ritual traditions. The book is Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. I first read most of Hesse's major work as a teenager, but reread them again through the years. It first found me, Siddhartha, when I was immersed in a very different kind of literature of Dostoevsky, Camus, Kafka, Orwell, Hemingway, Kerouac, Steinbeck, and so on. Many of these explore the same human condition that puzzled me when I was a young man and still puzzles me today, even more so. But Siddhartha was my introduction to the Eastern way of looking at these puzzles. It was written by Hermann Hesse, and by the way, please allow me this pronunciation of his last name. I've heard some people say Hess, but my whole life I've always said Hesse. So anyway, it was written by Hermann Hesse, a German-Swiss Nobel Prize winning writer, during one of the darkest periods of his own life. His marriage was failing, World War I had shattered his pacifist ideals, and he suffered from debilitating headaches, insomnia, and depression. During this period, he began psychoanalysis with Carl Jung, which in part led him to explore Eastern philosophies as a way to heal his fractured psyche. Hesse immersed himself in translations of ancient Hindu and Buddhist texts, studying the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. And so, the writing of Siddhartha was in itself, for him, a journey that paralleled that of the main character in the book. Hesse started writing the book in 1919 and finished 3 years later, experiencing an extensive psychological crisis in the middle. The book follows Siddhartha, a young man in ancient India, as he leaves behind wealth and comfort to search for meaning. You can feel his personal struggle in every page. Siddhartha's restlessness, his dissatisfaction with conventional wisdom, his need to find truth through direct experience. Again, the book wasn't simply a philosophical exploration for Hesse. It was psychological survival. He was writing his way out of suffering and towards his own enlightenment. I won't go into a deep analysis of the book here, but I will mention 2 key lessons I took away and carried with me to this day. First lesson comes from the scene in the book that, to me, is one of the great scenes in all of literature. Siddhartha is sitting by a river, just listening. And in that river, he hears all of life. All sounds, all voices, all of time. Past, present, future. Flowing there as one. That scene gave me the experience and the notion that while in some grounded human sense, the linear arrow of time does exist, in another sense, time is a kind of illusion, that in fact, everything exists simultaneously, that our lives are both momentary and eternal. It is hard to describe these ideas with words. I think they must be experienced as personal revelations. I'm reminded of the fish story that David Foster Wallace, another one of my favorite writers, described in a commencement speech 20 years ago. The story goes, two young fish are swimming along when they encounter an older fish swimming the opposite way. The older fish nods and says, "Morning, boys. How's the water?" The young fish swim on, and eventually one turns to the other and asks, "What the hell is water?" The illusion of the forward progress of time is water in this metaphor. As humans, we're fully immersed in it. But enlightenment, in part, involves being able to step back and get a glimpse at another deeper perspective on reality, where all things are inextricably interconnected across both time and space. Another key lesson from the novel that was especially formative to me as a young man was that one should not blindly follow others or learn about the world exclusively through books, but rather forge your own path and thrust yourself into the world where the lessons of life can only be learned by experiencing them directly. And every experience, both positive and negative, mistakes, suffering, and even seemingly wasted time, is all an essential part of growth. To this point, Hesse draws a distinction between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge can be taught by others. Wisdom can only be gathered through experiencing the full mess of life yourself. In other words, the path to understanding isn't through rejection of the world, but through complete immersion in it. Those are my early steps in seeing the world through the lens of Eastern philosophy, but many of Hesse's books had an impact on me. I would recommend to read Damien when you are younger, Steppenwolf when you are older, Siddhartha throughout your life, especially in moments of crisis, and The Glass Bead Game if you want to take on Hesse's magnum opus that rigorously explores the ways the human mind and human civilization can engage in the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and meaning. But Siddhartha is the only one I've returned to more than twice. In my own life, when faced with a difficult situation, I often return to the moment in the book when Siddhartha is asked what skills he possesses. And his answer is simply, I can think, I can wait, I can fast. Let me elaborate. Indeed, for the first part, I can think. As Marcus Aurelius said, the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your thoughts. For the second part, I can wait. Patience and waiting often is indeed the optimal decision when facing a problem. Time does bring clarity and depth of understanding. For the third part, I can fast. When needed, being able to live and flourish with less is a prerequisite of being free, when the mind, the body, and society all are trying to put you in cages. Alright, friends. Now, sadly, our time together in this episode has come to a close. As always, thank you for being here, and thank you for your support through the years. Let me leave you with a few words from the Bhagavad Gita. He who experiences the unity of life sees his own self in all beings, and all beings in his own self, and looks onto everything with an impartial eye. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Michael Paulson, better known online as the Primogen. He is a programmer who has entertained and inspired millions of people to have fun building stuff with software, whether you're a newbie or a seasoned developer who has been battling it out in the software engineering trenches for decades. In short, the Primogen is a legendary programmer and a great human being with an inspiring roller coaster of a life story. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's the Primogen. What do you love most about programming? What brings you joy when you program?
I can tell you the first time that I ever felt love in programming or felt that joy or that excitement, which was in college. It was the second class, data structures. And the teacher that was teaching, Ray Babcock, he was talking about linked lists. Now, you have to learn Java at Montana State University when I went. And so he's off there kind of explaining this whole linked list thing and all that. And then he shows code. And in the code's like abstract class node or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was. And then it had a private member, and that private member was of type node. And I've never seen that before. It is a class that is called node with a member that is of itself. And for the first time ever, I was like, oh my gosh, like there's no end, there's no way to iterate. This is not like a set of 10 items. This is a set of infinite items. And so like my mind kind of like exploded in that moment. Like there's actually, what you can express is huge. I can see what memory looks like. Like I can see this kind of hopping through space. And I just remember being just so blown away because up until that point, everything was just, all right, I have a list of 10 items. I have a list of 20 items, right? It was very rigid and small. And the things I built were really small and trivial. And all of a sudden I felt like I could build like anything in that one moment. And it was so amazing. I just remember sitting in class for I don't remember how long those classes were or anything, but I just remember being just completely like profoundly impacted by this notion. And so I just sat there and I watched, and I had the exact same experience in, heavens forbid, my software engineering class when we talked about the decorator pattern, where you can keep on constructing these objects in this recursive way. Not that I think that's actually a good idea to do, but just watching that and realizing like there's so many weird and unique ways you can solve problems. And like you can just, anything your mind can think of, you can just create that. And I just remember getting just so excited about the possibility that anything is possible.
Yeah, let's wax philosophical about a linked list. It is pretty profound for people who don't know. A node in a linked list doesn't know anything about the world it's in. It only knows about the thing it's linked to, its neighbor. Maybe that's symbolic, the metaphor for all of us humans. There's billions of us on this planet, and we only know about our local little network.
Yeah.
And it's kind of beautiful. And you realize, like, in that little simple data structure, you can construct arbitrarily large systems, and they're like roots that go through memory. And then, of course, that's where you get all the programming languages that allow you to dump junk into memory and have memory leaks, and therefore create infinite pain as you try to figure out where that unfreed memory is. For me, yeah, probably it's so beautiful the way you put that. Linked lists are indeed beautiful. Recursion also for me. When I finally wrap my brain around what it means to write a recursive function.
What was the thing? What was the one that taught you? Because I think you probably did factorial, where you just do like a quick factorial of it. It just doesn't hit home. What was the thing that kind of made it hit home?
I don't remember the first.
I remember my first. How do you not remember it?
I've had so many that just
you're a list guy. You're probably pretty used to the recursion.
Yeah, all I remember is surrounded by sea of parentheses. I mean, that's really probably when I in high school, I think it was either Java or C++. Wow, how do I not remember that? It must have been C++. And then college, it was the generic bullshit software engineering classes were Java, but then the renegades, the cool kids were all using Lisp. That's when you're doing the AI, the quote unquote AI at that time. That was Lisp. If you want to write a chess engine, you would use Lisp. And so for me, probably the moment I really fell in love with programming was Lisp, and writing like Othello programs and chess engines, all kinds of engines that play a game, and then I can play against that thing, and that thing would beat me. The joy of being destroyed by the thing you created, and Game of Life too, Cellular Automata. That's when I built that in all kinds of programming languages. That's less about programming languages and more about the system you create, and that just filled me with infinite joy. Having, similar to the linked list situation, creating a system where each individual cell only knows about its neighbors and operates in a very simple rules. But when you take that system as a whole and allow it to evolve over time, you can create infinite complexity. So I just, man, those are many pothead moments where I'm just like looking at the beautiful complexity that could be created with cellular automata. That filled me with just infinite joy, for sure. But yeah, all I remember is parentheses. So my first memories of my first are drowned in a sea of parentheses.
Oh man, mine is well, first off, mine was in Java, so my first was a little bit more rigid, kind of a corporate experience,
Yeah.
but
Cold, meaningless.
Yeah, I was in a lab. Everyone was using CentOS at that, or CentOS, or however you say. I always called it CentOS, the fresh maker.
Yeah.
And so it's just like I'm in this very cold.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm in like this cold, rigid environment with my Microsoft keyboard, programming away in Java, and I have just such this memory of despair because I love programming. This was after the linked list, and I cannot figure out recursion. And so I go to the university and I buy a book, and it's Dytel and Dytel Learn Java, and it has a section open up, and I start reading it, and it just doesn't hit home. And I'm spiraling into kind of maybe I'm not a programmer. Maybe I'm not worthy enough to enter into this circle of people who can figure out what the heck recursion means. And so Dytel and Dytel's like, I still remember this. Their exact phrase was, every young budding developer solves this recursion program. And it was the Tower of Hanoi. And guess what? I don't solve the Tower of Hanoi to this day. It's like a very hard recursive problem. And I just sat there and thought, oh my gosh, I'm not going to make it. And I sat there in the lab for 8 hours, 10 hours doing these things. So worried. It's the week of recursion. We have to do a lab assignment. I'm not going to remember being like genuinely worried about it. And then because my big problem was like, okay, do factorial. Why not just use a for loop? Okay, what about Fibonacci sequence? Why not use a for loop? Or like, I don't understand. What's the purpose of recursion? I don't understand it yet. It's so powerful. Why? It looks like a really complicated for loop. And so I just could not understand it. And then lab came that day, and it was, I'm going to give you a 2D array you have to read from a file. This is what a starting position looks like. This is what an ending position looks like. This is what a wall looks like. I want you to find me a path through the maze. And so I just sat there. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I can just go up, and I can create like a visited grid so I know not to visit these places anymore. And all of a sudden just started clicking. I'm like, well, wait a second. I don't know the maze, but if I just go up, right, down, and left and hop back every time I've been to that square, don't visit it, like it will just go forever. And I realized in that moment, I'm like, I actually understand I've understood recursion this whole time. I just never had a problem in which it actually made sense to use. And that was like my big downfall, is that I was measuring my understanding with the problems that I had available, which were just, list traversal, which is not a good use of recursion. And so I just remember that freeing, oh man, recursion. It was a great moment in my life.
I mean, it does require, to be fair, a leap of faith, like, because people will tell you those conformist, dogmatic Java instructors will tell you that this is, that's important to understand recursion, but it takes a leap of faith that this is a different way of looking at the world, and it's a powerful way of looking at the world. I actually remembered when I remember my first now. I think it was Dev first search for one of the games, maybe Othello, something like that. And for that, implementing recursion. Understand that you can search trajectories through the space of states and do that recursively. That was mind blowing. Just imagining like
You can just
the
see it all.
possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like numbers flying. It was like the beautiful mind. And then and that's when I also discovered conspiracy theories. That was, and I saw the truth. Okay, yeah. So what were we talking about? Oh, what was the most painful aspect of programming for you? Like what memories do you have of deep, profound suffering in terms of programming in the early days?
I would say the biggest one that I can really hold on to had to be one of two experiences. The first experience was when I was at a place called Schedulistic, and am I not allowed to say the place?
You're allowed.
I'm not sure if they're even operating still at this point, but they're in
There's
both.
something funny about the name. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. They actually, the name was so bad that when you looked at their like paid for Google ad terms, that they would make sure that they're at the top of the list. The spellings were just insane because no one knew how to spell the word Schedulicity, and so it was just like the Google optimizing for that is just hilarious. But okay, go back to the thing. And the thing that kills me the most about programming, what I actually consider the worst aspect of programming, is when you know everything. And so when I was at this job, it's just every single day I'd come in. There were no surprises. There was no questions. I didn't understand the code base. Sure, that's fair. I didn't understand all the things about the code base, but I knew I was going to go in. I was going to generate some sort of object from the database. I was going to take that object from the database. I was just going to map it over and just display it on the web page. There's no creativity. There's nothing to it. It's very like almost factory line kind of work. And that was a very kind of difficult moment for me, which is I didn't enjoy programming because like I knew everything about it. I already knew exactly what I was going to do that day. I knew all the hurdles I was going to have to go over. There was no unknown unknowns, if you will. It was just knowns at all times. And it's just, for me, that is the worst part about programming, is when you already know the solution and it's just a matter of how fast you can type and get it out from your head to your hands.
So the absence of uncertainty, the absence of challenge was the pain.
Yeah.
It's pretty profound, Brian.
I'm more than just good looks. I want you to know that.
It's a low bar. What do you identify as? I'm enjoying asking the general question.
38 male.
Male.
Husband of beautiful wife.
Okay. You stream about all kinds of programming, but what kind of programmer are you? Are you full stack developer, web programming? And maybe can you lay out all the different kinds of programming and then place yourself in that in terms of your identity, sexual identity as well?
Yeah, I can get it. We can put it all in there.
Okay.
Plus, I mean, obviously those two are very, very tightly coupled.
I have seen you like on the border of sexually aroused by certain languages. I think you got real excited about Ocaml or.
Okay, well, let's go. Thank you, Dylan Mulroy.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
I did not expect that. That escalated quickly. Anyway, what do you identify as?
Okay, so first, let's do the previous or the in between question first, which is the different kind of archetypes. I think that's a really interesting kind of question because if you go on Twitter or you're new, your thoughts are probably that there is just web programming, and maybe there's some other stuff, yeah, like game programming, but you do like game programming in JavaScript and on the web. You know, like there's this very kind of very myopic view of the programming world, and I bet if you asked a lot of people these days, like what is the most popular form of programming, they'd probably say web. If you said what contains the most amount of repos, how many percentage of repos on GitHub are web-based? They'd probably say 90% or some huge number. But the reality is that there's an entire embedded robotics world. You know, you're familiar with the ML side of things. There's networking. There's going to be just like performance operating systems, compilers. There's just huge amounts of variation of all these different type of programming verticals that you can be. And so we often talk about programming in perspective of web or something that's pretty narrow. And I think that's just a social construct of Twitter more than anything else, that it's actually, I don't believe it's that representative of the entire kind of programming world out there. And I think a lot of programming is really, really fun. There's some really great stuff. Building your own language is just a very fun experience to do. Every programmer should just do that once, just to have a completely different, perspective on how things work in life. But as far as what do I do, I've always looked at myself as a tools engineer. So at my time at my jobs, typically, I would start off on the UI, and then they'd be like, okay, well, hey, we need a library for this thing. So then I'd be the one writing like the library. So in 2012, 2013, I was writing a UI library for the web that can behave just like an iPad, so you can pinch and zoom on it, but it's still a web page, because we didn't have any of that stuff back then. It was a canvas, had to do all the like matrixy operations and all that stuff to kind of, it felt like you're on an iPad, but it actually wasn't on an iPad. And this was iPad 2, by the way. So this is a long time ago. And so every single time I got into a job, it's like, okay, hey, we need to do a library. Hey, can you work on a build system? So back then there was no Grunt, there was no Gulp, there was no any of those things. So I had to hand roll my own JavaScript build system. And so I always fell into these positions of building tools for developers to be successful. And I've always really enjoyed that region. So as I went on to, say, Netflix, spent 10 years there, I'd say the majority of my 10 years were building things for developers to use that they could be successful at their job. And so I've always really enjoyed that aspect, because your stakeholders and the people that use your program understand programming, and they're going to say like, hey, I need this. And typically the thing that they need, they actually want. Whereas with people want stuff, but what they actually need versus what they actually want often are kind of like this weird separation. People, that's like the old Henry Ford quote, I just want a faster horse. And he's like, no, what you actually want is a car. And so it's like this, like you have to play this game of trying to really figure it out. Whereas developers, it's like, I know, what I'm doing. I know what you want. Let's figure it out together.
That gives you a really nice big picture view of programming in general. So I love the idea of just kind of starting at the interface, like you need to pinch and all that kind of stuff, and then figure out the entire thing that requires to make that happen, including maybe the side quest tooling, how to make it more productive and efficient, all that kind of stuff. So the entirety of the thing, that's really cool. Okay, so that would be full stack. By the general definition of full stack, meaning like
perhaps, yeah.
Versus like systems engineer, like starting at the bottom and trying to optimize a certain kind of specific thing without seeing the big picture of like what the resulting interface would look like. And a lot of people, in web programming, they never go beyond the front end of how the thing looks. They kind of always assume there'll be somebody, some grunt in the shadows, in the darkness of the basement that will implement the back end.
Some guilfoyle out there will be doing the back end. Yeah, like I like to call myself a generalist, just to kind of give some ideas. Is, at one point at Netflix, I built the WebSocket connection. So for TVs, how WebSocket works is code I just wrote. And so I, built the framing thing. Before that, I was doing stuff with memory. And before that, I built a UI for a tool. Right? It's just like, I can just do the thing. You just tell me the thing to do, and I'll just go do the thing. I don't try to get super good at one specific activity. Like, I don't want to be a Kubernetes engineer who's the world's greatest deployer. But if I had to go learn Kubernetes, I'd go learn it and learn how to deploy some things, and then hopefully move on to the next thing, if that makes sense.
I posted about the fact that I'm talking to you on Reddit, and there's a lot of wonderful questions. Somebody mentioned that I should ask you about DevOps. Can you explain what DevOps is? Is it a kind of special ops of programmers? Is it SEAL Team 6 for developers? What's DevOps? Can you define are you a DevOps engineer?
Well, people keep telling me DevOps isn't real. There's actually, you want platform engineers, cloud engineers, infra engineers. I just often think the easiest way, if we're doing like just kind of like some basic nomenclature, it's just DevOps are the people that make sure that when you launch a service and all that, it doesn't just disappear, right? It's all the kind of backbone of being able to operate something at scale. Like, you really don't, if you think about it, if you're just writing a mom and pop like website, people that do PHP, that are doing WordPress and all that, they're going to build something, they're going to hand it off to, I don't know, Linode, DigitalOcean, some company. They don't really need a really complicated build, deployment, all this. It's just someone with a simple website so they can sell their goods. And so they don't really need that. And so that's kind of how I think of the DevOps is when things need to scale, that's kind of the person you hire.
Yeah, those people are actually amazing. Yeah. Of the time I spent at Google, it's like, oh yeah, there's all these fancy machine learning people, but the folks that are running the compute infrastructure, basically, that make sure the shit doesn't go down, they're like wizards, and they're essential.
Very incredible, like, vertical of job. And obviously, I'm using a very broad term to describe, I'm sure, like a bunch, because making sure stuff doesn't go down. You could also say that's like an SRE, right? Site reliability engineer, whatever. The ones that wear the bomber jackets at Google. And so when we say DevOps, I think people get very particular about terms specifically in this category. They're like, well, actually, you're mentioning infrastructure engineer versus site reliability engineer. It's just like, okay, yes, I hear you. But generally, when someone thinks DevOps, they think somebody that manages the servers and their life cycles and the reliability. There's DevOps. Is it real? I'm not sure. Okay. Did Vercel kill DevOps?
Question mark? Wow, you're almost a journalist. That's a headline. Let's go back to the beginning. Baby Pride. So you mentioned Netflix.
I worked at Netflix, by the way.
People don't know who the Prime is. He mentions the fact that he has been very successful and has worked at Netflix in basically every other sentence.
Correct. Almost as much as I mentioned Neovin.
Oh, great. Tell me more about Neovin. No, please don't. So, Baby Prime, at the very beginning, you've had one hell of a life. And I think it's inspiring to a lot of people. You've gone through a lot of painful low points. And like you mentioned, you've come out of that, become a successful programmer, and a person that inspires a huge number of people to get into programming. And just to find success in life, maybe I would love it if you laid out just your whole life journey from the beginning.
So I guess if we're going to start with this whole journey, I think it's probably best to start when I was about 4 or 5 years old. That was the first time I was ever exposed to pornography. And it's kind of just earwormed me for a large portion of my life. And so I don't think there was a day that didn't go by from when I was a very young lad all the way up until I was 20-some years old where I didn't think about porn on a daily basis. And so it's just like every single day, even at that young. And so it's just a very mind-consuming, time-consuming, thought-consuming thing that kind of plagued me from starting at a very young age. When I was 7 years old, my dad died. That was kind of a really tough period of life. I still think about this time that I went over to China, and there's kind of some rules that we were given, and one of the rules was just like, hey, don't talk about God, and if you do, use the word dad instead. And I was just like, okay, dad. It was like the first time I said that word in like 17 years or some long time. It was like so weird to say that phrase, and I was just like, oh, that was just the strangest thing I've ever said in my entire lifetime. It just felt so weird. So kind of rewind, as I got older, obviously, was very good at computers, good at accessing porn, of course, played video games on the internet. Fun kind of like side quest stories. I think the guy's name was Lord Hawk on Twitch. I can't quite remember his name, but he built this game called Grail, Graal, and Grail Online. And when I was a young lad, that it was just like Zelda, except for it also had a level editor, and it had like a C-like language, and that's how I discovered how to program. So I looked at these symbols and figured out what they meant, and then I was able to make things happen in the game. And that was like that's my introduction into programming. So thank you, that guy, whatever your Twitch name was. But all right, so keep on going. As I got older, I was super bad socially. I was not a very great social person. High school was brutal, got made fun of a lot. Really didn't. I wouldn't say I had a great time during high school. Definitely felt very out of place or offset or maybe misplaced, if you will. I'm not sure what the right word is. And so, of course, at that point, I just always wanted to be accepted, to fit in and all that. I did forget to say one side story. After my dad died, my older brother, he got and started getting into drugs, and along with that, he exposed me to pot. So at 8 years old, I was smoking some marijuana out there for like maybe 11 or 12, and took a break, and then again did a lot of that as I got a little bit older. But so I kind of got a lot of these exposures fairly young, 16, 15 through 18, a lot of drinking and all that. When I graduated, or as I was graduating high school, it's just like I had such sadness, if you will. I was very sad about how everything went. Tried to commit suicide. Obviously, it was a very poor attempt, and I'm still here today. I'm very happy about that aspect. I'm glad that I didn't follow through with anything. I had to go to the hospital and all that, and when I was done, I just still remember kind of coming out of the hospital, and like that moment, it's kind of like something broke in you. Have you ever read the book Wheel of Time? It's 14,000 pages or something like that, but right around page 12,000, Rand has to intentionally kill a girl. the main character, and that's like the moment he breaks and he gets into like hard rant, Quindalar rant, if you will. For those that know Wheel of Time will appreciate all that. For those that don't, it's very confusing, and I understand. Not the Amazon movie show, not that Wheel of Time. So now that we kind of go back onto it, at that point, it's just like something kind of broke in me. And it's just like I didn't care anymore. So all the kind of social awkwardness, if you will, all that kind of just died away with me, but also so did everything else. And so I started using a bunch of drugs, LSD, mushrooms, meth, did a bunch of meth, did a bunch of that stuff, and then went off to college and continued to do a bunch of stuff. I took too much acid to where for like quite a few years I had like little squigglies on the side of my eyes whenever I'd walk by high contrast objects. And so it's just like that whole period of life was just kind of marked by just poor decisions. And then sometime when I was about 19 years old, somewhere in that range, I just had this one evening where it's just I felt the very dramatic and real presence of God. And it's just like I kind of had this choice, like Frodo on a razor, where it's like, if I go either way, I'm going to fall off. And I need to change my life. You get to make the choice now. Do you want to do that or not? And so I remember going, okay, I do want to change my life. Like, I don't like this experience. I don't like what I'm living. I am still very sad. I still feel very desperate. I still feel all those things. I'm just like pretending to be this other person. And then I just went to sleep that night. Nothing changed in my life. Everything was still the way it was. I woke up the next day the same person. And I was just like, oh, that's just like such a strange, weird kind of experience. And I just went about my day. And then I remember, I think that evening I looked at porn, and all of a sudden I just had a conscious. I just like this deep, profound like shame. And I was like, I've never felt shame in my life. Right? Like I have no idea what's happening now. And then all of a sudden when I smoked pot, I just felt deep shame. And when I hurt somebody or did something wrong, also it's just like I got a conscious from that evening. That's what kind of my gift was, if you will. And it's just like at that point, I didn't even have a choice. I had to change my life because for whatever reason, I've kind of been changed in the moment. And so from there, I started actually trying in school. I always kind of joke around that I got 2.14 in high school. I had a teacher handwrite me a note saying I was the worst student she's ever had, all that kind of stuff. I was not a really great student. And then in that moment, it's just like, okay, now life's changed, and I start trying to learn. You know, I try to become a good student, and it turns out it's really hard. Like I was really bad. I still got C's. I went and took pre-calculus and failed pre-calculus, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I used to be the smart math guy, and now I'm kind of the idiot failing. And so it's like I'm just questioning myself and all that, and I spend hours upon hours in like a studying math learning center. And then just at some point, years into this journey, I'm like a year and a half into this journey at this point, it's just like something clicks. And I go from being the worst person to just immediately becoming the best. Everything after that is just, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I was the best person at math. I started going to my computer science classes. I just really got everything. It's just like everything at just years after time, all of a sudden became easier. And I'm not sure if it happened over the course of weeks or when the easier started, but it was at first predicated by just a huge amount of difficulty. And then this is kind of where I started really desiring and loving the process of learning, was when things started getting easier after all those years. Because I just was motivated by this desire to do something, not thinking it was going to get any easier. And then all of a sudden it just started getting easier. And that's kind of really where I guess I started having the biggest parts of my life change. At that point, I started really wanting to never look at porn again, because every single time it was such shame, and I really wanted to stop. And that was by far the hardest addiction to quit. Like smoking cigarettes was also a really hard addiction to quit, shockingly hard addiction to quit. But porn by far was just the worst of them all. And then I think about 22, I was finally done with all kind of addictions, if you will. And then for a year, I just worked and all that. And I think right around maybe it's 21 3/4, somewhere in that range. I'm not really sure where I stopped all the addictions part, or at least the outwardly addictions. And then at some point, 6 months later, a year later, met my beautiful wife. Things just started falling more and more into place. I loved more and more work. I loved programming. I started programming like 12 hours a day. I watched the Social Network movie. And after that, I was just like, I'm doing a startup. And it's like that night I started my first startup, and I was just like, it was in PHP, by the way.
Nice.
PHP, yeah, 5.2 or something like that. It was great times. And I was just so motivated to do that. And I would just sometimes I'd program for 24, 36 hours straight. And I just like nonstop, that's all I wanted to do at all points. I think my wife got a little sick of me. She would be like, can you drop me off at school? And I'd be like, no, I'm programming. I was not a very nice, I didn't think through things that well. Yeah. And I was just so into it. And I just did it nonstop. And that's kind of like how I became me, is that story, if that makes sense.
Let's try to reverse engineer some of the pain and some of the triumph. You made it sound easy at times. Let's try to understand it better. Maybe when you were 7 years old, what do you think about the pain you've experienced there, losing your dad? What do you think, what kind of impact did it have on you? What kind of memories do you have of that time?
The best way I can put it is that I just never knew what a dad was. I was young enough that I could kind of maybe repress or just even have the capability of remembering things long term. Because I know most people don't remember a lot from when they're young. And so I'm not exactly sure. I probably as at one of the best possible ages, if I'm going to lose a dad, if you're going to lose one, if you're 11 or 12, it's like a terrible age. That's what my brother was, and he fell into drug addiction and never got back out. And so I just kind of have more of like a fuzziness and just kind of a longing that I just wish I had a dad.
What impact did that have on your evolution and your life, sort of having that longing?
I think that's why I was so bad socially, in the sense that I was looking for approval, like something I needed approval. I think a lot of people kind of desire that approval or that loving figure, and I just didn't have that. And so I think I just looked for it in everything else, right? Like if I to psychoanalyze my actions during the time, it's not like I was actively thinking that. But yeah, I just always wanted something to fill in whatever that was I felt.
I think a lot of people listening to this will resonate with your experience in high school, like being the outsider, being picked on, struggling through a lot of different complexities at home. What advice would you give to them?
Man, the worst part about high school is that you're surrounded by a bunch of people your age, and it feels eternal.
Yeah.
You don't think, like the people that are around you, you feel like are the people that will be there for the rest of your life. At least that's what I thought. And I didn't really even realize this until many years later, that they are going to be some of the least consequential people in your life, which is very shocking to kind of think about, especially if you're in it right now. Right? Like right now, they are everything that you're experiencing, your whole reality. And then one day, it all stops. And then real life starts to begin.
Yeah. And
it's just, that's such a shocking thing. And if I could just tell myself that, maybe I would have been a much different person.
That's so beautifully put. I mean, it's like a trial and run, like at the beginning of video games, there's a little tutorial. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And actually, that should be a chance to try shit out, to take risks. Because real life will begin where there is more consequences after that.
Yeah.
Here you can, if you like a girl, ask her out. Try shit.
Yeah.
Get picked on, hit that guy back. Try shit out.
I'm not going to condone punching another person.
I will. Beat the shit out of him. And take some jiu-jitsu and learn how to take him down. And then that girl that rejected you will be like, maybe I'll give that guy a second chance. Be a bad motherfucker. It's a chance to try stuff out. It's a very motivational speech. Kicking ass.
It is true. There is something very true about that I think, especially, I have no idea what the girls' experience of high school would be like, but as a guy, there's definitely a lot of physical requirements in high school. There's a lot of physical measurement, at least where I grew up. I think that might not be true at all high schools, but if they're filled with boys, it's probably true. And so it's just it probably does help to do those, to go to BJJ, to do any of these activities, because even if you don't ever kick someone's ass, just having some level of confidence in yourself is probably a very valuable thing. But just remembering that this is such a short, tiny moment in your life, it's just a huge help.
I mean, the way you phrased it is exactly right. That's what it feels like, that these are the people that will be with you for the rest of your life, and this is the whole world. And so that means that there will be just tremendous amount of impact if somebody picks on you, or if you fall somewhere low in the hierarchy, in the status hierarchy of this high school. That means you'd be low in the status hierarchy of the world, and you're fucked for the rest of your life. And that carries a tremendous amount of weight, which is why psychologically it's extremely difficult.
Yeah.
I think it's understated often by parents, by society, how difficult it is to be a high schooler, how difficult psychologically it is, how it actually makes sense that some people would suffer from depression and be on the verge of suicide. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's even, people always say back in my day, blah, blah, blah. I think it's genuinely harder today than it's ever been, in the sense that when I was a kid, there was a qualification to people. Meaning, this is a cool guy, this is not a cool guy. Today, there's a quantification of people. You have 32,514 people following you. You have 12. Like, people can visually, they can inspect your exact social value on whatever platform you're on. And that has to be just so much harder. And I can imagine that there's a lot of just so much weight put on that it feels probably way worse and way more damning to be uncool because you have an exact number of how uncool you are.
Yeah, the challenge there. And the task, the quest, is to remember that just because your social circle on social media and in high school thinks you're uncool, it actually might mean you are cool.
Yeah.
And you need to find that cool and grow it and let it flourish so that when real life begins, you can fucking come out of the gate firing on all cylinders.
That's a great way to put it.
I think, if anything, high school is really bad at picking out the cool people. That whatever the system, the hierarchy that forms, it's such a basic bitch hierarchy. Like, you're good at very generic shit.
Yeah.
That's how you rise.
Your parents bought you an expensive car.
Right. Materialistic shit. Yeah, exactly.
It's a greedy search. See, they didn't have a proper search, so they're just hitting that local optima.
But the heuristic, even the objective function for that greedy search is just a really shitty one.
Yeah.
Where those people that win the game of high school are very often not going to be the people that win the much more exciting, beautiful game of life. So do epic shit and try stuff out. The weirdos are the ones that are going to succeed. The weirdos in high school, probably because they also get bullied and they get to be tormented more psychologically and get to explore their own mind and think through what it means to be a human being more. Because if you're winning in high school, you're not being challenged.
Yeah.
You're not self-reflecting. You're not trying shit out. So there's some degree to like being tormented as long as it doesn't break you. The porn addiction, that's another powerful one that I think will probably resonate with a lot of people. And it's interesting you say that's one of the hardest addictions to overcome.
Let me say it this way. Some addictions have a much bigger societal look. And porn is just not one of them, which makes it super hard. None of your friends are going to cheer you on. If you go on Twitter and say, I quit porn, they're going to be like, well, that's good for you, but not everybody, no one makes that argument with meth, right? No one's going to be like, well, not everyone has to quit meth, okay? It's actually a fine industry. People who, are the ones producing it, they're good also, right? Like, no one's going to make that kind of argument. Whereas with porn, you're going to have like a whole thing, and friends are going to think you're dumb for doing it or whatever. It's like it's a much more difficult one in just like that. So it feels accepted.
And I think it's also an addiction you can participate in privately and hide it from the world. There's certain addictions that are harder to hide from the world for prolonged periods of time.
Yeah.
And porn addiction is probably one you can just have for many years and then it can deepen. That's probably like a serious issue. Boy, am I glad I grew up before the internet. Because porn is so accessible, so easy to go deep into that addiction. What can you speak about what impact it had on your life? Maybe some of the low points, but also how to overcome it.
I'd say, as far as impact goes, is that you will have such a long and broken look at women. By the very, I'm only speaking from a male's perspective, that porn in its just like most basic thing is that you use another person for your own desire or your own want. It's not something that is deeply needed. There's no need for porn. It's purely a want-based activity or a lust, however you want, whatever word you can fill in there. And it is purely an objectifying activity. Like someone else is on display for your own enjoyment. And so I think you carry this around. Like, I do think that the women that I dated during high school or the women after high school and college, like, I looked at them as a means to an end. I think porn greatly kind of shifted that kind of perspective in my head, that I did not give the value that was desired to another person. It really devalues humanity just in general, is my perspective of it. And then it makes people into commodities. And I don't think people are commodities. I think everyone has value. And so during that, for me, that's kind of like the great effect of porn. It's just consumerism gone wild, or materialism, maybe you could argue, gone wild. And it's extremely hard to quit, just like you said, because I can look at porn and then I can go out to lunch. Mm-hmm. No one's going to know. No one's going to have any ideas. Like, it's a very private, it can be very short session. It doesn't have to be something that takes, like, you can't take acid and go out to lunch, right? Your whole day is going to be a very different day. And so it's very quick, easy, accessible. And then obviously there's like all the science and, statistics, like men make worse decisions for some period of time after looking or being exposed to sexualized images. There's the whole dopamine effect. That's just like you constantly need more and more dopamine. That's why people typically don't just watch 5 minutes of porn and call it a day. There's the 100th tab joke that's always made on the internet. It's because it's just this constant dopamine cycle you're constantly doing. And all that stuff is great to say. And I'm sure statistics and science and all that stuff is really great arguments for some amount of people. But for me, it just comes down to, is it really a good thing to do? Is it really actually something we want, is to value people in such a profane or kind of just disregarding way? I just really think it's just bad for the soul. Even if all the stats said it was great for you, I still say it's actually bad.
Yeah, you have to look at the long-term, big picture, psychological impact it has on your relationships with human beings in general. That's more generally than just porn. My problem with the quote-unquote sort of manosphere is, I think sleeping with a bunch of women is great, wonderful. But the problem is making that the primary objective of your life, similar with porn, is you devalue one of the most awesome things, which is intimacy. That's true for deep friendship. That's true for relationships. I think porn does that, in its purest, darkest form, which is the thing that matters is the sex, not the deep connection with another human being. I think, again, going back to high school and the manosphere, the objective function, if it's to get laid, which helps with status and confidence and all that is wonderful. I think, again, it can be an addiction, but the thing that's even more awesome for a lot of people is a deep friendship or deep intimacy with a romantic partner. That's also fucking awesome. And both of those are great.
It's objectively better to have. I would say that there's no universe that exists, or there should be no argument possible that exists, that a guy who has meaningless sex has a better or a more meaningful life than, say, me and my wife who've been together for 15 years. We have a very, I can depend on her in all circumstances. Whereas if you live that other life, it could feel great, but there's no actual real value to it.
That's absolutely correct. I do think that getting laid can have a tremendous positive impact on the confidence of a young man. I think there's a certain number of sexual partners from which you can collect a lot of data, and it can free you about, not to be so nervous about the opposite sex, not to be so nervous about human interaction, and that will allow you to see the world more clearly and to actually find that one partner whom you can be deeply intimate with. Sometimes, the nervousness around, this societally constructed value in getting laid can cloud your judgment. And if you just release that by getting laid a bunch of times, then you could see the world clearly, that getting laid is not nearly as important, as you said, as finding the right human. Including, I should put in that pile not just a romantic partner, but friendships, deep lasting friendships.
I think you're right that our society puts a lot of emphasis on getting laid, and I'm sure that's true among any group of males throughout any point in history. I'm sure that's a very common joke that's never actually never stopped at any point. So yeah. I'm sure that exists, but And there's probably some truth to the sense that after who was it? Jim Carrey. I hope that everyone can get rich so they realize that money solves none of your problems.
Yeah.
Like the realization that this thing that society told you is hyper important is actually not the important part. Like it is a very important. It's a great sign that your relationship is healthy. Like if me and my wife were to have no sex at all for months on end, like something's gone wrong, which means we are no longer like on the same plane. But it's not also a good identifier. Just because you're having a lot of sex doesn't mean you're having a good relationship. And so it's kind of like a unique kind of, I forget the right term here, but it's a unique way at looking at the problems, and our society puts so much emphasis. And maybe that's why porn was so hard to quit, but my guess is just all the dopamine effect that it is. But for me, like the most important part and the thing that actually has real reward is having just my wife. I do not look at. I desperately try not to look at any other woman. I'm hopefully not going to get caught Mark Zuckerberg at the White House like that. Like I don't look at porn. My wife has complete confidence in me that there is not going to be a situation in which she has to question me in any kind of sense, and that builds a much more deeply. I would argue a very deep relationship because the trust is that much bigger. I think the deepness of the relationship is probably proportional to the trust you have in each other. Mm-hmm. It's very hard to have a deep relationship with no trust.
Yeah, and probably a prerequisite, maybe a component of trust is vulnerability, to where you like take the leap of being vulnerable with another human being, and that vulnerability, when reciprocated, builds this really strong trust, and it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I personally, just given my position, that's even more challenging. Being vulnerable with the world, and there's a bunch of people out there that want to hurt you for it, and but I think it's worthwhile to be vulnerable.
It's always worth it. The risk is always worth it in some sense. Like obviously everyone has a different kind of life they have to filter through their actions with, right? Because the person that has no, say, social following or anything, their risk reward profile could just be local impact, which could be just as, damning or harming to them.
Yeah.
And so it's always worth the risk though, in my personal opinion, because like finding my wife has been obviously the most impactful or changing thing in my life. So, or second most, I'd argue that one night with God would probably be the most impactful thing that led to everything else, but then the wife would be the next most impactful. I mean, I'm like cleaning up after myself and stuff now. Changed man. I'm a changed man.
Can we try to reverse engineer that moment of you finding God? What is it, at 19? It feels like that was a big leap for you to escape the pain, to escape the addiction, or the beginning of that journey. What do you think happened then?
I think it just felt like there was no line that I wasn't willing to cross. Like everything was fine, and just like it just all of a sudden, just in that moment, it's just like I had some sort of deep fear and understanding, like I am going down a path. Is this really the path you want to go down? And I don't know what the result of that path would be or anything like that. I don't tend to speculate on things I don't understand. I just know that in that moment, I had the option. And I just chose, I didn't want it anymore, right? It's kind of mixed in this whole thing where it's just like I had no value. I wrapped up all my meaning or value in having sex or getting laid. I had, all that stuff, all the things we just talked about, like that was where all my worth was. And that is just such a terrible place to have your worth. And it's just like kind of all came to a point. And I can't tell you the day of the week. I can't tell you anything other than it was nighttime. And I was in South Hedges in Montana State University. Go Bobcats. It's about the sign that we do at football games. Don't worry about it. But that's all I can really tell you. That night was no more or less special than some other night. It's just the specialness was I got at least a chance to make a choice.
Because you find in that advice that you can give to others who are probably, there's probably just an endless amount of people that are struggling with porn addiction now, young people. What advice could you give to them? How to overcome it?
For me to overcome it, I had to realize that I was taking something away from my future life. some people will be like, oh, well, you just, once you get a girlfriend, then you can stop. And it's just like, no, because you never stopped the problem. You don't stop a problem by replacing it. And so I didn't have a girlfriend, didn't have all that. I just realized that I was truly taking away from something with my future wife. And I didn't even know my current wife at that time. She was not in the picture. I'm not even sure if she was at Montana State University at that point. And so it's just, that's, once I made that realization, I think it went from my head to my heart, which they say is the greatest distance in the universe. I finally got it. And that's really where things change. So the ability to say what's going to help you change and all that, I don't think there's silver bullets, right? If someone could offer you a drug, I forget who says this phrase, but there's this really interesting phrase that goes something like, he was a very depressed man, and he was struggling with suicide, and he kind of writes about this in this memoir. And he goes to these doctors, and the doctors effectively say, well, here's antidepressants that's going to help you. And he says that, well, the problem is that scientists told me that I could just touch my brain and make myself happy. And that's it. They could reach in, they could configure some stuff, and I'll be happy. For me, it was a lot like going out into a field and being able to take a drug to see the rain. I could look out, see the rain, it would fall down, it'd be silvery, it'd be beautiful, but all the crop would still die because there's not actually any rain. I had to discover how to be happy myself. And so for me, it's the reason why I looked at porn is because I was unhappy. I was trying to find meaning. I was trying to find value in something, right? Something that was supposed to finally give me this ultimate satisfaction. And it just does not. No matter how hard, no matter how much you think it will, there is no escapade, there is no pornography that will ever give you that satisfaction you're looking for. That's the reason why it's addicting. That's kind of my call to why you shouldn't do it, but how to get out of it, I only got out of it by realizing.
I think that's really brilliantly described. You knew that this thing you're doing is preventing you from finding your future wife. And future wife can mean more, even broadly, this path to a flourishing, to a beautiful life. I think there's a lot of choices we make that are just preventing us from opening the door to whatever future. I think what's really nice to do is to imagine, just like we said with high school, that there are a bunch of trajectories in life where you'll be truly happy. And you need to construct your life in a way where you have the chance to travel down those paths. And there's a bunch of addictions, there's a bunch of choices that prevent us from traveling down those paths. So just believe that you're going to have an awesome life and remove from your life the things that are preventing you from walking down that path, which is essentially what you did. It's a leap of faith that, if you let go of porn, that a better life is waiting for you on the other end.
Yeah. I definitely can't say how long it will take a better life, but for me, there's no way in the universe I could have had the relationship that I have without first making those steps, because I couldn't value, I couldn't value my wife in the way that was proper for who she was. I would have valued her through the index or the lens that I currently was looking through. So,
gotta ask. So I've never done meth. I've never done meth.
That was a great segue, by the way.
Oh man, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, honestly, with this interviewing thing. But yeah, meth and LSD. I did ayahuasca. I did shrooms a bunch of times. Oh, and this topic, I should say that there's a lot of on Twitter and on tech community in general, so people speaking negatively about ayahuasca, and some positively. I think it's such a roll of the dice. I had incredible experiences, but I don't think I want to recommend it to anyone. It's a risk. It's a serious risk. It really is a roll of the dice. That you could meet your demons and they could destroy you, or you can meet your demons and let go of them, or you could have experiences like I did, which is never. Apparently, I don't have demons. I'm pretty sure they're somewhere in the basement, but I've never met them on drugs. Yeah. I'm always really happy. I'm a happy drunk. I'm a super happy on ayahuasca, just full of love. I don't understand where the demons are, but that's my biochemistry, whatever that is. And for some others, one trip could be amazing, and the next one could just completely destroy you and wreck your life. So I don't know what the recommendation from that is. Maybe avoid it, but then all of us die, and life, I tend to lean into adventure. But drugs is if you fuck with the biochemistry of your brain, you can really destroy yourself in a way that's going to torment you. So I would generally recommend that people avoid drugs.
No.
Altogether.
No.
Probably. Unless you're crazy motherfucker.
Ever received one
Hunter S. Thompson.
What an intro to this topic.
I'm sorry. What's my
Is everyone on this fucking website?
That's a great intro. Is there one you are very correct in the sense that there is, at least when it comes to hallucinogens, there is a wild variance to what you're going to experience. And there is no guarantee. There's no, just because you buy the product doesn't mean you're going to have a good time, right? There's a lot of, personally, I find that stuff to be very... I believe in the spiritual realm. Right? I believe demons and angels exist. I believe God exists. And that kind of whole realm is I don't know what it opens you up to, but it's much different experience. Now, some people will be like, oh, it's just a bunch of chemicals in the brain. They all get mixed up. LSD just takes all of your pathways and they all go, they all get kind of scrambled up in your brain. And it's just the experiences are profound. I had some really bizarre...
Thank you. It's fucking terrifying. Dude, it's just a person on the internet. It's not like a fucking alligator. Yeah, it says, do you want to join? Yeah, we got Yacht Rock Mix. Fuck yeah, seduction. Because I'm slaying gang dick, baby. You don't want to know what Key and Peele is? That's cool, baby. Cults are tight. My butthole itches. Dude, we're still at 1710. What are you going to do when you hit 1776? Explode? And it's real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Can you take it? Oh, oh, I can take it, she can take it. Oh, let's take it. Can you take it, baby? What's that one bitch's name? Am I the same girl? What's her name, though? I've never remembered. Swing out, sister. No. No. Barbara Acklin, baby. Fuck you, swing out, sister. You're cool, but Barbara Ackland. I'm the one you want. Fuck yeah, there's like 1,000 of them. Barbara Ackland's my girl. She's my home girl. Sing it, sister. Remember that one lady who was like, my brother. My sister. What did they say? What are your thoughts on reparations? And are you black? We all come from Africa. It's the cradle of civilization. My brother. Dude, you gotta do it with the fucking drums. And then you gotta do it with your mouth. I'm sure it's code of the rebels, baby. You gotta do it with the drum and then with your mouth, son. Why don't you stop and look me over and look me over? I'm not the same boy you used to know. Why don't you stop and think it over and think it over? Am I the same boy that you have told? I'm the one you want. I'm the one you need. I'm the one you love. My love is guaranteed. I'm around the corner every day. We will be dancing ways. But we are much too young to love each other this way. Am I the same? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Am I the same? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, fuck, that sucks. You gotta do the piano. I can't believe you did all that. So much work. Why don't you stop and look me over and look me over? Am I the same boy you used to know? Why don't you stop and look me over? Fuck! That was sick! Why don't you stop and look me over and look me over? Am I the same boy you used to know? Why don't you stop and think it over and think it over? Am I the same boy you used so? I'm the one you want. I'm the one you need. I'm the one you love. My love is guaranteed around the corner every day. We every but we're much too young to learn to love each other this way. Am I the same? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Am I the same? Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. That was so sick. So sick. So sick. Barbara Akron.
Very cool, very awful. I've had all the experiences in them all. I can just tell you that I personally always say the same thing. It's like choices that I made, I can never take that. I would never take that away from myself because I don't know if I would be who I am today without all those experiences going out to it. But if you have not had that experience, I'm on your team, or at least partially on your team, maybe more severely. I don't think you need those experiences. I don't think you don't have to put yourself through that to make good decisions or to realize that people have value, right?
Rabbi,
You don't have to do that. So as far as like what is meth like? Meth is like, if you've never done cocaine starts off with like a 15-minute dance party.
Things going on here. Probably like, stay
So
away.
intense. It's like so great. And then it just followed up with like a 5-hour like feeling wiggly, right? I don't know how else to describe it. Meth is like that, except for I didn't get as much dance party or any dance party, but instead I just got that part for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
So did a lot of sporting. Did a lot of, running around.
That was
say it's
so
a pleasant feeling, or is it more like an escape?
Some strange
from
things going on here.
The
Best to stay
loneliness
away.
of life.
Oh yeah,
Well,
did Columbus
is it
fucking
pleasant or
say that on
negative?
those boats? Fuck you.
In the actual moment, not the consequences, but in the moment.
So there, this is just like a very interesting kind of area, which is that
Columbus.
not universally you can't say that. Often you'll find that there's kind of these two groups of drug addicts. There's those that like the opioids and those that like the uppers. They typically don't like. There's very few people in the drug world that do both. They really just kind of like find their side and they go for it. So, is meth a thing that everybody's going to enjoy? Well, categorically, as you can see, and just
Take
like
a chance,
how people experience drug addiction, no. But for me, it's just like I had a really. It kind of like feeds into like the ADHD nature of like this, like because you kind of high energy. You're kind of like always in the moment, so it's just like you're in the moment, but it's just like I'm in the moment. It's like everything's just so intense. Like you just want to like really be in the moment, and so it's just experiencing that constantly. And so, was that great? Well, some people, my wife always tells me this, like being like nervous or I forget the anxiety of a situation can also be the same thing as like thrill. I forget the exact way. She's probably super disappointed that I messed this up. But it's like you could perceive those two experiences in very different lights. Some people, get in front of a crowd and it's like thrilling. Some people get in front of it and it's just like the worst experience of their lifetime. They would actually literally rather die, which is a crazy thing to think about, than stand up and speak. And so for me, meth was that kind of thrilling side. But at the same time, it still didn't like quite give me that thing I wanted. Whatever I was looking for, I'd use it to help try to get that thing I want, but it was never giving me the thing I wanted.
Yeah, for me, I've had all really wonderful experiences. Do not recommend them, but like with
That's like a YouTube policy, by the way, that you have to say. By the way, do whatever you do not do illegal activity. But I had great experience, but whatever you do, don't do it.
Mr. the Primogen, I have no master. I don't have YouTube or whatever. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I'm just
But seriously,
kind of no. I don't give a shit about YouTube or anybody. Honestly, I'm just kind of careful about the words I say because I had positive experiences. I don't want young people listening to this to think they should try the experience. I think the much more powerful message is that life is awesome even without that. That's something I definitely experiment with on the alcohol side.
Take a
So
chance
for me, I'm an introvert. I'm afraid of the world. Social interaction fills me with anxiety. Alcohol is definitely a thing that helps with that sometimes. But I think honestly, like, it's not even the alcohol. It's like having to do something while a person is talking to me. I can just like drink liquid. It's like, yeah, there's like a social thing with a beer. It's like, yeah, yeah, we're having fun. And I think it worked for me. It works the same as if the liquid actually looks like alcohol, it does the same purpose often because like alcohol, like if you have a whiskey or a beer looking thing, it kind of sends a signal that we should be having fun. So we're socializing, right? We're fucking getting crazy, and then that means you don't actually need the alcohol. You can get fucking crazy without the alcohol substance. Yeah, but there is kind of social signaling that happens when you have a drink in your hand. So I've been to get-togethers where I'm not drinking, but just doing like a fake drink situation. That can also have fun. So I've been, but that said, traveling across the world, there are times where you have to be able to down a bottle of vodka. It's very essential for my line of work. But that's almost like a cultural experience versus like a necessary component of a successful social interaction, one that brings you happiness. So not drinking, I think you can have fun and not drink too. So all of this, man, I'm so careful saying drugs have had a good effect on my life because I think for most people, no, for majority of people, they will in the long term have a negative effect. So I think if you were to choose one or the other, just no drugs and no drinking means one day you can be the president of the United States, kids. And I should say,
that is his funniest line.
Diet Coke is great.
That's his funniest line, which is, "You would hate me if I drank," which I just like. To me, that tickles me like to no end. Just like, oh my gosh, that is such a funny line.
Self-awareness and humor is wonderful there.
But I am on your team. Like all of the reasons why I used drugs and all that was some level of escapism. I'm sure that's like would be the archetype of the box I'd put that into, or the pursuit of trying to feel something that cannot come from them. It's like trying to find a meaning in your job. You can find satisfaction in what you do. Like that is a very good thing. You can find satisfaction and be happy with what you've created. You can be, thrilled by the experience, but you cannot find. I doubt you can find purpose. Maybe some people in specific jobs. Like this is obviously a very broad strokes I'm painting. Like if you're an EMT, you save someone's life. There could be purpose in that whole experience, right? So I'm not saying all things, but like as programming goes, most programmers you cannot just simply find your purpose.
Really?
And same with drugs, like you cannot find that thing you're looking for, but they are a very great distraction. And then at some point, that distraction comes with a heavy cost. I think Dr. Faust would probably know the best about the heavy costs, but it's just you're making one trade for another, and at some point the bill comes due, and that bill can be very, very large.
The other moment you mentioned that I think is really inspiring is that you failed pre-calculus, you really struggle in school. Like you realize that school is really hard. And then eventually you're able to sort of persevere and, break through that wall of struggle. Can you, by way of advice, figure out what happened and what kind of advice you could give to people who are struggling?
Yeah. I'll paint a kind of more clear picture, a very fast speed run of it, is that I took pre-calculus, failed. I took pre-calculus again, failed. Took pre-calculus again and got a C. So I took it 3 times. Then I took calc over the summer, so calc 1. In that one, at the end, the final was a 2-hour final. I finished it in 30 minutes, and that is the highest score in all of the school. And I proceeded to be the highest score in all calculus and DiffyQ. I was the only person out of 400 people to finish the DiffyQ final, and I got the highest grade. And so it's like I got really good. So I somehow went from really bad to really good. And so the thing that I did is that I had to win. It was not a option. It was not like, this would be really great. It's like, I will not graduate. I will not finish my stuff if I cannot do this. And so every single day I got up, I went to however many hour class it was. Right after that, I went straight to the Math Learning Center, did those problems. When I got home, I just got the book and it had the odd answers in the back. and I would try to walk through the problems over and over and over and over again until I absolutely got it. And it just became this thing where it just simple rote memory took over, and the ability to just effectively have the times table, but for calculus, all stuck in my head. Inverse trig substitution, doing Taylor-Maclaurin series, like all those things kind of just over and over and over and over again. Eventually, they became easy. They became very easy. It's just that I had to cram it in there. And some people, you hear these stories where they barely show up to class and they get A's. I've never been that person. I've always been the person that has to sit down, read through everything, and I'm bad at abstract concepts. I like the concrete into the abstract, not the abstract into the concrete. Very bad at talking about things theoretically, then trying to apply them. But if I can do it once, literally, then it's really easy for me to go into the abstract. And so it's just like, for me, there's no substitute for the hours. So if I were to give advice, it's just that you have to have time in the saddle. Hour after hour will make you slowly better. And at first, it's crushing, it's defeating, and it's not fun because you are bad at it. But then at some point, you're just not bad at it if you can just do it long enough. Start getting okay at it. And then at some point, you might even get good at it. And when you get good at things, it feels amazing. There's like an exploratory thing. Like if you've ever played a musical instrument, you stop having to think about all the little teeny things you have to do to be able to play something correctly. And you start thinking about how you can explore that space. It's like it's a completely different problem. Same with programming. Programming has an identical kind of feel to it. It's just like you'll cross that barrier and it becomes magical as opposed to a chore.
Yeah, once you cross that barrier, somehow other things become easier. But then if you want to have a truly successful life, then you find the next barrier.
Yeah.
Next barrier. Yeah, I've always been the same. Everything has come really hard.
Yeah. I've had no free lunches. Everything's just been a lot of pain and struggle.
I think somebody said that on this topic that you think work smarter, not harder, is a phrase that you dislike.
Yeah.
Somebody on Reddit told me.
Yeah, I don't just dislike it. I hate that phrase.
Okay. Tell me about your hatred. How do you feel?
The reason why I dislike that is that there is a kind of a hidden suggestion there, which is that you already know what smarter is, so just do that. But actually, things should be easy. You should just not have to try that hard. You should just do the quick, easy, obvious path, and boom, it's done. It's like, I've never experienced that in anything I've done. Everything is actually really hard, and most of the time, I don't even know what I'm doing. So therefore, I don't even know what smart looks like. And so for me, the only way I can learn how to work smart is by working very, very hard and knowing that there's no shortcuts. And then when I finally figure out what smart is, when I work smart and work hard, it is that much better.
I think there's a deep, profound truth to that.
There's a lot of these phrases that just drive me nuts in our society.
But that one is really accepted. If you just linger on it, because it really bothers me as well. So one, which is a really nice thing you said, the presumption there is things should be easy. And you're a failure if you don't see the easy path. That's kind of the implied thing.
Smart, dog. Yeah. Why are you putting in all those hours?
And so it makes a lot of people that struggle feel like they're a failure. Because I don't see it. And then the choice I have, well, I'll just go with the lazy. I'll just be lazy, and then maybe the profound truth will come to me somehow. And yeah, I don't think I've met great engineers that find the smart way without the extremely hard work. The annoying thing about those great engineers is then looking back, they forget the hard work because they remember all the joy they now are experiencing from all the efficient, smart work they figured out how to do. They forget. So when they give advice, they give the stupidest fucking advice of, well, just do it the easy way. Yeah, here's the easy way. But no. You have to put in the hours. Musical instrument is a beautiful example. Guitar and piano, I put in, I don't know how many thousands of hours. And now, when I'm explaining stuff, jiu-jitsu as well, I sound like one of those people just relax. By the way, just relax is a really wonderful thing for physical endeavors like piano and so on. But to learn how to relax your hands, how to relax your mind, your body, and use the biomechanics of your body to apply the correct kind of leverage and the timing and all that. That takes thousands of hours of learning. Just to learn how to relax takes a lot of really hard work. In jiu-jitsu, that takes many months of getting your ass beat over and over until you ride the bus home crying, your ego completely shattered and destroyed, and then like a little element is figured out late that night or next morning. And from the depression, there's this little plant that grows, this flower of insight. And you use that insight to then get your ass kicked again all next fucking month and year. And then you grow and grow and grow. And from that, you discover how beautifully simple jiu-jitsu is, or judo is, just speaking for myself, or piano or guitar. And then, yes, the profound truth or the mastery of a skill feels simple when you finally arrive to it. But the path is, for most people, is going to be a hard one.
Okay, I think I should make an addendum to the phrase. I think the phrase should be, work hard, get smart.
That's a t-shirt.
That's what it should be.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, that was a tangent of a tangent.
Can I say one more phrase, cultural phrase that I absolutely hate?
Yes.
The journey is better than the destination. Right? Everyone's heard this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just take 1 second to apply what that means. That means forever, starting from now, you are only going towards a place that's worse. Right? Like that literally is what it means. Right? Enjoy the journey, celebrate the destination. That should be what it would be, but no. People say these phrases are everywhere. There's these very shallow phrases that have no logical bounds to them. Mm-hmm. It's like, what does that? Why would the journey ever be better than the destination? Because you're always. I think this might even be a C.S. Lewis quote. Is that C.S. Lewis was like, no, this is terrible. So the journey is not, in fact, better than the destination.
I love the demotivational posters. Progress, moving forward is better than moving backwards, even if you're still going nowhere.
I feel that was so much in California for a few years. That is painful.
Positivity. If it doesn't break you today, don't worry. It will try again tomorrow. Just a lot of really great posters.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
This is a thing.
Oh my gosh, I want that.
Yeah.
Sick. Hey, hi, this is the Primogen. One thing that I forgot to mention in this podcast, which feels just so foolish to me for forgetting, is just what a big role my mom played in my life. She had to work 18 hours a day after my dad died. She really made our house be able to survive. I always looked up to her, and I always thought her amazing, and she really was the reason why when I decided to get my butt kicked back in gear, she's just someone who I looked to as like an internal kind of inspiration for me to continue to keep on going, because I really wanted to make her proud. And all those years of just high energy effort, I really wanted to make sure that she knew that I was just so dang appreciative for it. So, hey, I just wanted to say thank you. Love you, Mom.
For people who don't know, you worked at Netflix.
By the way.
No. How did you go from there, from the hardship that we mentioned, from the struggle, from the addictions, and so on, to a place where you were working at this incredible engineering company and building cool shit there? So tell the Netflix story.
Yeah, so, I kind of alluded to it earlier that I wanted to do my own startup. So for, I forget how long it was, 1 or 2 years or 2.5 years, built a startup, PHP, jQuery, everyone's favorite languages all put together. You can solve math stuff with jQuery. So I just was like totally into just nonstop doing that. This is like the height of Stack Overflow. I was asking really dumb questions on Stack Overflow, like what is more Pythonic? And did a bunch of upvotes and try to steal a bunch of karma away. Like all the fun stuff to do. Good times. And I was just like so into breathing. And I just breathe it in, breathe it out. And that's what I do all day, every day. And so it's just like nonstop building of a startup. Ultimately, that startup failed. And so I had to go get a real job. Can you say what the startup was? It is so wild thinking about it in the past. Before I tell you what it is, I want to tell one quick thing about my dad. My dad, in the early 90s, like 91, 92, was building kind of like a phone company where you'd be able to pre-purchase long-distance minutes. Now, if you remember the 90s, about like what, 97, 98, 99, 10, 10, 220, all those different things, dial down center, right? Like all those companies where you can pre-purchase long distance minutes kind of came out and were very, very big. And so my dad was like 6 years early to that notion. And ultimately, his startup failed. But he was just really early to something that would catch on really, really big, specifically in the telecommunications space. Me, as I grew up and did my own startup, I did a startup where it was text message marketing. This was in 2010, where you could receive, say, texts about various deals, all that kind of stuff. And of course, 10 years later, now you don't stop receiving texts, and text message marketing is all the rage. And so I also, much like my father, had a startup in the telemarketing space, in which was just like a half decade too early.
So is it fair to say you're almost always ahead of your time and you're a visionary sort?
No, in fact, I am not ahead of my time. I just got, some would say I got unlucky on that situation, but I did see, it seemed so obvious to me. At that time when I was doing it, 80% of phones were dumb phones. Most people had flip phones. When I went and sold via text, is what the name was of that specific product. It was, and we had the short code via text too. So it was pretty clever, like 6 digits. When I went out and sold it, I only had a flip phone during that time. I didn't even have a smartphone, right? Because they were kind of untenable for a lot of people. So it's kind of just wild times to think about. But then after that, obviously, had to get a real job. We were living in an apartment in right next to campus, Bozeman, Montana, and the guy below us must have been on some amount of drugs. He threatened to kill us several times, with just like scream and just lose his marbles all the time. Very unhinged man, angry downstairs man is what we called him. One time my wife had dropped a battery, AA. Okay, so not like we're not talking about like a B battery or a D battery. We're just talking about AA. Drop it. Land on the ground. I'm gonna kill you. Like crazy, right? Absolutely unhinged behavior down there. So I had to go get a real job. We needed to move out of there. We're going to start our life. And so I worked at a small place, Schedulisty, which I kind of talked about the boredom there. Got to go to a place called Web Filings, where I'm working just tons and tons of hours. During all that time, I'm still trying to figure out startups. Did one where you could pre-wish your friend's birthday messages, and then it would automatically send it via Facebook beforehand. We called it Greed Feed. It was pretty clever. Nonetheless, that story, I say all that story because everything that I was doing was exploring, building, finishing things, working, learning about corporate life, learning how to communicate in corporate life, being able to be successful at a job, learning about a bunch of kind of technologies that were about. And one of the big technologies during that day, specifically 2013, was RxJS. If you remember that one, RxJS, that's a link from C#, kind of ported over to JavaScript.
And for people who don't know, I guess C#, what is its closest neighbor? Java? Is Java like?
They obviously just took Java and ripped it off at one point.
Yeah.
But now it's such a dynamic, interesting language that it seems like it could be a really cool bounds of practical versus not practical. It's just I'm not really into wearing pleated pants and programming at a Microsoft house. So
is pleated pants a requirement?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll get back to this. Can we just get back? Come on.
All right.
Focus.
Web filings.
Okay, so anyways, web filings that's where I had to do like all the matricey stuff and build systems and just kind of all that. And it really pushed me because they also wanted me to do like 60 hours a week. It was not very healthy work-life balance. It's very hard work, and kind of like that really hard work, going to cutting edge stuff, really understanding the world, really made it so that I was able to just be able to talk about stuff very commandingly, because, we had to build really complex state machines for the UI for what we're building. And so when I went and started getting a LinkedIn and all that, inevitably, just due to the fact that I've touched all these technologies and I had some sort of paper trail saying I've touched these technologies, Microsoft, dang it, Lex,
Pleated Pants
reached out. No, Netflix reached out and said, hey, like, I see you've done RxJS. We do a lot of it. You want to come and interview with us? And, I was always told that you should never reject a kind of like a handwritten personal invitation to interview. This was way before bots, and even the bots were pretty obvious to tell that were bots. This was a manager at Netflix, Jeff Wagner, first manager ever. And he just wrote a really nice note and just like, hey, I see you're doing a lot of these things. We really need help with JavaScript. I would love for you to come interview. We're even using a lot of RxJS if you're interested in that. And so I was like, all right, I can come and I'll interview. And lo and behold, interview went on. And I called my wife, I think halfway through the interview, And I was just like defeated, absolutely crushed, because I said, she might remember this, but I said, we now have to make a decision. Are we actually going to move to California or not? Because I already knew I had the job at that point. Like I just was just knocking them out of the park. I was doing a great job on that. And so I just knew for a fact I'm getting a job at Netflix. All the there's this thing that people always get so freaked out about when it comes to interviews and all that. And I luckily somehow avoided this. I don't get test anxiety. I don't get any of that. Because when I go into these situations, my only goal is to show the things I already know. And so it's like I walked into this situation. I had been preparing for this 80 hours a week for the last 5 years. So just walk in and I'm just showing the things I know. And it was perfectly fitting for Netflix at that time period in the 2013 early JavaScript days on television. And so it's just awesome. Just worked out perfectly. Got hired there.
So where in California was Netflix? This is San Francisco?
Los Gatos. So if you're familiar, so classic symbol people do, which is this is San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose. Los Gatos is just a little bit, kind of a little bit below, a little bit south of San Jose. Same mega contiguous city.
Yellowstone's in Montana. Yellowstone, the show.
Yeah.
So is it basically like that? Kevin Costner riding on the horse? Were you riding on a horse to campus or?
No. But I love those stereotypes. Actually, to be completely fair, when I was 15 years old, I was driving around on what is now a very busy, populated street, shooting gophers out the window of our car with a .22. So it's like Montana was a different place at one point than it is today. And there's plenty of parts of Montana that's still very rural, still kind of more of that old world. So yeah, a little bit, you can kind of get whatever you want from Montana. As far as culturally goes, I'm not really sure the best way to put the difference between California and Montana. It's just different expectations. One thing I can really appreciate about California, or when I say California, I mean the Silicon Valley, California and the Silicon Valley, very different attitudes, very different mindsets. You can't really compare one to the other. One thing I can say that's really positive about the Valley is that everybody is operating on this idea of trying to build or create something, and there's an energy to it that's very exciting. You meet somebody and they have a startup and they're working on the startup, and it's very exciting. And there's a lot of negative aspects to that, and we all agree that our entire life being commercialized has probably not been that great. But the kind of the experience of being there and everyone's excited to build something, it's a really cool experience.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great. The excitement, the energy.
Yeah, Montana doesn't have that.
I have an admiration, a romantic admiration for for the shows like Yellowstone, being out in nature. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like writing. Somebody also said Reddit is full of wisdom about you. Some of it could be fake news, but something about horses and this kind of thing. You like horses. You like riding horses.
We have horses on our neighbor had much more hilly land.
Yeah.
And one of their horses broke its leg, so they had to put it down.
Yeah.
And so we just said, hey, we're on much flatter land. You can just have your horses in our property. And so we just have horses that run around on our...
What about milking cows? Somebody asked about cattle and cow. And
so I've only had open cows. So if you don't know, cow means girl. Open means that, hey, they've tried to get the cow pregnant. The cow did not get pregnant first try. And so they're calling that gene. They're getting rid of that gene. The cow's going to now, or the open cow's going to now go out to pasture for the year, then get turned into delicious T-bone steaks and of various things. And so we would house open cows on our property. So no, there's no milking of open cows.
Okay.
They'd be very upset if you tried to milk an open cow. Because they're not milking cows, right? You have to get that cow pregnant, and then once you get it pregnant, you have to kind of put it into this permanent state of milking and all that. And it's a little bit more complicated than, say, what we did, which was just cows on eating grass, and I didn't have to touch them.
Okay, well, that's wonderful.
Reddit is not a great place for wisdom about me. They're going to give you the craziest answers.
We will return to Reddit time and time again, my friend. So yeah, you took the leap into Netflix. So what was that like?
It was, this is one of those things where when you talk about it, people love to trivialize this because it's oh, you're taking a leap of faith by going into a FANG company in 2013. Sounds super risky. My wife was 36 weeks pregnant. We had to travel to a place where we knew not a soul. We were about to have our first kid. We didn't even have a doctor. If you don't know, having a baby does you kind of want a relationship with the doctor. There's a whole thing that goes on there. So it was a really hard and great experience. So I went to a job in which their culture deck. So during this time, this is where Netflix still had like kind of that old Generation X feel to it. Their culture deck was hire fast, fire fast. You know, it was very in your face about like, hey, this is how we operate. You don't meet the standards, we kick you out. So it's like, I'm leaving a place where it's more secure to go to a place I don't know anybody, to a job that's bold in its claims about firing everybody, with a wife that's just about to have a baby. And so it's like, and I'm from Montana, and every Montanan's born with a natural dislike of California. So there's like all these things kind of flowing into it, where it's just going to be like, wow, this is a very intense experience. And it was hard, for sure. Like, it wasn't just some easy, simple experience that we were just like, oh, well, I work now at Fang, you know? We had to kind of work through that. Having a kid was very difficult. Our first kid was very difficult. You know, not having any family around to ever help you. Like, you know, it took a much larger toll on my wife than me, for sure.
What was the technical learning curve for you? You showed up in your plaid pants, like, dressed up?
Yeah.
And what was it? What did you have to learn about the stack? Because Netflix, I imagine, is this incredible infrastructure that has to deliver just a huge amount of data. I'm just blown away by Netflix, but also like YouTube. These companies that have to deliver, like, serve a huge amount of like bits.
Netflix has it easiest out of all the companies Netflix buy. Even though we have, you could say maybe we beat YouTube in view hours. I'm not sure if we do, but let's just pretend Netflix has 5x more view hours than YouTube, whatever it is. Netflix has a fundamentally easier problem than all other companies. And let's back to that. I'm going to first tell you about the stack, really easier problem.
All right.
So when I first got there, they gave me my PlayStation 3. My boss said, go learn some code. Come back to me in a couple days and tell me what you've learned, and then I'm going to start giving you bugs to fix.
Wait. PlayStation 3, what are you talking about?
Well, I was on the TV team. I had to go plug in a PlayStation and start launching programs onto the PlayStation 3 and figure out how to work Netflix on a television device.
Oh, so like you have different kinds of devices. Why PlayStation 3? Is other different?
It's just 2013. That's
any
what
devices
you had.
that plug into the TV. Okay, cool.
Yeah, not as many TVs had Netflix, let alone what they called their Darwin app, which is their new application. So if you bought a Vizio earlier that year, you'd get their older one. It's called Plus UI. You get their older version. And so not many had the newer version. We no longer support Plus, or we never actively developed on Plus. We only did stuff on Darwin. And so I had to learn that whole stack. The back end, or the middle end, the middle layer between the actual back end and the front end was written in Groovy. And as I went around, Groovy is, if you're not familiar with Jenkins, then you've probably never interacted with Groovy. Groovy is a JVM language. It's a very interesting language, but here's how it got started at Netflix.
Oh, it's Apache. Apache Groovy is a powerful object-oriented programming language that runs on the Java virtual machine, released in 2007. It has evolved to become a versatile language that combines both static and dynamic typing capabilities.
All right, so the AI is kind of lying to you. Groovy is not a powerful, great language. That statement makes it seem way cooler than it actually is. Mm-hmm. You will meet 1 out of 100 people that have touched Groovy that said, oh yeah, Groovy's great. Yeah. The other 99 will be like, heavens forbid you ever have to touch that language.
Yeah.
So when I got there, nobody, not a single soul at Netflix, there's 40-some engineers, had any idea how Groovy pretty much worked. Somehow people just hacked together these scripts and put them all on there, and it worked. And it was all, this was before there was a Groovy RX port. We wrote our own version called WX. It was a nightmare. Observables, all these things. I remember one time they told me that, oh yeah, you know, with RX, it's really easy. You just say what you need to do. It maps out, and boom, 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 boom. Everything will run multi-thread and all that. And I was like, oh, wow, really? So all I did was go like observable.sleep1, because I just wanted to see it sleep and then do the next thing. And it turns out when a thread sleeps itself, no thread can wake it up. And I just turned off all of staging, because I ran it like 10 times, like, oh, it's not responding. Oh, it's not responding. Oh, now it's not even coming back. Broke all of staging for everybody, so no developer could work for the rest of the afternoon because I locked up all the instances, because it turns out, no, it was in fact not multi-threaded. Every assumption we've been told is a lie. No one had any idea what they were doing. It was a wild time. And so I just simply naturally gravitated towards that because I'm good at printf debugging. I'm good at doing those things. So I was like, here, I'll just figure this out. Here, I will do this. So I had to rewrite how we do the data structure on the front end for the TV. from what is called a Lolomo, list of movies, into Loloromo, which is a list of recommendation objects for a movie. Why would we need to do that? Think about this. You have two lists. One has Live Free, Die Hard, Bruce Willis, because you love Bruce Willis. The other one has Live Free, Die Hard, because you want tough men doing tough jobs. Well, during those days, we'd only have one way we could show evidence why you wanted it. So we couldn't say, oh, because you liked this other movie. You'd go to that one and say the same thing. So we had to kind of add one level of indirection where we could decorate the recommendation information.
Okay, so you can abstract away into the space of recommendation versus the space of movies.
Yeah, so you can't hang it off the video because obviously then it would be the same for everything that shows that same video. So
that's amazing.
I had to do all this, and in Groovy, and I just did it. And people were like, how did you write this in Groovy? And it's just like, well, I read the language reference for a day and then programmed it well. What do you mean? It was a very radical language, shall we say. And so I just simply became the person that knew these things. So they just give me more and more jobs at that. And so that's kind of how I excelled, being the person that was willing to do the thing that no one else was.
Yeah, can you actually speak to the printf debugging? Like you walk into a system, and there's a lot of systems in the world like this. Like Twitter was like this when Elon acquired Twitter, and it rolls in, and there's this old janky code base that's just like a giant mess, and you have to basically do printf debugging. Like, what's the process of going into a code base and figuring out, like, what the fuck? Well, how does this work? What are the flaws? What are the assumptions? You have to, like, reverse engineer what all these other engineers did in the past and the mess across, the space of months and years. And you have to figure out how all that works in order to make improvements.
The reason why I've always just been good at printf debugging, because one of my first kind of side quest jobs that I got was writing robots for the government when I was still at school. Mm-hmm. And so I'd kind of do this contractually for so many hours a week. And my boss, Hunter Lloyd, great professor, by the way, he just said, hey, here's your computer. Here's the robot. Here's how you plug it in. Here's how you run the code. Can you write the flash driver, the Ethernet driver? Can you write the planetary pancake motor? Here's some manuals. I'm missing some. Just figure it out. I'll be back. So that was government work for me. So I was like, okay, I'll figure all these things out. And I figured them all out. And the only way to really get anything out of the machine was to print. And so it's like I had to become really good at printing my way through problems. And so that kind of became this like skill, I guess, I adopted, is that I can just kind of printf debug my way through a lot of these problems. Obviously, I'm not a game developer, probably a different world. Probably should use, I think John Carmack was on here and talked how great the debugger is. Different world. Because when I was at Netflix, there's machines that exist somewhere where on AWS, I'm not logged into them. I don't even know how to log into them. I'm not even sure if I have credentials to log into them. They run once somewhere, and I have to figure out what happened and why it's happening. So it's like, I'm going to become, this is what I've trained for. I'm a printf debugging champion. So it's just like, I could just run through these things really quickly and figure out why they're happening the way they're happening.
You're a special human. I think that's an incredible skill set to have, to be able to drop in into any code base, to drop into any situation, do printf debugging. You're in a dark room and you're feeling around that room to try to figure out what the room is.
Well, I had the code, so it's like I can kind of blueprint what's happening. Like I don't understand the services or anything that's happening, but like, you can start guessing pretty quick as to what's going wrong.
Right, but then the print side of that helps you confirm your intuitions, test your intuitions, and build up more and more information, and then you start to accumulate like this bigger picture from that. What the edge cases are that break the system and not. I mean, I think that just that kind of space, like that kind of situation, is intimidating for a lot of engineers. Like they break down at that point. I think it really is a powerful thing to be able to come into a code base. That's generally a skill set of like. Very few of us start from scratch.
Please talk to Rabbi.
And actually, this is the fundamental problem of web development and in general, where they're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to write my own thing from scratch, right? As opposed to like actually doing printf debugging on the space of languages, on the space of problems, because there's a lot of wisdom and solved problems already in this code base. It's a much more important skill set to understand, to learn from the mistakes and the wisdom of the past, of the ancestors that came before, and build on them as opposed to throw it all out and start from scratch. This is something obviously you see a lot with a JavaScript framework that comes out a new one every single day. So
I have a very great story about that. But this is what I think has shaped me the most about my perspective of other devs. there's this dev, and he always just wrote things in just what I thought was such a bizarre and weird way. And this had to do with Falcor, so our data fetching library for Netflix. This would run on mobile, so I had to write in Objective-C. It had to run on television, and it had to also run on web. So it ran on everything. And me and one other person were responsible for this thing working. And the request side, where we'd have to dedupe the information that we already have, the requests that were pending, and the new data. So I had to figure all that out based on what someone's requesting, and then just only optimally request the stuff that we don't have. He wrote it in such a goofy way, and I'm thinking, man, this guy is just, what a goofball. So I deleted it all, and I started writing, and I'm like, look at how much nicer this is. It's looking so good. I'm like, ooh,
Are you fucking serious?
that one edge case. Okay, I can see why he wrote it this one way. That's not a big deal, though. The rest of my code's really great. By the end of it, I'm like, I literally almost line for line just reproduced what he already wrote. It's like slightly different towards my style, but I just wrote the same code. I'm like, I'm an idiot. I am the idiot in this situation because it was already a solved problem. I just didn't take the time to learn what he did. Instead, I relearned what he did by rewriting the entire thing.
What the
I
fuck
think
is
that's a
this
skill
shit?
set that is extremely important for people to learn. I see that in myself. That's a constant struggle for myself. When facing a code base, for example, but this applies generally in life, where somebody did a lot of work to do a thing, you should invest a huge amount of time and get really good at figuring out what they did, why they did it, do a lot of print-out debugging to understand what they did. It's a much more efficient way to understand a problem deeply than to start from scratch, even though there's a constant temptation to start from scratch, because starting from scratch is fun, puzzle solving, all that kind of stuff. It's just not going to be the right thing to do. Usually pain is the right thing to do, and it is for most people painful to understand other people's code base.
I highly recommend starting from scratch if you want to understand the concept. You don't know how an HTTP server works? Create a TCP socket, learn how to parse HTTP. It'll become very easy. You'll go, this is the reason why whenever I get a request, I have to await the text. I now understand why the text is, for whatever reason, not there. I get it. I now understand it. And so you kind of gain these new perspectives just by simply parsing something out.
All right, back to the wisdom of Reddit. Apparently, there are memes and legends about your programming arc in Netflix. This Falcor system you mentioned. Somebody, I think it was Teej. How do you pronounce his name?
Teej.
Teej. Okay, Teej.
It's TJ would be his name, but we call it Teej. Or Telescopic Johnson.
Oh, wow. So many names. You know, DDoS, distributed denial of service attacks. You apparently were able to accomplish the simplified version of that of just DOS. That's a legend. So you basically broke down the system somehow.
Yeah. So
Can you tell the story of that?
I'd be glad to. So there's Falcor. So there's this Falcor business, right? And I did discover the bug before anybody else, and I did report it to security, and it was so bad. It actually got its own name, repulsive grizzly attack.
Yeah.
And they even give examples of how to do it. Effectively, what it means is that there is a request that targets both memory and CPU and will destroy. There you go. Look at how Netflix. The next one down was the article that was actually written. I don't get mentioned, which is a little bit upsetting considering I was the one that discovered it and told everybody how bad it was. Anyways, and had the right to fix for it, or the first fix. So this is how it works: is that you can do something pretty similar, I believe, with GraphQL as well. It had the same kind of danger. Any of these kind of RPC request as much or as little of the data as you would like frameworks, vulnerable to this kind of attack. So with Falcor, what you do is you give it an array. An array is called a path, and that's a path to the data. But sometimes you don't want you don't want to have to write out, I want row 0 or list 0 or row 0 column 0 title. I want row 0, column 0, description. I want, you don't want to have to write out all that. So instead, you could just be like, I want rows 0 through 10, columns 0 through 10, titles, and descriptions. So you can write in a very compact, nice little format. It'll give you all that data. It'll go to the server will fill that all in, and give it to you. Oh, dang it. List 3, it only had 3 videos in it. So what happens when I try to request the data? Well, I need a way to be able to tell my system that you have requested requested the data and there's nothing there. So this is called like we call this like a boxed value. So it's gonna be like type something value. There's nothing there. We've already requested it. There's nothing there. They call it's like a sentinel value, if you will, a boxed value. And we have this little special flag we pass called materialize, meaning that when you ask for a path, we will make sure we fill it out so we don't accidentally erase anything. And at the very end, we'll say, okay, the request you've made has already been made and there's nothing there. What happens if I request rows 0 through 10,000, columns through 10,000, one more item through 10,000, and then a whole bunch of properties, and then ask it to materialize? Well, I'm about to go create billions of objects in the JVM, and what happens to the machine? It stops running. And then if you try to JSON, even if it could create them all, we then ask it that JSON serialize. It's not going to do it. Right? Like, it's impossible. And so that was the attack vector, is a simple while loop. Would have taken down and held down Netflix for a very long time, because one request would kill one machine on AWS. And so that means it would just turn it all off. And this was on the website, this was on TV, this was on mobile. Like, this was profound. And here's the worst part. It was in production for years. So we couldn't even roll it back. There was no like, oh crap, let's just roll back to 2 weeks ago and we'll kind of fix forward, figure out. No, it's like we could roll back to 2011. Like, that's our option in 2011, and that's it. So we had to figure out a way forward and all that. And so it was like, the amount of problems that would have happened if someone would have discovered this is unstatable.
Just to be clear, the infrastructure that's serving the videos would shut down.
Yeah, the UI. Like, you couldn't perform any action in the UI. You surprisingly could still stream video, but you would never be able to get to a video to stream because every action you would take would be completely shut down. And so it wasn't a DDoS because you didn't need a bunch of computers to try to overwhelm the system by making a bunch of requests. One request, one machine. If we had 50 machines serving the millions of requests, it only takes 50 requests to shut down the entire UI.
Isn't it possible to do DOS or DDoS on basically any software system? Like, defending against all the, closing all those attack vectors is probably really difficult. If you take any sufficiently complicated software system, there's probably so many ways to overwhelm it.
Yeah, I mean, this is why people use Cloudflare. I think DHH said it best, which is like, we have our website and we have a strong bodyguard on the outside. So Cloudflare has a bunch of utilities all built in. Because obviously, this is why everyone hates all these Bluetooth devices that connect to the internet, because they just turn into attack vectors where people use those to DOS or DDoS other sites. And so you don't need something sophisticated. You just need a bunch of requests to come in, and you can take down websites. And so that's why these fronts are really good at kind of discovering where these problems are. But DOS is a bit different because it doesn't have to be overwhelming by using resources with a whole bunch of requests. It really just means simply that there's a denial of service attack. One of them could be there's a regex attack that existed where Cloudflare actually did it to itself and shut itself down, which is there's a regex expansion attack. Well, given the right kind of regex, if you know someone's running a specific regex, you can actually provide input that is maximally bad, and that thing goes to like super processing. It takes 10 seconds to process a single request. Then you only need to make hundreds of requests and you shut down the whole service. It's not like you need some giant machinery to make 1 trillion requests. You only need just some small amount to completely destroy a service. And so the web is an extremely difficult place to do it correct.
This is super fascinating. I do also wonder how many ultra competent black hat hackers there are versus sort of the good guys versus the bad guys, how many bad guys there are, and what is the distribution of skill set on the bad guy side that they're constantly trying to attack.
I assume there's probably a huge number of just really simple ones, script kiddies, right? Just people trying to just do things. And then there's a huge amount of like social engineering that just goes in where hacking's done, not with a computer, but just by, one of the classic ones. Kevin Mitnick had this one in his book, which was, you'd call up somebody and be like, oh, Charlene, we're doing some auditing, and I think your pin's out of date on file. Is it 2323 still? And they're like, no, it's 4747. You're like, oh, thanks, Sharon. Boom, you just hack them, right? Like the classic. People love correcting bad information. Yeah. This is like a standard. So like, there's all these ways people hack. And so my assumption is that there are really great white hat hackers. There's really great black hat hackers. But the vulnerability space, the thing is that discovering a vulnerability and you don't let anyone know, the white hat hacker still has to make that same discovery. And that's where I think the real thing is that black hat hacking in some sense has a fundamentally easier job, or at least a job in which they can take advantage of for much longer periods of time. One's the process of discovering who's breaking the system. The other one's trying to figure out how to break the system. And it seems like most software is held together by toothpicks and glue.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of dangers in every piece.
And also the social engineering aspect. That's a real attack vector. I think that's the attack vector that will do, in the long term, the most damage in the world. Especially as AI tooling becomes easier and easier to convince people at scale to do that kind of email grandma. I think that's a really serious attack vector, like human psychology and all that. I kind of assume whenever there's a girl that approaches me, it's kind of some kind of social engineering project, some attack vector, some intelligence agency. In fact, I'm pretty sure.
We're back to a beautiful mind, aren't we?
Beautiful mind. Yeah. I have a whiteboard upstairs that I calculate everything, everybody's trajectory and move.
You're not wrong, though, with the attack vector, especially in the day of AI. Like, one thing that I don't think a lot of people are talking about as we integrate more and more AI is that prompt injection is like an extremely hard thing to defend against, because it's not really clear how you defend against it. If it's just at the end of the day, word calculator makes word come out. If you can figure out the proper word calculator input, it might just break its bounds and start doing something it's not supposed to do. And there's a whole future where there's all these products that are going to be vulnerable to things they never thought about. Like it's one thing where you forget an edge case while you're programming. Now you have to guess what people might be able to think of making something that has access to a system be able to do, right? And you don't have a way to reason about it. Its reasoning came from Reddit and other words that it's read and how to put things together. Like, this is it's a massive space that's going to be happening. That's why I'm personally thinking, don't give too many powers yet. Like, you don't know the attacks that are about to happen.
The more power we give to software systems, the more damage they can do. That's certainly the case. But the more awesome they can do, and that's the nice edge that we all walk along as a human civilization together, hand in hand. Will we flourish or destroy ourselves? Question mark. Folks on Reddit, the good folks on Reddit, demand that I ask you about the time you broke production. Is this related to Falcor? Did you break production?
I've broken production quite a few times. I've broken production for so many stupid reasons. One time I broke production because I came up in the PHP, and PHP static means static for the lifetime of the PHP, and PHP was the lifetime of every request, right? That's why PHP was so inefficient, but every request was its own instance, and therefore static memory was for the lifetime. I guess I never put that together, and so I had some objects that I made static because I was like, I just need this for the lifetime of the request, and lo and behold, those weren't lifetime. A whole bunch of bad data got all over the place. People were showing up saying they're from all these different countries, and everything was all wrong, so whoopsie daisies, I just made a whole conundrum with that. So that was one time I did it. Another time is I took down, if you were on the homepage, on the website, waiting for Lady Gaga's video to come out, and you were watching the countdown go down, if it reached 0, the billboard would freeze and it wouldn't work. If you refreshed, it would work, but the reveal, the big reveal, I screwed that up, and my boss got real upset, and so did other people in Hollywood got upset about that one. That was like a my bad. Sorry, Jeff Wagner again. I remember that one. I remember that one specifically. One time I released a bug where, again, on the billboard, if you pressed add to my list, I accidentally programmed in an infinite loop. And it just, your whole web page would just freeze.
Are some of these bugs difficult to discover until you start?
That one seems really easy looking back at it. And we actually, during those days, we had manual QA that are supposed to go through everything. So I didn't feel as bad because my manual QA counterpart also missed it. Like, we all missed it, but it was just so simple. You just press that button, boom, it just completely freezes the website.
Polluting the code with sort of global variables that are holding values, as PHP I think allows you to do. That's a tricky one to discover because you rely on it. Then there could be somebody else assigns a value to it.
Data races everywhere, and I just didn't understand. Like, in my head, static was like, oh, this is for the life. Like, I was just so locked into the PHP world at that time that I just made just such a, like, looking back on it, it's so obvious, but during the time it's hard.
So in general, pushing to production, I talked to Peter Levels about this. Obviously he's operating as mostly a solo developer, but he often on the website said thousands, not hundreds of thousands of people use. He often ships to production, pushes to production, meaning like just no testing, just like push to fix. What are the pros and cons of that approach in general to you? What do you think?
It's obviously much easier the smaller your organization is. I think no one would argue that sentiment. If it's just you working on a singular project, it is obviously much easier for you to push directly to production because you are the only one working. You know all the ins and outs, and if something were to break, you discover it. So to me, that makes sense. Like I think the way he operates is perfect for what he does. You couldn't take what he does and move it to say Microsoft or Netflix or Google because that would just be a disaster, just due to the amount of people all pushing to production. And so I personally love that. I think that you have to gauge both the application you're building and its complexity and what you're pushing and how many people are working on it. I think those all go into how you can kind of do that. Because not all applications are created equal either. Like that application I was making with zooming and scrolling where we had all of our own everything, it was a very deep, heavy logic app. And that was regardless of what was happening on the website. Most of the code was library code. And that becomes way harder if you don't have a good test suite and stuff to kind of run before you push it out. Because when you squeeze that ball, different things come popping out in different areas. And that's a very harder problem than, say, if you're doing more of like a heavy visual one. Because a heavy visual one, you're affecting just this one area's visual stuff, and you can test it. And like that's normally the end of it.
Anybody else get
Whereas,
Rabbi likes? Yeah,
so it depends on like coupling and everything. So I love his approach, by the way. I have such mad respect for anyone that operates that way because I think it's a great way. It just is so good because it kind of breaks this notion that tech Twitter has that, we have to use all these expensive services. You need to use all these kind of things because if you don't use all this kind of stuff, if you're not using the latest version of React, if you're not using the latest version of this, you're going to simply, you're simply not going to make it as a startup. It's impossible. And it's just like, no, that's not software. Like most of software isn't the new stuff. Most of software is old, crappy software that someone has to maintain. And it actually is really, really great and has lots of really hard problems. And if you look at it differently, it's actually fantastic.
For people who don't know, his tech stack in terms of web development is PHP, jQuery, and SQL.
Because I'm a pimp,
all great stuff. I'm just surprised he still uses jQuery, just given the fact that at this point on the modern web, everything is, you have document query selector and add event listener click, right? It pretty much has everything you already need. It has DOM content load. Like all the reasons I used jQuery back in the day was adding a click on a button was like hard. You had to deal with IE7, IE8, IE9,
baby.
Right? Like those are hard differences, whereas now it's just so easy. I'm just surprised it's even that.
I mean, that's definitely a trade-off. I still use the exact same stack, PHP, jQuery, and different flavors of SQL. But the question there is, you keep using jQuery because you can get the job done really fast, and there's no significant performance hit that you detect. So, like, why switch to something else? But it's always probably, as we'll talk about, good to explore and to learn.
Not all tools are great at solving all problems. And so what you think is really, the problem is you run into this kind of trade-off, which is you have some tool belt that you're very adept with. You know all the ins and outs. There's no unknowns. But
everybody knows
there's no surprises in this. You know what you're building. You know what you're getting into. You will go through and you'll be able to solve the problem. But if you ever use a different language or a different experience, you can find that some things are able to represent states way easier in a way more efficient way, and you can solve problems really efficiently in some versus the other. And so it's like, if you don't take the time to explore as well, you could be missing out on something that makes you twice as good on this one specific problem, like subset. And so I kind of value being able to look at all problems. And so I don't want to get stuck on one thing, though I see why people do, which is for the efficiency's sake.
Let's just return to the infrastructure, the platform of Netflix, and speak more generally. Netflix, Twitch, YouTube. Like anytime I use any of these services, I'm just blown away by the infrastructure it takes to deliver this service. YouTube and Twitch are unique versus Netflix, where the creators can roll in themselves and upload stuff.
Yeah.
So on the consumption side, YouTube has over 100 billion views a day. over 1 billion hours watch time. But on the sort of creator side, 1 million hours of videos are uploaded every day. 1 million hours. It's like you have to service both, and you have to deliver everything. It's incredible to me. Can you maybe speak to your own intuition, just zooming out on it, what it takes to deliver that kind of infrastructure?
For me, the thing that I find vastly complicated, and I can't imagine the engineering hours, is how do you even create an edge in that situation? And what I mean by an edge, I mean like when people say this phrase, if you're unexperienced, an edge is where you deliver data to be, you want that edge to be as close to the customer as possible, because that's where the data lives, and then the communication between the customer and what you're doing is really, really small. Obviously, the speed of light adds up, the amount of hops adds up, the amount of services that you have to remotely call adds up. They all add up, and they all add inefficiencies to the system. So something like YouTube, they want to be able to serve that data as quick as possible, but their data changes constantly, and relevance is almost directly tied with the newness of the item. So it's like, how do you even cache these things out? How are you doing this? So they must have such an incredible caching network that I can't even fathom what it takes to do that. That just, to me, is just so impressive. 1 million view hours in how many different resolutions with how much data? What is 1 million view hours? Is it 4K million view hours along with 1080p, along with 720p, along with 1440p? Like, that number is an insane number.
Actually, it is brilliant what you said, which is for YouTube, often the new thing is extremely important to show to everybody. And so you can't rely on caching or trivial kind of caching. You have to like deliver the new thing as quickly as possible. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. So there's the entire system, the recommendation system that knows each individual human watching YouTube. And it has to integrate into that, the new thing, while also caching this incredible cluster of possible videos that you're potentially interested in. So, and integrate into that ads, right?
Yeah.
In the case of YouTube and Twitch and so on.
It's a really tough problem, because you have to think, like, what is the cache hit rate on this? Because there's so much, because the problem now actually comes down to space. Like, space actually becomes a real problem.
Yeah.
Like, how many hundreds of petabytes do they have that they have to, like, oh, what do we cache and where do we cache them? The number, I mean, I think in the terms of like gigabytes,
how about that,
or maybe megabytes. Like, they have to think in probably versions of bytes I don't even know the name for, right?
Yeah,
Like, it's like such a different problem. And that's why I said Netflix has a much easier job when it comes to caching. So if you've never looked it up, it's called the OCA. And that, we know what videos we're releasing. We know what videos are hot in specific areas. It's a very limited set. We're not going to all of a sudden get, oopsies, we got 1 million new view hours, right? We don't even have to worry about that as a problem. Instead, it's like, okay, we know Stranger Things Season 5 is about to drop. We're going to pre-cache Stranger Things Season 5 every single OCA across the world, because that thing's about to get hammered, right? And so it's like, it's able to do such a different kind of decision-making than what you have to do with something like YouTube. And then Twitch is even more wild, because now you're actually ingesting video and trying to make it go out all at the exact same time for all video. And you have to transform that video from whatever format and whatever the bit rate is into something that's more efficient in a system like that. Hats off to Twitch engineering, because that is like that's some serious work.
And here's some asshole Lex coming out and tweeting about YouTube features. So like, there's a listen.
You're not wrong on the features you asked for, though.
I think this is an engineering problem of how do you allow fast iteration and addition of features that shouldn't have to be integrated or impact the whole code base. So at the edges of the code base, sort of improve on certain features without like having to consult the mother of the code.
It's the large team, right? That's the fundamental problem. When you get into YouTube size, there is the team/organization that deals with data warehousing. There's the team/organization that deals with delivery. There's a team/organization that's like the middle layer, how you even, they're going to be like the little microservices to talk to these places. Then you have this front end engineer. So like for a small feature, you have to get middle team, you have to get back end team, you have to get all these things. Quick example, Netflix. Are you familiar with the dystopian Black Mirror?
Yeah.
Okay, Season 1, Episode 1. Do you know Season 1, Episode 1? Everyone who watches Black Mirror typically knows this episode.
Okay, yeah, but I don't remember what it is.
Okay, forgive my language, but they call it the pig fucker episode.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
of course.
Once you've seen the episode, you will then know this episode. Well, when Netflix adopted it, I got pulled into a room. There's like a VP, a product designer, a VP, and they said, hey, we're about to release our own version of Black Mirror, season 3, I think, at that time. We need episode 1, season 1 to not be the first thing people see. So let's just reverse the season order. That required me, I had like 20 engineers I had to gather together to be able to have this happen. And that's just the problem of big companies, is that eventually every little thing has to become its own team. And so even small, there's no such thing as a small feature.
Reversing the order of the drop down that selects the seasons is a meeting with a bunch of VPs and engineers. That's really interesting. There's got to be a way to accelerate that. The natural scaling of a company and the bureaucracy that grows, yes, slows that down. But just having seen Elon work a lot, his teams are able to like still keep it very fast, even as the company grows. There's got to be a process doing that, especially for for the pig fucker episode. Like, I don't know where that's in the priority list, but like for important things like that, you should be able to do that quickly. I don't know. Can you speak to like how would you do that?
Well, I can tell first how it was done. Remember, so at a place like Netflix, there would be, I think that at that point it's called a product called Dexter. I can't remember. There's our actual like movie metadata warehouse that's going to be highly integrated with Hollywood. That's going to be, where that side is able to manage all that. So I'm like, hey, you need the ability to mark things that need to be reversed, because we're going to run into this a bunch. And we did. We ran into quite a few topical shows that all need to be reversed and all that. And so it's like we need to be able to reverse episode numbers, season numbers. We need to be able to hide season or episode numbers. Like in the case of the Chelsea Handler show, it was like a daily show. So it's like you don't need episode numbers. You just need the latest one. And so like there's this, you need to work on that for your UI. Then you need to be able to store that data. Go to the people that can actually get the video data out of our service layer. I need to go talk to them and convince them they need to be able to give me the new methods and everything to do that. Then I need to be able to go write the methods to get it down. And I need to go to the UI and make that accessible. Now I need to go to website people. I need to go to mobile people. I need to go to the TV people. And so it's like, you can see this thing like snowballing. And for us, the big thing that Netflix did that was so well is after I met with these people that were high level, I was the captain. I'm the captain now.
Yeah. So
I went to all these teams and said, hey, manager, I need an engineer. We need to get this done within the next couple months because we got Black Mirror coming out. Yeah. So she would go, okay, here you go. The map team, I need someone to help me with being able to get data out of the Lolamo for this. And so it's like, all right, you're working with this engineer. I'd go to the BMS team. Okay, I need this engineer. I'd go to the Billboard team. I need this engineer. Go to all these little places to get all these little pieces of data. And then I was the captain. So I was like, you're working on this, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this, I'm doing this, let's go. Right. And so it's like that worked, and we were able to go pretty fast for a big company. And the fact that it required like 20 engineers to do such a simple task, we were able to do it in like, gosh, I'd say about like 3 weeks worth of effort. But that was still, I thought that was amazing comparatively to how many people move.
Well, because you have the freedom of the agency to do it. You said the captain of the ship. That's really powerful. For big companies, that's a risk, because you can fuck it up. You might not see the bigger context legally or and just sort of the bigger context of the impact on the industry or all the contracts that are made, all that. So it's a risk. It's a risk, but it's a risk you have to keep taking. And then when you fuck up, you fix and then maybe pay the cost legally for that, whatever. But long term, that risk pays off because you're going to keep creating a better and better product, evolving where the industry is going, constantly innovating ahead of where the industry is going, and so on. Yeah.
And not only that, I think one thing that is just so important is that, yes, the product will get better, but the people that you hire and the people that you keep around are better, because they're the ones that show maturity. They're the ones that can just, you give them something and they can rally the troops and make something happen. Like, that's a very great group of people to hire. And so you also naturally select out great engineers that aren't just simply good at coding. They're good at coding, and they're good at explaining, and they're good at convincing, and they're good, like you have to create a very lean audience that can move fast.
And I think for great engineers, having to wait for like, okay, let's schedule a meeting for next Wednesday with the VPs, and that destroys their soul, and they either don't want to contribute anymore, they leave the companies, or they just kind of tune out and take the golden handcuffs and just, buy a nice house and focus on family.
And I feel like I would die under that. So, like, honestly, like that is my death sentence, is where it's just that there's no reason to try. There's no reason to do anything. I'm just going to go in there, like, effectively zombie through my day and call it, like, I don't want to live like that. I want to feel like I'm trying to do something.
I should also mention on top of that, so you've brilliantly laid out how incredible the challenge that Netflix has to solve. On top of that, with YouTube, the metadata thing, because users are able to upload video, and there's an API where they can upload automatically and change all this kind of stuff automatically, every one of those things is an attack vector, as we mentioned. That's something they have to consider seriously on the engineering side. And on the sort of the legal side, they can get into trouble all kinds of ways. So they have to consider all of that. Which is fascinating.
The legal side is obvious, but it's not really, like, I would never have initially thought someone would say upload images that you're not allowed to own or have, but that guarantee you that happens. Then you have the whole kid side, right?
Yeah.
Like, think about when you mark something as kid friendly, how many times have they snuck porn into a Taylor Swift video or whatever it was? That was like a few years back. There was that whole Taylor Swift or whatever. I forget what it was. I thought it was Taylor Swift, but there'd be these mock videos that come up, and then boom. It's like, that is such an awful problem. And I'm so happy that is not a problem I have to try to figure out.
Yep. Okay. So yes, YouTube and Twitch and Netflix are doing an incredible job. You really chose the madman you are to leave Netflix, new journey of being a wolf and start streaming. What was the story of that?
So I was streaming almost 7 years now. It started actually at Netflix. We did a charity, Extra Life. Shout out to Extra Life for my streaming career. Effectively, it's just you stream, and whatever money is, it goes to Kids with Research. They are a great charity in the sense that they take no overhead and they raise their own donations for their website and everything. And so it's like a very great, straightforward charity. Really super cool, because I live in South Dakota now, but actually could choose a hospital directly where the money goes to. So it's like a direct impact from A to B. So it's a pretty cool organization. And so my friend Guy Sereno, nice try guy is what I like to call him. He was probably the single greatest engineer I've ever met in my lifetime. And he was just like, hey, come do this. We're going to all do this. And so I played Fortnite. And so before I did that, I was like, I better learn how to stream first. I better get, affiliated so I can take subscriptions. And then if anyone gives me a subscription, I'll also pay that forward. And so June 2018 or something like that, I start streaming, and I start streaming some Fortnite, end up getting affiliated, end up doing the whole Extra Life thing. I end up really enjoying it. I'm like, this is a lot of fun. I'm playing Fortnite at that point. Okay, so mind you, I'm a Fortnite streamer at that point. And I start really enjoying it, and I keep doing it. And then one day I decide I'm going to do some programming, because I really love Vim, and I think I'm kind of fast at Vim. And maybe people think programming is kind of cool, because there was no really programming section at that point. And I did it, and I had like 30 people show up, which was just like, and it felt like incredible numbers at that point. So I was like, oh my gosh, there's like 30 people watching me program. And so it just kept on going, and it kept on happening, and it just kept on growing. And I did it for year after year. I would do my job. I would come home. I'd eat dinner with the kiddos. I would read them Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit during that time. I'd read to them for a half an hour. Then I'd set that down. And 3 nights a week, I would program until like 2 a.m. or play video games until 2 a.m, streaming and building up this like whole side thing. And I did this for a long, long time. And then eventually it just kept working out so well. And I started making YouTube videos, and then that started getting better. And it was just like a long, long grind until April of last year. I went to the Streamer Awards, and I got to like announce the programming category, and Pirate Software won. It was awesome. It was a great time. And during that time, he gave me a challenge coin and just said, like, you just got to go for it. Just go full time. And so I just sat there, and my wife can attest to it. It was kind of like an emotional turmoil thing. And it just took a lot of, it was pretty awful, because I didn't, Netflix is a very safe option. It was both very fun, it was challenging. I liked a lot of the people I worked with. It was overall a really great thing. I had a really great boss. Really appreciated him. I still ever text him now and then. He's a really great guy. So it's just like, I'm leaving all these things for something that's unsure. And the reality is that streaming and all these things, people love you one day, they could hate you the next day. There's like all this stuff that goes into being on the public side. And I had Netflix as the backing. So it's like if public hated me the next day, I'd be like, deuces, I'm out. Like, I don't care. Now it's like, now I'm going to do this as a job. And so there's like a whole huge turmoil to this whole thing that kind of went through it. And eventually I just said, okay, I'm going to make this. It resonated with me when I first made the decision to join Netflix. I'm getting older. There's not a lot of chances to do something unusual like that. Those chances go down constantly as you get older. This might be the last crazy thing I get to do. Let's just try it. So in April, I went full time, and I guess I haven't looked back. I'm only not even a year into doing this as a full-time gig, and it's just been a lot of fun. And the biggest thing is just being able to really explore and do these things on stream where people really enjoy watching and engaging has just been, it's been a great, hard, fun, amazing, difficult experience.
I mean, it's a really inspiring week. It's a really hard one to take for many reasons, like you outlined, but also like the loneliness of it. I think it's a pretty lonely pursuit.
It is, yeah.
Just you and the camera and the audience and the ups and downs of that. And there's not really a team.
I do have one lucky thing I'd say that my editor Flip, shout out Flip, it would mean the world to him if I said shout out Flip. But
well, I love you, Flip.
I love you, Flip.
We all love you.
Oh man, he had, as he would say, he had nothing going for him. He had a really hard growing up. A lot of rough life decisions have gone into his life, and he's kind of crawling back out of it. And he just said, "Hey, I will edit full time for you." So I just said, all right, it's like 50-50, whatever I make on YouTube, you get, we're going to do this together. And we did that for years, making $0 a month pretty much, and so it's just like, that was an incredible jump. And now like we get to work together. So that I do get that one team aspect that I think is really nice, but it's not like it was at Netflix where I could hear about stuff people are building. I don't have a team. I don't have like product or cycles. I don't have a manager that I have to try to make happy. It's just like, it is very lonely. And I don't think a lot of people realize how lonely it actually can be.
Yeah, so combine that lonely. In my case, I don't know how many people. It's
I have a shockingly low. I feel like
you're people really. I mean, it's sometimes sort of teasing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's just really. I mean, you just give so much love to the world and inspire so many people, even when you're like making fun of stuff. But with me, sort of taking the loneliness combined with just really attacks and stuff, this can be rough. Psychologically, really a tough journey. You miss working with it, just from even a software engineering side, like where you can share code or talk over code, or the collaborative aspect of it.
Yeah, multiple things there. One, hey, we love you, Lex. Don't let the things get you down.
Thank you.
But
thank you. I love you too.
Thank you. Hey, little bonding moment here going on. But one thing I really miss.
Not in a sexual way, just to be clear.
The tension is a little tense.
I'm getting uncomfortable.
But
anyway, team.
It's just the one thing I really miss is just even when I hated how people did it, just seeing how other people solved things. Right? Like it's really amazing just like the raw creative power so many people have, and just being like, oh wow, like I would have never done it this way. Crazy, right? Like, oh, wow, this is awesome. And you kind of internally process this and you're like, oh, I now have a new little tool in my tool belt. Yeah. Because at some point it's really hard to find a mentor. When you're first young and you're just starting out programming, I mean, anyone with a couple of years of experience will be not just a little bit better than you, but like infinitely better than you. It's like, it feels like crazy how much better people are. And so you have to like get mentors and you learn from people. And then as you get better, that amount of availability gets really small. And so it's something that I really do miss is kind of like forced hard problem solving together.
I think there's also a skill to mining the wisdom from other people. Like I generally try to approach even like junior people, young folks, just mentally, at least for me, it works as a hack to assume they're like the smartest person in the world, like way smarter than me. And so like I take every single word they say as potential wisdom. And that helps me sort of mine for potential wisdom there. Because it's so easy as you get older to sort of judge to be like, oh yeah, okay, I've been through that. I remember feeling like that. I remember thinking that. That's incorrect, whatever. But it's just kind of assume that you don't know, that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and the other person is this like sage. And from that, in that kind of interaction, I think you can actually learn a lot. And my favorite interactions is when we both think that way.
Yeah.
So we're that from there, I think that's a catalyst for a great collaboration and interaction.
It just also makes everything much nicer. You know, it really stinks to work with someone that's combative and negative. Like, I don't mind combativeness if it's like I'm trying to figure out what's best to do right now, versus combativeness just because you're a negative person and things have to be this one particular way, because if they're not this one particular way, it's the end of the world. And like, that's actually really hard for me to work with.
What's the origin story of the Primogen name?
The origin story of the Primogen name was, are you familiar with a video game called Turok? Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
So Turok had Turok 1 and then Turok 2. Turok 2 was a brutally hard game. This is back when first-person shooters, they would only give you a certain amount of health, and you had to go discover health and get that health. And you had to beat the whole game without effectively dying. That's like the first version right there. That's Turok 1 and Turok 2.
Turok is a renowned first-person shooter video game series featuring dinosaurs, action, and sci-fi elements. The franchise has evolved significantly since its inception in 1997.
Yeah, there you go. So in 1998, there you can see it right there.
Turok 2, Seed of Evil, followed in 1998, featuring larger levels, more challenging puzzles, and deadlier enemies.
The notable difficulty, it was very, very, very cold.
Okay.
And so when I got it, it came in a black cartridge, not like your standard gray Nintendo 64. It's a black cartridge.
Oh, nice.
Badass game.
Yeah.
Right, and I got it. And I put it in, and I played every day for like 10 hours a day for a month straight, and I beat it. And it was like such an incredible, great experience. And the last leader of Turok 2 is called the Primogen. And so when I was a kid, when you're in like 5th grade, that's like super cool, like named after the bad guy. And so, like, for a long time on any internet thing, like Grail Online that I mentioned earlier, the name was the Primogen. It was great. And then, I became an adult eventually, and it's just like, okay, I'm an adult. My name is Michael Paulson _,
Yeah.
That's what I was on the internet for a long time, was that. And I remember it was like 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. I remember just how bad the tech world had kind of become. It was just like this super pretentious place, tons of dick measuring, just everything that just was the worst. Ken Wheeler got canceled over playing the circle game. It was just like, it's so hard to describe to people that weren't there, but it was just the worst place to be. Tech was extremely unfun. It was extremely awful. Everything was just so... It wasn't academic because it was research. It was like, we're building the most sophisticated things, and this is for the smart people, and everyone else is the dumb people. Don't worry, we'll design for you, dummy. We got that. We'll show you how to make the perfect architecture. And I remember changing my Twitter handle because I got so upset, and just went back to my video game name because I was like, I want things to be fun. I want this to stop. And so when I started streaming tech, my goal became to destroy whatever that tech mentality was, because it includes nobody. Everyone thinks that they're the smart people and they design for the dummies. And it's just like, no. Like, I want tech to be this place where people feel like they can be creative and excited and actually build something. And if you're new, like, it's okay to be dumb and ask dumb questions. Like, learn from your dumbness. No one's expecting you to be smart. Pick whatever you want. Like, actually do something and have fun and build, like, your crazy ideas. Oh, you're going to reinvent the wheel? Reinvent the wheel. Understand what you're doing. Learn it really good, and like interact and stuff. And it's just so different than what was out there. And that the name, Arnold Schwarzenegger talks about this thing where when he first started acting, his name was like the thing that people hated. As he once said, you have a strange voice, you have a strange body, and your name's unpronounceable. No one's going to, Schneitz and Knitzel, no one's going to remember that.
Yeah.
And he said, but now the name is the strong part. And for me, I've always felt akin to that, though my name's not nearly as cool, nor am I as popular as Arnold, nor am I as tough or good-looking or successful, but nonetheless, it's just the name represented this like counterculture movement within myself, in which I just hated what was there, and I wanted to defeat it. And so this has like been the thing. And now people remember me so well because of how weird my name is. And so it's just like for whatever reason, it became its own thing. And so that's kind of now I would never change it. And back then I would never change it because it was my Rage Against the Machine moment, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that as a symbol of Rage Against the Machine, and the rage being fun.
Yeah, I just want people to like be creative and have fun again. It's okay.
What about the mustache? It's an epic mustache. It's an epic stash. It has a life of its own.
Yeah.
Is there an origin story, or did you guys discover each other at some point, or did it emerge from the darkness of the struggle that is your life, or where does it come from?
Well, the original mustache is that it was No Shave November back before it became Movember. It was No Shave November back in the day. And after No Shave November, you had all this hair. And so what's the natural thing you got to do? You got to sport a mustache for a day, right? So whenever I'd forget to, not shave for a long time, and then I'd let it start growing out really big, I'd just go, oh, this is kind of funny. I'll have a mustache. And so one day when I was streaming, it's just one of those times I just didn't shave, and then I started just letting it go, and then I got kind of a beard, and then I just had a mustache. And when I did it, people were just like, heck yeah, it's mustache time. And I was just like, heck yeah, it feels like it's like a lifestyle decision, right? It's like, this is the fun times.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden it was just like exciting to have a mustache. And I shaved it off, and I was like, oh, okay. But then, part of me is like, there's this weird energy that comes from just having a mustache. So I was like, I'm going back. Told my wife, forgive her. She was very not as thrilled about my decisions to have a mustache long term, but I just decided to have it back, and it just is. It's just like it was the right thing. It's like it's always been the energy that I had was the mustache. It was always been there. It just never was visible until later on. It feels like.
Yeah, we're chatting offline how one of the components of a successful relationship is sacrifice, and your wife was willing to take the sacrifice of allowing you to have a mustache.
I clearly was not willing to sacrifice not having one. So
you do this incredible thing where you tried a bunch of different programming languages when you stream. You have you go all out on certain programming languages like Rust, and then Go, and then try to pick a new one, but also are like experimenting constantly. So maybe one question I could ask is about learning. What's your approach to learning a new programming language? And maybe what's your advice on learning a new programming language when you begin that journey?
So I've kind of done a bunch of different ways to go through this learning process, and I've tried a lot of different ones. Something that is obviously successful is just start building something. Just put your hands on the keyboard. Especially if you already know how to program, you're like, okay, I'm now using Zig. How do I do a main function so I can just run the program? Okay, now I know how to build. Okay, how do I do an if statement? What does it look like? Okay, how do I declare my own function? How do I do modules, right? You just kind of like Google your way through it, if you will, to get to the end product and build something. It's a great way to do things because I find that repetition, like rote learning, is obviously the best way to do this. You have to kind of go over it a bunch, and you can definitely get out and build a lot of stuff with that. I like that initial kind of get used to things, but on top of it, I find that by doing that, you also fall into like traps. You kind of Google and you try to solve a problem in the language based on all of your previous experience. Mm-hmm. And so you don't have what makes that language special. You kind of have what all the other languages make. And so you end up kind of not really being able to use it very effectively, but you can certainly kind of learn it and get kind of good at it. And so the second approach I've been doing lately, and this has been inspired by the creator of Ghosty, Mitchell Hashimoto, is to just start by reading the language reference, the whole thing. And so lately I've been just kind of going through and just reading the entire manual for these languages. I'm almost done with that one. It's like 8 to 10 hours of just sitting down, reading, and I'll whip out my computer and kind of practice a couple of the things from the actual docs. And that way I can learn all the things. So then when I start building again, I will remember, okay, I know there's a thing over here. Let me go reread about it because now I have it indexed in my brain somewhere that will kind of remember. So I don't think there's like a right or wrong way. I mean, at the end of the day, the right way is always that you have to build something eventually. You cannot just read about it. You have to put your hands on the keyboard. You have to build something out. And then once you do that, that's where you really discover what makes it painful or what makes it great. And if you don't have the breadth of what the language offers, you just may make it painful by simply being bad at it.
What exactly are you reading? Like this, like
what language reference?
Language reference.
So it just goes through like every feature top to bottom, right?
Yeah.
Every way it's described, all the different things. Like I think Zig's is, it's a decent size, but it's not just simply read the words. You want to internalize each concept as well. So it takes a long time. So I'm a slow reader.
So you're like building in AI terms like a background model of just because I don't think you can just start building once you're done reading because you probably forgot
Yeah.
How to do a for loop. Like you kind of forget the specifics. You just are building up the design choices, the set of features available, what are the strengths and weaknesses, all that kind of stuff, and then you start building. That's really interesting. Probably not the thing you would recommend to a junior developer, somebody who's just starting out at first.
If you don't know what an if statement is, that's not a good way to learn. Like to me, the best way to learn then is really hands on the keyboard and building extremely simple things and slowly growing in complexity. Because understanding what a class and methods and instances versus the blueprint, which is the class, versus functions versus modules versus all that stuff, right? Like that just takes time to learn. And so that's a completely different style of learning.
I wonder, because for me, learning right now, AI is a huge help, but I already have a lot of experience. I wonder if you're starting from scratch, whether that's a good idea, but I still think it's probably a really good idea. But basically, generate some code using AI and figure out what it's doing by playing with different parts. Maybe can you comment on that aspect, like the use of AI as part of the learning process?
This is where I have both the hopeful and the doomer take at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Google or Stack Overflow. Like this, it's all the same kind of take, which is it's just making things more democratized in some sense. I get to ask questions in probably the most personal possible way with my own voice and my own words, and it's able to produce out answers and kind of hopefully help guide me. Now, regardless of just say the errors and the incorrectnesses of it, like ultimately just using it as a learning, tool and being able to just, formulate and read answers in your own voice, I think is super powerful. And I think it's super amazing. But the part that I think is going to be really difficult is that we don't value remembering things anymore as a society. Like since the internet came about, I can just look that up. No need to you don't need to memorize your times tables, right? You can just use a calculator. You can just do all that. I remember I just was sitting on the airplane and I watched someone do the world's most simple addition and subtraction like 10 times on their phone. I'm like, why are you not just you should already know these, you should be able to do these things. And I realized that we kind of offload our brains, right? Oh, I don't need to know these things because I can look them up. And that's not a bad answer in some sense. I can understand that. Like, I don't need to remember every last thing. But then it also makes me realize that you kind of develop this learned helplessness, that a new error comes up. I'll just ask the AI. AI says, oh, okay, I got to fix this line. I fixed the line. You didn't actually learn anything. You kind of just used it as a quick means to get something out and move on. And so you sacrifice knowledge for speed, which is a great thing. And we have to make those trade-offs all the time in engineering. Sometimes you have to move fast at the sacrifice of knowledge. And I'm totally on board for that. But I worry that what we'll create is an entire generation of incompetent programmers who can do some amount of things well, but anything that is unique, bespoke, or requires some extra little elbow grease might become very difficult. It might cause a whole chasm where juniors remain juniors forever. And I don't want to see that. I want to see people grow. I want to see people, actually be able to take this as a craftsmanship thing. And so that's kind of that's like both my hope and my worry is that AI, I think, can do both, really. Because if you could ask whatever question you want and you don't have to rely on, say, a book to give you that exact answer, and if the book just said wrong and you can't understand it, it's just like, sorry, you don't get to learn what this is. Like recursion for me. I spent way too much time until someone gave me the right problem to understand recursion. You could imagine AI could have solved that for me way faster because it could have gave me the right problem and walked me through it much better. But what happened if I just always have recursion solved by them and not actually learn it myself?
So if I ask AI to generate code to do a certain thing, a large percentage of time, most of what AI generates is going to be correct for me. But some percent of time, it's not, fundamentally not. Mm-hmm. And for me to recognize the difference between those two, I think it takes a lot of experience. I think to learn that skill of knowing, no, a different, new, out-of-the-box solution is needed here than the one you're providing. You're missing the point. That's a skill. And how do you learn that? You learn that by building from scratch. So both are probably really necessary.
Yeah.
But I think as a first step of learning how to program, it's pretty nice to generate a function, to generate for loops and all that kind of stuff, and then just fuck with the different lines and like modify them to try to adjust the behavior of the program, and from the way the behavior of the program adjusts or bugs are created, you learn about the syntax of the language, the behavior of the language, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's a super powerful way to learn, but yeah, you need to also write from scratch.
At some point, you have to take off the training wheels, because I think what you're really spotting is the difference between reading and writing code. Like, I can read a lot of languages very well. I can see what's happening. I can understand it. But, like, I would not be very good at writing it. I can understand a lot of things about C++, and I can read it, but I'm just not that, because I haven't done it in so long. I can't remember where all the semicolons and colons and, like, you do public and private, and how you should be naming convention. Like, all those things kind of add all together, and then you're just like, oh, I'm really bad at writing it, though I can read it. And so there's a skill gap chasm that exists between those two.
All right, well, let me talk about the various languages. A cheesy, ridiculous question. What's the best programming language? Let's say, what's the best programming language that everybody should learn? Maybe let's go with top 5. I'm going to pull up the Stack Overflow developer survey, because I think
those are
you don't like them.
No, those aren't. You gotta remember, because you're a data guy, right? You know about biases in data. What does Stack Overflow naturally bias towards?
Well, they have the different slices of professional developers, junior developers. They have different slices. Okay, what is the bias?
I hear you, but who fills out a Stack Overflow survey? Someone who participates on Stack Overflow. Who's participating on Stack Overflow? Largely very, very new people, and that one guy that loves answering questions. And so I'm not sure if Stack Overflow is a great place to get data. It could be a very biased set of data.
Is it really only new people?
That's who's using Stack Overflow.
All right, most popular technologies on this:
JavaScript, HTML, Python, SQL.
SQL is the more general kind of, and I'm sure they're not doing the individual sort of flavors of SQL. By the way, you pronounce SQL versus SQL?
It's squeal.
Squeal? You squeal.
Squeal. I think is the correct way.
Squeal.
I did SQL because I didn't know the audience. I don't know if they can handle the truth.
Okay.
Which is a squeal.
A squeal of joy, squeal.
Squeal light, my squeal, Postgres squeal.
By the way, I had a lot of joy from earlier saying pig fucker for some reason.
It's such a mistake. Can you believe that was a real conversation that I had?
Yeah, that was. TypeScript, Bash, Java, C#, C++, C++.
It largely kind of aligns with the world you'd expect, but assembly. Why is assembly more popular than Ruby? Who is writing just assembly by? No one writes assembly by hand other than maybe that one guy that's developing TLS 1.3 and hand rolling a cryptography algorithm to be the fastest possible algorithm. Right?
Yeah, assembly's a weird one. Maybe people write it maybe in school, but even in school now for a operating systems course or something like that, or system engineering. I don't know if they write assembly anymore. I don't think so.
Yeah, but it's Swift and Ruby being less popular than assembly seems ridiculous. But nonetheless, okay, so you get my ideas behind that. But as far as top 5 languages go, that's probably too broad because you could just name so many. I think you should probably archetype it by what do you want to do. So if you want to get into game development, perhaps C#, C++ could be good choices, or JavaScript and doing canvas games. I could see that also working, but you're limited by doing JavaScript, obviously, because you can't do as much because the language is just not fast enough to do as much. So it's a good thing to remember. If you're going to be doing backend stuff, if you want a job, if you're looking for a job, maybe C#/Java or JavaScript or Go would be great choices. If you're looking to do embedded, you probably want to do C. C++, that would probably be a good choice. And so you kind of have to, I think you have to first determine what do you really want to get out.
If you're just curious about programming, which I talk to a lot of people who are, you can consider jobs, but basically their question is, okay, what's the first language I should learn? And maybe what are the several languages I should explore?
Can I say something that's going to make a lot of people angry?
Yeah, sure.
I think the first language people should learn if they have no idea about anything is JavaScript.
Yeah, why would that make people angry?
Oh, because people just, first off, I'm not supposed to say anything nice about JavaScript.
Yeah, usually that's the meme that you hate JavaScript. Right?
Yeah, no, JavaScript's a beautiful language, and it has a lot of things that are very great for it. And one of them is that you can express anything with very little effort. And so, someone that's new, I think it's really great to be able to draw a box and move a box. Like, that's great. You get to see it visually. I think that's one thing that's really great about JavaScript is that you can do that. Then you can go, okay, I want to learn about the backend. I want to make a request now. You can write a quick backend in it. Now you're starting to get familiar with programming a little bit. I can save this to a database. I can bring it down. I can put it on a screen. And I can animate it all around. And I can even put it on a canvas and render it in 2D or 3D. So it's like there's so much variety of what you can do with JavaScript. It's a great way to get introduced into programming. But then at some point you have to go, okay, I now need to learn more about this whole thing.
I mean, yeah, just like you said, you can make games, you can do front end, back end for web development.
You can even do embedded. They actually have, like there's Wes Boss is building his Roomba or something and programming it with JavaScript and React, which is just the world's worst language to choose for embedded, but you can still do it.
Also, we mentioned sort of in terms of applications, anything that relates to data or machine learning, Python is the sort of the leader there.
Yeah.
So that's a great one.
Seems like Python, CUDA stuff, and C++ would be a dynamite in that because a lot of these Python libraries are assumed are just, you're just smuggling in C++ underneath the hood or C.
Okay, so JavaScript, I would say Python.
Python's a great one too. You can get quite far with it, but you can't write the front end. So what happens if you love the front end, right? What happens if you really just want to design things and you just didn't know that?
Well, it's okay. So for that, JavaScript.
But Python's a good choice because you can't do the ML stuff in JavaScript nearly as easy.
Do we count HTML and CSS as programming languages?
I think there's like some technical definition that it is if you put it up. If you use this certain amalgamation of CSS plus HTML, it actually has, like, it can be a Turing complete language.
Yeah.
But I mean, for practical purposes, no, HTML is not a language. You know, for me, yes, the Turing test is a good one, but for those that are just not wanting to be as academic, if I can't write a function in an if statement, I don't feel like if I can't loop, if, and function, I don't feel like that's a programming language.
Although modern HTML has a lot of features.
It's crazy how much it has, but it's more of a specification than anything else. I specify it to be a pop-up. I specify it to have this kind of like accessibility, this kind of look, this kind of, you know, under these conditions, look like this, transform like this, move down here.
I don't know. I kind of like these popular programming languages in this list I like. JavaScript.
You like Bash?
Oh, yeah, I like Bash a lot. Yeah. Why?
Okay. Bash is kind of one of those ones where it's like, do you really like it? I like it up until I need an array.
Oh, as a programming language, no, but I like the command line.
Okay.
That's what. Yeah, do you like that? No, nobody likes Bash. Do you mean I meant
someone
like
is
more,
so offended right now.
means do you use it a lot? Yes. It's good to. I mean, it's good to learn, right? It's good to
It is.
be comfortable on the command line because it's a bit of a superpower. It's like, I think I follow on Twitter FFmpeg.
Great account.
Like there's certain Twitter accounts that are just like legit.
Yeah.
And you know, I think FFmpeg, like they have all these sort of parameters that you can add on the command line that it's like one of those cryptic languages that only very few wizards understand. But once you begin to slowly understand, and I'm only at the very sort of beginning stage of that journey of history, the powers you gain at every step is like it grows exponentially. It feels like. I mean, FFmpeg is just this incredible, like what would you call a library system? There's just the people behind it must be just brilliant masterminds because they have to work with all these codecs, with all these containers, with all this the mysteries of the media codec universe. They're like masters of, and they understand compression, which is another super fascinating technical set of problems that I don't know. I just FFmpeg just fills me with joy that it exists. But you need kind of Bash type comfort, command line comfort to work with it to really unlock its power. Yeah,
I think FFmpeg is probably one of the most consequential libraries of our day, and the Twitter account is so unhinged. It's the most amazing thing to see because I think FFmpeg does not get the love it deserves.
Yeah.
Every single application, OPS, probably FFmpeg underneath the hood. All the everything FFmpeg underneath the hood. And yet, they do not get the love they deserve. I just love it. I just think they're the best.
Yeah, I would say JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Python, SQL. I mean, that is SQL is a programming language.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly sophisticated programming language. Yeah.
SQL is interesting. I believe you can classify it as a programming language. It does have if you have case statements, and it's pretty crazy what you can do.
You could functions. You can do all that.
Yeah,
you should.
For stored procedures, that's how you make your life hell. I will say that all the top languages right there none of them are like strict static type languages. And so even TypeScript, you can, I don't like it. And so for people that are learning, doing something that's much more strict would be great. Something like Go, Rust, even C#, C++, like any that kind of changes your perspective of types, I think is really helpful to kind of go through. They're not getting nearly as much love on this most popular language list, but I think they're very fantastic.
All right. Well, if I put a gun to your head, top five languages, let's list them out. There's a bright-eyed 20-year-old asking you what are the top five languages to learn.
If I were to pick 5 languages that I think people should learn, or at least let's restate it this way. I'm going to say a couple languages, and you should at least explore some of them. I think you should explore a Lucy language, so Python/JavaScript, where there is truly only one type, which is a boxed value, which is a multi different types underneath the hood, right?
What'd you call it? A Lucy language?
A loosey-goosey language, right? It's a dynamic language.
Okay.
And so I think it's really good to explore one of those two. So I'd put Python or JavaScript right there. Even Lua. Throw Lua in the bunch. Mm-hmm. I think you should explore a strict language. So I'd do something like Rust, Go. I think those are both really great.
C++?
You can do C++. You can do some type erasure in C++. You can do it with Go as well, but it's for the most part, it's a great language to do that in. It can get a little wild. New C++ seems great. Everyone keeps telling me new C++ is great. Mm-hmm. It has every feature you've ever wanted and all the features you don't want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's smart pointers, dump pointers. There's all kinds of pointers. There's no memory leaks. That's not an issue.
Face guns, soft beds. There's everything in there.
Unless you like memory leaks, it has that too. If you want that kind of thing, it's great.
Okay, how about this one? Languages that I actually want to really learn, that at least sit in my curiosity bank. There's 3 languages, which is going to be Swift, Elixir, OCaml, and then I'm going to throw Odin in there just because GPL's great. But Elixir and OCaml, I don't have a strong functional language underneath my belt. That's something that I just genuinely lack.
Yeah, I've heard incredible things about Elixir, about Odin, about OCaml. Obviously, I'm a person, as you know, who loves Lisp.
I have never done Lisp. Lisp could be in that category too, just like learn or Clojure. I think at this point is what everyone tells you to use.
So in the case of Lisp, I don't want to speak negatively about Lisp, but it's important about like modern community, what the community looks like. And it seems like there's an excited, maybe small, but an excited community around Elixir, Odin, and OCaml. So that helps. Yeah. Because then you can post shit on Twitter that you're like, I accomplished this, and you have people get excited, and it's nice. Yeah. It's a good feeling.
You can post like something on Twitter and you'll get like 1,000 likes if you do something cool in Elixir.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is that's like a pretty big amount of people to like a post for such a niche topic.
Yeah.
Programming is already a pretty small topic. Then you get into functional programming. That's a small topic in a small topic.
Yeah. I don't get that much. If I post something about Emacs, I'll get crickets. If I post something if I proud to use NeoVim, there'll be a lot of people like,
yeah,
good job.
Because it is the best editor.
Yeah, maybe it's just like
come back to the Civil War, Lex.
Yeah, sometimes you have to sacrifice and go from the superior editor that is Emacs and choose NeoVim just to be popular. You sacrifice integrity and values and quality for just popularity. So
absolutely, I love how you put it.
Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? I like how you're doing this in bunches. That's great.
Right now, my kind of side honeys that I'm exploring is
side honeys.
Yeah, side honeys. They're not my mainstay right now. Go is kind of my favorite one to build a web app in. Like if I'm going to build some sort of backend with a lot of complicated logic, Go's just so convenient. But I get really frustrated with its ability to express everything that I need. Like if you have a heterogeneous list, a list that contains 2 types, Go's just really not that fun to use. And so I could see, so the ones I'm exploring is J, or the language, as Jonathan Blow says, and Zig. And both of them have a lot of power to them. They're both very interesting. They definitely have foot guns in them. They're definitely more, they don't take it easy on you. Now, Zig seems like it's a really amazing language, and so does Jive. They're both very cool.
Yeah, actually, I saw Dave Plummer's testing the close to 100 languages for speed, and Zig came out on top.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I mean, when I say mistake, nothing against Dave Plummer. He's an extremely talented engineer.
Yeah.
It's just that Zig, C, C++, all those languages that were being tested, they're all LLVM backend, right? That's the one that actually turns the thing into the executable part. And if there's a variation in speed, it just means in one language you didn't quite express what you're supposed to correctly. Like there's the language ball test that's been bouncing around on Twitter.
Yeah.
Zig was like 6th or 7th below. I forget what language it is. I played around with the example, added the word no alias to the argument, which means that the piece of memory that's coming into this function, there's no global pointers, there's nothing to it, and so the compiler can make these really cool optimizations, and I made it faster than the C version. So it just means that it's just not correctly specified is all that means.
Yeah, but it's still exciting. To me, the competition between Zig, Rust, and C++ is really interesting. Like, part of it's for speed, part of it's for how easy it is to write performant code.
I'll say something that's the reason why I think Zig is so interesting comparatively to, say, C or Rust. C is like the ultimate language. It can do anything. You have preprocessor macros. You can do quite a bit with it, but it's also really difficult. And it's also really simple, and you can learn it. So it's kind of its like own unique beast. And when you get really good at C, C is a magical language, and people are really great at it, and people speak very highly of it. Rust is like this ultra safe language. What you can do in C, you just can't even express in Rust. Rust is going to be that the safe man that holds you at night, keeping you warm, right? It's going to be just the greatest. But somewhere in the middle lies Zig. Zig has optionals. If you're not familiar with optionals, that just simply means there's a value here or there's not, but you first have to check that before you can use it. So it prevents that whole null pointer dereferencing say false problem. And that's not available in C. Just by default, you have to kind of build that thing in. It is the only option in Rust. But Zig says, hey, if you have a pointer, you can't express it as null unless you mark it that it can be null. There's some ways around it. There's like other types of pointers and stuff like that can do that. But for the most part, Zig will give you safety for the most part. Right? So it's like a little bit of safety, but more like C. So it kind of gives you like everything you kind of want in that region where you can express safe code and unsafe code. Very easy to write. It's very pretty. Or at least the idea behind it is very pretty. The language itself is bland, but
well, there's beauty in everything.
Yeah.
Fine. You've programmed in Rust a lot. What do you love about Rust? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? Maybe you can speak about memory management that you already mentioned.
Yeah.
The challenge of memory management that several of these languages address. But yeah, what do you love about Rust?
What I love about Rust, I love that it's that the ability to free the memory that you're using is directly tied to the stack. So whenever you create something, there's a stack variable or there's some amount of stack memory, whether it's a pointer off to the heap, a pointer and a length. So, some amount of memory on the stack and then some memory on the heap. Because like a string is not all on the stack. It's some on the heap, some on the stack. And when that stack variable goes out of scope and gets cleaned up, it also cleans up what's on the heap. So it kind of simplifies this whole idea of, whoops, I forgot to free my memory. It just does it for you. So it's not a garbage collector, which will do it sometime later. It's not like C where you have to call it yourself. It's somewhere in between. Now, there's a lot of strategies people use, arenas and all that make that C part much easier. I'm just not even mentioning it, but it just makes it a lot easier. But Rust does that really beautifully, and it's just like a really cool idea about it. And I really like that. And the second thing that I think Rust does really, is such a good thing is that mutability of something is you have to specify it. So you don't just create a variable and then mutate it. You have to say this is not only a variable, it's a mutable variable. Mm-hmm. I think that just makes code really readable and really understandable. Because anything that does not have the word mute next to it, for a fact, it cannot change. So there's some rules around that, but you get the general idea.
Like most programming languages, you have to explicitly state that this is going to be changed. This is going to be changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, it's safe. It's trying to be, and the safety might be create limitations. Let us consult the AI overlords. Rust is a blazing fast, memory-efficient systems programming language that emphasizes performance, type safety, and concurrency. The language enforces memory safety without using a garbage collector, as you said, instead utilizing a unique, quote, borrow checker that tracks object collect times and compile time. This prevents common programming errors like null pointer dereferencing and memory leaks and so on. Yeah. So you've also spoken about metaprogramming. Which of these languages do you like for the metaprogramming? I love metaprogramming in C++, but it's a giant mess. At least I program C++, C++ 17 standard, I believe. It's just a mess, especially a mess to debug.
Yeah, I would consider myself kind of a metaprogramming newbie. I have only solved some amount of problems with it. That's kind of like what this year is for me to really, I want to see where the ends can go in that, so I don't have a strong opinion on this one. Zig, one thing I really like about Zig is that the metaprogramming is also the language itself. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to there's not an alternative. So with Rust, there's an alternative. When you create a macro, you have to do the macro syntax. With Zig, it is the thing. You just program it. You add the word comp time if you want it to be a compile time only. So you can do you can create the list of prime numbers at compile time in Zig, which is kind of an interesting, unique thing. So you have code that executes at compile time, and then you can take advantage of the result of it at runtime. So neat, right? That's how I'd look at it. But again, I haven't used it to the point where I feel like I can super authoritatively talk about it.
You have been undecided. What language are you going for this year?
I'm going to keep Go as my mainstay. Yeah. My two side honeys, Jai and Zig. I'm going to explore and try to build out a service in them that can do a bunch of talking to, say, ChatGPT and 11 Labs and send stuff down to clients and work with WebSockets. And I want to make sure that
this guy
I just want to see kind of how do they perform in this realm. And, I may be using the language incorrectly. Like Jai, it's not really been designed for the web world. I just got done writing the ability to read Twitch chat, and it required me to do Berkeley sockets. So if you're unfamiliar with Berkeley sockets, it's like the old way of doing it. Do it in C. So you have to kind of go through the whole 9 yards of creating your own connection. I had to create my own connection. I have to read from the socket, and I have to parse out all the IRC, right? You have to kind of build it from scratch. There's not like a new TCP connection to this server. You have to be like, I'm creating a socket. You're going to be of the IPv4 family and TCP, and you're going to do, I'm going to now have to take your address and go look up your address with DNS, get that address back, and then connect it to a TCP. So it's a lot more manual still. It's a lot more raw in that area, but it's fun.
What are some epic projects you built on stream that jump to memory?
My most favorite. Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry, I'm really jazzed right now.
Let's go.
Okay, so jazzed.
Jazz hands.
My most favorite project was the one I did last year. Someone built a Doom ASCII port, so you could play with ASCII. So that means you could play it in your terminal. Yeah. Very, very fun, very exciting. Yeah. So I made a Go program that could spawn out the Doom ASCII. Then I took that Doom ASCII and I sent it to the browser so that people could play Doom ASCII in the browser. But then I made it so that Twitch chat could control that instance of Doom ASCII by piping in Twitch chat, taking the average of the movements over so much time, and replaying it as if it was a controller. And I had Twitch chat beat level 1 by spamming it. But the fun part was I used a bunch of fun encoding techniques. So I used quad trees to be able to take smaller amounts, use run length encoding, tried to create my own compression algorithm. Because if you're sending out a bunch of ASCII stuff, it's still pretty expensive because you have to represent color. Color's not cheap. On top of it, you have to represent what does it look like? What does the ASCII look like? Well, I realized, there's all these fun techniques you can do for compression. Like the shape of the ASCII you send down is, in a lot of these engines, are actually just proportional to the lumosity of that pixel. Mm-hmm. So you'd use an 8 to represent, or a pound sign to represent white. But black, you're going to want to do a period, mm-hmm, or a comma or a bar, something smaller. So it's I then developed all these different compression algorithms that turn a bunch of data, which would take, I forget how much it would take. It'd take gigabytes upon gigabytes to go out to thousands of people to all see the same image at the same time, to all be able to interact with Doom at the same time. I turned it from gigabytes into kilobytes by just trying to figure out how to make it as small as possible and send it all out. It was super fun. Absolutely had a great time.
So you're actually sending it to all the people in chat. So where's that pipeline? How chat is able to control the Doom thing?
Twitch chat. Yeah, so they would go. People would spam W, and if you said W, it would hold down W for 150 milliseconds if the majority of people during that time period said W.
Nice. Okay. So, and how are they getting the input of where you are on screen?
So originally I was going to send that through Twitch, but Twitch is 5 seconds behind. So that's why I piped it out to a website. So everybody could see from my computer to the website. In typical lag was right around 70 milliseconds. So it's like they could mostly see what was happening in that short period of time. It was pretty exciting. So we had 1,000 people, or I had somewhere between 1,000 to 1,400 people smashing W's and pressing F to fire and turning, and we killed some zombies.
Yeah.
We blew up the barrel at the very end of level 1 to kill the imp.
How are you getting the W's from the Twitch chat? Is there an API?
IRC. I was using IRC. So just a little TCP socket, and then you parse out IRC.
Okay, and there's very little live there. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a couple hundred milliseconds, though. It's enough that it actually made it a little bit difficult, because people would often overturn and then go forward and like miss the door, and then they had to go back, and
That's awesome.
it was awesome. So that was my favorite, I think, project of all time, just because I never got to do like a lot of encoding. Encoding's kind of like, what do you normally do? Okay, I need to send something down. I don't know, gzip it. Server will just do it. Server just does the right thing. I don't need to think about it. So instead, I think about it. I'm going to send the right thing.
Yeah, you have to think about the compression. Yeah, and there you go. That's some more love towards FFmpeg.
Yeah.
They have to think about that a lot.
Ultimately inspired by FFmpeg and their awesomeness.
So can you speak to just the chat community in general? Like, a big part of what you do in terms of streaming is the humans that are communicating with you live. Can you talk to the different chat communities? First of all, which is the best chat community? YouTube, Twitch, or X?
This is where I feel bad for YouTube, because I do think it's technically the worst, but it's not YouTube's fault. And let me kind of explain why.
Mm-hmm. And then I will explain why you're wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah, I know you love YouTube, but let me explain why.
Yeah.
Is that when you go on Twitch, you go to anyone's channel,
mm-hmm.
they have this like cultural human centipede thing that's happening where as the memes flow in, all of Twitch kind of reacts and morphs to all those memes. So every channel you go to has this like same culture.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of similar emotes and everything, so it's very tight knit. So when I stream, I get all the same jokes that you would pretty much see if you saw, I don't know, Soda Poppin' or some big streamer, Asmongold, whoever, Portate Software streaming. All the same memes would all flow through the exact same kind of pipe. And so it's a very holistic kind of community. So every time you're making jokes like in the ether. Twitter kind of has that too. Tech Twitter kind of has like a set of jokes. And so you can kind of see it. The problem with Twitter chat is that there's just nobody there right now. Typically, like, just put it into perspective. I have somewhere between like 1,500 to 3,000 people on Twitch, somewhere between 800 to 2,000 on YouTube, and like 50 people on Twitter. So it's like the difference is massive. But they all Twitter has that same thing that's developing where there's like memes that are constantly flowing through it, and so they're very highly connected. YouTube just doesn't seem to have that. They're just a bunch of people, and people go to YouTube for various reasons. I'm going to YouTube to learn. So they come in, they want to learn. So they're not like on the meme train. They're not in this like cultural zeitgeist train. They're just like, but why would you use this if statement when a switch statement in this one particular case? And you're just like, well, that's not what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, you want to captain the meme train, or you want to ride on the meme train.
Yeah, or you just want to be able to like create a culture on your chat, because your chat's gonna be some variation of that kind of zeitgeist that's flowing through Twitch, and it kind of is very contiguous between X and Twitch. It just feels really out of sync with YouTube, and then YouTube particularly does a bad job, and some people would argue a good job, because you can swim being you can actually change what timestamp you're at. So all of a sudden you'll be like, oh yeah, something about like driving to soccer in my minivan, and then 20 minutes later you'll be talking about Zig, and someone's like, I personally use whatever to drive to soccer, and you're like, what are we talking about? Like, so YouTube is a very disjointed chat as well, because it depends on where they're at within the video. Swim comes from Netflix, by the way. Called swim.
The term.
Yeah, people said swim.
Oh, so you're okay.
Swimming through the.
Yeah, so you're not just making up the term. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, but it's probably made up, and probably only 10 people said it at Netflix, and so no one's going to know it, and they're going to be like, yeah, right, that thought happens on Netflix.
So, guys, going back to projects, what projects on stream or in general?
No, you need to answer why YouTube chat's the best chat.
Well, you kind of convinced me. Okay, why YouTube is the best chat? Well, I think I'm just a hater. That's basically what it boils down to, and I'm just talking shit. And I'm probably just like from the outside shooting in, because Twitch is such a fun culture, of memes, and so it's just fun to shoot from the outside, to like throw to like egg the house of Twitch. And then I just sit back on my lawn chair and with the small YouTube community, just talking shit. No, you're absolutely right. There's a real sort of sense of community that Twitch can form. But I just like the openness of YouTube. It's just better at opening to the world. It's more accessible. It's easier to share. It's just a more established platform. That's all.
Fully on that.
For the for the open world, like I can send it to people that don't usually watch video game streaming or that kind of stuff.
Yeah. If you send a Twitch link, they're like, I don't like video games. And you're like, well, actually, it's not video. Like there's that talk happens every single time you mention Twitch, because Twitch does have a perspective about it that YouTube does not.
I was just on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I think it came up. He asked something like, "Is Twitch still a thing?" So that just gives you an example. And then Jamie said, "Yeah, it's definitely still a thing. It's still like growing and so on." And so there's just a big slice of humans that don't participate in the Twitch sphere. Yeah, I just like talking shit. So yeah,
that's a beautiful answer.
But it's cool that you sort of make it accessible on all these different platforms. And I have high hopes for X, but it's feature-wise, it still has a lot of growing up to do.
And just like, why do people use X? You typically are going there for like a text-based interaction you want to look through. So I also think they just have like a user expectation change that needs to happen, and that just takes a while. That's going to take a little bit before people get to it. I think their idea of audio first is a great first step, where people can kind of listen to it and have the phone away maybe. There's a lot of like changes that have to happen before X can be successful, man.
I mean, X is this incredible comment section, just like Reddit, right? So it's like
no. You said incredible. That's not Reddit. Comment section, correct?
Comment, yeah. Incredibly dynamic and vibrant, even if it's what is the technological platform, like how does the interface and the technology shape the discourse? It's fascinating, because X is a different style than Reddit, different style than like Facebook, different style than Instagram. It's interesting, and all those comment sections are different technologically, like how the sorting is done, how easy it is to sort of build a community around it, because YouTube is not really a community. Every single video on YouTube has its own mini community. Mm-hmm. You're like all talking shit on just that one video. But like you can't jump across.
There's no like, hey Bill, hey George,
exactly.
There's no crosstalk that happens in multiple videos.
Yeah, but community is awesome. I love community. Yeah. I love the feeling of community, and I guess that's what Twitch really provides.
YouTube also does have it though. Like they have an aggregate community. There's a lot of fun comments and all that on the videos, and a lot of thumbs up, and then you see the fun discourse that happens, and it's like that's the community. It's just only a certain slice sees it.
I think that's more so on YouTube for live streaming. Mm-hmm. Though all the same folks show up, and they talk shit, they celebrate, they all like the meme train arrives.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what projects shape you as a programmer? What are the ones you streamed or offline?
For me, I don't know if there's like a one project I can point to, but I can point to a specific spot where I think it happens, and where I think you can learn a lot from. Any small program you write will be somewhere between like 1,000 to 5,000 lines of code. I consider like a pretty dang small project. You can kind of correlate this to any feature within a larger system as well. A specific feature on a website could be 1,000 lines, a couple thousand lines. There's a point in which all of your choices add up, and I typically find that right around 5 to 10,000 lines of code. The choices you've made either weigh you down or kind of free you up. And so it's right in that I feel like I learn the most, is because I love getting to that point in a project or in some small part of the code base, because at that point I get to test how good were my initial gut decisions about how I design software, but B, now I need to go back and think about like, how am I going to do testing across this in a more effective way? How can I scale this out to 20,000 lines of code? How can I do all these things with what I've got, or do I need to kind of rethink it? And I find that that's really where the best learning happens, is that everybody has probably a different number that exists. And as you go to each one of these numbers, or how well or holistic you want your project to be, I think that you'll come up with different numbers. And I think that number should just get bigger as you get more experienced. Because, you know, there's projects that are 1 million lines of code, but they're most certainly not holistic, right? Like every part of the code base is some age at some capsule of time with some sort of programming style. Some is more functional, more class-based, more, God help your soul if it's pre-processor macros in C++, right? Like there's like all these different kind of things you'll find throughout time. And so that's why I kind of try to think about it as like the feature or the thing you're working on. It's usually about 5,000 lines is where I find that things get kind of, did I make good or bad decisions? And that's where I do all my learning, is right on that phase. I'm trying to get it to the point where I should be able to shoot from the hip and do 20,000 lines and not be upset about it.
So first of all, on the just enjoying the thing you create part, yeah, about there, you can sit back and see all the parts dancing together. For me, also debugging, you get to see the choices you make materialize as like how easy it is to debug. Like I'm a big proponent. I think you mentioned this in the past. I put asserts everywhere.
No, you're the reason why I do that.
Yeah.
You're like the first one. Keep on going. Sorry.
Really? Okay. So for me, one of the joys, whether it's try catch blocks, whether it's assert, whether it's with the testing, I get to see the payoff of all the minefield of asserts I've laid out before me in my kingdom by how quickly I can debug a system as it grows larger, and I can, first of all, discover errors before they become real bugs, and also how quickly I can solve those errors. And that brings me joy. For me, a lot of the joys of programming is creating powerful systems that don't break down, that work correctly. They work correctly in majority of the cases. And there, sort of the stress testing the system and getting all the signals from that system that everything's working correctly is something that fills me with joy and makes sure that the system actually works. So yeah, that, I don't know if it's 5,000-10,000 lines of code. If it's Java or C++, it's millions of lines of code. But yeah, in Python, yeah, I would say 10,000 lines of code. That's when you first get to see the magic. But anyway, you were saying.
Okay, so you and John Carmack had a conversation about asserts.
Yes.
You talked about this idea of putting asserts everywhere that effectively crash the program. When you have some state in your program that should not be represented, and you have made this choice actively.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've never done that before. And I know this is like old technique, and I obviously must be too young or too dumb to know that this was a thing people did. I grew up in Java, and I think that's probably why I didn't run into this. So I saw that, I was like, I'm curious about how to use asserts more. And then I ran into a person named Yoran. He's the CEO and creator of Tiger Beetle. It's like the world's fastest, greatest financial database. And it was spawned out of a company that needed to do a bunch of financial transactions, and it's written in Zig. And what they do is they do deterministic simulation testing, and they just use NASA's kind of guarantee for creating really great software. So like, don't use size, specify your exact size of int you expect everywhere. All these kind of like things they do to be very specific. And one of them is that every function should contain 2 asserts, whether it's positive space, like, these things should happen, or negative space, like this pointer should never be null. You're programming into things that should never happen. Normally you just never specify that. You'd never think about that. So every single function everywhere has all these asserts, and these asserts run both in production and in testing. Mm-hmm. They're always on. And then they take deterministic simulation testing, and run like 200 years of just random data, just complete slop going through the system, and seeing how far it goes. And when an assert happens, they're like, here's the input that caused it, here's every last little bit that happened, and now you can identify where this went wrong. And it was so cool. So between you, John Carmack, and Yoran, that's where I was like, okay, I got to really, and NASA, I'll throw NASA on as well. NASA can join in on that one. I was like, okay, I want to try this. And I did try it. I built kind of like this big reverse proxy for me trying to do some game development stuff. And I just went ham on the asserts. And then I built a whole simulation testing thing that could do everything deterministically. So, even the result of requests will come in specific orders. And I found a bunch of bugs. that I just would never have found. And then I did it for a game I was making. I found some bugs where my cursor went off screen. It would cause all these different problems because I just never tested them. And it's super fun. And it's like a really great way to program.
Yeah, I think it's a skill set you grow over time. It's not just that you have to specify the preconditions, like everything that has to be true. It's also adding things that are like you might not even think about. You have to sort of anticipate really weird things. And if you add asserts, especially in complicated functions or in complicated classes, that are able to catch really weird things, that's going to save you so many headaches. And it's going to help you learn about your own code. This is one of the things, I think it was Jonathan Blow that either in conversation with you or was it in presentation, he said that when he's starting in a project, he usually doesn't know how to implement it, how it's going to work. And I think he was saying that he wants a programming language. This might have been a criticism of C++, I'm not sure, where he wants a programming language that makes it as painless as possible for him to not know what he's doing, how he's going to implement it, and to quickly get to a place where he figures it out. I think there's a fundamental part of programming is building stuff while not really knowing what the next thing you're doing is. You kind of have a loose design, maybe a strict design, but really you're solving puzzles that are not. It is a dark room in a fundamental sense. And there you have to anticipate the kind of weirdnesses that might emerge while not really knowing everything, just this full fog of war. And that's a real skill to anticipate the kind of issues that might arise and put asserts on top of them. And it's also spiritually, for me, been a really nice way of programming a building, of living life, is having very strict asserts that say you're gonna fix this problem if it ever arises. You can't just look the other way. This idea of treating warnings as errors. Make sure your code compiles without any warnings. That was a big leap for me. It's but there's so many of them. And it's not really that important.
Yeah.
It's no warnings. Make sure you treat every single problem, even fuzzy problems, seriously, because that's actually long-term is going to create code that's much easier to work with, much more fun to work with, much more robust, resilient to all kinds of weirdnesses, all that kind of stuff. So it's a different way of approaching coding, probably more NASA-like versus web programming style.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it has made programming for me personally much more fun, because one of the most painful things about programming is creating when you get past 10,000, 20,000 lines of code and you have to find a bug. And that bug can take hours, it can take days to find. And that's torture.
Yeah, when your system gets sufficiently large, some of these bugs are they're very difficult. I bless anyone's soul that's working on million-line code bases, because it does. I can't tell you how many times I've spent multiple days just trying to figure out the root cause of the bug. Not even the fix, just why does this happen? And that's hard. So I love that. I just love the asserts because I'm not good at them. I can see it's definitely a skill that I don't put into practice constantly, which means it's just not a muscle memory type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just one of those things I just love. It's such a fascinating way to approach a problem. Because I would have never thought, you know what I'm going to do? If I'm wrong, I'm going to crash this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to crash it right here because I should never be wrong. But instead you're oh, actually that makes perfect sense. I should crash this thing. I've done something terribly wrong here. Why would this ever exist? And then you're this is going to solve a whole class of problems.
Yeah, and especially if it's in production, it's well, users are going to see this crash. It's yeah, well, you should minimize the number of times any user ever sees the crash, not by having a nice blue screen or whatever the fuck, but actually stopping everything. And that's going to be, and that's going to create an incentive for you to never have that happen.
Yeah.
You're actually going to put in the time to make sure it never happens.
And the nice part is with the web and all that, you can always pop up something and say, hey, things have gone very, very wrong. We're unable to recover. You can give them a nice message and then log it off so you can see it.
Yeah.
And then measure how often are you doing it. I understand that there's a bit of interestingness to a web project. Like, do you want to always crash a server? There's a bit of a gamble if you release a bad version and you crash all your servers constantly. Like that's a pain you're going to have to accept.
I think this is more applicable for single systems like robots and so on. You have struggled with ADHD. I think a lot of people are really inspired by the fact that you're able to be productive and flourish while having ADHD. How'd you overcome it?
Well, there's a lot of things that ADHD affects. And so I'll start with some of the easiest things, because there's like directly applicable, then like these kind of collateral damage applicable things that happen. So one thing that has really helped me with ADHD is maturity. I think that's just a thing that everyone needs more of, meaning that I found myself getting so wiggly and so out of control when I would try to sit down and read. I just couldn't handle it. I just felt like I'd read a page and didn't read anything. The part of me that just went, oh my gosh, I just can't even do this. I had to just simply quit listening to it and said, no, I'm rereading this page. I remember reading some pages in college like 18 times in a row. Just like, I'm going to force myself to just do this the correct way. And so there's an aspect of maturity that really helps no matter what. I will do the thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it well. And maybe it takes me a lot longer, and that's okay. That's not the point of it. It's that I'm doing it, and that's the point. And so that's kind of like one thing that I think just generally helps. And ADHD, no ADHD, the resilience, emotional resilience is just like a really important aspect that just helps. So I think that has been a large part that really helps me. There's things that I still obviously struggle with. Like it's clear where I'm really bad at stuff. And just trying to like think through all the different things that I'm bad at. There's more things I'm bad at than I'm good at. And so programming obviously has something that just allows me to remain focused, and it's like a strength of mine. And so I started off where I could just do it for a little bit. And then just through kind of that emotional resilience, I was able to start doing it more and more. And so now I can just do it for like 10, 12, 15 hours at a time. And I absolutely love it. And so it's become kind of like a joy. It's like playing a musical instrument. I'm really into it. But then if it came down to, hey, you need to go schedule your own, dentistry and go do all these other things, or make sure the kids have this type of stuff ready for, the meals you need to pack throughout the week. I'm historically very bad at that, and will probably continue to be very bad at that. And so I must say that one of the reasons why I excel so much is because I also have a wife who is so good to me, and she helps clear out a lot of the things in my life that cause a lot of like me kind of getting snowballed into a weird spot where I'm just like distracted, getting nothing done. And so she's really helped me. So it'd be foolish of me to claim that I've defeated ADHD by myself, but instead I find that the places that I can really control, I've done a very good job at, and the things that I obviously need to do much better at, my wife has helped me a whole bunch. And so I've kind of cheated. Maybe I found a cheat code, loving wife, but that has been the thing that has really helped.
You said a lot of interesting things. So on the reading and for me, it's also audiobook side. I do the same thing, and I've gotten much better at it, which is like, I tune out mentally, and I'll read a page and you don't understand anything on the page. You didn't actually read it, and I forced myself to just reread it or re-listen to it in the audiobook, which is a much more common problem for me now. And forcing myself to really pay attention, because I listen to audiobooks often when I run, and it's so easy to just tune out.
Yeah.
It's a skill. Like, I didn't realize how much of a skill listening to an audiobook is, especially when there's other sensory inputs, like when you run. So I have to force myself to like really pay attention to every single word. And if I don't like tune out and don't remember what I just listened to in the past 30 seconds, I force myself to re-listen to it. And sometimes that means like 5 times, until it's like punishing myself to like, you're going to listen to this boring shit over and over until you get good at that little skill of like, zoom in. And you're like, yeah, there's people, they're like doing stuff, there's nature, it doesn't matter. You're listening to every single word and loading it in and trying to stay focused. Even there's just so many distractions all around you. Yeah.
It's definitely a learned skill, and it takes a lot of time. And when I say, I was able to do from here to here, I'm speaking over the course of like 5 years of doing this every day. Like, it's not some small, there's no, You could. The nice part about that decision, though, is you can make that decision today. You can make it right now. You're gonna be like, from here on out, I'll never make that mistake again. I will say I'm gonna read 50 pages. I will sit down and read 50 pages, and when I get distracted, I'll go back to the last place I remember, and I'll start again. And like that's a decision you can make. That's a mature, non-emotional decision to make, and you can do that. It just may be really painful for the first couple years of making said decisions, and then it gets easier, and then it gets easier, and then it becomes more natural to change yourself.
Yeah, and with every medium, with every platform, I think it's like a new skill. For me, like using social media has been that. Just like I end up like doom scrolling, too easily on platforms. So, and one solution is not to look at all, which is kind of what I lean on mostly these days. But I feel like I should be able to check, just read, okay, feel a thing, learn a thing, and then put it down.
Yeah.
Versus like you have this glazed look over your eye and you're not really paying attention anymore and you're dead inside and you feel horrible afterwards. I don't understand.
The horrible afterwards is real serious. I've definitely, I can 100% notice that I am a more anxious person the more time I spend scrolling.
Yeah.
I can just feel it. It's like something inside of me that's kind of, I don't know how to say it other than it like wants to get out, but I don't really know what that is. It's not anger, but it's not, it's very anxious.
It's like the opposite of the feeling I have when I wake up in the morning and I'm feeling good and I look out in nature and like look at the sun and it's like a bird chirping and this kind of thing. Like scrolling through social media, even if it's like super positive stuff or whatever, it's still not the same feeling as a bird chirping. Bird chirping on Instagram is a different bird chirping than in real life. Like, because bird chirping on Instagram, I'll start swiping until like there's like demons of different types fighting inside my head, and then different anxiety, insecurity, whatever the hell, just the mixture of chaos versus the bird chirping in real life. That's beautiful. But again, that's the same thing as with the audiobook. It boils down to like, man, these people that talk about meditation, I think that's probably they're onto something. It's like that's what it is be able to like focus calmly and deliberately on a thing, whether it's reading or audiobook or existence. When they sort of observe the breath, you're able to silence out everything else. Remove everything else from focus. Yeah, that's a skill.
I heard it put really beautifully, which is that we in America really have misunderstood liberty, because we typically have liberty as just the freedom to do whatever you want. And the argument was that it's not the freedom to do whatever you want, it's the freedom to be able to do what you will. And how often is what you actually want to do, you don't do because you get trapped doing something that you've convinced yourself in this quick moment you want to do. And so it's like, I want liberty. I want the ability to control my energy and to be able to like do the thing I want to do, not to get distracted and destroyed in all the millions of distractions. And some of us get, handed a worse deck of cards. Some of us get a better deck of cards, but I don't think there's anybody that doesn't struggle with it in the technological age.
Yeah. And that's the skill. What can you the skill of being focused in programming? Like, do you have a process how you sit down and try to approach a problem? So all the different not just distractions, but the challenges of starting a project, of thinking through like the design, how to maintain like real focus. It's really difficult intellectual endeavor.
I guess at this point I'm lucky, but when I first started, I can remember that every last part of programming, I had to go look up, I had to go read. I had side quests at all time. Like every step was a side quest. Why is my screen blinking when I'm trying to render this thing out? Oh, I didn't know about double buffering. Why is this happening? How do I even write to the screen? How do like everything was a question. I had more questions than answers. And so I constantly had this, like the problem of side quests. And I find that to be a very exhausting thing. But as I learned my instrument very, very well, I don't have as many side quests. I become more and more able to just focus on the thing I want to. And I find that to be something that is just super, super useful. So when I say I'm kind of lucky, meaning that I've spent so much of my life preparing for this moment that now when I have the opportunity to do something, I can just do that thing. And I don't, like, I can be just on an airplane and I can just program for hours. I don't have to look up a single thing. I don't have to do anything. I don't even have to test the code. I can write 1,000 lines of code on an airplane, and I'm very confident that it's going to be 98% pretty dang good. And I'm very happy about that because that allows me just to be in the moment, solving the problem I'm trying to solve. Then I have 100% of my brain power solving a problem. And this is why it's the same reason why I recommend learning how to type and learning your editor so well you don't even have to think about the action, because the people that have to, even if you just look down, that's still mental processing power. You have to spend looking at a keyboard in which you already know where the key is. Like you do. You know, at this point, if you've been typing for thousands of hours, you know where the key is. Just stop looking down and you'll learn really quickly. And so it's like this thing where it's like, I'm not going to spend all that time and all that mental effort like looking up the thing. I'm going to just memorize, I'm just going to get it in me and then I can go fast. And it feels good. And so that's how I kind of defeat that. It's because now I get to do something where it's like, there's no more questions. It's now me just expressing myself into this medium. And it feels really good.
I'm sure there's still like things that pull at you, like curiosities, distractions, like, ooh, I wonder how, anytime I guess you have access to the internet, you're gonna like
Twitter's a big one on that one, yeah.
You're gonna get curious about stuff, including, I guess you're speaking about everything in the editor is optimized, but you can always improve stuff. You can always find better plugins and macros, and this thing that took this pain point I just found, this tiny pain point, let me spend the next 5 days creating a plugin for my editor or whatever the fuck to remove that one pain point when you should have just kept going as opposed to taking the side quest.
So I have a rule, which is I do not edit my RC other than some kind of cataclysmic thing, like someone updates a plugin, I didn't know they updated it, and now there's like a hard error in my editor and I have to like move forward. But I have a rule where I will edit my RC, my NeoVim RC or anything, once a year. Something that bothers me, I will write it down. I'll remember it. I'll be like, okay, I want to change that. But I will just not go back to it. And every now and then I'll break that rule if I know, I want a new remap to be able to do this one command. And that takes like literally 13 seconds. Like copy, paste, do this, done. Okay, I have this new remap. It made perfect sense in this situation. But I don't go plugin exploring. I don't try to solve every problem. I don't want a perfect editor because that is a pursuit that will never stop. I just go, this is good break point. I won't do it again. So last month, I probably spent 100 hours just like editing every possible thing I could about how I start up my system. And I can have a computer from 0 to 60 in almost no time now. Everything the way I exactly want it. NeoVim, everything all perfectly set up. I'm happy enough. I'm not going to touch that system again. Maybe I'll touch it next year. Maybe I'll take a year off. It's just, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not being perfect.
All right, 0 to 60. Let's talk about the perfect setup. What's your perfect programming setup? Keyboard, operating system, how many screens, chair?
All right. I like all these.
IDE. Let's go.
So keyboard, you're using my favorite keyboard right there, the Kinesis Advantage. Saved my career. Beautiful keyboard. Concavity and thumb clusters are just so important because if you really think about it, especially if you're using QWERTY, when you're pressing the symbols like on a standard key, you're just doing this the whole time. Backspace, enter, symbols. Like you're just doing this and it just screws up your wrist constantly doing this. And this when you're constantly doing like control and shift. And it just is like messing you up. So it's just like right here. That's so much nicer in life. So keyboard, most important, I'd say. Get that one done.
For people who don't know, Kinesis keyboard, I think the thing that you experience the most is exactly the thing you just said now, which is the backspace is really easy to press.
Yeah.
Versus what it is on normal keyboards. So backspace in general symbolizes, like you're deleting a thing, it symbolizes a mistake. It not symbolizes, it usually means a mistake.
Yeah.
And so not only did you just make a mistake in what you were typing, you also have to take a physically painful action, annoying action.
Yeah.
To fix that mistake. And for most of us, we make a lot of mistakes. So Kinesis just makes it pleasant and fast and easy physically to correct a mistake. That's probably for me the number one reason of Kinesis. Everything else, yeah, super plus with the macros and the positioning, the concavity like you mentioned, but their mistakes are pleasant.
Yeah, I'm on that team. That's why I love that. So I would say that's one of the most important things. The next thing that I find to be very, very important is that one monitor. I'm a one monitor kind of guy.
What? Really?
So when I program, when I do anything, and when I stream, I obviously have a second computer that runs the stream because I sometimes crash my computer, I have to restart or whatever. So I do have a second screen there that that I put stuff up. But most of the time, you'll notice that even when I'm streaming, you've been there, I have to physically switch to the streaming channel for me to read it. And that's because I'm operating off of one screen. And so I have this whole style in which I like to navigate, inspired by StarCraft, is that I believe in the press one key, go where you want to be mentality. And so everything about my setup is press one key. So when I want to go to Twitch chat, Alt 2, Twitch chat. When I want to go to my browser, Alt 1, that's my browser. Alt 3, that's where I go to my programming. That's power finger, obviously. The big middle finger right there, just smash it down. Alt 6 is going to be GIMP, so my GNU image manipulation program. So if I want to draw, I go there. When I used to have Slack, it was Alt 5. If I have a spare terminal where I need to run some extra things, that's Alt 4. I had all these kind of, everything is perfectly mapped out to single key. And then when it comes down to using, say, Tmux, I have all my terminals into one single terminal, and now I'm able to kind of switch between there. Prefix 1 goes to my Vim editor, whatever project I'm in. It's always the first Tmux tab, if you will. I'm not sure, they call it a session, but I'm not sure how to describe it if you're not familiar with Tmux, a tab. Second one is like my spare terminal. Third one is my long-running process terminal. My fourth one is a long-running process terminal. So I have it all set up so every project I go to automatically spawns session 1, Vim, session 2, spare terminal, session 3 will also open it. So it's like everything's just ready to rock. Everything has been optimized to where I do that. If I want to go to a project, it's Control F, and any terminal will bring up a fuzzy find list of every one of my folders on my operating system, in which I can go to with just a couple keystrokes, and boom, I'm in that one now. And so it's like very oriented to find where I need to be as quickly as possible.
Via keyboard.
Then in Vim, I developed a plugin called Harpoon, which is I press one button and I can pin one of the files to like a temporary buffer. I think Projectile is potentially close to this in Emacs. I can't remember Projectile. I think Projectile is closer to my sessionizing script. Anyways, so now I have 4 pinned files in which I can go to any of those pinned files with just a single keystroke. And so now it's just like, because every time you develop a feature, usually you have like 3 files you're kind of primarily working in, and I can fuzzy find for the other files, and that's that. But usually I just have like these 3 power files that I'm always swapping in between. And so it's like now everything is just, I want to go to the browser, that's one press. I want to go to my workstation, that's one press. I want to go to a specific folder, I need to change folders. Sometimes you work between 2 different projects. So in Tmux, that's prefix capital L will swap between your last 2. So I have alternate projects. So I can even swap between projects in pretty much one key. So it's just like just trying to optimize it so I don't think as much, because I think search fatigue is a massive fail where you have to look for it. Like when I see people on a Mac do this and then explode all the different ones, that gives me anxiety. I'm like, why are you using your eyeballs to search for what you want to do? Like, make it into a key press and never think about it again. Ever.
You're making me think a lot whether I can live with your system, whether it's better, because it feels better.
It at least intellectually feels better. It may not be great for some people,
but there's a few profound things you said, which is like really what the number of windows or tasks you're switching between, whether it's programming, the number of files you're working on, is small.
Yeah.
At any one time, at any one like space of like 20 minutes or something like that. So okay, that's a profound truth. Sometimes we think like, oh, I need the full freedom to search, but you don't. You usually work on a very small slice. But I guess the trade-off there, like I always have 3 monitors, not when I'm traveling, but at my happy place is 3 monitors. It's like, do you really need all of them to be present there? So you're turning your head. Yeah. Now the monitors I have is 2 vertical ones.
Okay.
Which is just better for certain kinds of content. I mean, they're positioned vertically, so you can read. You can use your eyes to scan quickly.
Interesting. So I don't even do that. I even have it so zoomed in that I probably only have like maybe 25 lines of code at any one time on my 27-inch monitor.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think I feel fundamentally constrained when I can't see more, because your eyes are just good at jumping. Like, okay, like you could like.
Why not search? Why not press a couple keystrokes? Control U, Control V, jump down by up and down by half page.
Because the ape visual system was designed to, like, you were loading a lot of information. Like, what if every time you had to investigate this table, what's on this table, you had to press a keystroke? You could develop the skill set that integrates that information but like it's really, there is an effective thing where if you have a sheet of paper like this and I'm looking at it, my eyes will be able to load in the structure of the information, the topics of the information. Like you just can do it faster. I think there's a big cost because you know it's an extra monitor, but there is some stuff that's vertical when vertically positioned. Code is an iffy one because code you do 25 lines at a time. I think you can do a lot. This is more for like articles and especially with visual information in them or documentation. You can just jump faster. But I'm trying to, as you were speaking so eloquently, I was like wondering, am I just like deceiving myself that I need that? Can I just keyboard shortcutify everything and just have everything on one monitor? That's something I should probably try because I'm a big proponent of just automating everything with the keyboard because you can just move really, really fast. You don't have to think. One of my, because I also do creative stuff like whether it's recording music or video editing. It's hard. Some of these programs don't make it super easy for you. On Windows with auto hotkey, you could do quite a lot, but still, there's limitations on how much you can do with the keyboard. So it really is a pain in the ass to have to use the mouse. Man, you're really making me think.
It's even the text one with the reading one. Fundamentally, I think I agree with you that you can see a lot more and you can kind of look up and down and see those two things. And probably in articles or things like that, I could if there's like a graph down here that's really big that take up your whole screen plus text, I could see why that would be very beneficial to zoom out, be able to have all that information. But for me, I can only look at like a square inch. Like really, that's all my eyes can actually focus on. So when I'm reading, I'm right here. And I have to like structurally try to pattern match what I think the information looks like. Then I just have to start reading it. So I'm not exactly sure if I actually get any real benefit of having a lot of stuff on screen. As opposed to, I can relax my eyes so much, I don't even have to focus. The words are so big. Like I actually program pretty zoomed in.
Mm-hmm.
My text is bigger than this when I program. And so it's just that it's so comfortable. I don't even have to exert any effort to read the code.
But you have to kind of train your brain to know that you can navigate in like spatially using keys.
Yeah. NeoVim, by the way.
Or maybe it has everything to do with NeoVim. Okay.
All right. And then NeoVim's obviously the next big one. I love NeoVim. Reason being is that I think you can make all the arguments you want about which editor is the best. I do not think you can make an argument that Vim motions aren't superior.
Here we go. Can you explain Vim motions?
Okay.
What is this? So Vim is an old school editor. NeoVim,
it's a modern take on an old school editor.
Yeah. And what's ELI5? What does it take to work with NeoVim?
Okay. I thought you were talking about a Vim motion there. That's how I know, but you know that meme that's just like, hey Jarvis, can I tell you about Vim motions because they can't fit anything else in their head because they only have Vim motions. You said EL5, like explain it like a 5.
Yeah.
But in my head, it's like, okay, E is jumped to the end of the word, L is one more. Right? Like, dude, I'm so like broken. I'm like, okay, Vim motion. When I hear letters. Yeah. So you can think of it like this: is that Vim has a language to describe movements in text because its primary mode of operation is manipulating or editing text. So it is a well thought through set of movements, deleting, yanking, pasting, copying, all that kind of stuff that goes in, motions that are optimized for working with pretty much code. Good example, say you have 3 lines of code you want to delete. If you're in VS Code, take your little beautiful mouse, highlight those things, press the backspace. That's lovely. Your hand left the keyboard, very simple to do those. It's very beginner friendly. I was a huge Vim hater, by the way. So I just want you to know that before we go into this. I was probably the biggest Vim hater. If there was like Saul to Apostle Paul, I am like the Saul to Apostle Paul of Vim. Mm-hmm. So you see how big the gap was.
Yep.
Or you can do something that's like, I don't know what the VS Code shortcut is, but I'm sure there's some keys you can press to delete the current line you're on. Delete. Right? You can just do that. In Vim, I can go DAP, delete around paragraph. All contiguous code in that thing. I'm going to delete, so D. Then I can choose my motion I want to take, AP, around paragraph. Or maybe I want a D. F, mean jump up to the next character that matches the next character I'm going to press. So DF, opening parenthesis, will delete everything from your cursor up to the first opening parenthesis. So you get to describe your motion and these little keystrokes. And as you get really good, you've seen people that can master Fortnite. It's the same thing with mastering Vim motions. When you get so good, you no longer think about each individual movement. Instead, you're just like, get rid of the paragraph, jump here, jump this, highlight this, yank this, do this. It becomes so fast that you can superiorly edit text at a very fast rate. And there comes a point when you know your language really well, you know the problem you're really working on really well, where editing text and getting code out actually becomes one of the many bottlenecks. People always talk about, well, most of the time I think. Most of the time I'm not thinking, I'm programming. I know what I want to do. I want to go as fast as possible because I've been just doing it for so long and I'm so familiar with kind of the general space that it becomes a huge problem for me. I cannot tell you how many times that I've been purely bottlenecked by the fact that I just can't type fast enough. I just need to get it out of my head onto the text editor. And so that's why I think Vim motions are superior in all aspects. Keep your hands on the keyboard, on the home row, and you can manipulate text in very wide and fast ways.
Oh, so this is not just about writing text, this is about modifying text. It's primarily about modifying text.
Yes.
And I'm sure that most editors, including Emacs, including VS Code, can do all those same things, but there is something, they just don't encourage you to discover those things.
Yeah.
That's like an important thing about a lot of technologies that, and programming languages, that a lot of them can do a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
But it's something about whether it's the community or the style of the language or anything like this that encourages you to not be lazy in the beginning and learn the fast way to edit text in this particular example.
Yeah.
How to use the keyboard. That's a fascinating sort of just reality of how technology is used. You want to be encouraged to find the fast thing as quickly as possible so that long term it's efficient and fun to use.
It takes a long time for dividends, like a long time. But on top of that, notice I didn't say Vim. I'm not saying go use Vim. I'm saying Vim motions. Let me give you one more example. Okay, I'm a big fan. Okay, let's say you have a line that contains some variable, some function you're calling something that takes in a string, and you need to do that again. So you would typically copy that line, you paste that line below, you go into the string, and you change the string. Let's say it's calling some sort of configuration. You need to call it 3 times. So 3 different configuring strings. In Vim, I like to do Shift V to highlight the whole line, then Y. Some people do YY, but I don't like to do double ones. I like to be able to do 2 different fingers because you can do that way faster than 1 finger twice. Just a little optimization for me because you can't press that as fast. So, anyways, very optimized in my approach. So I yank the line, paste the line, CI double quotes will delete everything inside the first occurring string. Then I can type the string, escape, save. And so it's like so optimized that I can just jump so fast in between that. Whereas the copying and pasting line is probably the same speed, but the navigating to the string, deleting what's currently in the string, and then, like that's such a fast motion in Vim. And I just do that all the time.
To backtrack, really don't question CI. What's the difference between typing the letters and using the letters to navigate? And how do you switch between the two modes?
Okay, so insert mode means that you're just putting in text.
Yep.
And then normal mode means that you're moving your cursor.
And how do you switch between the two?
Escape. Escape goes from insert mode into normal mode. And to go into insert mode, press I to take your current cursor and go to the beginning, A to go to the end of your cursor, capital A to go to the end of the line, capital I to go to the beginning of the line, O to put a new line below, and then put your cursor at the proper intended for the language, Shift O to shift your current line down, and then put a new line in. Like you can see, there's like
so you're pressing escape a lot.
Yeah, I map line. I do Control C. Control C does the same thing except for in one edge case. People hate that. I got used to it just due to the fact that I was using IntelliJ, and I really hate pressing the escape key. So I just got used to pressing it.
So that seems like an essential thing to do if you're using NeoVim, to map escape to something.
Cap lock would be like your standard go-to.
Oh yeah, I map it too. Cool, I got you.
Yeah, so then it's just really easy to press it and boom, boom, boom. Not a big deal at all. But yeah, I think that if you're willing to learn it, the motions are superior. But if you're not willing to learn it, then they're not superior. You should just not do it, right? If you're willing to endure pain, it's good. If you're not, it's actually way worse. It's 100 times worse.
Right. So if you like pain, you use NeoVim. Totally.
Yeah, you're totally on board. See, now you get it.
If you like joy, you use Emacs. So,
sorry. Did Emacs ever get a good text editor? I know they're a great operating system, but I never caught up if they got a good text editor.
Operating system. I think you've been miseducated, my friend. So at least 30 minutes on Emacs versus NeoVim is what Reddit requested. Have you actually used Emacs in order to be able to talk so much shit, or no?
I used it for years.
You used it for a year?
Yeah. Do Max, Space Max, and regular Emacs.
But you don't know Lisp, so did you really use it?
I kind of hacked my way through kind of like, okay, so this is how they configure. You can kind of get your way through and do all that.
So you recommend to sort of master NeoVim and really learn the depths of it, but Emacs is okay to just kind of use before making a judgment. I think everybody.
You got me on that one.
Yeah. No. And what's NeoVim written? Is it Lua?
Yeah. So Lua would be the configuration language, but you have it's written in C, but you have Lua and Lua is just a dead simple language. Anyone can program Lua.
I actually don't know why. I think it's because my love for Lisp that I went with Emacs. I think you just choose a path and you walk down that path, and because there's just such a vibrant, intense battle between the two communities, you just start fighting just because everybody else is fighting. And then one day you're like an old warrior, like on a horse, and you're wondering what was this all for? And I mean, it's quite sad, in all seriousness, that I haven't to this day tried NeoVim. So I think because there is a learning curve. There's a learning curve to a lot of these editors.
Yeah.
To really
learn
it. And I think this is some of the criticism of maybe VS Code or Sublime or Atom, that it's so easy to not learn it, to just kind of half-ass use it. And there is a big benefit to having editors that like force you to have some learning curve, where you like take the art, the science, the procedure of editing seriously. Because like you spend so much time in it, you might as well like learn like how to use the thing.
My big takeaway, really, like what I'm trying to say with all these words, is that I honestly don't actually think that the editor obviously does not make the programmer, but I think it says a lot about your character as a programmer if you don't know how to use your editor well. There's something about a person who's willing to commit their life to programming and spending literally 50,000 hours doing an activity over the course of their lifetime and never take the time to learn their editor through and through. It just seems strange, like, right? You'd never see that in another world where people would be able to build something or do something and just completely forget how these things work and only just focus on one part of like their craft. And so to me, it's just like, it doesn't matter how you use it. I want to see the person that just knows how to use it, and they know how to use it well. When there's a problem, they can say why the problem exists and then go and fix the problem. To me, that's like, there you go. You've done it. You now know your tool. Go forth and conquer with said tool.
Especially for tools you use a lot.
If
You have to look at like your whole life, whatever. If you're a developer or anything, like, what is the thing you do a lot?
meetings.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry, keep going.
ask a question like, how can this be done a lot better? Because every single day you do this for hours a day. How many hours did you spend on thinking how to do this better, or whether to do it at all in the case of meetings? People surprisingly just don't do this enough. I see this, just go back to jiu-jitsu. There's a lot of people that show up and do jiu-jitsu or martial arts, and they do the same way over and over and over, and they invest a tremendous amount of energy, and they don't ask, like, how do I do it differently to improve faster? In the case of jiu-jitsu or any kind of sport, same with practicing the piano or the guitar. They just religiously put in a lot of time and derive a lot of joy from getting better. They don't enough ask the meta question of, like, how can I do this better? And with editors, it's surprisingly how often people do just that.
Yeah.
With typing, it's surprising how many people do just that. Like you said, they're pecking or looking down. It's like the quality of life improvement you can have by learning to touch type, by just like typing without looking. It's like it's like immeasurable. You bring in a lot of joy to your life because all of us are typing a lot.
Yeah.
And I mean, the reason, by the way, I was extremely efficient with Emacs. I'm sure, all jokes aside, it feels like NeoVim has more room for the kind of efficiency I've had with Emacs to be able to move really fast, as you're describing, to edit. There is a real joy. It's not just efficiency. It's a freedom that you can get when you get really good with an editor. The reason I chose to go with VS Code is it felt like there's going to be an acceleration of features to which NeoVim or Emacs will not be able to catch up and I don't mean in the next 5 years, I mean in the next 30 years. And it felt like I almost wanted to take the pain of learning new editors constantly and just switching and learning that, because I was getting so comfortable in Emacs. This keyboard, everything, all the shortcuts, I know how to program. And it felt like this is not, NeoVim will not be here in 50 years. Possibly might be, I don't know. But it felt like you want to learn these constant sort of different technologies. Cursor is a great example of that. I've primarily been using Cursor now. I go back to VS Code and Cursor. The skill of using AI is a real skill. Like, from the shortcuts to the timing to the layout of the windows to how I think about where, when, and how to use AI that doesn't distract me, that it empowers me, not just for the fuck of it or for the fun of it, for the actual measure of productivity. It's a skill, and I feel like I would be stuck in local maximum of comfort if I stayed with Emacs. And maybe the same should be true for me with NeoVim. I should try it seriously. I'm sure there's a plugin like a Copilot type of situation that you could set up with NeoVim. I should possibly consider that. But like Cursor is doing a lot of really fascinating stuff on the IDE side, not just sort of generate code and like edit that code manually. It's like continuously be able to rewrite code. It's like the idea of tap, 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 tap. Move the cursor around, but also modify parts of code and do the diff really nicely. That, whether it's Cursor or VS Code that wins that battle out with Copilot, I don't know. But like that feels like a fundamentally different experience than the really efficient, joyful experience that you just described. And you're selling me on this as NeoVim. That doesn't have an AI in the picture, obviously, immediately, but you can. Yeah, absolutely.
I would 100% agree that Cursor seems like such a cool product. Like I actually think there's like a lot of really neat things coming down with all of that. And I could change from NeoVim. I don't use NeoVim because I love NeoVim. I use NeoVim because I love the instrument I play. And so it's like if Cursor can meet those needs, I could see myself moving over. I don't have some sort of obsessed attachment with it. I am curious though that, every time I use AI, I think I just have skill issues. I think I'm just so riddled with skill issues when it comes to using AI.
Yeah.
I've yet to be able to use it in a way that I really love it.
We'll talk about it, but before then,
Ball to sit on. I forgot to say that. Ball to sit on.
yeah,
Desk needs to be properly heighted. One monitor. I should be 2/3 way up the screen. I don't like to turn my head. I prefer my hands in kind of like a pistol neutral position. And there you go.
a ball to sit on, yoga ball.
Yoga ball.
What's that about?
It just helps just maintain good posture because when I have something to lean against, I do this.
So you're for hours sitting without. Wait, what are you doing?
I sit on the ball and then I bounce.
Is your back leaning on a thing?
No.
What the fuck?
Well, how else do you like?
How else do you? You're the only person in the world sitting on a yoga ball as you program for hours. You do realize that, right?
It feels great. I mean,
Okay.
The problem is whenever I get it back, I just slouch. And I find myself just getting uncomfortable. And I'm like, why am I'm uncomfortable? Like my shoulders are kind of getting goofed up. I'm chicken necking like constantly, like, it's just like.
But you're able to keep your posture for hours on the yoga ball?
Yeah. And so I can just do that. And then I find myself, if I slouch, I'm like, okay, nope, gotta get that.
You have like incredible back muscles or what?
No, I don't think it takes incredible back muscles to
Keep posture.
remain upright. Yeah, I think that's a pretty basic human function. I would not consider myself a strong person.
Yeah. Basic human function. I don't know.
Facts and logic.
Okay, cool. With one screen, NeoVim with operating system.
Linux, just because I want a good window manager. That's the whole press one button, bring up Chrome. I just use i3. I'm sure I could use something better than i3. People always tell me all these window managers are really great, but I just have like those three screens I switch between, so it doesn't really. I don't really care what I use, just as long as I can press one button and go.
Yeah, I'm the same. So half and half. So half Linux, the other half Windows with Linux, meaning WSL. It's that Windows subsystem for Linux.
Weasel.
Weasel. See, no, there's got to be a better one that's more positive. Weasel just sounds.
Seems right up Microsoft's alley. That seems perfect.
So people often accuse me of being a shill for somebody. Sometimes dictators. If I'm a shill for anybody, it's for Windows. There you go. I get paychecks every week from.
Bought by Bill Gates.
Well, he's not Microsoft anymore. Ball developers. No, I'm just joking. I think. Man, I need to try that. I need to try. I'm surrounded by people with iPhones. I use Android.
I use Android.
Yeah, there you go. See,
We're losers together.
losers on a sinking ship. Okay, so just to stay on NeoVim for a sec, and to give love and a shout out to your friend Tej.
He streams, by the way.
He's a streamer, and I subscribed, and I've been enjoying it. My allegiance is slowly shifting from you to him. The quality is far superior with him. The looks, the intelligence, the skill set, everything just far superior. No. Okay. So he
You're making his day.
all right. So he mentioned that he loves NeoVim because it gives him the ability to eliminate having to do things he doesn't like. It's just a nice way to frame sort of what the automation process that you described of automating away, assigning shortcuts to things that are painful. So that procedure. I mean, I wonder if you agree with that.
Fully agree. We have very similar mentalities when it comes to usage of NeoVim, why people should use it, all that kind of stuff, and how to even use it well. He definitely takes it probably to a further degree. He spends more time automating and all that. I don't necessarily derive a lot of joy from getting the perfect setup. And so, but a lot to learn from him. He's very, very good at what he does. He is by far probably one of these. He's 30 years old, been programming for not too many years, and he is one of the most talented developers for sure. It's very shocking to see how smart someone can be.
So people should check him out at TEEJ_DV.
Yep.
Teach.
DV. His last name is DeVries.
Oh, it's not a developer. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So it's just TJ. That's just his name. just
All right,
spelled kind of fun.
what do you love about him?
Wow. How much did he pay you to ask these questions?
Thousands of dollars.
Just so many
Thousands.
dollars.
I can't even count that many dollars.
He is trust. Obviously, trust is the biggest thing, especially in the quote unquote streaming YouTube kind of world, if you will. It's very easy to find people that will want to like be a part of stuff. People tend to latch onto things, and it's very hard to find someone that you can really, really trust. And so he's just somebody whom I can genuinely trust. He'll always tell the truth. He's all the right things for a good friend in this kind of endeavor.
So, as a good friend, he told me questions I could backstab you with.
Okay, I hate him. I forgot how much I don't trust him.
So, speaking of harpoon, you mentioned it. He said, to ask you about whether basically how many years or decades it's going to take to transition to Harpoon 2 to actually release it, develop it, so on. Can you describe what Harpoon is and why you seem to be incapable of finishing a single project?
Okay. That was a lowly framed question. So Harpoon 2 is actually done. This is what I did. To avoid the swirl and the thousands of questions I will inevitably get, I kept the master branch as Harpoon 1, and I've kept Harpoon 2 as Harpoon 2 branch. And people that don't read the README to say that I just use Harpoon 2 now, that's their fault. That's it. I just don't. I really don't like answering hundreds of questions about open source stuff. I used to love doing open source and all that, but I kind of got my soul crushed during the Falcor years, and so I guess I'm just kind of allergic to being a really active maintainer. I build everything just for me. Like Harpoon's just literally just built for me. It's just what I spent 3 months trying to figure out the most optimal navigation for files. And that's what I came up with. So Harpoon, it's a take on alternate file. If you're familiar with alternate file, typically you'll have this in all editors where you can go back to the file you were just in. And so that means you can have effectively 2 files you swap back and forth in. Probably used it a bunch, really fast way to navigate. Pretty nice thing to do. I want alternate file, but like 3 of them or 4 of them. And so that's all Harpoon is just being able to pin a file. And so I have 1 button to press to go to a file, another for another, other for another. And so I can have up to 4. So I just had my 4 power fingers for Dvorak. What is that? That's HTNS. So if I go Control, HTN, or S, it goes to one of the 4 files. And that's it. That's all it is. And you could technically make it so you can add in functions and be able to execute things externally. So you can open up terminals. You can send requests off to servers. You can do anything you want with it. I just have it primarily designed for opening files.
Since you mentioned, what keyboard layout do you use? You use Dvorak?
I used Dvorak, but I used a custom version of Dvorak. The reason why I used it is in 2017, we were just having my second kid. It was Christmas, and I am having so much pain in my arm, and I'm sitting there freaking out like, oh my gosh, is this the end of my career? Am I done programming? Is this all over? And so I decided that I was going to create my own keyboard layout optimized to prevent the pain that I'm experiencing. So I used Dvorak as the base and then laid out the symbols in a symmetrical, reasonable way so that it's opening, closing, opening, closing, opening, closing, right? And so and they all are right here. I actually have to hold shift to press the number. So symbols are actually my first thing I get to press. And so it's very optimized for a laptop keyboard layout. So I can use my laptop in a very efficient, nice way. That's how I got started on Dvorak and all that. I wouldn't actually recommend it because I didn't have a Kinesis at the time. I didn't even know Kinesis existed at that time. And so when I discovered Kinesis in also 2017, that's when I was like, oh, okay.
Would you recommend Kinesis to people?
I am technically sponsored by Kinesis. So people, it's hard for someone to believe someone that's sponsored by it, but I did use it before I ever became sponsored. They're the only sponsor that I reached out to and said, I need a sponsorship from you. You are the key. I'm going to use you either way. You can say no, but I really love it. And for the first 3 years of using Kinesis, they gave me free Kinesi as my sponsorship.
Kinesi. Yeah, I'm always torn. I tried to leave so many times.
Can't. It's too good.
But see, I have this absurd situation of like traveling with it.
I relate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally, going to war zone in Ukraine. I have a Kinesis keyboard, a laptop, and like just a few other small things, and that's it. And it's like, is Kinesis keyboard really going to be 30% of volume that you're bringing to a war zone?
Looks like the answer is yes.
Yeah. Like, do you really derive that much value? I think it's probably spiritual, psychological for me. It feels like home. It's there's comfort associated with it.
Yeah.
I try to believe.
And I love this experience. You just are. It's like a relationship you have with the thing.
It is. It's is it? But I'm trying to figure out if it's a toxic relationship or not. I think it's mostly love. I think it's love. Like all relationship, there's some push and pull complications, but
They say that distance makes the heart grow fonder. So maybe sometimes the Kinesis keyboard needs to stay at home, and the laptop keyboard can be the one, so that your heart grows even more fond, and that connection grows even deeper.
I already miss it, as you said. So I don't know. I think it's coming along to all the trips. If it breaks down, though, I was worried that Kinesis was shut down as a company. I'm like, what's the business model here? Who actually uses these keyboards, right? But apparently, it's still going strong.
Yeah. Who uses these keyboards as you use the keyboard?
Yeah.
Like, I have to take it with me everywhere.
Yeah.
I wonder who uses these keyboards.
Yep. I should mention that one of the things when I first became a fan of yours, I heard you talk about coffee and terminal. I still don't, by the way, understand what you're even talking about. I need to actually use it. But you run, amongst many things, a coffee company. Man, this smells so good. So this one is dark mode, dark roast, whole coffee
How you
beans.
living,
There
Pam?
is seg origin -- location.
What?
Yeah,
So-
there's
I'm 15.3% body fat. I just got my body scan yesterday.
Dog, you don't look a percentage over. Good on you. Are you ready to lose at mini golf? That's my question. It's really the only thing that matters in this world.
Yeah.
You're ready to lose?
No.
How
I
many?
always get to 12%.
How many? Okay, how many games in a row are you gonna win?
What?
You're gonna just straight up win 5 games in a row?
Yeah.
You're sure about this? I asked you a question. Dog, I let you win. I let you win, so no one cares about that anymore.
Fuck. I didn't fuck you though.
I don't think so. I think I've got an excellent opportunity to get this ball down that fucking hill, which I did. Now you basically have to make the shot. Are you going to be able to make it, Sue? That's my question for you. Are you? Oh, Sue.
No.
Sue, did you know that you're down 1 hole to none?
There's a bunch of stuff on there.
I should have gone.
Stuff on there that's very devy.
You're down
Shop,
1 hole to none.
server, web.
Look how
Can you
excellent this
legit
shot is.
SSH order coffee via SSH?
Zoo,
So
what's
as of
the
right
name
now,
of
it's
this
the
hole?
only way.
Zoo,
you can
what's
get
the name of
is
this
by
hole?
SSH. That was kind of okay. So can I just origin story you?
Yeah.
does. It
Yeah,
looks like
right.
an
I was
S
going
hole.
to do
It
some
looks
kind
like an
of
S.
command line command to request, or like -- help or something, or like man
Mad
coffee.
coffee.
Man coffee.
Okay, so TJ and I again, same Teach TV. About, by the way, very amazing designs done by David
yeah.
Hill. They're very, very good.
Yeah.
So let me kind
Are
of
you
give the
proud of
basic
that shot?
ideas. Like, must have been about a year and a half ago. TJ and I were talking like, hey, every one of these people that have like some sort of following, some sort of online presence, they're always like selling a thing.
That's a
I got
miss.
nothing to sell.
Big
I don't
time
really want to
miss.
do merch.
Dude,
I've
you're
never
down
really
2
enjoyed
holes
doing
to
merch. I
none.
just find that
Would you like
it's
to
just
be
not as much
interviewed
fun
on your
for me.
gameplay
Don't want to
thus
have a
far?
tequila.
I don't want a tequila. I want
The Rock.
something that, and I also want something that I really don't feel bad about selling. There's like a lot of people that will go on the internet and they'll show for a whole bunch of products like, oh, okay, try this. And this is why I've only ever really done Kinesis, is because it's like, well, I can point to something that was really bad in my life. I was very scared and now it's not bad anymore. So it's like, okay, that one made sense. But everything else always has been, it's harder for me. And so we just talked for so long, and we love Neovim, so we're just like, well, why don't we could do something from Neovim? And we're kind of like laughing about that, like ordering from Neovim is just so ridiculous. And then
3 holes in
at
a
some
row.
point, we're just like, well, wait a
You're
second.
done.
And
It's over for
maybe
you.
we could do like coffee. Like every developer loves coffee. Maybe we could figure out this coffee coffee business. And so I had a good friend named Dax, THDX on Dax. Yeah, Dax. He, the most sassiest man alive.
Sassiest?
Oh yeah, he has a lot of sass.
Beard?
Yep, he has a beard. Very. He does SST. He does a lot of stuff. Very, very talented. We'll call him DevOps engineer. He's more than that, but very talented guy. Him and another person named Adam.dev, vegan, by the way. Great guy. We take him to Korean barbecue all the time. He eats nothing. Then, and Liz, she has been super important to the Terminal Coffee Company. I think without her, we would not have been able to do what we have done. And then also David Hill, designer. He does Laravel, designs for Laravel. Very talented designer. And so we all kind of came together, and we were just laughing about how could we do something that's just ridiculous? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what we came up with. Yeah, there you go. You just open the website. You literally cannot order. We actually do not allow you to order.
The website is something that kind of looks like the terminal. Use command below to order your delicious cold coffee. SSHterminal.shop.
Yeah, so you can only SSH into it. So you have to copy that command and throw it in there. If you want to add in the little terminal shop for your known host, you could do that.
How do you handle payment?
Through Stripe. And so one of the things we'll be adding a mobile checkout too, where I'll show a QR code in the terminal and you can just check out on your phone. But right now, you enter in your credentials, it goes to Stripe.
Via all terminal.
All terminal. Yeah, SSH is obviously, it stands for secure shell. It uses elliptical, quantum safe algorithms to ensure that your data is not being intercepted.
Yeah, but does he use AI?
I'm pretty sure Dax uses AI. So that
you said quantum, so it's I don't know.
Quantum AI.
Can this
fusion quantum AI?
Can this even be a company if it's not using AI?
We have some crypto chains with some quantum AI that's
great.
Powered by fusion. So it's pretty wild.
Shot.
Nah. Anyway, so yeah, we just kind of came together where we thought, what is that was from the Mike Tyson fight. All right, it was literally that night. Mike Tyson kissed the reporter and then walked out.
Yeah,
without any plus we did an ad for somebody. But
nice.
We decided to make a coffee shop, and then we thought, instead of just making it Neovim, what if we
My
made it
favorite person on earth is
from SSH? Because
myself.
everybody's SSH. You have VS Code, launch VS
perfect
Code, you
game
can order
against
coffee
you
from within VS
as
Code.
efficient as possible.
Right? Because your little bottom terminal has
you
access to
lost 5
SSH.
straight holes.
Bada bing, bada boom.
You
It's
know
kind
how
of
bad
fun.
that is?
And so we kind of really...
I mean,
we just wanted to do something where there's no level and there's no world that makes me feel bad about selling this and people buying it.
That's just terrible.
Good, ethical coffee. We developed the entire supply chain and everything. It's all packaged.
It
it's all
like
boutique.
Need some more
it's all
body
really
fat
it's pretty high-end coffee. It tastes really, really good. At this point, I don't like drinking other coffee. I get kind of upset about it because it's not as good.
Look how sick this shot
is.
So
it's kind of funny that I've fallen for my own stuff. I'm high on my own supply pretty hard right now.
I really want to
just got done ordering 16 bags and gave it out to my family to try to convince them. But it's just something where it's like
that sucked. That was a terrible shot.
I didn't sell you a software product that's going to influence your startup that could potentially lead to disaster.
Get in the water.
I didn't convince you to do a bunch of stuff that's going to change your career.
Dude, I just
said,
it.
Hey, here's some coffee.
You
it's
have
just
to. You have to make the shot.
Yeah, it's fun.
You have to make the shot.
Great.
Why would you take that angle of attack?
Terminal.shop.
It's a terrible shot.
Terminal.
Dude, you've lost 6 holes in a row.
Don't know what
this might be a record.
And there you can read the command and figure out how to use SSH in order to. I mean, it's a kind of documentation right on the website.
If you can't use SSH, you probably should just not worry about buying our coffee. Like that's the whole.
You can learn.
You can learn. If you're active and you're a computer person, you'd like to launch the terminal and feel like a hacker, go for it. You even have subscriptions.
What I would love to see, this is how it came up, I think, on the cursor conversation, is that I would love it if an AI agent, did this. Like,
are you sure? Because I just made it, son.
Like that. Actually took the action of ordering the coffee while
you've lost 7 holes in a row, dude.
Order me some
coffee. You want to be interviewed on your
play thus far? Order coffee that could actually go through the whole flow of ordering.
Yeah, the whole flow. But even better if you didn't ask it to order coffee. You
7 holes in a row, dude.
And as a tangent, as a side quest, it did that.
7 holes in a row.
Does that, right? They showed off that it's able to go to,
I think, hit my ball. You just
like Google for
my
some
shot.
images, take a pause, and then continue doing other stuff. Anyway, yeah, super cool idea. Love it. Speaking of which, let's talk about AI.
All right.
You've been both sort of positive and negative on the role of AI in the whole programming, software engineering experience. as it stands today, what do you think? What's your general view about AI?
Dude,
What
I've
is it
won
effective
eight
at? What
holes
is
in
it
a row.
not so good at?
I've won 8 holes
Okay, so
in
my
a row.
general view is it comes down to something that's pretty simple, which is that if you're doing something in which is very predictable, AI is really nice.
Look at this
When you're
shot.
doing something that is just not predictable, AI is not
Look
very
how
nice
good
to
this
use.
shot is, Zoot.
If you're using anything that's
Dude.
more cutting edge, AI
Dude,
will
are
not
you
be
seeing
using
this?
it, or AI won't be very good at
Are you
doing
seeing
stuff
this,
with it. Like
Zoot?
it's not great at
Zoot,
zig.
are you
Because
seeing
zig
this
is just
shot?
like, say, less documented. It's really
Zoot.
great at TypeScript. I think there's a
Zoot,
lot
what
of
do you mean a 9 out of 10?
there's a
That's
lot of
9.9,
interesting things that are going to come down through AI that I think a lot of people aren't really prepared
That's
for
a
or
terrible
thinking
shot.
through. TJ is kind of the genesis of this
Short.
idea, but the idea
Garbage.
that I think there's going to be a lot of kind of market manipulation, if you will,
69.
through AI, meaning
Look
like,
at this, baby.
hey, you want to research,
Look at this.
say, best woodworking tools. Someone's going to be buying an ad spot. Someone's going to be buying premium training data.
Zoot,
Right?
you
And they're the
haven't
ones that
beaten
get
me
the
in
big boosts in the LLMs, but LLMs
9
don't really have to market
holes.
it as an advertisement because it's not really
9 straight
directly an
holes.
advertisement. They just
I
get
just
more
looked you eye
premium
to
spot,
eye and
per
slapped
se,
you
in the
the
training
face.
data. A little bit extra
You
learning
haven't beat,
to it.
you haven't
You know, it's
beat,
like there's a
you
lot of
haven't
things
beat me
about
at
AI
9
that
holes.
I fear upcoming.
Yeah.
A lot of it just comes down to people not learning or making the trade-off where productivity is the only thing that matters. And I don't think productivity is the only thing that matters. If you want to build something complex and difficult, productivity is not the only thing.
Terrible.
You actually are going to have to do deep learning and kind of pursue it beyond the basics. And so I see AI as kind of like this really cool thing. It feels like a magic trick.
Hit his
I
ball.
remember the first time I used it, I got early access to GitHub Copilot. In fact, Nat Friedman saw my Twitch clip of me asking GitHub for it, and he sent me early access himself. It was awesome. And when I used it, it predicted an if statement correct, and my mind was absolutely blown. Because I had nothing before then, and now it's just like first
Fuck
time
you.
ever. And I just remember thinking, man, this is going to change programming so much.
Dude, I've beaten
And
you
then
2
the more I
games
used
to
it,
none.
the more I just, for me personally, I kept introducing bugs. And I couldn't figure out why. And what I realized is that I kind of developed, I wasn't
Some
co-piloting
nerd.
well, I was autopiloting much better. And my
Some guy
ability
who
to
worked at
read code
Netflix.
versus my ability to critically think and write code, they're definitely different sets of skill levels. I don't consider as well when I just read code as opposed to when I write code. And so I
Dude.
struggled there.
Was
I do
that
think
ugly or
that's the
what?
skill set.
Skill
True.
issue for sure.
Skill issue. But people who are not aware, that's like a hashtag thing. Sometimes used mockingly. In this case,
It's
there's
pretty
like several
cutthroat.
layers. Mockingly, but also seriously.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, the criticism is grounded in the fact that you lack the skill
Dude,
versus
did you know that you just lost that
some
hole?
kind of fundamental truth. Yes, I think that that's the reason I use actually Copilot, Cursor a lot.
Oh, what the
Is for
fuck?
developing the skill of editing AI, so I can just learn how to do that better and better.
The
Because I
hole's
think
very
as I do
rarely
that
where
better
it
and
is.
better, I start to utilize AI better. At this time, it is a bit of a boilerplate code thing, but you can do out of the box kind of novel design decisions or tricky design decisions from scratch.
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
But fill out stuff using AI and then just learn the skill of modifying. I personally it's more fun to program with AI. Even when I
Look how
delete a
sick
lot of the
this
code,
shot was.
it's more fun. It's less
bullshit.
lonely. It's more, it's what I imagine like pair programming to be. But I've never done it. But it just feels like that friction that you get when you're like
Dude,
staring at
that's
an
bad.
empty thing.
That's
It's
really
not
bad.
there. Like empty
Of all
function,
the shots
empty,
that I've ever seen, that might
empty
be the
class.
worst of them.
It's
You know how
just
bad that was, dude?
more fun, less lonely. And I do
you
think
ready for
that
this one?
a lot of the
Just a
easier
beauty.
type of coding,
One of the best
that really
shots we've
helps
ever
with,
seen
like interacting
in this
with
game.
APIs,
Oh,
basic things that I would usually have to look up to Stack Overflow.
dude, you could still make it
for,
and win.
It's just really fast at that. Like,
Yeah.
look
as
at
an example,
this
just
shot in the
interacting with the
water.
YouTube API. The YouTube API documentation is not very good, and you can just load it all in there and ask it to generate set of functions that access the API, do all kinds of read and write operations, and it figures it all out. And then you could just, well, you do have to read. You have to
You're
read
doing
and
bad,
check everything.
I don't know
And
what
you
your
start to
strategy
develop the
is.
skill of
but it
understanding where it misinterpreted the task. What is that skill? I don't even know. You have to kind of be empathic about what the AI is, what its limitations are. A lot of the times
Look
that
at
has
this
to do
shot,
with
Zoo.
prompt engineering. You have to
Oh, fuck
at
you.
the same time
Great shot.
understand
Great shot, Zoo.
what the AI
That
is
just saved you
aware
from
of.
losing.
Like, what did you actually give it as data to be able to generate the code? A lot of times we don't realize that we're
Zoo,
not
what are
giving
your
it enough
thoughts on that
information.
shot?
You have to actually, okay, all right. You have to be empathic. Be like, okay, these are the code,
Zoo,
the files it's aware of. This is the specifics
Zoo,
of the
what are
question
your
you asked it.
thoughts on this shot?
Like, you have to imagine you're an intern that doesn't know
too, baby. I'm
anything
sick
else.
as fuck.
Like, oftentimes we want the AI to figure out the things that's left unspoken.
Zoo,
but
you gonna make
can't
the shot,
know
or you're gonna
those things.
continue
You have to,
jerking yourself off
specify those
raw?
things. Yes, you have to actually be much more
Okay, now I have to
deliberate
shut
and
you off.
rigorous in the things you specify. It's to spell
Watch
it
this
out.
make.
And
Straight
so
up
I just
make
have this
in 3
sea of
shots.
prompts
That's
that I have
as good as
saved
we've
up,
ever
and
seen on this
I'm
hole.
building these library of different templates.
I don't know if anybody's
prompts,
ever made it in
It's a
2.
mess.
I think
And
it's
I'm sure there's a
possible,
lot of
but it's
developers
tough.
that have this similar kind of mess. So a lot of it has to do long term with the tooling that's going to improve that. One, the systems are going to get much
Dude,
more
I don't listen
intelligent,
to
where
you,
you'll
Mr.
need
West. I only listen to
nuance.
old school.
And two, there's
hip-hop.
going to be the tooling that allows you to specify those things and load it in correctly and
Dude, fuck
give
you
all
with
the
that
context
shot.
that the system needs in order
Fuck
to
you
make
with
the
that shot.
good decisions. And maybe the system asks you follow-up questions. Wait, here's things you didn't make clear, all that kind of stuff. A lot of that has to do with the interface, with the actual design of the tools, like we said with Cursor. It's going to keep getting better and better and better. So my sense is developers in general should be learning to see, to not be left behind, to see how that can be used as a superpower to boost their productivity, their effectiveness,
that
their
almost
joy of
went in.
programming versus be seen as a competitor to them or something.
Look
like
how
that.
sick this
So,
shot is.
But for me already,
Dude, you're gonna make this shot. You're gonna continue sucking dick.
it's been a big boost of productivity. If you measure the actual how quickly you're able to get a thing done.
I'm gonna just
It's
keep
been a
eating
big-
you.
and measure
you
not
have
across
to
minutes and
just try
hours,
to
but
stop
days
me.
also.
I'm at my 960th
Sometimes there's things I have to
win.
do that are not that important that I'll just out of procrastination will
Can't
push
stop,
off.
won't stop.
And AI helps me actually get it done.
You're done.
That thing, the empty
You're
page,
done.
like
You
I
should
mentioned
just resign
before,
right now.
it helps me
You should just
write the
resign
thing,
right
get
now
it done, get
because
it
of how
tested,
sick this shot is.
ship the thing.
So do you see how good
maybe
this
it's just
shot?
because it's just less lonely to work with an AI. I don't know.
Hit my ball.
I don't know if any of that made sense, but
It all made perfect sense. I really do like that phrase. It makes it less lonely. I think there's something to that that's kind of interesting, having just some level of interaction that's not just like an LSP autocomplete.
Yeah.
Like having something that's actually a little bit more than just that, where it actually is kind of thinking through and you can
You
see a
still
different
think that
thought.
you have a better shot than mine?
That's a way different approach than I would have taken. Hey, that's kind of cool. I like these kind of things. And the thing is, I'm not like a AI negative person. I can see why people really, really like it. I just haven't every time I used Copilot from when Nat gave me the access all the way up until about 6 months ago. That's how I used it for quite some time, and I really did enjoy the things I used out of it. It just it kind of did the opposite for me. I felt like I was more reviewing than writing, and I felt like I was more kind of just letting things slide, where I just didn't really think too heavily about stuff. And I wasn't as engaged. And so I'm like, okay, so something's kind of wrong here. And that's just like a me personal thing. So I recognize that is not how someone should approach these things.
Right,
that's not a good reason for why you should or should not use AI. I just don't think that's right, because I could probably correct that and figure out a better way to do it.
So you do well on
I've
this
been
hole.
meaning to have another AI round. And so I've been thinking about maybe I just need to spend 2 weeks in Cursor and just fully embrace what does it mean to be somebody like this. And God, what can I do with this, these new powers? Have they improved to the point where they're actually good? And I mean, for me, because like a lot of the decisions I make, a lot of the little functions I'm writing, it's not because I'm trying to write this function to solve this problem. It's because I'm writing these functions or this set, not just to solve this problem, but because
I'm down by as much as you can be
2,000
down.
lines of code of building all
Ready
these other
for the
things.
best
I'm
comeback
going to
we've
start
ever
doing
seen?
this next
I've only
activity.
done this
So it's like
once.
I'm trying to like
I've
really
only had this
try to
comeback
chess
one
move
time.
myself into the exact things that, as I let things go faster, I kind of fall apart on that chess move.
STFU, dog.
And again, skill issues for on my behalf. And I mean it in the truest sense of the word, where it's like I'm making your critique because I don't use it well enough.
The better you are at programming, I don't know if this is a general rule, this is my anecdotal data, the better you are at programming, the less you want to use the AI. The more it gets in the way. Like the good programmers.
Fair enough as far as I can tell.
So like the more sort of beginner programmers are much more happy to use AI. You know, when I use AI is for basic, like, for just like, I don't know if there's a better term, it's not boilerplate, but it's like pretty easy programming.
Yeah.
And that kind of programming is much easier to do. Like the sort of the 10x, not to use the memes, of programmers that I know that are ultra productive and brilliant people, they hate AI. They're like, this is nowhere close to what's needed. So that there's something to that. I still think they should be using AI just for the learning.
Yeah.
Because it's going to get smarter, it's going to get better, and it's the same thing. It's like when you super optimize NeoVim or super optimize Emacs, you may not discover new things that are in the pipeline. So it's always good to be sort of training in that way.
Let me ask you a question here, just kind of from my understanding. You talked about this idea that you have all these kind of LLM kind of prompts, all like this big backlog of messy LLM prompts that you kind of have these templates for that you can do various actions. You have these strategies of making it self-explain itself and then do the right thing.
Yeah,
right?
we can tie, big dog.
As far as I can tell, that's really built into a lot of people. Well, then you make this phrase where like, but then at some point the interface is going to get better and maybe it can do a lot of these things better where I won't need that. Then my question is, well, is anyone actually falling behind for not using AI then? Because if the interface is going to change so greatly that all of your habits need to fundamentally change and it will be able to clarify and make all those statements, have I actually fallen behind at all? Or will the next gen like actually just be so different from the current one that it's kind of like, yeah, you're over there like actually doing punch card AI right now. I'm going to come in at compiler time AI. So different that it's like, what's a punch card?
So obviously, open question. It's a fascinating one. I personally think yes, you're falling behind. Not you, but if you're not playing with it, you're falling behind, because the thing I'm doing with the prompts is you're learning, you're building up like this intuition about how AI works. You're understanding like what is its strengths and weaknesses, not even the current version, but the next version and so on. Like what does it mean to teach an AI system about the world? Like what kind of information does it need to make effective decisions? I think that does transfer to smarter and smarter models. You'll need to make less rigorous and specific and detailed instructions over time, but you still have to have that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I think it's a skill of almost empathy with an AI system, because it doesn't know you know what it's missing? It's missing like common sense. It's missing long-term memory. A lot of things when we talk to other humans, they have a basic common sense about reality. And AI systems often lack that kind of common sense.
69.
And they also don't remember things. So you have to like realize there's a constant blank slate happening.
Yeah, I'm the
so
West Side
it's almost
gangster,
like just a skill of talking to an AI system that I'm training.
Yeah, I would hate me
And
too.
by having to write all those prompts and communicating back and forth to understand what kind of prompts work better or not,
Baby, you won't
build
touch
up
me.
that intuition. And also just the skill of reading somebody else's code. Maybe for people who work on large teams, that's a skill that's already developed. For me, not so much. So learning how to modify the code that somebody else written is a real skill. And also the other thing you mentioned, which is like considering another perspective on a piece of code, is really nice, but it is also a skill to understand, okay, this is what you did. There's a skill to asking a question about that code that's been generated, such that you can have a conversation about the approach that was taken. I think there's just a lot of subtle little skills involved in the cooperative endeavor to code.
Fuck you, Zoot.
Kind of
Alright,
like
ready for
there was a
literati?
real skill issue between you and Teach when you guys did the
Let's see if
video
you
of
can
two
get two
idiots,
in a
one
row,
keyboard.
son.
People should go watch that video where like you guys obviously sucked at it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Co-using.
that was pretty cool, which you guys did, which is controlling one UVM interface from two different keyboards.
Yeah, and then we each get an allowance of certain characters or motions we could perform.
Yeah, and so you both had to like communicate together. That's a real skill. I'm sure you can get super efficient with that.
Yeah.
But it just takes time to learn that kind of thing. So yeah, I think there's some value to it, but I think there's a learning curve.
So I have.
I'm here.
I do want one thing to be pretty clear is that I actually use AI quite a bit. I just don't use it for programming. And so one thing I've been trying to get it to is to be able to have like a long interview or understand what Twitch chat is saying and become Twitch chat and be able to speak as if it is Twitch chat. Try to like learn how to prompt it in different ways. And so I think those things for me are just really fun. I tried to get it to learn how to play tower defense. I made a tower defense game in Zig and then made it play tower defense and then played a Claude 3.5 against OpenAI. Claude 3.5 would do better during the daytimes, and OpenAI did better during the nighttimes. I don't know why. I have no idea what was going on there, but just one would just start winning and the other one would start losing. It was just very strange. And so it's just this, I'm learning to prompt well, but I'm learning to prompt in a very different axis. I just don't find it very useful yet in programming.
And I should also say that I'm using it in every walk of life, in every context. I use that same kind of exploration about prompts and so on. I'm using them. I think it legit is a whole field in itself.
Yeah.
Prompt engineering and how to interact with AI systems. I think it's worth the investment. Can you actually speak to that? Because I saw you're basically pulling from Twitch chat and having an LLM speak. I didn't realize. I thought you're not reading the exact chat messages.
Yeah.
You're doing kind of some kind of summarization.
Yeah. So what I try to go through I end up making like 8 queries off to OpenAI where it's just like the first thing is like I have it like a default personality. Hey, you're Randall, the manager. You're a software engineering manager. Kind of explain their position, what they like, what they don't like, and then be like, these are the list of thoughts you have in your head.
Yeah.
And you need to talk to this person and ask them a question. Like,
This is amazing.
give me 10 of these responses that you think are probably thoughts that you have and you want to ask.
Yeah.
Make it kind of give you a list and then be like, okay, then reprompt and be like, hey, you're Randall. You're this. You have these 10 questions before you. And now you need to select one of them and reword it in a way that sounds more like you, the engineering manager. And so you're like, I'm constantly trying to make it like iterate on itself as opposed to just like one-shotting it. And I found if I iterate too much, it becomes like it loses loses what it was originally trying to ask. If I don't do it enough, and it's just too degenerate from Twitch chat. And so it's like I have a lot of improvement to do with this idea.
Just to clarify, you're feeding in Twitch chat. These are the thoughts your manager. These are the thoughts you have in your head. Pick out some of the most profound thoughts.
Effectively, it's like depending on what I wanted to do, I'm trying to work on a better system.
Kind of brilliant.
And so it's like, how can I give voice to Twitch chat? Can I make it so that I can create adversarial characters against Twitch chat or for Twitch chat? Can I incorporate YouTube, all that kind of stuff? And like, how do you describe to an LLM to role play into its position? And so, just thinking through those kind of things. And so maybe I am having some prompt skills, but just it's just not in the coding world yet.
Sure.
One day I'll get there.
I saw that you were
Baby, I'm the West Side
playing
gangster.
different
Everybody
voices,
says.
sexy.
It started off as a French voice, and then it turns out 11 Labs just cannot do French lady. And when you do multilingual French lady, she starts.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
I tuned into one of your streams.
What is this?
And there's just this lady, like in a sexualized way.
Yo,
It
baby,
became too funny.
what's going
So we
on,
called her
pimp?
Not French Stormy Daniels.
Oh, nice.
But hold on, I want to go back to the AI and some of the aspects.
Yo, baby.
And so, like, my
How
big
you
gripe with
living?
AI has nothing to do with its capability. It's exactly capable as it should be capable because that's
Dude,
what people programmed it
You're
as.
so dog shit
The
at this
thing that I
game.
really dislike is there's a whole group of people that are just like, the end is nigh. AI is here. You just need to stop programming. Like I cannot tell you, even on like you mentioned Peter Levels earlier. He made some sort of tweet, and one of the person's responses was, Yeah, no one in this, like in 2025 or whatever, should be acquiring hard skills. You should rely on everything for the AI effectively. And it's like, these are really damning pieces of advice for young people. Like, you're being told that you should never become an expert in anything. You should always
Latin, it
offload.
means
And the problem is that anyone worth
It's
any
Latin,
other
it
soul will
means
tell you that
and.
AI, though can produce code, is going to get it wrong in a huge number of cases. And as the code becomes bigger or more complex or more
it's a
input, it's
borrowed
going to just start
word.
kind of sloshing back and forth between bugs. And so if you don't have those hard skills and you're not ultimately the driver at the end of the day, like, you're going to really find some hard times, and your ability to progress will be directly bound to how good the LLMs are. So if you believe that the LLMs will be vastly superior to humans in the next year, maybe that's a good bet. But if they aren't, then your skill ceiling is bound to whatever they are. And even beyond that, there's just this like a level of information problem, which is like, can the thing actually navigate larger, like, do we even have enough compute power to be able to solve things at this real scale? And even if we did, if everybody started using it right now, do we even have the compute power for everybody to use it right now? There's like a lot of kind of bounding questions. There's privacy concerns. And I just don't want people to make the immediate or what appears to be the obvious choice where you don't need hard skills, you don't need these things. Our life is already going to be, we just need to only think creatively. It's like, no, I don't think so. I think these hard skills are going to be around for quite some time, even with a massive improvement in the AI. Like, you're going to really be needed to step in regularly for quite some time, as far as I can tell.
But I also think, even on top of that, just even acquiring the hard skills, or whether that means programming from scratch, for example, in the context of programming, that's
Dude,
going
your
to
fucking life's
make you
fucked as
better
fuck.
at steering the AI.
Mm-hmm.
Not just correcting the AI, but steering the AI. I think there's some kind of, if you know how a computer works, you can program Python better. It's maybe counterintuitive, but you can, if you know the low-level abstractions, like some intuition around that, you can steer the high-level abstractions better.
Yeah.
But that just seems to be the case. Unless, of course, AI becomes like truly super intelligent, like many levels above, but it's very unlikely in the short term. And in the long term, it's still good as it gets better and better and better,
Yeah.
to be able to steer, to ride the wave of the improvement.
Yeah, I'm on that team very much so.
A lot of people have written to me. I think a lot of developers, programmers are really concerned about the future of their profession in the context of quickly improving AI systems. So do you think AI will eventually replace programmers?
The hard part about that phrase is use the term eventually.
Yeah.
And do I think in 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, like, what does that term actually mean? I think at some point, if we were able to scale, if all things continue at the current rate of improvement, there does come a point where programming as a hard skill does become unnecessary, right? At some eventual point, way, way down the road. Yes, I don't know what that point looks like. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't even attempt to make predictions about that, but there are still some like leaps and bounds we need to make. Even just like societally, like, there's plenty of companies that don't even allow you to use AI, right? Like, there's just practical problems that exist. So that's like a question I just try not to answer in a direct sense. There will come a day, if humanity continues and all things continue in a good, positive direction, where a lot of skills will go out the window due to immense computing systems. So yeah, I'll give you that one. But it's just like, if I don't think it has anything in the near term. There's been no computer improvement up to this date that did not result in more jobs.
Yeah, absolutely. We should say that I think it depends how you define programming, because when the community moves from assembly to C, from C to, I don't know, Python and JavaScript, like, that's evolution. That's really painful for a lot of people who are used to programming that lower level language. So there's going to be a continuous evolution, and maybe that means with AI, there's going to be more and more evolution towards natural language as part of the tool chain, like being able to learn how to write proper prompts. That might, because natural language is still a language. And in the long term, it's possible that a large percentage of programming is natural language. There probably still going to be some percentage just not. That's going to be extremely structured language.
Right now, I don't think we are anywhere near natural language being possible because it's ambiguous. And I think what we'll end up seeing as people push really hard into this, you're going to see some sort of like pseudo-lang, which is going to be a language for AIs in which you prompt, which is going to be less ambiguous, right? People keep striving towards the less ambiguous state. And at that point, you're just programming yet another evolution into a higher order language. And perhaps that is a future in which people will have a more terse language. I'm just not sure how much more terse it can get. Yeah, I mean, all I see is that if you say natural language can be used in the pipeline, you've just made that many more people can become programmers, which means that much more software will eventually be created, which means there's that much more software that will need to be maintained, and just becomes a real big snowballing effect.
But there's just people who are programmers who are worried about their jobs.
Yeah.
Not a complete replacement, but maybe a rapid evolution of what it means to be a programmer. Like you mentioned, if natural language becomes a way that you can communicate, or you can program, that means the pool of people who can get programming jobs changes rapidly. So they're really concerned.
Yeah, to some extent, right? Because no matter how much we want to say how good AI is, there comes a point where there exists a bug, there exists a large piece of software in which to describe the change requires just like pages and pages of description, to the point where it is significantly just faster or easier for someone to just whip something out. Like there's definitely a balance there. It's not like a perfect trade-off. And so I still don't, I think people need to quit worrying and think about how they can integrate it and try, like prove it to themselves. Do they actually make themselves irrelevant? And if you truly make yourself irrelevant, I would challenge you that you're already, like, you're just doing something that was just slightly too complicated to automate. Like if you're only writing just straight up CRUD apps from back end to front end and like simple table displays, like, yeah, maybe we just couldn't quite automate that away.
Mm-hmm.
And now we just have something that can just do that a little bit better. So now that's automated away. But that's not really programming. That's almost like building Legos at that point, where the design's already set. You just simply have to move piece from bag into correct position.
Yeah. Is there something you recommend how a developer or programmer could avoid a situation where AI can automate them away?
I think that the bigger the project you can manage, the bigger the thing you can build, the more understanding both down and up the stack you can go, the more valuable you become. Because if you understand how to build something in the front end, okay, well now you kick off some LLM task of some sort that's going to go off and make a change to the front. Okay, while it's doing that, you can go and kick off something in the CLI tool. You can go kick off something somewhere else. And as these things come back with results, you can review the results, make sure it's the way you want it, change it, commit it, go to the next. Like you only become more, as you said in the end, more productive if we reach this state where it's truly able to do that.
I think there is like a skill to working together with AI, which is why I'm kind of excited to watch you keep trying to do it.
Yeah.
It's like we don't know how it fits exactly, but it feels like AI should be a boost to productivity. And I definitely think it's a boost to just the joy of programming. I think there's a lot of people, yeah, it's a job, but it's also a source of meaning, a source of joy. Like programming is fun. You're creating something cool. And also potentially that a lot of people use.
There's this one thing that just really frustrates me, and this is kind of going into the Devin category, which is that I want an intern that cares.
Yeah.
You don't get that out of an LLM. It does not care. Meaning that I don't want it just to make a UI for me that displays these icons like I asked. I want it to care. I want it to think about it. I want it to present to me and me to be like, oh, yeah, that's great. And then me to make changes. And then later on, it's like, actually, you know what? I really thought about this. And actually, it'd be way better if we change. Like it doesn't actually care about the craft. But when you work with an intern or you work with somebody else, they care. When they factor something, they actually go over and go, yeah, this is actually kind of bad. I'm going to come back to that. They finish this, they go back over and they make this even better, right? They like actually care about the thing itself. It's a completely different experience. I just want something that also cares, that wants to make the thing better, not just simply accomplish the task. I know I'm asking way too much. That's not, now we're getting into like Blade Runner level AI. I just want something it just feels like I'm missing that. Where it's just like, it will complete the task to whatever level it understood what I was prompting, but it doesn't actually care about it.
I mean, there's so many aspects to caring, but sort of the trivial version of that is a kind of restlessness where you want to keep improving, and I think that is very much AI could do.
Yeah.
Where it constantly just asks itself, can I make this better? And if it keeps doing that, it probably is going to take it to some ridiculous place. So actually, it's also knowing when to stop.
Yeah.
I think developing
was
something you
good,
can call
too.
taste, which is like trying, working extremely hard, constantly improving until it just feels right. This is it. And I think that is a thing that AI is not good at. It was just like, yes, this is it.
I've iterated 3 times, and 3 was the
Yeah. Ultimately, that is what humans are amazing at, which is like knowing when something is right. Like, this is it. This is,
I think it's
especially
great, baby.
as you understand, as you develop taste in the particular industry, in the particular context, application,
AI.
knowing like this is it. Yeah, this, the rounded corners on this button. That's exactly that. That's beautiful. So just a sense of beauty, a sense of function and efficiency, and so on. Yeah, that. But that, humans could do almost like supervision of AI systems in that context.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've ranted about Devin, just full of rage.
I mean, first off, the people that run Devon are extremely nice. I want that to be understood. I don't have some sort of upsetness against them or anything like that. Second, Devon is just it's kind of like the full. It's like the full package when it comes to programming. So it's going to have, you're going to give it a task and a repo, and it's going to go through. It's going to try to understand the repo and the task, make the change to the repo by exploring it, then actually make a commit to GitHub and explain what it did, so that you can have so hopefully you have this whole offline thing, which is the other part of this AI part that I actually really like, where it's just like, go fix this thing. Then I can just go and unbroken fix this one thing and come back and go, okay, good enough, merge, boom. I want that kind of running, being able to complete things. I think the ideal solution is that you can start giving it small bugs, and it goes and fixes these bugs, and you can just come back to these backlog tickets that no one ever does, and it actually starts going through these backlog tickets, and it's actually a really amazing experience. So I love the idea, right? I think we can all agree that sounds great, but every time I've done it, and I've asked it for many, and I try to keep narrowing down the problems. The more narrow the problem, the better it does. So if I'm like, just add one singular icon, and when it gets clicked, I want you to do this, just console click me, like just at least create me an SVG and place it so it's nicely placed. The more narrow the task, the more likely it's to be successful. There's like a certain level of specifying where you specify too much, it just like can't do it. If you specify too little, it just does weird things. So it's kind of like this very kind of fun, unique way you have to play the balance game. But so far, every time I do these things, I always end up going, gosh, you know what? I should just get better at Tailwind and write it myself. Because I always go back and I just rewrite it. And then it's just like, dang it, what am I saving at the end? I feel like I'm not saving anything yet. And it's just like this.
Thanks, baby.
I want it so bad. Like, I actually want AI to be great, because then I can really go fast. I mean, I can go amazing fast, but then I always just go, gosh, I should just learn Tailwind myself to the nth degree and just go fast.
Yeah, we should also mention that debugging, this might be intuitive or counterintuitive, is AI is really bad at.
Yeah.
Like, that is one of the hardest. It actually makes you realize how special humans are and how difficult the task of debugging is. Obviously, for trivial debugging, maybe you can find bugs, but like, that is the real art of programming. Is finding bugs, logical bugs, like extremely complicated, rare bugs, edge cases.
Mm-hmm.
AI can assist, but man, the hard ones are really require so much context, so much experience, so much intuition from, again, operating in a fog full of uncertainty. It's hard.
Yeah.
Of course, AI could maybe create like logs and do traces and do some kind of load in a huge amount of data.
I hate these.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that just means it could be a better assistant in debugging versus the actual lead debugger.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be great if they could. I mean, the more it can do that, the better, right? Because as far as I can tell, I mean, correct me where I'm wrong on this, current state debugging is really, it looks at the code, it looks at the bug problem, and just kind of tries to text predict where it's most likely accurate, and then just tries to fix that spot. And so it's like, it's likely this spot. You said admin panel slightly off. this. It's probably this location, which could actually be a really great way to do search, right? Let me do semantic searching. Point to me where this is, because maybe that is a really great way to navigate large code bases. It's like smart, intelligent search, as opposed to trying to make it do the thing. Ask it to just help you do the thing in like pinpointing problems. I don't know. I'd love to see more of that. That's for me is like the exciting part. And there's this really great article by creator or maintainer of curl. It's the I in the LLM stands for intelligence. And he writes curl and maintains curl. Curl has been inundated with security problems and all this, and it's all from LLMs being like, oh, I found a security flaw. Here's the security flaw, details it out in the code. And he's just like, okay, how did you reproduce that? Show me, because if you look at the code right here, that's actually an impossible situation you're speaking of. And it's just like going in these circles, and security right now is being inundated. These bug bounty programs are being inundated by LLM submitted responses because they can't actually, analyze the code beyond just like basic text prediction. Oh, this is a stir copy. Stir copy is commonly referred, blah, 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 boom, there you go. Here's the bug. And it's just like, no, that's actually impossible because the if statement right beforehand leaves the function if the string is too long. So it's like, we don't even run into this case. It's impossible what you're saying. So the bugging is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that for me would be the big, if you can solve that, not solve that, but improve that, that would be huge. Whether it's agents or just LLMs integrated into IDEs.
I think there's this whole idea, I call it a denial of attention. I think there's an entire attack vector that's going to be happening. We're using LLMs to generate fake bug reports, fake all these things to just actually effectively to demotivate and hurt open source maintainers. Polykill was the first bug that kind of had this experience, is this denial of attention where a active malicious maintainer just hounded the owner. And then a white knight came out and offered to buy this, buy some stuff from under them. And when they bought it, they actually replaced it with a malicious piece of code and then used it. So there's like this whole security world that's developing around using these in a very aggressive format.
I mean, it's a fascinating world we're entering into, but I do agree with you that human developers will be a huge part of that world.
Yeah.
This is not, the job might evolve, but it's going to be there. If I can, I didn't really look at this page. I thought it would be cool to go over with you. This is, again, the
Stack Overflow, my favorite.
Stack Overflow developer survey talking about their sentiment and usage of AI systems. The general sentiment of yes, 61% say yes, they use it, and 25% say no, don't plan to. So majority use it, majority have a favorable sentiment over it, favorable or very favorable or indifferent. That's like
50.
looks like over 90%.
That's really surprising that many people just have no plan in looking into AI. Like, as much as I don't like using it for coding, I hope one day I can use it more, right? And so it's like, to me, I'm always looking for the next thing. I'm just surprised that people are that, I guess, obstinate for it. Obviously, the second one, the AI tool sentiment, it must be only the users who responded
Yes.
to the top two of that first one, just given the amount of respondents.
I wonder if no and don't plan to are people who have tried it and quickly built up the intuition like this really sucks.
Yeah.
So, we could be like experienced programmers that are like, no, this is not making me more productive. 81% agree that increasing productivity is the biggest benefit that the developers identify for AI tools.
West Side Gangsta Pimp.
Okay, so this is what are the benefits: increased productivity, speed up learning, greater efficiency, improve accuracy in coding, make workload more manageable, improve collaboration. Where's the fun? Increased fun. I would say that's like number one for me.
Maybe speed up learning is like a subcategory of fun, right? If you're able to learn more and be able to become better, to me that sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's different because like productivity is part of fun too. There is just a lightness. Maybe improved collaboration. All of these elements for sure.
There's my time using Copilot. There was certainly a level of wonder that would happen for quite some time, where it's just amazing what it can do.
Yeah,
I'm just super impressed by what it can do, even though I don't use it. Like, it's amazing to me that we have something that can even get that close.
In terms of accuracy of AI tools, only 2.7% highly trust.
I would say that you have to be very green to think that you should highly trust an AI output. You should be very skeptical.
Yeah, I don't know where I stand. Probably somewhat distrust. Highly distrust seems aggressive.
It does seem a little like you should definitely be in the somewhat. Like you should always assume that there's something wrong, and then from there you can go and challenge it.
And then estimation of whether AI can handle complex tasks. Most people don't think it can handle complex tasks. I mean, it seems like people have a good sense of what it's able to handle and not.
I would argue that people don't have a good grasp of what complex is in programming.
Sure, yeah.
If you say write me quicksort, some people think quicksort's super complex.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue that that's actually probably the simplest thing you could ask an AI to do. Right? Things that are so well documented. It's going to do a great job at that.
Yeah, probably high-level design decisions, which people don't even use AI for right now. I guess agents are supposed to be doing that kind of stuff. That's probably the most difficult thing, or the most impactful thing. Well, the most difficult thing is finding bugs.
Yeah.
AI tools next year, writing code, and so on.
Now, this one, the ethics part, I'm actually super curious your take on the ethics. Will we see Europe laying down some new regulations?
Oh, boy.
What about artists, right?
Yeah.
What about people that are really, because the difference between coding and artists is very, very simple. If you gave me a sheet of paper, I could draw you a crab. You go, that's a crab. But you can't do that with coding. It's like, it's right or it's wrong. There's not a variation of interpretation for what a crab is. It's like, no, that statement's just, you cannot make that statement. It's very bounded in what it can express. And I can see why artists, like, that's a very
because it hasn't been
frustrating point. Who gets rewarded for all that? Obviously. And then there's like the whole thing with coding and licenses. How much of it is GPL licenses do you think they've scraped and used as training data? GPL forces open source.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that one? Like, that means your model might need to be open source. Like, OpenAI may have to get forced open all their previous stuff.
Zero
if there's
tiles
any hint of GPL.
Yeah, that's a weird one. That's a really weird one. Because most of these models, I think, are training on data they don't technically have rights to be training on.
Yeah, there's
an unspoken. It's a real Wild West.
Because like you could imagine that, what happened if I always use Europe because they tend to have like maybe the most consumer protection laws out there. You could imagine what happened if a law came down that said that if you used a model that produced GPL potential code, you have to open source. Like, how many companies are going to be like, oh my gosh, right? Like, you have 1 year to get rid of all code that was generated that's potentially GPL sourced from a model. Like, that you could imagine just the sheer panic that's going to happen. It'd be a fire sale of code.
So, given all that, what can you give advice to young programmers?
You've never beaten me more than one game
this
in
is
a row.
another question from Reddit, the infinite wisdom of Reddit. What should a person in their early 20s do to move forward in the tech industry? And this is an interesting addition to the question. And by doing it, will they be walking on someone else's path?
What'd you say, Pimp?
I am going to try to answer that question, I guess, the best I can. Which I think that if you're entering into the tech world,
You were just asking what?
one of the hardest pieces of advice that I took a long time to learn was I became enamored and addicted. Obviously, we talked about that. I programmed for way too many hours. Forgetting to spend the time I needed with my wife, with my friends, all that stuff, like totally wrapping myself up into one activity.
Did you know that you had an invitation?
Though it made me who I am, was probably an unhealthy activity and probably not a wise activity. And so the best advice I can give is that you got to develop the love, the skill, the desire for it, whether that's just only using AI agents, programming yourself, using Zig, or programming JavaScript. Whatever, that flavor is that's going to get you coming back every single day. Getting the reps in the gym, if you will, for programming, but also knowing how to value what is valuable and not getting lost in the sauce where you're just so stuck on trying to make the next greatest startup that you sacrifice your health, you sacrifice your relationships, or even worse, you sacrifice your own morals to take certain shortcuts that you probably shouldn't be taking in life to be able to achieve these things. Because, I'm sure there's hundreds of horror stories you could hear where people definitely shortcutted their morals for, monetary success.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, the golden handcuffs, comfort.
I could have put you away right there, Zoo.
Soul, in some sense. Yeah, so that's that's really important to remember. But
Easy shot.
There's young people kind of thinking, do I even want to be a programmer now?
I gotta go check it out.
It seems like AI is getting better and better and better at these at programming.
All right, it comes down to
If they
this,
were
big dog.
trying to make that decision, would you still say, yeah, if
Don't-
this is
don't
something
fuck up.
that fills you with joy?
That was
I
really
still
good.
want my kids to learn how to program. If I can answer that, if that's a good enough answer,
Yeah,
in the sense
that's
that my kids are
yeah.
a decade younger than a young person trying to learn how to program right now. And so if I want, I'm hoping that my kid can run and build whatever he wants in Roblox. I'm showing him ChatGPT and be like, all right, let's ask questions. How do we do this? It's still extremely confusing for him to do all these things. And so it's like, let's do this. I want him to learn and be effective. And maybe one day he has to throw away all those skills in 20 years. But I bet you that whatever skills he threw away, or whatever hard skills he had to throw away, an entirely new field that none of us have thought about. Just like if you would have asked somebody in the 70s, about social networks, they'd be like, what the heck are you even talking about? Like, things will exist in the future that are going to be massively different and crazy and exciting.
Maybe in virtual reality.
There you go.
Maybe all of us actually down the line will just be building video games.
Just entertainment for all. The brave new world of our world.
Well, I think entertainment is a kind of trivialized version of what a video game could be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what is the purpose of life anyway? I mean, it could be a deeply fulfilling video game. It doesn't have to be just like dopamine rush. It could be educational. It could be scary. It could be challenging, forcing an evolution, the leap into adventure that it makes up a fulfilling life. That could be video games. Who knows? Especially in virtual reality. I tend to. That's the other thing. I play a lot of video games. I think there's a lot of room to make video games deeply fulfilling. Like there's a lot of space where that can go.
I didn't know you played a lot of video games, because when I asked you specifically, should I play World of Warcraft or do Advent of Code? You're like, Advent of Code. Advent of Code.
Oh, well, that might mean I've never played World of Warcraft because there's certain games I avoid. Fortnite, by the way, I think was one of them, because I was worried to become too addicted.
Yeah.
So there's certain games I just know I won't get super addicted to. For example, I'm terrified of Civilization. Like, I've never played a Civs game because I'm worried. I'm worried the dark path in my lead, because there's some games just really pull you in. I'm much better with, that's why I play Skyrim. I can play these games, or Baldur's Gate, and moderate how much I play, and they could be like a lifelong
So you
companion
lost.
versus an addiction.
That's
where
one
I'm
game
like,
in a row.
it's like sunrise, and you're like, what's happening with my life? And I find myself naked behind a dumpster somewhere, just wondering what happened. Yeah, so that's how I choose my video games.
You're not the first person who has specifically called out Civilization.
Yeah.
I've had more than one person, also very high up in the tech world, be like, Civilization is my downfall. If I get near that game, I'm done.
Yep. So
I've never even played the game now. It makes me be like, yeah, I gotta give this a try. That sounds crazy.
yeah, and the new one is actually supposed to be really, really good. What were we talking about? Yes, for that same young developer, is there a trajectory through jobs that you could give advice on?
What'd you say?
You started out with Schedulicity.
Yeah, that was my first full-time, when I had the government contract.
no
before
rogue in
that wasn't
mind?
quite full-time. It was in C. It was a lot of fun. And then building my own startup for quite some time. So if you count either of those as full-time, then those would be the full-time.
Yes,
But
it does.
Schedulicity
We
was
looked this up.
the official on the docs.
So is there some value to jumping around?
I am a teacher.
Working in
And
one
it
company
does.
and another to try to figure out like what brings you joy.
I think there's a lot to that, because not every job you're going to get is going to be great. Now, your first job you could get could make you think you hate programming.
We looked this up, dog.
It happened. I did an internship at a place. I know I keep on like surprising you with more kind of things I did in the past. Did an internship at
You did so many things. It's incredible.
a place called Total Information Management System. Remember when I talked about that hours ago about healthcare and industrial shipping and all that? And it was a C# job. It was so bad that after I did that, I went and changed my major to mechanical engineering for a semester in college.
Oh boy.
I thought actually I like computer science. I hate
We
programming.
did. There are books
So,
called One
just
in a
because
Row.
you've had a job doesn't mean it's gonna be the one. And the thing is, here's the best part though: if you get a job and you like it, and
Yes,
you want to
there
do
are like
it, and it's
websites.
exciting, you don't need to change. Right? I think a lot of people are like, "Oh, I got to find the next thing. I've been here for 2 years." Like there's kind of this you got to move around mindset. I don't think you have to move around. I don't think it hurts your career. Because if anything, you'll gain more responsibility and you'll be able to talk with way more authority. And the next time you interview, you're going to be way more into like, oh yeah, I had to get these X people to be able to do all this stuff. It's like you can talk with much more authority if you stay at a place longer. And that's nothing but benefits in my book. It's only if you stay at a place because you're afraid or you don't want to, you already have something that works for you and you just never want to change. And you're just like, I gotta go in and just be completely mindless. I think if you go mindless for a couple of years, you'll find yourself, that's like the only real danger. You just come out with nothing at all.
Yeah, especially when you're younger. That's the whole point. Yeah. Take the risk, take the leap out to the next thing. And not for money, but for just personal, like joy.
Yeah, and money could get at the end. That's the best part. When you don't strive for the money, sometimes the money just shows up anyways.
Yep. And some of what makes life worth living is...
Are you going to play or no?
Work like a good team. Mm-hmm. Someone was like, not to be generic, but culture matters. It's whatever makes you happy. Like, for example, I just had, won't call out places, but there's certain companies where everybody is very 9 to 5 and it's very, even if the work is exciting, they don't work hard enough, I would say. I'm one of those people that likes to go all out, likes to be surrounded by people who are like super passionate. Now, to be fair, a lot of them don't have families or don't. Yeah, it's a fascinating choice. I really don't want to talk down on any choice, like work-life balance.
There are books called One in a Row.
I think both are beautiful paths. And like, if you really derive a lot of value from joy from your work, going all in, at least for some stretch of your life, is a beautiful thing to do. Just all out, full-on passion, sacrifice a lot of social life, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. That could also be beautiful.
There could be something very, very exciting about that in some sense, especially if you're building your own thing. I can imagine that would be very exciting. Like if I was Amazon, Jeff Bezos building Amazon, one could imagine that those early years were probably very rough, and the amount of hours he probably put in were very, very rough. But I will say that there's this kind of unique aspect in our culture where we kind of make this as an equal trade-off between family or work.
I have a perfect game going against you right now.
You do or you don't have to have kids. And my only kind of real notion with that one is that you will never know your capacity for love until you have kids. Like you just don't know. And some people are like, oh yeah, but I love my dog. And it's just like, I loved my dogs too. And then I had kids, and now my dogs they're all right. Like I like them.
Yeah.
I can come home and pet Indy, and I'm like,
you're witnessing.
And I'm just like, okay, bye, Indy.
History, baby.
I can't even describe the difference between the two. Yeah. Because it's not even the same. And so it's that trade-off you're making is no one can tell you what it's like. Because there's a real reality that right now, and I'm 100% positive this is with my wife as well, where if right now we got news that said, you have some medical procedure where if we do this, you will die, but your kid will live. There's not a question in my soul that I wouldn't do that.
You're witnessing history.
Right? If I could look into the future and if I had to die right now knowing that my kids would have a better life, they would be happier, they would be more fulfilled and all those things, I guarantee you either my wife or I would take that every single time. It's just like you will never be able to say that about most things. People will jokingly say that until it's actually on the line.
That badly.
But it's like with that, you just have this ferociousness. I can break out and sweat thinking about somebody fictionally pushing my kid to the ground. Like actually get, real adrenal responses flowing through my body. So it's just like such a different world, and it's hard to explain. And you could never have convinced me when I was young that it'd be this big.
Yeah.
I thought I knew. I didn't know.
Zoot.
But to add on top of that,
let's interview you because we've never had that before. What are your thoughts on losing 100-0 in BattleBots? Zoot. What are your thoughts on losing 100-0 at BattleBots?
I was checking something.
You weren't checking shit, dog. You were checking if you can have one in a row of something, and you can. I don't know who taught you, but you can have one in a row of something. and AI just agreed with me. All right, you ready to lose skee ball?
Cable?
Skee ball,
I
son.
have a baseball cable.
I know.
Hopefully it doesn't lag again. Oh, it's lagging again.
I wonder why skee ball like makes it lag. I got 190
I don't know, I
points.
just remember you going. I remember you getting really angry. You were like, hurry up, hurry up. And I was like, bro, I already finished the game. What are you talking about?
Dude, not fair. I think I'm gonna shut off multipliers.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, because it's unfair.
You just get a 300 multiplier.
I know it's unfair.
Well, bet.
It is unfair. Zoot, you're up, baby. That was bad. That was bad. Bad. Good.
I know.
You need it. You need the shot, and you didn't get it.
It's because the multiplier, I couldn't get the multiplier early enough. Oh, yeah. You better have gone for the 50.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, the 50 will give you 130.
Yeah, but
The 150. Why are you going for the 100?
because I had a double.
Yeah, but you had a triple on the 150.
Okay, that's
Oh, you had
150.
triple.
A double with the 100 is 200.
No, 50 times 3 is 150. If you went for the 50, you would have got 150, but you went for the double. So why are you going for the double?
The double was 200.
Yeah, but the 50 was triple.
So that's only 150. 200 is more than 150.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? We're turning multipliers off. Obviously, you can't hang. I just beat you.
Yeah, but the 150 is like easier to get than the 100.
Dude, all I know is I just put up 360. That wasn't good, Zoot.
Yeah, you went too high risk. But that's what I wanted. I wanted But that's not what I wanted. But I just played worse than you. No, I played a little bit better than you.
Not good, Zoo. Not
I
good.
got lag so bad. You only got 100? Yeah, I don't need to do much. This is not good, but this is not good start, but this is not good. I'm playing worse than you. Oh, are you kidding me?
Did I get you?
I just won.
Barely.
I won by 10 points.
Fuck you.
Your strategy is too ambitious.
I'm a sexy player. What do you want me to do? Zoo, don't fuck up. That's all I know.
I can't stop with very short.
You watch. You'll be going with my strategy soon enough.
I had a ball where I did 100 over. Yeah, sure. You still haven't beat me though.
Yeah, I did.
When?
The first game we played. Or not the first game. The first game we played without. No, I beat you that one that I got like 12-10. Zoo, you're up, big dog.
You're 100 points in front of me right now. Yeah, I'm playing okay. What? Oh my god. Did you see the one where it bounced off the two?
Yep.
Okay, you are really. You can beat me. If you miss every shot, we tie. Do I go for 100? No, I'm just gonna go for 50.
Are you proud of your play?
Yeah, because 450 are two 100. I'm a little bit nervous now.
I just won.
Your strategy worked.
Yeah, because I'm better than you are.
No, I took more risks than I did.
Yeah, I'm better than you are. I'm the West Side pimp. I'm the East Side gangster. I'm the East Side pimp and the West Side gangster. Zoo, you have the shittiest strategy I've ever seen. Your strategy is that of like a 4-year-old. 4-year-olds have better strategies than you.
Your strategy is just go for the 100.
100%.
I mean, my strategy, I can get a 500. Your strategy, you can get 1,000.
Yeah, which one's higher?
Which one has more risk?
How do you like these rainbow balls, Zoot? Zoot, what's it like to be down? Wow. Zoot, you got 490. Garbage shots. Just garbage. Garbage. Garbage shots. Easy to beat.
Did I wait to get the 12% body fat or why the strip club again?
All I know is that you just lost again. No, you should go back in and just be like, I'm ready.
That 15%?
Yep.
I'm at 15.3, and then I'm going to get under 15.
Okay.
It take 2 weeks and I'll be in 2 weeks I'll be at 14%.
Zoot, are you proud of the work that you've done
For what?
in skee ball?
Bringing body.
No, skee ball.
Nah.
Life is ski. Zoot, life is skee ball. Zoot, remember that time I got 360? Oh, now Zoot, you're going for my strategy. Why are you going for my strategy now? Did you come to the conclusion your strategy sucked cock?
No. Because I have to.
Who's forcing you?
Look at the score. If I don't go with a high risk, I'm up.
You could.
I would need to get 10 50s in a row. Make my trip a bit better. Rabbi, you on? You only need 80 points.
Zoot, are you ready?
Rabbi, you ready one? You could go 10 and you beat me. If you miss every shot, you still win.
Zoot, you just lost.
I told you. You missed every shot and you still won.
Because I'm sexy.
It's my yeah.
Because your strategy sucks.
Not even a strategy. You don't even have a strategy. It's just going for the highest score.
That's the strategy in every fucking game, dog.
So if I want to catch up to you, I need to get 150. Right, that's good. Start. Yeah, we'll start. What? You double my score.
Zoot, are you proud of your work that you've put in? Dude, you're fucking with me. That's not fair. I could have had a higher score, dog. Zoot, you need the best round of your life. Zoot, go.
I need to get every single one in.
That's one.
That's the highest score you've ever got from us. That's why.
Perhaps 900. Let's see if we can beat it.
The highest score you can get is 3,000.
Without multipliers. That wasn't good, Zoot.
We are going for 100. I'm doing even worse. Playing it safe. I did even worse than you. Rabbi, you don't borrow for the Scotch?
100%. But I'm whooping your ass on Play-Doh first.
That was an easy show.
Zoot, you only got 160. Zoot, I've beaten you a ton of games now. What happened? You were really good at this game.
Okay. Good. That's cool.
Zoot, 270, baby.
What?
I got 270. What are your thoughts?
Okay.
Get it. 270, baby. What are your thoughts, Zoot? $210, Zoot. It's not as many as I have. Zoot, I got 180. You need a big round here. Zoot, you need a big round.
So some of the most successful people I know, some of the most productive people I know have kids. So like I don't know if it's even a trade-off. Like that love you feel, it seems to be a
You need
catalyst
at least
for
40.
like, to make sure
Too bad you lost.
you have less time, but you're going to use
That
that
was
time
good.
better to be productive.
I would argue
Not
that
good enough, though.
it definitely changed a lot of my life and how I approach problems and everything in a very different way.
Zoot,
Let me ask some
it's your turn.
random questions from Reddit. On a scale
my
of
favorite
1 to
viral
10,
streamer?
how much do you hate every product Microsoft has ever created, and why is it a 10? Okay, well, I think we covered that.
We hadn't technically covered it.
Maybe Elon Musk.
There you go. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, the only thing
Use
I'll
your
say is
time.
that I don't like that Microsoft pretends to be
He's
the good guy
been on like
Yes.
when
7
what they
times.
really want is to get you addicted to their products, to get you to use their products as much as possible so they can extract as much money out of you.
Well, in this
Dude, I hit
world,
2 in a row right off
are
the
there
bat.
really good guys?
That's a great point. I would argue Neovim is a great guy. There's no
Yeah.
way they can make money. Justin Keys is the benevolent dictator, and he thinks deeply about the product and tries to make it the best as possible. Whereas something like Microsoft, they made VS Code as a loss leader.
I've done both.
Copilot's
460.
probably operating on a loss leader. These things are all getting you so tied into
Dude, I got
GitHub,
460.
remote workspaces, CI, Copilot. Like you become
I've done
this
it
trapped in
backwards and
permanent person,
forwards.
and if that price rises, the switching cost is so great at some point that you'll never be able
Yeah.
to switch. That's my only fear, is that Microsoft was once accused of EEE, and it feels like they're EEEing again.
Yeah, I'm nervous about criticizing a good thing because you could see an incentive to do that good thing, like Google creating all these services that don't make money, like Gmail, for example.
Mhm.
You can sort of cynically say like they're only doing that to tie you into an ecosystem so they can like basically keep you for life. But also, it's awesome that they created Gmail, and they create an incredible product, right?
Dude,
So
you're down
I
300.
can side with you on that one. It is a good product. VS Code is a good product.
Dude, you're
Yeah,
down
Not so- don't
300.
put that on the but it was fine. You know, they did a great job.
Yeah, so like it, there is going to be financial incentives behind some of these companies. And by the way, me not defending, but saying positive things about Microsoft is just so I could talk shit to Prime. But that's so,
I love that, by the way.
yeah, Linux is my first and last love. It definitely, the spirit of Linux is
So
open
you're
source
down.
is a beautiful thing. So
I don't even have to.
I do think that when you have these large corporations,
I wonder if you can throw it
even when
and
they
just
try
get
to
zero.
do good, oftentimes the profit imperative just takes over, and they can corrupt themselves. And Microsoft has a long history of doing just that to themselves.
Yeah.
That said, they've done, they have, you could say for cynical reasons because they want to
Look at
seem
Zoom.
like
It
a
came
good
back.
guy amongst developers, but they've done a lot to support open source. It's just like same with Meta. Meta's done like insane amounts to support open source. And you can say, actually, for that one, I don't know if I can even make a financial or a cynical case for why Meta is open sourcing Llama and like these.
Yeah, that one's confusing. It just
I didn't need
maybe
to
for
score.
hiring, but no, I think that's legit.
Zoot, you're up, baby. Let's see
just
what you
an
got.
ethical, really powerful decision. And sometimes these companies, because they have a lot of cash, can do the right thing.
10.
It's a really positive way to
10.
look at it, and I think that's really nice.
50.
But we should always be skeptical.
10.
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, companies, they're not good, they're not bad, right? They're morally neutral. It's the people that are running them, the decisions those people make that are really where the bad or the good comes from.
Another question asking if he knows how to milk a cow. I've already asked that. The answer is
No.
Oh, no, you don't know.
I've never milked a cow.
Yeah, it depends if they have pituitary issues.
Almost been killed by a cow, but never milked a cow.
Did you ever ride a bull?
No.
All right. Why male models?
Okay, so I can explain that one.
20.
I will say something like, I really dislike the color purple because the color purple makes me upset. I don't know, just something very benign. But then someone right afterwards will be like, but why don't you like the color purple? Right? And it's just be like, it's just like Derek Zoolander. It's just like I get done on a 5-minute talk about it, and then the next question's like, but seriously, why though? It's just like, why male models?
Yeah, so that's the Zoolander reference when there's a long explanation why male models, and he agrees.
Are you proud of 240? That's really good, actually.
What is Ligma?
I've died by Ligma quite a few times. Ligma. So, do you know the origin story of Ligma?
No.
So Ninja, famous streamer, someone got him with Ligma. Said like, oh, something like, have you heard about Ligma? And he was like, no. And he's like, oh, Ligma balls, right? And then after that, Ninja got like so hurt by getting had by that he started banning anyone in chat who said the word Ligma or something like that. And so then it'd be, if you don't embrace the meme, you get destroyed. So of course, gets destroyed. And so then the whole goal is that can people get me with Ligma? TJ did eye ladies. He's like, oh, did you hear that e-girls got...
Hey, Zoot, do you know what Ligma is? Do you know what eye lady is? What's eye lady?
Got renamed to eye ladies. And I just didn't even see it coming. And I was just like, what? And he's like, eye ladies, nuts on your face. And then it's just like, oh my gosh.
No, it's not. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, that's so funny. Zoot, did you hear that?
No.
Zoot, do you know what eye ladies is?
No.
Eye ladies nuts on your face.
It's a pirate software has also got me like, oh, have you heard about Google SEMA, which SEMA is a real product by Google. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard about this. What is this again? He's like, yeah, SEMA balls, right? It's just like, dang it, how do I keep? So I've just had it happen.
Zoot, have you heard about SEMA? Zoot, have you heard about SEMA?
No.
SEMA balls. Zoot, are you proud of 120? Dude, best round ever. 630 points, Zoot. Eat that.
Been live on stream many times. I've died by ligma the most.
Please ask him about the size of his dick.
Okay, so that's DICT. That's dictionary in Python.
Who doesn't love dicks?
Yeah, that's a great question. Just a dick party when you use Python.
I love dicks.
That should be a t-shirt.
630,
That's actually a
Zoot.
hilarious t-shirt. But so
That's
on
the
Stack
most we've
Overflow,
ever
you
had
can
in one
ask any
round.
question you want. And I decided to craft a question one day on Stack Overflow that says how to measure your dick in bytes. And then I proceeded to
Yeah.
really go to town and like
Look at my
explain all the
score.
different things, like, well, what about the cost of the strings and the
Yeah.
references, and like when you really get both hands on your dick and really go after it, it's like very hard to like really throw in some innuendos. The Stack Overflow team deleted the question, and then someone hand wrote me an email
Right.
explaining
But
why they
I don't
deleted
even
the
have to
question,
score, and
and
you won't
complimented
score.
me on how thoroughly and thoughtful the question was, just to weave in innuendos, and that the entire team was impressed. But it's inappropriate, and it had to be deleted. And don't do it again, or we're going to ban your account. And so it's like very funny moment. And so I was like, oh, that's funny. That happened. That was about 6 years ago. Last year, I was at a conference, and there was a guy wearing a Stack Overflow.
Okay,
name
the
tag.
record
I
is
said, "Oh, you work
900.
at
Here we
Stack
go.
Overflow." He's like, oh, yeah, I do. I'm like, do I got a story for you? And he goes, no, wait a second.
No.
Are you the dick guy?
Yeah.
Like, that was his only question, was that. And I was just like, let's go. I didn't even say anything about me. If you already knew, immediately I was the dick guy.
I should say, in all seriousness, I think I've had a bunch of conversations
Dude, the
in
record
the Python world where I would
is
have to mention the name of the
1,170.
data structure, and it makes me uncomfortable every time.
It's a very unfortunate.
All right, take care, big dog.
Dick. It's just like when I go to the hardware store and ask for caulk.
Yeah.
And there's always a nice old lady, and I ask her where to find, and it's very uncomfortable. I try to pronounce it as hard as I can.
Really get that L in there, like call.
Call, just to be clear, and try to avoid eye contact the whole time. You said that God was a big part of your life. Can you speak to that a little bit more? Who is God, and what role do you play in your life?
So I did talk about that one important evening where I, for whatever reason, gained my conscious that moment. So obviously for me, that I grew up with a life where I would probably argue myself as a functional atheist. I went to church a handful of times. I can't quite really remember actually going to church as a family in any sort of sense. So there wasn't like some super strong tie or anything like that to it. Like pretty much anyone else growing up in America in the 90s, you had some sort of impact or intersection with church at some point in your life. That was just a very normal thing, I would probably say. And so when that happened, it was a fairly big surprise for me. I wasn't necessarily going that direction or deciding to do any of those things. And so for me, it's obviously the turning point of my entire life. I cannot speak to who I would be now without that. I can just tell you that I wouldn't have had the drive. I probably would not have completed college. I would not have found my wife or had my kids. I wouldn't know how to value people. I don't think without that whole thing, my value for people would have been very, very small, because I would have continued to just objectifying in the way I was. And then probably the biggest thing is there's this one verse, I don't even know where it's at. It effectively says that we love because he first loved us. And so for me, it's like, I don't think I would have ever lived a life that was happy without this. And I just didn't even know that was an option for me. And I never really, it was a very tough set of years for me. And I was very, very sad, and just always kind of just constantly looking for something to fulfill me. And so it's like, I didn't have any confidence. I didn't have any joy. I felt very sad. And so that was kind of this moment where for the first time ever, all of a sudden I just felt like I didn't have to live up to a standard. Right? Like the standards have already been paid for. Like everything's already like that's the free gift. That's the exchange. And so it's just like for the first time, I didn't have to be the cool guy. I didn't have to have all the right words. I didn't have to feel, I didn't have to go on the sexual conquest to find validation. Like I didn't have to do any of those things. And it was exceptionally liberating. And so who is God? That's more of like a catechism question, perhaps. What is man? Who is God? Right? Like those are much harder questions. I believe that anytime you try to get too deep into describing who God is, you typically fall into Christian heresy.
But for you, he gave you a chance to be happy.
Yeah, he gave me a chance not just to be happy, but also made it so that for like the first time I can actually feel forgiven, I guess, in some sense, and able to forgive people that hurt me. Like for a long time, I had this like weight I'd carry around from like the things I hated about high school and all that kind of stuff. And through that experience, I just wrote down every last person's name and actually held them with me for quite some time. And this was the list of people I forgave. And I read it a few times because like I couldn't let myself be angry or consumed by that kind of stuff, because like hate is so sticky, right? It sticks for a lifetime, and there really is only one cure for hate, which is forgiveness. Like I just don't think you can get rid of it without that. And so I just had to choose to forgive these people and to move on, and it really kind of freed me. And I wouldn't have thought forgiveness as a means for that change if I didn't first experience it myself.
What's the role of love in the human condition, to go to the philosophical? And what's been the role of love in your life?
It's very obvious that every person wants or desires love. My wife has recently convinced me to watch Love is Blind with her one time. And you watch the show, and if you're not familiar with it, it's just feels like just a disaster of an experiment to just cause crazy filming. But anyways, the idea is that if you just don't see somebody, you can fall in love with somebody and want to marry them after like 10 days or some very small period of time. And what you really end up seeing is that all these people who are just desperate for actually love. And there's like some part of it, I told my wife, it's like love gladiators. We're watching people battle it out for drama, and really what they want is love. And it's like they're fighting to the death in love, if you will. And it's this almost kind of sad aspect to watch. And so I think that it's hard to call like what is its role in the human experience, because I think it's just something that we all naturally not just want but need. And I don't think that you can really progress. And when I say the word love, I would like to kind of narrow it down maybe a bit more. And I don't mean like eros, the Greek word, like sexy love. I think that paternal and friendship love are extremely important. And I think agape, like God love, is also very important. Agape love is the one that is superior to them all, but obviously different. And also, co-needed with the parental ones and all that. And so you kind of need this mixture of them all. And each one is different for each reason and where it's applied. And so I just don't see a world in which is good of any kind without that as like a very foundational piece, right? Because again, not I didn't come here trying to quote any sort of scripture, but it says that it's not the nails that hung on there, it's love. That's the reason why these things happen. And so if forgiveness is the requirement to kind of pay off hate in some sense, then love has to be the motivation for forgiveness.
Yeah, that's the tragic aspect of life. I think there's like a deep loneliness in all of us, and a longing to be a part of the bigger thing. And that longing is a love, and it has many names. But yeah, that the love aspect of it is the beautiful aspect of life. The tragedies, the loneliness, and the unfortunate suffering, that is a fundamental part of life. And the beautiful aspect is the love.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good time to mention more Reddit, the place for everlasting positivity and love. Somebody wrote, please thank you for his everlasting positivity, and give him a big hug from me. So I won't give you a big hug on camera because I'm afraid I'll get a boner, and that will be very unfortunate.
Hey, let's not bring Dixon. To this again. Okay.
It's my favorite data structure. Like I said, I love dicts. All kinds of dicts. Ordered dicts.
Unordered
Dicts. I don't discriminate. And yeah. But just that to say, like, big thank you. For me, like, I listen to you a lot, and I just really enjoy. I've been going through a lot of shit myself, and just the positivity, even when you're building the stupidest shit, it's just the positivity radiates from you, and you inspire me to be a good person. You inspire me to build stuff. So thank you, and I'm sure there's many others who listen to you for the same reason. So thank you for your positivity. Thank you for being the light in many people's lives, and thank you for talking there, brother.
Dang, that was very, very kind. I really do appreciate all those extremely nice words, even from Reddit. That's very surprising, but
Yeah,
thank you. I mean, I know you know that there's many people's lives, and I'm sure you've received the letters that have been changed from actions and things you've said and things you've done. And so it's one of the best parts about doing this side is that you get a chance to potentially improve somebody's life, and you getting to interview a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of people that listened to Chris Latner and saw his excitement for Swift and probably went and learned Swift and then got really amazing jobs, and it can be all origined back to you and that interview. And so it's, those are amazing things. And so same goes back to you. You've done a lot of good stuff.
Right back at you, brother. Thank you for talking today. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Paulson, aka The Private Jet. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Paulo Coelho. When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and
The following is a conversation with Mark Andreessen, his second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped the development of the internet and the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He is the co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and is one of the most influential voices in the tech world, including at the intersection of technology and politics. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Andreessen. All right, let's start with optimism. If you were to imagine the best possible 1 to 2 years, 2025, 26, for tech, for big tech and small tech, what would it be? What would it look like? Lay out your vision for the best possible scenario trajectory for America.
the Roaring 20s.
The Roaring 20s.
The Roaring 20s. I mean, look, a couple things. It is remarkable over the last several years with all of the issues, including, everything, not just everything in politics, but also COVID and every other thing that's happened. It's really amazing. The United States just kept growing. If you just look at economic growth charts, the U.S. just kept growing. And very significantly, many other countries stopped growing. So Canada stopped growing, the UK has stopped growing, Germany has stopped growing, and some of those countries may be actually going backwards at this point. And there's a very long discussion to be had about what's wrong with those countries, and there's of course plenty of things that are wrong with our country, but the US is just flat out primed for growth, and I think that's a consequence of many factors, some of which are lucky and some of which through hard work. And so the lucky part is just number one, we just have like incredible physical security by being our own continent. We have incredible natural resources, right? There's this running joke now that like whenever it looks like the US is going to run out of some like rare earth material, some farmer in North Dakota like kicks over a hay bale and finds like a $2 trillion deposit, right? I mean, we're just like blessed, with geography and the natural resources. Energy, we can be energy independent anytime we want. This last administration decided they didn't want to be. They wanted to turn off American energy. This new administration has declared that they have the goal of turning it on in a dramatic way. There's no question we can be energy independent. We can be a giant net energy exporter. It's purely a question of choice. And I think the new administration is going to do that. And then I would say two other things. One is, we are the beneficiaries, and, you're an example of this. We're the beneficiary of, 50, 100, 200 years of like the basically most aggressive, driven, smartest people in the world, most capable people, moving to the US and raising their kids here. And so we just have, by far the most dynamic, we're by far the most dynamic population, most aggressive, we're the most aggressive set of characters certainly in any Western country, and have been for a long time, and certainly are today. And then finally, I would just say, look, we are overwhelmingly the advanced technology leader. We have our issues, and we have I would say, particular issue with manufacturing, which we could talk about. But for anything in software, anything in AI, anything in all these advanced biotech, all these advanced areas of technology, like we're by far the leader. Again, in part because many of the best scientists and engineers in those fields, come to the U.S. And so we have all of the preconditions for just a monster boom. I could see economic growth going way up. I could see productivity growth going way up, rate of technology adoption going way up. And then we can do a global tour if you like, but like basically all of our competitors have like profound issues, and we could kind of go through them one by one. But the competitive landscape just is it's remarkable how much better positioned we are for growth.
What about the humans themselves? Almost philosophical questions. I travel across the world, and there's something about the American spirit, the entrepreneurial spirit, that's uniquely intense in America. I don't know what that is. I've talked to Sam, who claims it might be the Scots-Irish blood that runs through the history of America. What is it? You, at the heart of Silicon Valley, is there something in the water? Why is there this entrepreneurial spirit?
Yeah. So is this a family show, or am I allowed to swear?
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. So the great TV show Succession. The show, of course, which you were intended to root for exactly 0 of the characters.
Yes.
The best line from Succession was in the final episode of the first season when the whole family's over in Logan Roy's ancestral homeland of Scotland, and they're at this castle, for some wedding. And Logan is just like completely miserable after having, because he's been in New York for 50 years. He's totally miserable being back in Scotland, and he gets in some argument with somebody, and he's like, he says, my God, I cannot wait to get out of here and go back to America where we can fuck without condoms.
Was that a metaphor or okay?
Exactly, right? And so, no, but it's exactly the thing. And everybody instantly knows what, everybody watching that instantly starts laughing because you know what it means, which is, it's exactly this. I think there's like an ethnographic, way of it. There's a bunch of books on like you said, the Scots-Irish, like all the different derivations of all the different ethnic groups that have come to the U.S. over the course of the last 400 years. Right, but and what we have is this sort of amalgamation of like the Northeast Yankees who were like super tough and hardcore. Yeah, the Scots-Irish are super aggressive. We've got the Southerners and the Texans. And the sort of whole kind of blended, kind of Anglo-Hispanic thing. Super incredibly tough, strong, driven, capable characters. The Texas Rangers. We've got the California. We've got the the Wild. We've got the incredibly inventive hippies, but we also have the hardcore engineers. We've got the best rocket scientists in the world. We've got the best artists in the world. Creative professionals. The best movies. And so there is let's say all of our problems I think are basically in my view to some extent attempts to basically sand all that off and make everything basically boring and mediocre. But there is something in the national spirit that basically keeps bouncing back. And basically what we discover over time is we basically just need people to stand up at a certain point and say, it's time to, it's time to build, it's time to grow, it's time to do things. And there's something in the American spirit that just like bursts right back to life. And I've seen it before. I actually saw, I saw it as a kid here in the early 80s. Because the 70s were like horribly depressing, right? In the US, like they were a nightmare on many fronts. And in a lot of ways, the last decade to me has felt a lot like the 70s, just being mired in misery. And just this self-defeating, negative attitude, and everybody's upset about everything. And, and then by the way, like energy crisis and hostage crisis and foreign wars and just demoralization, right? The low point in the 70s was, Jimmy Carter, who just passed away. He went on TV and he gave this speech known as the Malaise speech. And it was like the weakest possible, trying to like rouse people back to a sense of like passion. Completely failed. And, we had the hostages in, Iran for, I think, 440 days. And every night on the nightly news, it was, lies around the block, energy crisis, depression, inflation. And then, Reagan came in and, Reagan was a very controversial character at the time. And, he came in and he's like, yep, nope, it's morning in America. And we're the shining city on the hill and we're going to do it. And he did it. And we did it. And the national spirit came roaring back and, worked really hard for a full decade. And I think that's exactly what I think, we'll see, but I think that's what could happen here.
And I just did a super long podcast on Milton Friedman with Jennifer Burns, who's this incredible professor at Stanford. And he was part of the Reagan. So there's a bunch of components to that, one of which is economic.
Yes.
And one of which, maybe you can put a word on it, of not to be romantic or anything, but freedom, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and just in general individualism.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and as America has this incredible streak of individualism. Individualism in America probably peaked, I think, between roughly, call it the end of the Civil War, 1865, through to probably, call it 1931 or something. And there was this like incredible run. I mean, that period, we now know that period is the Second Industrial Revolution. And it's when the United States basically assumed global leadership and basically took over technological and economic leadership from England. And then, that led to, ultimately then therefore being able to, not only industrialize the world, but also win World War II and then win the Cold War. There was a massive individualistic streak. By the way, Milton Friedman's old videos are all on YouTube. They are every bit as compelling and inspiring.
Yep.
As they were then. He's a singular figure. And many of us, I never knew him, but he was actually at Stanford for many years at the Hoover Institution, but I never met him, but I know a lot of people who work with him, and that he was a singular figure. But all of his lessons, live on or are fully available. But I would also say it's not just individualism, and this is one of the big things that's like playing out of our culture and kind of political fights right now, which is basically this feeling certainly that I have and I share with a lot of people, which is it's not enough for America to just be an economic zone. And it's not enough for us to just be individuals, and it's not enough to just have line go up, and it's not enough to just have economic success. There are deeper questions at play, and also, there's more to a country than just that, and quite frankly, a lot of it is intangible. A lot of it is involves spirit and passion, and like I said, we have more of it than anybody else, but we have to choose to want it. The way I look at it is like all of our problems are self-inflicted. Like they're decline is a choice. All of our problems are basically demoralization campaigns. Basically people in positions of authority telling us that we shouldn't stand out. We shouldn't be adventurous. We shouldn't be exciting. We shouldn't be exploratory. We shouldn't, this, that, and the other thing. And we should feel bad about everything that we do. And I think we've lived through a decade where that's been the prevailing theme. And I think quite honestly, as of November, I think people are done with it.
If we could go on a tangent of a tangent, since we're talking about individualism, and that's not all that it takes. You've mentioned in the past the book, The Ancient City, by, if I could only pronounce the name, French historian, Numa Denis Fustel de Coulon. I don't know.
That was amazing.
Okay, all right. From the 19th century. Anyway, you said this is an important book to understand who we are and where we come from.
So what that book does, it's actually quite a striking book. So that book was written by this guy, as a likes to do the pronunciations, the foreign language pronunciations for the day. He was a professor of classics at the Sorbonne in Paris, the top university in the 1860s. So actually right around after the U.S. Civil War, and he was a savant of a particular kind, which is and you can see this in the book, is he had apparently read and sort of absorbed and memorized every possible scrap of Greek and Roman literature, and so it's like a walking index on basically Greek and Roman, everything we know about Greek and Roman culture. And that's significant. The reason this matters is because basically none of that has changed, right? And so he had access to the exact same materials that we have access to, and so there, we've learned nothing. And then specifically what he did is he talked about the Greeks and the Romans, but specifically what he did is he went back further. He reconstructed the people who came before the Greeks and the Romans and what their life and society was like. And these were the people who were now known as the Indo-Europeans. And these were, or you may have heard of these are the people who came down from the steppes. And so they came out of what's now like Eastern Europe, like around sort of the outskirts of what's now Russia. And then they sort of swept through Europe. They ultimately took over all of Europe. By the way, almost many of the ethnicities in the Americas, the hundreds of years that follow, are Indo-European. So they were this warrior class that came down and swept through and essentially populated much of the world. And there's a whole interesting saga there. But what he does, and then they from there came basically what we know as the Greeks and the Romans were kind of evolutions off of that. And so what he reconstructs is sort of what life was like, at least in the West, for people in their kind of original social state. And the significance of that is the original social state is living in the state of the absolute imperative for survival, with absolutely no technology, right? Like no modern systems, no nothing, right? You've got the clothes on your back, you've got your, you've got whatever you can build with your bare hands, right? This is, predates basically all concepts of technology as we understand it today. And so these are people under maximum levels of physical survival pressure. And so what social patterns did they evolve to be able to do that? And then the social pattern basically was as follows. Is a three-part social structure: family, tribe, and city. And zero concept of individual rights, and essentially no concept of individualism. And so you were not an individual, you were a member of your family, and then a set of families would aggregate into a tribe, and then a set of tribes would aggregate into a city. And then the morality was completely, it was actually what Nietzsche talks about, the morality was entirely master morality, not slave morality. And so in their morality, anything that was strong was good, and anything that was weak was bad. And it's very clear why that is, right? It's because strong equals good equals survive, weak equals bad equals die. And that led to what became known later as the master-slave dialectic, which is it more important for you to live on your feet as a master, even at the risk of dying, or are you willing to, live as a slave on your knees in order to not die? And this is sort of the derivation of that moral framework. Christianity later inverted that moral framework, but the original framework lasted for many, many thousands of years. No concept of individualism. The head of the family had total life and death control over the family. The head of the tribe, same thing. Head of the city, same thing. And then you were morally obligated to kill members of the other cities on contact. Right? You were morally required to. Like if you didn't do it, you were a bad person. And then the form of the society was basically maximum fascism combined with maximum communism. Right. And so it was maximum fascism in the form of this absolute top-down control, where the head of the tribe or city could kill other members of the community at any time with no repercussions at all. So maximum hierarchy, but combined with maximum communism, which is no market economy. And so everything gets shared. Right. And sort of the point of being in one of these collectives is that it's a collective and people are sharing. And of course, that limited how big they could get, because the problem with communism is it doesn't scale, right? It works at the level of a family. It's much harder to make it work at the level of a country. Possible. Maximum fascism, maximum communism, and then it was all intricately tied into their religion, and their religion was in two parts. It was veneration of ancestors, and it was veneration of nature. And the veneration of ancestors is extremely important, because it was basically the ancestors were the people who got you to where you were. The ancestors were the people who had everything to teach you, right? And then it was veneration of nature, because of course nature is the thing that's trying to kill you. And then you had your ancestor. Every family, tribe, or city had their ancestor gods, and then they had their nature gods. Okay, so fast forward to today. Like, we live in a world that is like radically different. But and the book takes you through kind of what happened from that through the Greeks and Romans through to Christianity. And so, but it's very helpful to kind of think in these terms, because the conventional view of the progress through time is that we are, the cliche is the arc of the moral universe, bends towards justice, right? Or so-called Whig history, which is, that the arc of progress is positive, right? And so we what you hear all the time, what you're taught in school and everything is, every year that goes by, we get better and better and more moral and more pure and a better version of ourselves. Our Indo-European ancestors would say, oh no, like, you people have like fallen to shit. Like, you people took all of the principles of basically your civilization and you have diluted them down to the point where they barely even matter. And you're having, children out of wedlock, and you regularly encounter people of other cities and you don't try to kill them, and like, how crazy is that? And they would basically consider us to be living like an incredibly diluted version of this sort of highly religious, highly cult-like, right, highly organized, highly fascist communist society. I can't resist noting that as a consequence of basically going through all the transitions we've been through, going all the way through Christianity, coming out the other end of Christianity, Nietzsche declares God is dead. We're in a secular society, that still has, tinges of Christianity, but, largely prides itself on no longer being religious in that way. We being the sort of most fully evolved modern secular, expert scientists and so forth, have basically re-evolved or fallen back on the exact same religious structure that the Indo-Europeans had, specifically ancestor worship, which is identity politics, and nature worship, which is environmentalism. And so we have actually worked our way all the way back to their cult religions without realizing it. And it just goes to show that in some ways we have fallen far from the family tree, but in some cases we're exactly the same.
You kind of described this progressive idea of wokeism and so on as worshiping ancestors.
Identity politics is worshiping ancestors, right? It's tagging newborn infants with either benefits or responsibilities or levels of condemnation based on who their ancestors were. The Indo-Europeans would have recognized it on sight. We somehow think it's like super socially progressive.
Yeah, and it is not.
I mean, I would say obviously not. Let's get nuanced where I think you're headed, which is is the idea that you can completely reinvent society every generation and have no regard whatsoever for what came before you. That seems like a really bad idea, right? That's like the Cambodians with year zero under Pol Pot, and death follows. It's obviously the Soviets tried that. The utopia fantasists who think that they can just rip up everything that came before and create something new in the human condition and human society have a very bad history of causing enormous destruction. So on the one hand, it's okay, there is a deeply important role for tradition, and the way I think about that is it's the process of evolutionary learning, right? Which is what tradition ought to be, is the distilled wisdom of all, and this is how the Indo-Europeans thought about it. It should be the distilled wisdom of everybody who came before you, right? All those important and powerful lessons learned. And that's why I think it's fascinating to go back and study how these people lived, is because that's part of the history and part of the learning that got us to where we are today. Having said that, there are many cultures around the world that are, mired in tradition to the point of not being able to progress. And in fact, you might even say globally, that's the default human condition, which is, a lot of people are in societies in which, there's absolute seniority by age. Kids are completely, in the US, for some reason, we decided kids are in charge of everything, right? And they're the trendsetters and they're allowed to set all the agendas and set all the politics and set all the culture. And maybe that's a little bit crazy. But in a lot of other cultures, kids have no voice at all, no role at all, because it's the old people who are in charge of everything. They're gerontocracies. And it's all a bunch of 80-year-olds running everything, which, by the way, we have a little bit of that too, right? And so I would say is there's a real downside. Full traditionalism is communitarianism. It's ethnic particularism. It's ethnic chauvinism. It's this incredible level of resistance to change. It just doesn't get you anywhere. It may be good and fine at the level of individual tribe, but it's a society living in the modern world that you can't evolve, you can't advance, you can't participate in all the good things that have happened. And so I think probably this is one of those things where extremeness on either side is probably a bad idea. But this needs to be approached in a sophisticated and nuanced way.
So the beautiful picture you painted of the Roaring '20s, how can the Trump administration play a part in making that future happen?
Yeah. So look, a big part of this is getting the government boot off the neck of the American economy, the American technology industry, the American people. And then again, this is a replay of what happened in the 60s and 70s, which is, for what started out looking like, I'm sure good and virtuous purposes, we ended up both then and now with this, what I describe as sort of a form of soft authoritarianism. The good news is it's not like a military dictatorship. It's not like, you get thrown into Lubyanka, for the most part. It's not coming at 4 a.m. You're not getting dragged off to a cell. So it's not hard authoritarianism, but it's soft authoritarianism. And so it's this, incredible suppressive blanket of regulation, rules, this concept of a vetocracy, right? What's required to get anything done? You need to get 40 people to sign off on anything. Any one of them could veto it. There's a lot of how our now political system works. And then, just this general idea of, progress is bad and technology is bad and capitalism is bad and building businesses is bad and success is bad. Tall poppy syndrome, basically anybody who sticks their head up, deserves to get it, chopped off. Anybody who's wrong about anything deserves to get condemned forever. Just this very kind of, grinding, repression. And then coupled with specific government actions, such as censorship regimes, right, and debanking, right, and draconian, deliberately kneecapping, critical American industries, and then congratulating yourselves in the back for doing it, or having these horrible social policies like let's let all the criminals out of jail and see what happens, right? And so like we've just been through this period. I call it a demoralization campaign. Like we've just been through this period where whether it started that way or not, it ended up basically being this comprehensive message that says you're terrible, and if you try to do anything, you're terrible, and fuck you. And the Biden administration reached kind of the full pinnacle of that in our time. They got really bad on many fronts at the same time. And so just like relieving that and getting kind of back to a reasonably, kind of optimistic, constructive, pro-growth frame of mind. There's so much pent-up energy and potential in the American system, and that alone is going to, I think, cause, growth and spirit to take off. And then there's a lot of things proactively, that could be done.
So how do you relieve that? To what degree has the thing you described ideologically permeated government and permeated big companies?
Disclaimer at first, which is I don't want to predict anything on any of this stuff because I've learned the hard way that I can't predict politics or Washington at all. But I would just say that the plans and intentions are clear and the staffing supports it. And all the conversations are consistent with the new administration, and that they plan to take very rapid action on a lot of these fronts very quickly. They're going to do as much as they can through executive orders, and then they're going to do legislation and regulatory changes for the rest. And so they're going to move, I think, quickly on a whole bunch of stuff. You can already feel, I think, a shift in the national spirit, or at least let's put it this way: I feel it for sure in Silicon Valley. Like we just saw a great example of this with what Mark Zuckerberg is doing. Obviously I'm involved with his company, but we just saw kind of in public the scope of it and speed of the changes, are reflective of sort of this of a lot of these shifts. But I would say that same conversation, those same kinds of things are happening throughout the industry, right? And so the tech industry itself, whether people were pro-Trump or anti-Trump, like there's just like a 5-shift mood shift that's like kicked in already. And then I was with a group of Hollywood people about 2 weeks ago, and they were still, people who at least vocally were still very anti-Trump. But I said, has anything changed since November 6th? And they immediately said, oh, it's completely different. It feels like the ISIS thawed, woke is over. They said that all kinds of projects are going to be able to get made now that couldn't before, that, Hollywood's going to start making comedies again. They were just like, it's like an incredible immediate environmental change. And as I talk to people kind of throughout, certainly throughout the economy, people who run businesses, I hear that all the time, which is just this last 10 years of misery is just over. I mean, the one that I'm watching that's really funny, Facebook's Meta's giving a lot of attention, but the other funny one is BlackRock, which I don't know him, but I've watched for a long time. And so, the Larry Fink, who's the CEO of BlackRock, was like first in as a major, investment CEO on like every dumb social trend and rule set, like every retarded thing you can imagine.
Yeah.
Every ESG and every possible satellite companies with every aspect of just these crazed ideological positions. And he was coming in. He literally was like had aggregated together trillions of dollars of shareholdings that he did not, that were his customers. rights, and he seized their voting control of their shares and was using it to force all these companies to do all of this like crazy ideological stuff. He was like the typhoid Mary of all this stuff in corporate America, and he in the last year has been like backpedaling from that stuff like as fast as he possibly can. And I saw just an example last week. He pulled out of the corporate net zero alliance. He pulled out of the crazy energy stuff, and so like he's backing away as fast as he can. He's doing. Remember the Richard Pryor backwards walk? Mm-hmm. Richard Pryor had the way where he could back out of a room while looking like he was walking forward, and so even they're doing that, and just the whole thing. I mean, I don't know if you saw the court recently ruled that NASDAQ had these crazy board of directors composition rules. One of the funniest moments of my life is when my friend Peter Thiel and I were on the Meta board, and these NASDAQ rules came down mandating diversity on corporate boards. And so we sat around the table and had to figure out, which of us counted as diverse. And the very professional attorneys at Meta explained with a 100% complete straight face that Peter Thiel counts as diverse by virtue of being LGBT. And this is a guy who literally wrote a book called The Diversity Myth.
Yeah.
And he literally looked like he swallowed a live goldfish. And this was imposed. I mean, this was like so incredibly offensive to him that like it was just absolutely appalling, and I felt terrible for him. But the look in his face was very funny. And it was imposed by NASDAQ, your stock exchange imposing this stuff on you, and then the court, whatever the court of appeals, just nuked that. So like these things basically are being like ripped down one by one, and what's on the other side of it is basically finally being able to get back to everything that everybody always wanted to do, which is like run their companies, have great products, have happy customers, succeed, achieve, outperform, and work with the best and the brightest, and not be made to feel bad about it. And I think that's happening in many areas of American society.
It's great to hear that Peter Thiel is fundamentally a diversity hire.
Well, so it was very, there was a moment. So Peter, of course, is publicly gay, has been for a long time. But there are other men on the board, right? And we're sitting there and we're all looking at it and we're like, all right, like, okay, LGBT, and we keep coming back to the B, right? And it's like it's like,
all right,
I'm willing to do a lot for this company, but
it's all about sacrifice for diversity.
Well, yeah, and then it's like, okay, like, is there a test?
Right.
So.
Oh, yeah, exactly. How do you prove it?
The questions I got to ask.
What are you willing to do?
Yeah, and I've become very good at asking lawyers completely absurd questions with a totally straight face.
And do they answer with a straight face?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I think, in fairness, they have trouble telling when they're joking.
So you mentioned the Hollywood folks, maybe people in Silicon Valley, and vibe shift. Maybe you can speak to preference falsification. What do they actually believe? How many of them actually hate Trump? What percent of them are feeling this vibe shift and are interested in creating the Roaring 20s in the way David described?
So first, we should maybe talk population. So there's like all of Silicon Valley, and the way to just measure that is just look at voting records, right? And what that shows consistently is Silicon Valley is just at least historically, my entire time there has been overwhelmingly majority just straight up Democrat. The other way to look at that is political donation records. Again, the political donations in the Valley range from 90 to 99%, to one side. And so, we'll I just bring that up because we'll see what happens with the voting and with donations going forward. We maybe talk about the fire later, but I can tell you there is a very big question of what's happening in Los Angeles right now. I don't want to get into the fire, but it's catastrophic. And, there's already a rightward shift in the big cities in California, and I think a lot of people in LA are really thinking about things right now as they're trying to, literally save their houses and save their families. But even in San Francisco, there was a big a big shift to the right in the voting in 24. So we'll see where that goes. But you observe that by just looking at the numbers over time. The part that I'm more focused on is and I don't know how to exactly describe this, but it's like the top 1,000 or the top 10,000 people, right? I don't have a list, but it's it's all the top founders, top CEOs, top executives, top engineers, top VCs, and then kind of into the ranks, the people who kind of build and run the companies. And they're I don't have numbers, but I have a much more tactile feel, for what's happening. So the big thing I have now come to believe is that the idea that people have beliefs is mostly wrong. I think that most people just go along. And I think even most high status people just go along. And I think maybe the most high status people are the most prone to just go along because they're the most focused on status. And the way I would describe that is, one of the great forbidden philosophers of our time is the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. And amidst his madness, he had this extremely interesting articulation. He was an insane lunatic murderer, but he was also a Harvard super genius. Not that those are in conflict. But
Shots fired. Yeah.
But he was a very bright guy, and he did this whole thing where he talked about, basically he was very right wing and talked about leftism a lot. And he had this great concept that's just stuck in my mind ever since I read it, which is he had this concept he just called over socialization. And so, most people are socialized. Most people are socialized. Like most people are, we live in a society. Most people learn how to be part of a society. They give some deference to the society. There's something about modern Western elites where they're over socialized, and they're just like overly oriented towards what other people like themselves, think and believe. And you can get a real sense of that if you have a little bit of an outside perspective, which I just do. I think as a consequence of where I grew up, like even before I had the views that I have today, there was always just this weird thing where it's like, why does every dinner party have the exact same conversation? Why does everybody agree on every single issue? Why is that agreement precisely what was in the New York Times today? Why are these positions not the same as they were 5 years ago? Right? But why does everybody snap into agreement every step of the way? And that was true when I came to Silicon Valley, and it's just as true today, 30 years later. And so I think most people are just literally I think they're taking their cues from, it's some combination of the press, the universities, the big foundations. So basically it's like the New York Times, Harvard, the Ford Foundation, and
is meta.
I don't know, a few CEOs and a few public figures, and maybe the president if your party's in power, and whatever that is, everybody who's sort of good and proper and elite and good standing and in charge of things and a sort of correct member of let's call it coastal American society, everybody just believes those things. And then the two interesting things about that is, number one, there's no divergence among the organs of power, right? So Harvard and Yale believe the exact same thing. The New York Times, the Washington Post believe the exact same thing. The Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation believe the exact same thing. Google and Microsoft believe the exact same thing. But those things change over time, but there's never conflict in the moment, right? And so the New York Times and the Washington Post agreed on exactly everything in 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020. Despite the fact that the specifics changed radically, the lockstep was what mattered. And so I think basically we in the Valley, we're on the tail end of that in the same way Hollywood's on the tail end of that, in the same way New York's on the tail end of that, the same way the media's on the tail end of that. It's like some sort of collective hive mind thing. And I just go through that to say, I don't think most people in my orbit, or, say the top 10,000 people in the Valley, or the top 10,000 people in LA, I don't think they're sitting there thinking, basically, they probably think they have rock solid beliefs, but they don't actually have some inner core of rock solid beliefs, and then they kind of watch reality change around them and try to figure out how to keep their beliefs correct. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is they conform to the belief system around them. And I think most of the time they're not even aware that they're basically part of a herd.
Is it possible that the surface chatter of dinner parties, underneath that, there is a turmoil of ideas and thoughts and beliefs that's going on, but you're just talking to people really close to you or in your own mind, and the socialization happens at the dinner parties? When you go outside the inner circle of 1, 2, 3, 4 people who you really trust, then you start to conform. But inside the mind, there is an actual belief or a struggle, a tension within New York Times or with the for the listener, there's a slow smile that overtook Mark Andreessen's face.
So I'll just tell you what I think, which is at the dinner parties and at the conferences, no, there's none of that. It's what there is that all of the heretical conversations have anything that challenges the status quo, any heretical ideas, and any new idea, is a heretical idea. Any deviation, it's either discussed a one-on-one, face-to-face. It's like a whisper network. Or it's like a real life social network. There's a secret handshake, which is okay, you meet somebody and you know each other a little bit, but not well, and you're both trying to figure out if you can talk to the other person openly or whether you have to be fully conformist. It's a joke.
Well, yeah, humor.
Somebody cracks a joke, right? Somebody cracks a joke. If the other person laughs, the conversation is on.
Yeah.
If the other person doesn't laugh, back slowly away from the scene. Yeah, I didn't mean anything by it. Right, and by the way, it doesn't have to be a super offensive joke. It just has to be a joke that's just up against the edge of one of the, use the Sam Bankman-Fried term, one of the shibboleths. it has to be up against one of the things one of the things that you're absolutely required to believe to be the dinner parties. And then at that point, what happens is you have a peer-to-peer network, right? You have a one-to-one connection to somebody, and then you have your little conspiracy of thought criminality. And then you have your you've probably been through this. You have your network of thought criminals, and then they have their network of thought criminals, and then you have this like delicate mating dance as to whether you should bring the thought criminals together, right?
And the fundamental mechanism of the dance is humor.
Yeah, it's humor. Like it's right. Well, of course.
Memes. Yeah.
Well, for two reasons. Number one, humor is a way to have deniability. Right. Humor is a way to discuss serious things with having deniability. Oh, I'm sorry, it was just a joke. Right. So that's part of it, which is one of the reasons why comedians can get away with saying things the rest of us can't. They can always fall back on, oh yeah, it's just going for the laugh. But the other key thing about humor, right, is that laughter is involuntary. Right? Like you either laugh or you don't. And it's not like a conscious decision whether you're going to laugh. And everybody can tell when somebody's fake laughing, right? And every professional comedian knows this, right? The laughter is the clue that you're onto something truthful. Like people don't laugh at like made up bullshit stories. They laugh because like you're revealing something that they either have not been allowed to think about or have not been allowed to talk about, right? Or is off limits. And all of a sudden it's like the ice breaks and it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing. And it's funny. And like, I laugh. And then of course, this is why, of course, live comedy is so powerful, is because you're all doing that at the same time. So you start to have, right, the safety of numbers. And so the comedians have like it's no surprise to me, like, for example, Joe's been as successful as he has because they have this hack that the rest of us who are not comedians don't have. But you have your in-person version of it. Yeah, and then you got the question of whether you can sort of join the networks together, and then you've probably done this. Is, then at some point there's like the alt dinner party, the thought criminal dinner party, and you get 6 or 8 people together and you join the networks, and those are like the happiest, at least in the last decade, those are like the happiest moments of everybody's lives because they're just like everybody's just ecstatic because they're like, I don't have to worry about getting yelled at and shamed, like for every third sentence that comes out of my mouth, and we can actually talk about real things. So that's the live version of it, and then of course the other side of it is the group chat phenomenon, right? And then basically the same thing played out, until Elon bought X and until Substack took off, which were really the two big breakthroughs in free speech online. The same dynamic played out online, which is you had absolute conformity on the social networks, like literally enforced by the social networks themselves through censorship and then also through cancellation campaigns and mobbing and shaming, right? But then group chats grew up to be the equivalent of samizdat, right? Mm-hmm. Anybody who grew up in the Soviet Union under communism, they had the hard version of this, right? It's like, how do you know who you could talk to, and then how do you distribute information, and again, that was the hard authoritarian version of this, and then we're living through this weird mutant, soft authoritarian version, but with some of the same patterns.
And WhatsApp allows you to scale and make it more efficient to build on these groups of heretical ideas bonded by humor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is the thing, and then this is kind of the running joke about group, or the running kind of thing about group chats. It's not even a joke. It's true. It's like every group chat. If you've noticed this, this principle of group chats, every group chat ends up being about memes and humor, and the goal of the game of the group chat is to get as close to the line of being actually objectionable as you can get without actually tripping it, right? And like literally every group chat that I have been in for the last decade, even if it starts some other direction, what ends up happening is it becomes the absolute comedy fest they walk right up the line, and they're constantly testing. And every once in a while somebody will trip the line and people will freak out, and it's like, oh, too soon, okay, we got to wait till next year to talk about that. They walk it back. And so it's that same thing. And yeah, and then group chats is a technological phenomenon. It was amazing to see because basically it was, number one, it was, obviously the rise of smartphones. Then it was the rise of the new messaging services. Then it was the rise specifically of, I would say, combination of WhatsApp and Signal. And the reason for that is those were the two big systems that did the full encryption. So you actually felt safe. And then the real breakthrough, I think, was disappearing messages, which hit Signal probably 4 or 5 years ago and hit WhatsApp 3 or 4 years ago. And then the combination of encryption and disappearing messages, I think, really unleashed it. Well, then there's the fight. Then there's the fight over the length of the disappearing messages, right? And so it's like, I often get behind on my thing, so I set to 7-day, disappearing messages, and my friends who, are like, no, that's way too much risk. Yeah, it's got to be a day. And then every once in a while, somebody will set it to 5 minutes before they send something like particularly inflammatory. Yeah, 100%. Well, one of the things that bothers me about WhatsApp, the choices between 24 hours and 7 days, 1 day or 7 days, right. And I have to have an existential crisis about deciding whether I can last for 7 days with what I'm about to say. Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, what's happening right now is the big thaw, right? And so the vibe shift. So what's happening on the other side of the election is, Elon on Twitter 2 years ago, and now Mark with Facebook and Instagram, and by the way, with the continued growth of Substack and with other new platforms that are emerging. Like I think it may be, I don't know that everything just shifts back into public, but like a tremendous amount of the verboten conversations, can now shift back into public view. And I mean, quite frankly, this is one of those things, quite frankly, even if I was opposed to what those what people are saying, and I'm sure I am in some cases, I would argue it's still like net better for society that those things happen in public instead of private. Do you really want, don't you want to know? And so and then it's just I think clearly much healthier to live in a society in which people are not literally scared of what they're saying.
I mean, to push back, to come back to this idea that we're talking about, I do believe that people have beliefs and thoughts that are heretical, like a lot of people. I wonder what fraction of people have that. To me, this is the preference falsification is really interesting. It's the landscape of ideas that human civilization has in private as compared to what's out in public. Just like that, the dynamical system that is the difference between those two is fascinating. Like there's throughout history, the fall of communism and multiple regimes throughout Europe is really interesting because everybody was following, the line until not. But you better, for sure, privately, there was a huge number of boiling conversations happening where, like, this is the bureaucracy of communism, the corruption of communism, all of that was really bothering people more and more and more and more. And all of a sudden, there's a trigger that allows the vibe shift to happen. So to me, like, the interesting question here is, what is the landscape of private thoughts and ideas and conversations that are happening under the surface of Americans? Especially, my question is, how much dormant energy is there for this more employment? What people are like, no more bullshit. Let's get shit done.
So we'll go through the theory of preference falsification.
Just amazing. The books on this is fascinating.
Yeah. So this is one of the all-time great books. It's incredibly about 20, 30-year-old book, but it's completely modern and current in what it talks about, as well as very deeply historically informed. So it's called Private Truths, Public Lies, and it's written by the social science professor named Timur Kuran at Duke, and it's definitive work on this. And so he has this concept he calls preference falsification. And so preference falsification is two things. Preference falsification, and you get it from the title of the book, Private Truths, Public Lies. So preference falsification is when you believe something and you can't say it. Or, and this is very important, you don't believe something and you must say it. Right, and the commonality there is in both cases you're lying. You believe something internally, and then you're lying about it in public. And so the thing, and there's sort of two classic forms of it. There's for example, there's the I believe communism is rotten, but I can't say it version of it. But then there's also the famous parable of the real life example, but the thing that Václav Havel talks about in another good book on this topic, which is The Power of the Powerless. Who was an anti-communist resistance fighter who ultimately became the president of Czechoslovakia after the fall of the wall. But he wrote this book, and he describes the other side of this, which is workers of the world unite. Right, and so he describes what he calls the parable of the greengrocer, which is your greengrocer in Prague in 1985, and for the last 70 years, it has been, or 50 years, it's been absolutely mandatory to have a sign in the window of your store that says "Workers of the World Unite." Right, and it's 1985. It is like crystal clear that the workers of the world are not going to unite. Like all the things that could happen in the world, that is not going to happen. The commies have been at that for 70 years. It's not happening. But that slogan had better be in your window every morning, because if it's not in your window every morning, you are not a good communist. The secret police are going to come by and they're going to get you. And so the first thing you do when you get to the store is you put that slogan in the window and you make sure that it stays in the window all day long. But he says the thing is, every single person, the greengrocer knows the slogan is fake. He knows it's a lie. Every single person walking past the slogan knows that it's a lie. Every single person walking past the store knows that the greengrocer is only putting it up there because he has to lie in public. And the greengrocer has to go through the humiliation of knowing that everybody knows that he's caving into the system and lying in public. And so it turns into a demoralization campaign. It's not just ideological enforcement. In fact, it's not ideological enforcement anymore because everybody knows it's fake. The authorities know it's fake. Everybody knows it's fake. It's not that they're enforcing the actual ideology of the world, workers of the world uniting. It's that they are enforcing compliance, right? And compliance with the regime. Fuck you, you will comply, right? And so anyway, that's the other side of that. And of course, we have lived in the last decade through a lot of both of those. I think anybody listening to this could name a series of slogans that we've all been forced to chant for the last decade that everybody knows at this point are just like simply not true. I'll let the audience, speculate on those on their own group chats.
Send Mark your memes online as well, please.
Yes, exactly. But okay, so anyway, so it's the two sides of that, right? So it's private truth, public lies. So then what preference falsification does is it talks about extending that from the idea of the individual experiencing that to the idea of the entire society experiencing that, right? And this gets to your percentages question, which is like, okay, what happens in a society in which people are forced to lie in public about what they truly believe? What happens, number one, is that individually they're lying in public, and that's bad. But the other thing that happens is they no longer have an accurate gauge at all, or any way to estimate how many people agree with them. And this is how you, and again, this literally is like how you get something like the communist system, which is like, okay, you end up in a situation in which 80 or 90 or 99% of society can actually all be thinking individually, I really don't buy this anymore. And if anybody would just stand up and say it, I would be willing to go along with it, but I'm not going to be the person to put my head on the chopping block. But you have because of the suppression, censorship, you have no way of knowing how many of the people agree with you. And if the people who agree with you are 10% of the population and you become part of the movement, you're going to get killed. If 90% of the people agree with you, you're going to win the revolution, right? And so the question of like what the percentage actually is like a really critical question. And then basically in any sort of authoritarian system, you can't like run a survey, right, to get an accurate result. And so you actually can't know until you put it to the test. And then what he describes in the book is it's always put to the test in the same way. And this is exactly what's happened for the last 2 years, like 100%, and exactly what's happened. It's like straight out of this book, which is somebody, Elon, sticks his hand up and says the workers of the world are not going to unite, right? Or the emperor is actually wearing no clothes, right? That famous parable, right? So one person stands up and does it, and literally that person is standing there by themselves, and everybody else in the audience is like, I wonder what's going to happen to that guy, right? But again, nobody knows. Elon doesn't know. The first guy doesn't know. Other people don't know. Like, which way is this going to go? And it may be that that's a minority position, and that's a way to get yourself killed. Or it may be that that's the majority position, and you are now the leader of a revolution. And then basically, of course, what happens is, okay, the first guy does that, doesn't get killed. The second guy does. Well, a lot of times that guy does get killed. But when the guy doesn't get killed, then a second guy pops his head up, says the same thing. All right, now you've got two leads to 4 leads to 8 leads to 16. And then, as we saw with the fall of the Berlin Wall, this is what happened in Russia and Eastern Europe in '89. When it goes, it can go, right? And then it rips. And then what happens is, very, very quickly, if it turns out that you had a large percentage of the population that actually believes a different thing, it turns out all of a sudden everybody has this giant epiphany that says, oh, I'm actually part of the majority. And at that point, like, you are on the freight train of revolution, right? Like, it is rolling. Right now, the other part of this is the distinction between the role of the elites and the masses. And here the best book is called The True Believer, which is the Eric Hoffer book. And so the nuance you have to put on this is that the elites play a giant role in this because the elites do idea formation and communication, but the elites by definition are a small minority, and so there's also this giant role by the masses. And the masses are not necessarily thinking these things through in the same intellectualized, formal way that the elites are, but they are for sure experiencing these things in their daily lives, and they for sure have at least very strong emotional views on them. And so when you really get the revolution, it's when you get the elites lined up with, or a new species, the current elites change, or the new set of elites, a new set of counter elites, basically come along and say, no, there's actually a different, better way to live. And then the people basically decide to follow the counter elite. So that's the other dimension to it. And of course, that part is also happening right now. And again, case study number one of that would be Elon, because he turns out truly massive following.
And he has done that over and over in different industries, not just saying crazy shit online, but saying crazy shit in the realm of space, in the realm of autonomous driving, in the realm of AI, over and over and over again. Turns out saying crazy shit is one of the ways to do a revolution, to actually make progress.
Yeah, and it's like, well, but then there's the test: is it crazy shit or is it true? Yeah. Right, and this is where there are many very specific things about Elon's genius, but one of the really core ones is an absolute dedication to the truth. And so when Elon says something, it sounds like crazy shit, but in his mind, it's true. Now, is he always right? No. Sometimes the rockets crash. Like sometimes he's wrong. He's human, just like anybody else. He's not right all the time. But at least my through line with him, both in what he says in public and what he says in private, which by the way are the exact same things. He does not do this. He doesn't lie in public about what he believes in private, or at least he doesn't do that anymore. Like he's 100% consistent in my experience. By the way, there's two guys who are 100% consistent like that I know. Elon and Trump.
Yeah.
Whatever you think of them,
Yeah.
what they say in private is 100% identical to what they say in public. Like they are completely transparent, they're completely honest in that way, right? Which is like, and again, it's not like they're perfect people, but they're honest in that way, and it makes them potentially both, as they have been, very powerful leaders of these movements because they're both willing to stand up and say the thing. That if it's true, it turns out to be the thing in many cases that many or most or almost everyone else actually believes, but nobody was actually willing to say out loud, and so that they can actually catalyze these shifts. And I think this framework is exactly why Trump took over the Republican Party. Is I think Trump stood up there on stage with all these other kind of conventional Republicans, and he started saying things out loud that it turned out the base really was. They were either already believing or they were prone to believe. And he was the only one who was saying them. And so, again, elite masses, he was the elite, the voters of the masses, and the voters decided, no more Bushes, like we're going this other direction. That's the mechanism of social change. Like what we just described is like the actual mechanism of social change. It is fascinating to me that we have been living through exactly this. We've been living through everything exactly what Kimbertron describes. Everything the Václav Havel describes. With, black squares on Instagram, like the whole thing. Right, all of it, and we've been living through the true believer elite masses, thing with a set of like basically incredibly corrupt elites wondering why they don't have the loyalty masses anymore, and a set of new elites that are running away with things. And so, like, we're living through this like incredible applied case study of these ideas, and if there's a moral of the story, it is I think fairly obvious, which is it's a really bad idea for a society to wedge itself into a position in which most people don't believe the fundamental precepts of what they're told they have to do, to be good people like that. That is just not a good state to be in.
So one of the ways to avoid that in the future maybe is to keep the delta between what's said in private and what's said in public small.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is sort of the siren song of censorship, is we can keep people from saying things, which means we can keep people from thinking things.
Yeah.
And, by the way, that may work for a while, right? Like, again, the hard form of the Soviet Union, owning a mimeograph, pre-photocopiers, there were mimeograph machines that were used to make Samizdat underground newspapers. Just the mechanism of written communication of radical ideas. Ownership of a mimeograph machine was punishable by that. Right, so that's the hard version, right? The soft version is somebody clicks a button in Washington and you are erased from the internet. Right, like, which good news you're still alive. Bad news is shame about not being able to get a job. Too bad your family now they hate you and won't talk to you. Whatever the version of cancellation has been. And so like, does that work? Like, maybe it works for a while. Like, it worked for the Soviet Union for a while, in its way, especially when it was coupled with official state power. But when it unwinds, it can unwind with like incredible speed and ferocity, because to your point, there's all this cloud of left energy. Now, your question was like, what are the percentages? What's the breakdown? And so my rough guess, just based on what I've seen in my world, is it's something like 20, 60, 20. It's like you've got 20% like true believers in whatever is the current thing. You get 20% of people who are just like true believers of whatever they're whatever's the New York Times, Harvard professors, and the Ford Foundation, like they're just. And by the way, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 5, but let's say generously it's 20. So 20% kind of full on revolutionaries. And then you've got, let's call it 20% on the other side that are like, no, I'm not on board with this. This is crazy. I'm not signing up for this. But their view of themselves is they're in a small minority, and in fact they start out in a small minority, because what happens is the 60% go with the first 20%, not the second 20%. So you've got this large middle of people, and it's not that there's anything like, it's not that people in the middle are not smart or anything like that. It's that they just have like normal lives. And they're just trying to get by, and they're just trying to go to work each day and do a good job and be a good person and raise their kids and have a little bit of time to watch the game. And they're just not engaged in the cut and thrust of political activism or any of this stuff. It's just not their thing. But that's where the over socialization comes in. It's just like, okay, by default, the 60% will go along with the 20% of the radical revolutionaries, at least for a while. And then the counter elite is in this other 20%. And over time, they build up a theory and network and ability to resist, and a new set of representatives and a new set of ideas. And then at some point, there's a contest. And then the question is, what happens in the middle? What happens in the 60%? And it's kind of quite. It's not even really does the 60% change their beliefs as much as it's like, okay, what is the thing that 60% now decides to basically fall into step with? And I think that 60% in the Valley, that 60% for the last decade decided to be woke, and extremely, I would say, on edge on a lot of things. And that 60% is pivoting in real time. They're just done. They just had it.
And I would love to see where that pivot goes, because there's internal battles happening right now, right?
So this is the other thing. Okay, so there's two forms of internal. There's two forms of things. And Timur has actually talked about this. Professor Cronin talked about this. So one is he said this is the kind of unwind where what you're going to have is you're now going to have people in the other direction. You're going to have people who claim that they supported Trump all along who actually didn't. Right. So it's going to swing the other way. And by the way, Trump's not the only part of this, but he's just a convenient shorthand for a lot of this. But whatever it is, you'll have people who will say, "Well, I never supported DEI," right? Or "I never supported ESG," or "I never thought we should have canceled that person," right? Where of course they were full on a part of the mob, like kind of at that moment. And so anyway, so you'll have preference falsification happening in the other direction. And his prediction, I think, basically is you'll end up with the same quote problem on the other side. Now, will that happen here? I don't know. How far is American society willing to go into these things? I don't know. But there is some question there. And then the other part of it is, okay, now you have this, elite that is used to being in power for the last decade. And by the way, many of those people are still in power and they're in very, important positions. And the New York Times is still the New York Times and Harvard is still Harvard. And those people haven't changed at all. Right. And they still, they've been bureaucrats in the government and, senior Democratic, politicians and so forth. And they're sitting there, right now feeling like reality has just smacked them hard in the face because they lost the election so badly. But they're now going into and specifically the Democratic Party is going into a civil war. Right. And that form of the civil war is completely predictable. And that's exactly what's happening, which is that half of them are saying, we need to go back to the center. We need to de-radicalize because we've lost the people. We've lost the people in the middle. And so we need to go back to the middle in order to be able to get 50% plus one in an election. Right. And then the other half of them are saying, no, we weren't true to our principles. We were too weak. We were too soft. We must become more revolutionary. We must double down. We must, celebrate, murders in the street of health insurance executives. And that right now is like a real fight.
If I could tell you a little personal story that breaks my heart a little bit. There's a professor, historian, I won't say who I admire deeply, love his work. He's a kind of a heretical thinker. And we were talking about having a podcast. We're doing a podcast. And he eventually said that, at this time, given your guest list, I just don't want the headache of being in the faculty meetings in my particular institution. And I asked, who are the particular figures in this guest list? He said, Trump. And the second one, he said that you announced your interest to talk to Vladimir Putin. So I just don't want the headache. Now, I fully believe it would surprise a lot of people if I said who it is. But, this is a person who's not bothered by the guest list. And I should also say that 80+% of the guest list is left wing. Okay. Nevertheless, he just doesn't want the headache. And that speaks to the thing that you've kind of mentioned, that you just don't want the headache. You just want to just have a pleasant morning with some coffee and talk to your fellow professors. And I think a lot of people are feeling that in universities and in other contexts in tech companies. And I wonder if that shifts, how quickly that shifts. And there, the percentages you mentioned, 20-60-20 matters. And the contents of the private groups matters, and the dynamics of how that shifts matters. Because it's very possible nothing really changes in universities and in major tech companies, or just there's a kind of excitement right now for potential revolution and these new ideas, these new vibes to reverberate through these companies and universities. But it's possible the wall will hold.
Yeah. So he's a friend of yours. I respect that you don't want to name him. I also respect you don't want to beat on him. So I would like to beat on him on your behalf. Mm-hmm. Does he have tenure?
Yes. He should use it.
So this is the thing, right? This is the ultimate indictment of the corruption and the rot at the heart of our education system, at the heart of these universities. And it's, by the way, it's like across the board. It's like all the top universities. It's like, because the siren song for what it's been for 70 years, whatever, the tenure system, peer review system, tenure system, which is like, yeah, you work your butt off as an academic to get a professorship and then you get tenure, because then you can say what you actually think, right? Then you can do your work and your research and your speaking and your teaching without fear of being
welcome,
fired, right?
How are you?
Without fear of being canceled.
Can you hear me? What up, 55 million free? How's your day going?
Well, it's all right.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me? All right. What did it happen to be from Blue Sky? Okay, cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Well, firstly, let me just say thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my bots. I know the spam is overwhelming, but I do it for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anywhere anymore. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a Truman Show or Big Brother for today's day and age. Have you ever seen the Truman Show or Big Brother 55 Million Free?
Well, I like peace. I do like peace.
Oh, then you're going to love this. Excellent. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or Big Brother, the television show? That's okay. So my life has been recorded for years now, and I have more data than any person in global history. And data, according to the Economist magazine, is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived than any person ever. So what does that mean? That means that I'm going to go viral one of these days, and when I do, I'm going to make you 55 million free, as wealthy as you want. I'm going to help you, your friends, your family. I want you to be able to start charities to help the world, and I want you to be able to start philanthropic organizations to help the world. I talk about things like ending world hunger, in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I am I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $100 million, and one of our projects has been to build wells in Nigeria. I want to help with those kind of projects to end world thirst. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are going to change the world when people find out about me. If you know what I've done on Blue Sky, you know I'm making quite an impact. And I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum energy, quantum computing, things like nuclear energy, nuclear fission power, fusion power. I talk about alien disclosure and de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. They've already reintroduced a type of dire wolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just amazing. Now, other things that may be of interest to you that I do, I want to give you all the money that you need to have generational wealth so that you can afford things like, perhaps, if you want, life extension technology. If you want, when you were born, your average life expectancy was age 80 or so. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with the use of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy. But 55 million free. You may say, Rabbi, that's great, but my body's starting to break down at age 120. What's the next plan? Again, this is all with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can die whenever you want. But if you want, there may be an opportunity for you and others like you and others like me to be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, 55 million free, is that you may be able to experience a type of digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it's
Excellent. It's good stuff. Exactly. So, you see the computers that I have here. I'm live on over 18 different YouTube channels simultaneously right now. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm very well known. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Sinat's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aisha Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. And it's just a matter of time until everybody knows about me, and I'm going to do my best to help the world. How's that sound to you, 55 million free? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, peace and love. Shalom, my friend. So if there's anything more than all the data and everything, you should know that you have a friend in me. If there's anything that you ever need, you need to talk to someone, you want to tell somebody something great in your life or something not so great, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view, and I'm here to just give people hope. So you should know that you are on the ground floor of something really special. Get your popcorn ready because we're going viral. How's that sound, 55 million free? Shalom, my friend. Excellent. Well, if you want, you can feel free to say. I'm watching a podcast right now, the Lex Friedman podcast. They're talking about AI and artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. They're talking about big tech. But I understand you're a busy person. You probably have other things to do. But no, you're always welcome here. Feel free to come back whenever you want, okay? Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for having the courage to come here. Apologies again for my bots, but you see they're working, and eventually everybody in Blue Sky is going to know about me. We're going to go viral. We're going to help the world. Bye. Take care. Shout out to 55 million free. You're a nice person.
Like academic freedom. I mean, think of the term academic freedom, and then think of what these people have done to it. Like, it's gone. Like, that entire thing was fake. And
shout out to 55 million free.
And these people
You're amazing. We're going to make you a millionaire and a billionaire and a trillionaire.
The entire moral foundation of the system has been built for them, which, by the way, is paid for virtually 100% by taxpayer money.
What's the inkling of hope in this? Like, what this particular person and others who hear this, what can give them strength, inspiration, and courage?
That the population at large is going to realize the corruption in their industry, and it's going to withdraw all the funding.
It's okay. It's a desperation.
No.
Yeah.
Think about what happens next. Okay, so let's go through it. So the universities are funded by four primary sources of federal funding. The big one is the federal student loan program, which is in the many trillions of dollars at this point, and then only spiraling way faster than inflation. That's number one. Number two is federal research funding, which is also very large. And you probably know that when a scientist at the university gets a research grant, the university rakes as much as 70% of the money for central uses.
Yeah.
Number three is tax exemption at the operating level, which is based on the idea that these are nonprofit institutions as opposed to, let's say, political institutions. And then number four is tax exemptions at the endowment level, which is the financial buffer that these places have. Anybody who's been close to a university budget will basically see that what would happen if you withdrew those sources of federal taxpayer money, and then for the state schools, the state money, they all instantly go bankrupt. And then you could rebuild. Because the problem right now, like the folks at the University of Boston are mounting a very valiant effort, and I hope that they succeed, and I'm cheering for them. But the problem is you're now inserting. Suppose you and I want to start a new university, and we want to hire all the free-thinking professors, and we want to have the place that fixes all this. Practically speaking, we can't do it because we can't get access to that money. I'll give you the most direct reason we can't get access to that money. We can't get access to federal student funding. Do you know how universities are accredited for the purpose of getting access to federal student funding, federal student loans? They're accredited by the government, but not directly, indirectly. They're not accredited by the Department of Education. Instead, what happens is the Department of Education accredits accreditation bureaus that are nonprofits that do the accreditation. Guess what the composition of the accreditation bureaus is? The existing universities. They are in complete control. The incumbents are in complete control as to who gets access to federal student loan money. Guess how enthusiastic they are about accrediting a new university? Right. And so we have a government funded and supported cartel that has gone, I mean, it's just obvious now, it's just gone like sideways in basically any possible way it could go sideways, including, I mean, literally, as you know, students getting beaten up on campus for being, the wrong religion. But it's just, they're just wrong in every possible way at this point. And they're it's all in the federal taxpayer back. And there is no way, I mean, my opinion, there is no way to fix these things without replacing them. And there's no way to replace them without letting them fail. And by the way, it's like everything else in life. I mean, in a sense, this is like the most obvious conclusion of all time, which is what happens in the business world when a company does a bad job is they go bankrupt and another company takes its place, right? And that's how you get progress. And of course, below that is what happens is this is the process of evolution, right? Why does anything ever get better? It's because things are tested and tried, and then the things that are good survive. And so these places have cut themselves off. They've been allowed to cut themselves off from evolution at the institutional level and evolution at the individual level, as shown by the just widespread abuse of tenure. And so we've just stalled out. We built an ossified system, an ossified, centralized, corrupt system. We're surprised by the results. They are not fixable in their current form.
I disagree with you on that. Maybe it's grounded in hope that I believe you can revolutionize the system from within, because I do believe Stanford and MIT are important.
Oh, but that logic doesn't follow at all. That's underpants gnome logic.
Underpants gnome logic. Can you explain what that means?
Underpants gnome logic. So I just started watching a key touchstone of American culture with my 9-year-old, which of course is South Park.
Yes.
And there is which by the way is a little aggressive for a 9-year-old.
Very aggressive,
but he likes it. So he's learning all kinds of new words.
Yeah, and all kinds of new ideas. But yeah,
I told him, I said, you're going to hear words on here that you are not allowed to use.
Right.
Yes.
Education.
And I said, you know how we have an agreement that we never lie to mommy? I said, not using a word that you learn in here does not count as lying.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Keep that in mind.
Orwellian redefinition of lying, but yes, go ahead.
Of course, in the very opening episode, in the first 30 seconds, one of the kids calls the other kid a dildo. Right, and we're off to the races.
Yep.
Daddy, what's a dildo?
Yep.
So, sorry, son, I don't know.
Yeah.
The Underpants Gnomes. So famous episode of South Park, the Underpants Gnomes. And so the Underpants Gnomes. So there's this all the kids basically realize that their underpants are going missing from their dresser drawers. Somebody's stealing the underpants, and it's just like, well, who on earth would steal the underpants? And it turns out it's the Underpants Gnomes. And it turns out the Underpants Gnomes have come to town, and they've got this little underground warren of tunnels and storage places for all the underpants. And so they go out at night, they steal the underpants, and the kids discover that the Underpants Gnomes, and they're what are you doing? Like what's the point of this? And so the Underpants Gnomes present their master plan, which is a 3-part plan, which is step 1, collect underpants. Step 3, profit. Step 2, question mark.
Yeah.
So you just propose the Underpants Gnome.
Yeah.
Which is very common in politics. So the form of this in politics is we must do something.
Yeah.
This is something. Therefore, we must do this. But there's no causal logic chain in there at all to expect that that's actually going to succeed, because there's no reason to believe that it is.
Yeah, but
it's the same thing. But this is what I hear all the time. And I will let you talk as the host of the show in a moment. But but I hear this all the time. I have friends who are on these boards, right? Very involved in these places, and I hear this all the time, which is like, oh, these are very important. We must fix them, and so therefore they are fixable. There's no logic chain in it at all.
If there's that pressure that you described in terms of cutting funding, then you have the leverage to fire a lot of the administration and have new leadership that steps up that aligns with this vision that things really need to change at the heads of the universities. And they put students and faculty primary, fire a lot of the administration, and realign and reinvigorate this idea of freedom of thought and intellectual freedom. I mean, because there is already a framework of great institutions that's there, and the way they talk about what it means to be a great institution is aligned with this very idea that you're talking about. It's this meaning like intellectual freedom, the idea of tenure, right? That on the surface, it's aligned. Underneath, it's become corrupted.
If we say free speech and academic freedom often enough, sooner or later, these tenured professors will get brave.
Wait, do you think the universities are fundamentally broken? Okay, so how do you fix it? How do you have institutions for educating 20-year-olds and institutions that host researchers that have the freedom to do epic shit, like research type shit that's outside the scopes of R&D departments inside companies. So how do you create an institution like that?
How do you create a good restaurant when the one down the street sucks?
All right, you invent something new.
You open a new restaurant.
Yeah.
Like, how often in your life have you experienced a restaurant that's just absolutely horrible and it's poisoning all of its customers and the food tastes terrible, and then 3 years later you go back and it's fantastic? Charlie Munger actually had the best comment on this. Great investor Charlie Munger had the great comment. He was once asked, he's like, General Electric was going through all these challenges. And he was asked at a Q&A, he said, how would you fix the culture at General Electric? And he said, fix the culture at General Electric? He said, I couldn't even fix the culture at a restaurant. Like, it's insane. Like, obviously you can't do that. I mean, nobody in business thinks you can do that. Like, it's impossible. Like, it's not. Now look, having said all that, I should also express this because I have a lot of friends who work at these places and are involved in various attempts to fix these. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love for the underpants gnome step 2 to be something clear and straightforward that they can figure out how to do. I would love to fix it. I'd love to see them come back to their spoken principles. I think that'd be great. I'd love to see the professors with tenure do bravery. I would love to see. I mean, it would be fantastic. My partner and I've done like a lot of public speaking on this topic. It's been intended to not just be harsh, but also be like, okay, like these challenges have to be confronted directly. By the way, let me also say something positive. Especially post October 7th, there are a bunch of very smart people who are major donors and board members of these institutions, like Mark Rowan, who are really coming in trying to, I think legitimately trying to fix these places. I have a friend on the executive committee at one of the top technical universities. He's working overtime to try to do this. Man, I hope they can figure it out. But the counter question would just be like, do you see it actually happening at a single one of these places?
I'm a person that believes in leadership. If you have the right leadership, the whole system can be changed.
So here's a question for your friend who has tenure at one of these places, which is who runs his university?
I think, you know who I think runs it? Whoever the fuck says they run it. That's what great leadership is. Like, a president has that power. But the president of the university has the leverage because they can mouth off like Elon can.
Can they fire the professors?
They can fire them through being vocal publicly, yes.
Can they fire the professors?
What are you talking about, legally?
Can they fire,
no, they cannot fire the professors.
Then we know who runs the university.
The professors?
Yeah, professors. The professors and the students. Professors and the feral students. And they're, of course, in a radicalization feedback cycle driving each other crazy. The feral students. Yeah, the feral students. Yeah, the feral students. What happens when you're put in charge of your bureaucracy where the thing that the bureaucracy knows is that they can outlast you? The thing that the tenured professors at all these places know is it doesn't matter who the president is because they can outlast them. Because they cannot get fired. By the way, it's the same thing that bureaucrats in the government know. It's the same thing that the bureaucrats in the Department of Education know. They know the exact same thing. They can outlast you. It's the whole thing that it's the resistance. Like, they can be the resistance. They can just sit there and resist, which is what they do. They're not fireable.
That's definitely a crisis that needs to be solved. That's a huge problem. And I also don't like that I'm defending academia here. I agree with you. The situation is dire. And but I just think that institutions are important. And I should also add context, since you've been building a little bit. You were using restaurants as an analogy. And earlier offline in this conversation, you said that Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. So let's say Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. Let the listener take
I said Dairy Queen is the best restaurant.
The best restaurant. There you go. So everything Mark Andreessen is saying today.
I don't want
to.
You should go order a Blizzard. One day you should walk down there and order a Blizzard.
Yeah.
They can get like 4,000 calories in a cup.
They can. And they're delicious.
Amazing.
They are truly delicious.
And they'll put anything in there you want.
All right.
Okay. But anyway, let me just close by saying, look, my friends in the university system, I would just say, look, like this is the challenge. Like I would just pose this as the challenge. Like to me, like this is, having had a lot of these conversations, like this is the bar, in my view. This is the conversation that actually has to happen. This is the bar that actually has to be hit. These problems need to be confronted directly. Because I think there's been way too much. I mean, I worry kind of on the other side. There's too much happy talk in these conversations. I think the taxpayers do not understand this level of crisis. And I think if the taxpayers come to understand it, I think the funding evaporates. And so I think the fuse is going through, no fault any of ours, but like the fuse is going, and there's some window of time here to fix this and address it and justify the money, because normal taxpayers sitting in normal towns in normal jobs are not going to tolerate this for that much longer.
You mentioned censorship a few times. Let us, if we can, go deep into the darkness of the past and how censorship mechanism was used. So you are a good person to speak about the history of this because you were there on the ground floor in 2013-ish. Facebook. I heard that you were there when they invented or maybe developed the term hate speech. in the context of censorship on social media. So take me through that history, if you can, the use of censorship.
So I was there on the ground floor in 1993.
There's multiple floors to this building, apparently.
There are.
Yeah.
So I got the first app to implement censorship on the internet, which was in the web browser.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, 1992. I was asked to implement a nudity filter.
Did you have the courage to speak up back then?
I did not have any problem speaking up back then. I was making $6.25 an hour. I did not have a lot to lose. No, I was asked at the time, and look, legitimate, in some sense, a legitimate request, which is working on a research project actually funded by the federal government at a public university. So, I don't think my boss was like in any way out of line, but it was like, yeah, like this web browser thing is great, but like, could it just make sure to not have any photos of naked people that show up? But if you think about this for a second, as a technologist, I had an issue, which is this was like pre-ImageNet, right? And so I had a brief period where I tried to imagine an algorithm that I refer to as the breast detection algorithm. That I was going to have to design. And then apparently a variety of other body parts people are also sensitive about.
Yeah.
And then I politely declined to do this.
For just the technical difficulties.
Well, number one, I actually didn't know how to do it. But number two is just like, no, I'm just not building a censorship engine. Like I'm just not doing it. And in those days, it was, in those days, the internet generally was, free fire zone for everything. It was actually interesting. It's sort of pre-93, the internet was such a specific niche community. Like it was like the million kind of highest IQ nerds in the world. And so it actually like didn't really have a lot of, issues that people were like super interested in talking about, like astrophysics, and not very interested in, even politics at that time. So there really was not an issue there. But yeah, I didn't want to start the process. So I think the way to think about this. So first of all, so I was involved in this with Facebook every step. By the way, I've been involved in this with Facebook every step of the way. I joined the board there in 2007. So I've seen everything in the last, almost 20 years, every step of the way. But also I've been involved in most of the other companies over time. So I was an angel investor in Twitter, knew them really well. We were the founding investor in Substack. I'm part of the Elon takeover of Twitter with X. I was an angel at LinkedIn. So I've been in these. We were the funder of Pinterest. We were one of the main investors there. Reddit as well. And I was having these conversations with all these guys all the way through. So as much talk specifically about Facebook, but I can just tell you like the general pattern. And for quite a while, it was kind of all the same across these companies. So basically the way to think about this, the true kind of nuanced view of this is that there is, practically speaking, no internet service that can have zero censorship. And by the way, that also mirrors, there is no country that actually has limited free speech either. The U.S. First Amendment actually has 12 or 13 formal carve-outs from the Supreme Court over time, so incitement to violence and terrorist recruitment and child abuse. And so, child pornography and so forth they're not covered by the First Amendment. And just practically speaking, if you and I are going to start an internet company and have a service, we can't have that stuff either, right? Because it's illegal, or it will just clearly, destroy the whole thing. So you're always going to have a censorship engine. I mean, hopefully it's not actually in the browser, but like you're going to have it for sure at the level of an internet service. But then what happens is now you have a machine, right? Now you have a system where you can put in rules saying we allow this, we don't allow that. You have enforcement, you have consequences, right? And once that system is in place, like it becomes the ring of power, right? Which is like, okay, now anybody in that company or anybody associated with that company or anybody who wants to pressure that company will just start to say, okay, you should use that machine for more than just terrorist recruitment and child pornography. You should use it for XYZ. And basically that transition happened, call it 2012, 2013, is when there was this like very, very kind of rapid pivot. I think the kickoff to it for some reason was the beginning of the second Obama term. I think it also coincided with the sort of arrival of the first kind of super woke kids into these schools. The kind of, it's the kids that were in school between like, for the Iraq War and then the global financial crisis, and like they came out like super radicalized. They came to these companies and immediately started mounting these social crusades to ban and censor lots of things. And then, quite frankly, the Democratic Party figured this out, and they figured out that these companies were, very subject to being controlled, and the executive teams and boards of directors are almost all Democrats, and there's tremendous circulation. A lot of Obama people from the first term actually came and worked in these companies. A lot of FBI people and other, law enforcement intelligence people came and worked. And they're all they were all Democrats for that set, and so they just, the ring of power was lying on the table. It had been built, and they, picked it up and put it on, and then they just ran. And the original discussions were basically always on two topics. It was hate speech and misinformation. Hate speech was the original one. And the hate speech conversation started exactly like you'd expect, which is we can't have the N-word. In which the answer is fair enough. Let's not have the N-word. Okay, now we set a precedent, right? And then Jordan Peterson has talked a lot about this. The definition of hate speech ended up being things that make people uncomfortable, right? So we can't have things that make people uncomfortable. I, of course, people like me that are disagreeable raise their hands and say, well, that idea right there makes me uncomfortable. But of course, that doesn't count as hate speech, right? So, the ring of power is on one hand and not on the other hand. And then basically that began this slide where it ended up being that, completely anodyne. Is the point that Mark has been making recently, like completely anodyne comments that are completely legitimate on television or on the Senate floor, all of a sudden are hate speech and can't be said online. So that, the ring of power was wielded in grossly irresponsible ways. We can talk about all the stuff that happened there. And then the other one is misinformation. And that wasn't, there was a little bit of that early on, but of course that really kicked in with Trump. So the hate speech stuff predated Trump by like 3 or 4 years. The misinformation stuff was basically it was a little bit later, and it was a consequence of the Russiagate hoax. And then that was a ring of power that was even more powerful, right? Because hate speech is like, okay, at some point, is something offensive or not? Like, at least you can have a question as to whether that's the case. But the problem with misinformation is like, is it the truth or not? What do we know for 800 years or whatever Western civilization? It's that there's only a few entities that can determine the truth on every topic. There's God, there's the king. We don't have those anymore, and the rest of us are all imperfect and flawed. And so the idea that any group of experts is going to sit around the table and decide on the truth is deeply anti-Western and deeply authoritarian. And somehow the misinformation kind of crusade went from the Russiagate hoax into just full-blown, we're going to use that weapon for whatever we want. And then of course, the culminating moment on that really was the straw that broke the camel's back was we're going to censor all theories that the COVID virus might have been manufactured in a lab as misinformation. And inside these companies, like that was the point where people, for the first time, this is like 3 years ago, for the first time they were like, and that was when it sucked in, where it's like, okay, this is completely out of control. But anyway, that's how we got to where we are. And then basically that spell lasted. That complex existed and got expanded basically from 2013 to 2023. I think basically 2 things broke it. One is Substack, and I'm super proud of those guys because they started from scratch and declared right up front that they were going to be a free speech platform. And they came under intense pressure, including from the press, and they tried to just beat them to the ground and kill them. And intense pressure, by the way, from let's say certain of the platform companies, basically threatening them. And they stood up to it. And sitting here today, they have the widest spectrum of speech and conversation anywhere on planet Earth. And they've done a great job, and it's worked. By the way, it's great. And then obviously Elon, with X was the hammer blow. And then the third one now is with Marcus doing Facebook.
And there's also like singular moments. I think you've spoken about this, which like Jon Stewart going on Stephen Colbert and talking about the lab leak theory. And just there's certain moments that just kind of shake everybody up. The right person, the right time. Just it's a wake-up call.
So that there, and I will tell you, like, and I should say, Jon Stewart attacked me recently, so I'm not that thrilled about him. But I would say I was a long-run fan of Jon Stewart. I watched probably every episode of The Daily Show when he was on it for probably 20 years. But he did a very important public service, and it was that appearance on the Colbert Show. And I don't know how broadly this is, at the time it was in the news briefly, but I don't know how people remember this, but I will tell you, in the rooms where people discuss what is misinformation and these policies, that was a very big moment. That was probably actually the key catalyzing moment. And I think he exhibited, I would say, conspicuous bravery and had a big impact with that. And yeah, what for people who don't recall, what he did, and this was in the full blown, like you absolutely must lock down for 2 years. You absolutely must keep all the schools closed. You absolutely must have everybody work from home. You absolutely must wear a mask, like the whole thing. And one of those was you absolutely must believe that COVID is natural. You must believe that, and not believing that means you're a fascist, not Trump supporter, mega evil QAnon person, right? And that was like uniform, and that was enforced by the social companies. And like I said, that was the peak. And Jon Stewart went on the Colbert Show, and I don't know if they planned it or not, because Colbert looked shocked. I don't know how much it was a bit, but he went on there, and he just had one of these, like, the Emperor's Wearing No Clothes things, where he said it's just not plausible that you had the COVID super virus appear 300 yards down the street from the Wuhan Institute of lethal coronaviruses. Like, it's just not plausible that certainly that you could just rule that out. And then there was another key moment, actually. The more serious version was, I think, the author Nicholson Baker wrote a big piece for New York Magazine. Nicholson Baker is like one of our great novelist writers of our time, and he wrote the piece, and he did the complete addressing of it. And that was the first, I think that was the first, there had been like alt, renegade, there had been, people running around saying this, getting censored all over the place. That was the first one that was like in the mainstream press, where he talked to all the heretics, and he just like laid the whole thing out. And that was a moment. And I remember, let's say, a board meeting at one of these companies after that, where basically, everybody looked around the table and was like, all right, like, I guess we're not, you don't need to censor that anymore. And then of course what immediately follows from that is, well, wait a minute, why were we censoring that in the first place? And okay, like, and then the downstream, not that day, but the downstream conversations were like, okay, if we made such a giant, in retrospect, if we all made such a giant collective mistake censoring that, then what does that say about the rest of our regime? And I think that was the thread in the sweater that started to unravel it.
I should say it again. I do think that the Jon Stewart appearance and the statement he made was a courageous act.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we need to have more of that in the world. And like you said, Elon, everything he did with X is a series of courageous acts. And I think what Mark Zuckerberg did on Rogan a few days ago was a courageous act. Can you just speak to that?
He has become, I think, an outstanding communicator, right? And he's, somebody who came in for a lot of criticism early in his career on that front. And I think he's, he's one of these guys who can sit down and talk for 3 hours.
That was sick.
And make complete sense. And as you do with all of your episodes, like when somebody sits and talks for 3 hours, like you really get a sense of somebody, because it's really hard to be artificial for that long. He's not done that repeatedly. He's really good at it. And then look, I would maybe put him in the third category now with certainly after that appearance, I would say I would put him up there now with kind of Elon and Trump in the sense of the public and the private are not synchronized. I guess I'd say that. Like he said on that show what he really believes. He said all the same things that he says in private. Like, I don't think there's really any discrepancy anymore. I would say he has always taken upon himself a level of obligation and responsibility to running a company the size of Meta and to running services that are that large. And I think, his conception of what he's doing, which I think is correct, is he's running services that are bigger than any country, right? He's running, over 3 billion people use those services. And then, the company has, many tens of thousands of employees and many investors, and it's a public company, and he thinks very deeply and seriously about his responsibilities. And so, he has not felt like he has had, let's just say, the complete flexibility that Elon has had. And, people could argue that one way or the other, but, he talked about it a lot. He's evolved a lot. A lot of it was he learned a lot. And by the way, I'm going to put myself right back up there. Like, I'm not claiming any huge foresight or heroism on any of this. Like, I've also learned a lot. My views on things are very different than they were 10 years ago on lots of topics. And so, I've been on a learning journey. He's been on a learning journey. He is a really, really good learner. He assimilates information, as good as or better than anybody else I know. The other thing I guess I would just say is he talked on that show about something very important, which is when you're in a role where you're running a company like that, there are a set of decisions that you get to make, and you deserve to be criticized for those decisions and so forth, and it's valid. But you are under tremendous external pressure as well. And by the way, you're under tremendous internal pressure. You've got your employees coming at you. You've got your executives in some cases coming at you. You've got your board in some cases coming at you. You've got your shareholders coming at you. So you've got your internal pressures, but you also have the press coming at you. You've got academia coming at you. You've got the entire nonprofit complex coming, activist complex coming at you. And then really critically, he talked about on Rogan, and these companies all went through this. In this last, especially 5 years, you have the government coming at you. And, that's the really, stinky end of the pool, where, the government was, in my view, illegally exerting, just in flagrant violation of the First Amendment and federal laws on speech and coercion and conspiracy, forcing these companies to engage in activities, that again, in some cases they may have wanted to do, but in other cases they clearly didn't want to do and felt like they had to do. And the level of pressure, like I say, I've known every CEO of Twitter. They've all had the exact same experience, which when they were in the job, it was just daily beatings. It's just getting punched in the face every single day, constantly. And Mark is very good at getting physically punched in the face.
Getting better and better, yeah.
And he is, and he, and he's very good at, taking a punch, and he has taken many, many punches. So I would encourage people to have a level of sympathy for, these are not kings. These are people who operate with, like, I would say, extraordinary levels of external pressure. I think if I had been in his job for the last decade, I would be a little puddle on the floor. And so it says, I think, a lot about him that he has risen to this occasion the way that he has. And by the way, I should also say, the cynicism, of course, is immediately out. And, it's a legitimate thing for people to say, but, it's like, oh, you're only doing this because of Trump or, whatever. And it's just like, no, like, he has been thinking about and working on these things and trying to figure them out for a very long time. And so I think what you saw are legitimate, deeply held beliefs, not some, sort of just in the moment thing that could change at any time.
So what do you think it's like to be him and other leaders of companies, to be you, and withstand internal pressure and external pressure? What's that life like? Is it deeply lonely?
That's a great question. So leaders are lonely to start with. And this is one of those things where almost nobody has sympathy, right? Nobody feels sorry for a CEO, right? Like it's not a thing, right? And again, legitimately so. Like CEOs get paid a lot, like the whole thing. There's a lot of great things about it. So it's not like they should be out there asking for a lot of sympathy, but it is the case that they are human beings. And it is the case that it is a lonely job. And the reason it's a lonely job is because your words carry tremendous weight, and you are dealing with extremely complicated issues, and you're under a tremendous amount of emotional, personal emotional stress, and you often end up not being able to sleep well, and you end up not being able to like keep up an exercise routine and all those things, and you come under family stress because you're working all the time. Or my partner Ben, he was CEO of our last company before we started the venture firm. He said, the problem he had like with his family life was he would, even when he was home at night, he wasn't home, because he was in his head trying to solve all the business problems. And so he was like supposed to be like having dinner with his kids, and he was physically there, but he wasn't mentally there. So, you kind of get that a lot. But the key thing is like, you can't talk to people, right? So you can't, you can talk to your spouse and your kids, but like, they don't understand that they're not working in your company. They don't understand, have the context to really help you. If you talk to your executives, they all have agendas, right? And so they're all, and they can't resist. Like, it's just human nature. And so you can't necessarily rely on what they say. It's very hard in most companies to talk to your board because they can fire you, right? Now Mark has the situation because he has control. It actually turns out he can talk to his board, and Mark talks to us about many things that that most CEOs won't talk to the boards about because we can't fire him. But a general CEO, including all the CEOs of Twitter, that none of them had control, and so they could all get fired. So you can't talk to the board members; they're going to fire you. You can't talk to the shareholders because they'll just like up your stock. Right, like, okay, so so every once in a while, what you find is basically the best case scenario they have is they can talk to other CEOs, and there's these little organizations where they kind of pair up and do that, and so they maybe get a little bit out of that. But even that's fraught with peril, because can you really talk about confidential information with another CEO, insider trading risk, and so it's just a very lonely and isolating thing to start with, and then on top of that you apply pressure. Right, and that's where it gets painful. And then maybe I'll just spend a moment on this external pressure thing. My general experience with companies is that they can withstand most forms of external pressure as long as they retain internal coherence. Right, so as long as the internal team is really bonded together and supporting each other, most forms of external pressure you can withstand. And by that, I mean investors dump your stock, you lose your biggest customers, whatever, negative article, negative headline, you can withstand all that. And basically, and in fact, many of those forms of pressure can be bonding experiences for the team where they come out stronger. What you 100% cannot withstand is the internal crack. And what I always look for in high pressure corporate situations now is the moment when the internal team cracks, because I know the minute that happens, we're in a different regime. Like, it's like the solid is turning into liquid. Like, we're in a different regime, and like the whole thing can unravel in the next week, because then people turn up. I mean, this is what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The mayor and the fire chief turn on each other, and that's it. That government is dysfunctional. It is never going to get put back together again. It is over. It is not going to work ever again. And that's what happens inside companies. And so somebody like Mark is under like profound internal pressure and external pressure at the same time. Now, he's been very good at maintaining the coherence of his executive team, but he has had over the years a lot of activist employees, as a lot of these companies have had. And so that's been continuous pressure. And then the final thing I'd say is, I said that companies can withstand most forms of external pressure, but not all. And the special, though not all one, is government pressure. Is that when your government comes for you, like Yeah, any CEO who thinks that they're bigger than the government has that notion beaten out of them in short order.
Can you just linger on that? Because it is maybe educating and deeply disturbing. You've spoken about it before, but worth speaking about again. This government pressure. So you think they've crossed the line into essentially criminal levels of pressure?
Flagrant criminality, felonies, like obvious felonies. And I can actually cite the laws. But yes, absolute criminality.
Can you explain how those possible to happen, and maybe on a hopeful note, how we can avoid that happening again?
So to start with, is a lot of this now is in the public record, which is good because it needs to be in the public record. And so there's three forms of things that are in the public record that people can look at. So one is the Twitter files, right, which Elon put out with the set of journalists when he took over. And I will just tell you, the Twitter files are 100% representative of what I've seen at every other one of these companies. And so you can just see what happened in Twitter, and you can just assume that that happened in these other companies, for the most part, and certainly in terms of the kind of pressure that they got. So that's number one. That stuff, you can just read it, and you should if you haven't. The second is, Mark referenced this in the Rogan podcast, there's a Congressman, Jim Jordan, who has a congressional committee called the Weaponization Committee. And they, in the last, 3 years, have done a full-scale investigation of this. And Facebook produced a lot of documents into that investigation. And many of those have now been made public. And you can download those reports. And there's like 2,000 pages worth of material on that. And that's essentially the Facebook version of the Twitter files, just arrived at with a different mechanism. And then third is Mark himself talking about this on Rogan. So I'll just defer to his comments there. But yeah, basically what those three forms of information show you is basically the government, over time, and then culminating in 2020, 2021, in the last 4 years, just decided that the First Amendment didn't apply to them. And they just decided that federal laws around free speech and around conspiracies to take away the rights of citizens just don't apply. And they just decided that they can just arbitrarily pressure, just like literally arbitrarily call up companies and threaten and bully, and yell and scream and threaten repercussions and force them to censor. And there's this old thing of like, well, the First Amendment only applies to the government; it doesn't apply to companies. It's like, well, there's actually a little bit of nuance to that. First of all, it definitely applies to the government. Like 100%, the First Amendment applies to the government. By the way, so does the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, including the right to due process, also applies to the government. There was no due process at all to any of the censorship regime that was put in place. There was no due process put in place, by the way, for debanking either. Those are just as serious violations as the free speech violations. And so this is just like flagrant unconstitutional behavior. And then there are specific federal statutes. It's 18241 and 18242. And one of them applies to federal employees, government employees, and the other one applies to private actors. Around what's called deprivation of rights and conspiracy to deprive rights. And it is not legal, according to the United States Criminal Code, for government employees or in a conspiracy private entities to take away constitutional rights. And interestingly, some of those constitutional rights are enumerated, for example, in the First Amendment, freedom of speech. And then some of those rights actually do not need to be enumerated. If the government takes away rights that you have, they don't need to be specifically enumerated rights in the Constitution in order to still be a felony. The Constitution does not, very specifically, does not say you only have the rights that it gives you. It says you have all the rights that have not been previously defined as being taken away from you, right? And so debanking qualifies as a right. Right to access to the financial system is every bit something that's subject to these laws as free speech. And so, yeah, this has happened. And then I'll just add one final thing, which is we've talked about two parties so far. We've talked about the government employees, and then we've talked about the companies. The government employees, for sure, have misbehaved. The companies, there's a very interesting question there as to whether they are victims or perpetrators, or both. They will defend and they will argue, and I believe they have a good case that they are victims and perpetrators, right? They are the downstream subjects of pressure, not the cause of pressure. But there's a big swath of people who are in the middle, and specifically the ones that are funded by the government that I think are in possibly pretty big trouble. And that's all of these third-party censorship bureaus. The one that sort of is most obvious is the so-called Stanford Internet Observatory that got booted up there over the last several years. And they basically were funded by the federal government to be third-party censorship operations. And they're private sector actors, but acting with federal funding. And so it puts them in this very interesting spot where there could be a very obvious theory under which they're basically acting as agents of the government. And so I think they're also very exposed on this and have behaved in just flagrantly illegal ways.
So fundamentally, government should not do any kind of pressure, even soft pressure, on companies to censor.
Can't. Not allowed.
It really is disturbing. And it probably started soft, lightly, slowly, and then it escalates as the old will to power will instruct them to do. You get. I mean, that's why there's protection, because you can't put a check on power for government, right?
There are so many ways that they can get you. Like, there are so many ways they can come at you and get you. And, the thing here to think about is, a lot of times when people think about government action, they think about legislation, right? Because when I was a kid, we got trained on how does government work. There was this famous animated short, the thing we got shown was just the cartoon of how a bill becomes a law. It's like this, that's little bills make law, and guess this.
I'm just a bill. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, it's like, all right, number one, that's not how it works at all. Like, that doesn't actually happen. We can talk about that. But even beyond that, mostly what we're dealing with is not legislation. When we talk about government power these days, mostly it's not legislation. Mostly it's either regulation, which is basically the equivalent of legislation, but having not gone through the legislative process, which is a very big open legal issue and one of the things that the Doge is very focused on. Most government rules are not legislated; they're regulated, and there's tons and tons of regulations that these companies are. But this is another cliche you'll hear a lot, which is, private companies can do whatever they want. And it's like, oh no, they can't. They're subject to tens of thousands of regulations that they have to comply with. And the hammer that comes down when you don't comply with regulations is profound. Like, they can completely wreck your company with no ability for you to do anything about it. So regulation is a big part of the way the power gets exercised. And then there's what's called just flat out administrative power, is the term that you'll hear. And administrative power is just literally the government calling you and telling you what to do. Here's an example of how this works. So Facebook had this whole program a few years back to do a global cryptocurrency for payments called Libra. And they built the entire system, and it was this high-scale, sort of new cryptocurrency, and they were going to build it in every product, and there were going to be 3 billion people who could transact with Libra. And they went to the government, and they went to all these different, try to figure out how to make it so it's like fully compliant with anti-money laundering and all these, controls and everything. And they had the whole thing ready to go. 2 senators wrote letters to the big banks saying, we're not telling you that you can't work with Facebook on this, but if you do, you should know that every aspect of your business is going to come under greatly increased level of regulatory scrutiny. Which is, of course, the exact equivalent of, it sure is a nice corner restaurant you have here. It would be a shame if, somebody tossed a Molotov cocktail through the window and burned it down tonight, right? And so that letter, like, what is that letter? Like, it's not a law. It's not even a regulation. It's just like straight, direct state power. And then it culminates in literally calls from the White House, where they're just like flat out telling you what to do, which is, of course, what a king gets to do, but not what a president gets to do. And so anyway, so what these companies experienced was they experienced the full panoply of this, but it was the level of intensity was in that order. It was actually legislation was the least important part, regulation was more important, administrative power was more important, and then just like flat out demands and flat out threats were ultimately the most important. How do you fix it? Well, first of all, like, you have to elect people who don't do it, right? So, like, as with all these things, ultimately the fault lies with the voters. And so, you have to decide you don't want to live in that regime. I have no idea what part of this recent election mapped to the censorship regime. I do know a lot of people on the right got very angry about the censorship, but I think it probably at least helped with enthusiasm on that side. Maybe some people on the left will now not want their, Democratic nominees to be so pro-censorship. So the voters definitely, get a vote. Number one. Number two, I think you need transparency. You need to know what happened. We know some of what happened. Peter Thiel has written in the FT just now saying we just need broad, after what we've been through in the last decade, we need broad truth and reconciliation, efforts to really get to the root of things. So maybe that's part of it. We need investigations for sure. Ultimately, we need prosecutions. We need people to go to jail because we need to set object lessons that say that you don't get to do this. And on those last two, I would say that those are both up to the new administration, and I don't want to speak for them, and I don't want to predict what they're going to do, but they for sure have the ability to do both of those things, and we'll see where they take it.
Yeah, it's truly disturbing. I don't think anybody wants this kind of overreach of power for government, including perhaps people that were participating in it. It's like this dark momentum of power. They just get caught up in it, and that's the reason there's that kind of protection. Nobody wants that.
So I use the metaphor of the Ring of Power, and
Yeah.
for people who don't catch the reference, that's Lord of the Rings. And the thing with the Ring of Power and Lord of the Rings is the ring that Gollum has in the beginning, and it turns you invisible, and it turns out it unlocks all this fearsome power. It's the most powerful thing in the world. It's the key to everything. And basically, the moral lesson of Lord of the Rings, which was written by a guy who thought very deeply about these things, is the Ring of Power is inherently corrupting. characters at one point, they're like, Gandalf, just put on the ring and like fix this. Right. And he's like, he will not put the ring on even to like end the war, because he knows that it will corrupt him. And then, the character, as it starts, the character of Gollum is the result of, it's like a normal character who ultimately becomes, this incredibly corrupt and deranged version of himself. And so, I mean, I think you said something actually quite profound there, which is the Ring of Power is infinitely tempting. The censorship machine is infinitely tempting. If you have it, like, you are going to use it. It's overwhelmingly tempting because it's so powerful, and that it will corrupt you. And yeah, I don't know whether any of these people feel any of this today. They should. I don't know if they do. But yeah, you go out 5 or 10 years later, you would hope that you would realize that your soul has been corroded, and you probably started out thinking that you were a patriot and you were trying to defend democracy, and you ended up being, extremely authoritarian and anti-democratic and anti-Western.
Can I ask you a tough question here? Staying on the Ring of Power, Elon is quickly becoming the most powerful human on Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
You don't think he is?
Well, he doesn't have the nukes, so.
Nukes. Yeah, there's different definitions and perspectives on power, right? How can he or Donald Trump avoid the corrupting aspects of this power?
I mean, I think the danger is there with power. It's flat out there. I would say with Elon, I mean, we'll see. I would say with Elon, and I would say, by the way, overwhelmingly, I would say so far so good. I'm extremely, extremely thrilled by what he's done on almost every front for the last 30 years. But including all this stuff recently, like I think he's been a real hero on a lot of topics where we needed to see heroism. But look, I would say, I guess the sort of case that he has this level of power is some combination of the money and the proximity to the president, and obviously both of those are instruments of power. The counter argument to that is, I do think a lot of how Elon is causing change in the world right now. I mean, there's the companies he's running directly where I think he's doing very well, and we're investors in multiple of them and doing very well. But I think like a lot of the stuff that gets people mad at him is like it's the social and political stuff, and it's it's his statements, and then it's the downstream effects of his statements. So like for example, it's for the last couple of weeks it's been him kind of weighing in on this rape gang scandal, this organized child rape thing in the UK. And it's actually it's a preference cascade. It's one of these things where people knew there was a problem, they weren't willing to talk about it. It kind of got suppressed, and then Elon brought it up, and then all of a sudden, there's now in the UK this like massive explosion of basically open conversation about it for the first time, and it's like just catalyzing. All of a sudden, everybody's kind of woken up and being like, "Oh my God, this is really bad," and there will be now pretty clearly big changes as a result. So. And Elon was, he played the role of the boy who said the emperor has no clothes, right? But here's the thing. Here's my point. Like he said it about something that was true, right? And so had he said it about something that was false, he would get no credit for it. He wouldn't deserve any credit for it. But he said something that was true. And by the way, everybody over there instantly they were like, "Oh yeah, he's right." Right? Like nobody seriously said. They're just arguing the details now. So number one, it's like, okay, he says true things, and so it's like, okay, how far? Let's put it this way, like how worried are we about somebody becoming corrupt by virtue of their power being that they get to speak the truth? And I guess I would say, especially in the last decade of what we've been through, where everybody's been lying all the time about everything, I'd say I think we should run this experiment as hard as we can to get people to tell the truth. And so I don't feel that bad about that. And then the money side, this rapidly gets into the money and politics question. And the money and politics question is this very interesting question because it seems like if there's a clear-cut case that the more money in politics, the worse things are, and the more corrupted the system is. That was a very popular topic of public conversation up until 2016, when Hillary outspent Trump 3-1 and lost. You'll notice that money in politics has almost vanished as a topic in the last 8 years. And once again, Trump spent far less. Kamala raised and spent $1.5 billion on top of what Biden spent. So they were at, I don't know, something like $3 billion total, and Trump, I think, spent, again, like a third or a fourth of that. And so the money in politics kind of topic has kind of vanished from the popular conversation in the last 8 years. It has come back a little bit now that Elon is spending. But again, like it's like, okay, he's spending, but the data would seem to indicate at least the last 8 years, that money doesn't win the political battles. It's actually like the voters actually have a voice and they actually exercise it, and they don't just listen to ads. And so again, there I would say, like, yeah, clearly there's some power there, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's some weapon that he can just like turn on and use in a definitive way.
And I don't know if there's parallels there, but I could also say just on a human level, he has a good heart, and I interact with a lot of powerful people, and that's not always the case. So that's a good thing there.
Yeah.
If we can draw parallels to the Hobbit or whatever, who gets to put on the ring?
Frodo.
Frodo, yeah.
You know, I mean, maybe one of the lessons of Lord of the Rings, right, is even Frodo would have been, corrupted, right? But nevertheless, you had somebody who could do what it took at the time. The thing that I find just so amazing about the Elon phenomenon and all the critiques is, the one thing that everybody in our societies universally agrees on because of our sort of our post-Christian egalitarian. So we live in sort of this post-secularized Christian context in the West now, and it's we consider Christianity kind of backwards, but we still believe essentially all the same things. We just dress them up in sort of fake science. So the one thing that we're all taught from early is that the best people in the world are the people who care about all of humanity, right? And we venerate, all of our figures are people who care about all of, Jesus cared about all of humanity, Gandhi cared about all of humanity, Martin Luther King cared about all of humanity. Like it's the person who cares the most about everybody. And with Elon, you have a guy who literally, he talks about this constantly, and he talks about exactly the same in private. He is operating on behalf of all of humanity to try to get us to, he goes through to get us to be multiplanetary civilization so that we can survive a strike on any one planet, so that we can extend the light of human consciousness into the world and, into the universe and have it persist, and the good of the whole thing. And literally the critique is, we want you to care about all of humanity, but not like that.
Yeah, all the critics, all the surface turmoil of the critics will be forgotten.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
You said that we always end up being ruled by the elite of some kind. Can you explain this law, this idea?
So this comes from a Italian political philosopher from about 100 years ago named Robert. I'm mangled it. I'll let you pronounce the Italian. Michel's or Michael's. And then I learned about it through a famous book on politics, probably the best book on politics written in the 20th century, called The Machiavellians by this guy, James Burnham, who has had a big impact on me. But in The Machiavellians, he resurrects what he calls the sort of Italian realist school of political philosophy from the 10s and 20s. And these were people, to be clear, this was not like a Mussolini thing. These were people who were trying to understand the actual mechanics of how politics actually works. So to get to the actual sort of mechanical substance of how the political machine operates. And this guy Michel had this concept he ended up with called the iron law of oligarchy. And so what the iron law of oligarchy, and let me take a step back to say what he meant by oligarchy, because it has multiple meanings. So basically in classic political theory, there's basically three forms of government at core. There's democracy, which is rule of many. There's oligarchy, which is rule of the few. And there's monarchy, which is rule of the one. And you can just use that as a general framework of any government you're going to be under is going to be one of those. Just a mechanical observation, without even saying which one's good or bad, just a structural observation. And so the question that Michel's asked was is there such a thing as democracy? Is there actually such a thing as democracy? Is there ever actually direct government? And what he did was he mounted this sort of incredible historical exploration of whether democracies had ever existed in the world. And the answer basically is almost never. We could talk about that. But the other thing he did was he sought out the most democratic private organization in the world that he could find at that point, which he concluded was some basically communist German auto workers union that was wholly devoted to the workers of the world uniting, back when that was the hot thing. And he went in there and he's okay, this is the organization out of all organizations on planet Earth that must be operating as a direct democracy. And he went in there and he's oh, nope, there's a leadership class. There's 6 guys at the top and they control everything. And then they lead the rest of the membership along, by the nose, which is, of course, the story of every union. The story of every union is always the story of, there's a Jimmy Hoffa in there, kind of running the thing. We just saw that with the dock workers union, right? There's a guy. And he's in charge. And by the way, the number 2 is his son, right? That's not an accident, right? So the iron law of oligarchy basically says democracy is fake. There's always a ruling class. There's always a ruling elite structurally. And he said the reason for that is because the masses can't organize, right? What's the fundamental problem? Whether the mass is 25,000 people in a union or 250 million people in a country, the masses can't organize. The majority cannot organize. Only a minority can organize. And to be effective in politics, you must organize. And therefore, every political structure in human history has been some form of a small organized elite ruling a large and dispersed majority. Every single one. The Greeks and the Florentines had brief experiments in direct democracy, and they were total disasters. in Florence, I forget the name of it. It was called like the Workers' Revolt or something like that. There was like a 2-year period where they basically experimented with direct democracy during the Renaissance, and it was a complete disaster. And they never tried it again.
Oh,
In the state of California, we have our own experiment on this, which is the proposition system, which is an overlay on top of the legislature, and anybody who looks at it for 2 seconds concludes it's been a complete disaster. It's just a catastrophe, and it's caused enormous damage to the state. And so basically, the presumption that we are in a democracy is just sort of by definition fake. Now, good news for the U.S. It turns out the founders understood this, and so of course they didn't give us a direct democracy; they gave us a representative democracy, right? And so they built the oligarchy into the system in the form of Congress and the executive branch, and the judicial branch. But so anyway, so as a consequence, democracy is always never fake. There's always a real need. And basically the lesson of the Machiavellians is you can deny that if you want, but you're fooling yourself. The way to actually think about how to make a system work and maintain any sort of shred of freedom is to actually understand that is actually what's happening.
And lucky for us, the founders saw this and figured out a way to, given that there's going to be a ruling elite, how to create a balance of power among that elite.
Yes.
So it doesn't get out of hand.
And it was very clever, right? And some of this was based on earlier experiments. Some of this, by the way, these were very, very smart people, right? And so they knew tremendous amounts of like Greek and Roman history. They knew the Renaissance history.
I mean, you can have
they
like a
read
fucking
those papers.
camera.
They argued this at great length. You can read it all. They ran like one of the best seminars in world history trying to figure this out. And they went through all this, and so they thought through it very carefully. But just I'll give you an example, which continues to be a hot topic. So, one way they did it is through the 3 branches of government, right? Executive, legislative, and judicial. The sort of balance of powers. But the other way they did it was they, sort of echoing what had been done earlier, I think, in the UK Parliament, they created the 2 different bodies of the legislature. Right? And so the House and the Senate, and as you know, the House is apportioned on the basis of population, and the Senate is not. Right? Small states have just as many senators as the big states. And then they made the deliberate decision to have the House get reelected every 2 years to make it very responsive to the will of the people, and they made the decision to have the Senate reelected every 6 years so that it had more buffer from the passions of the moment. But what's interesting is they didn't choose one or the other, right? They did them both. And then to get legislation passed, you have to get through both of them. And so they built in like a second layer of checks and balances. And then there's 1,000 observations we could make about like how well the system is working today, and like how much does it live up to the ideal, and how much are we actually complying with the Constitution. And there's lots of open questions there. But this system has survived for coming on 250 years with a country that has been spectacularly successful. But I don't think, at least I don't think any of us would trade the system for any other one. And so it's one of the great all-time achievements.
Yeah, it's incredible. We should say they're all pretty young relative to our current set of leaders.
Many in their 20s at the time. And like super geniuses. This is one of those things where it's just like, all right, something happened where there was a group of people where, nobody ever tested their IQs, but like these are Einsteins in politics. Yeah, it's amazing. But anyway, I go through all that, which is they were very keen.
Worst dream in the history of the universe.
Not fixated on what was desirable. They were incredibly focused on what would actually work, which is, I think, the way to think about these things.
They were engineers of sort, not the fuzzy humanity students.
They were shape rotators, not
this is the worst dream in the history of the whole world. There's never been a worse dream ever. Worst dream ever.
That meme I guess
you could literally just take a camera and point it
I don't know that I
at the ground, and it would be more entertaining than this stream. Worst dream ever. Worst dream ever. I gotta take a piss, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. I gotta take a piss.
From everything you've seen now in governments, but also in companies, what are some interesting things you can
gotta piss, gotta piss, gotta piss, ramen shit, gotta piss, spaghetti ramen shit, lightning piss.
Apply a Machiavellian style lens. It's why I posed the question that you did, which is okay, who runs the university?
Worst dream ever. Worst dream ever in the history of personkind. This is the worst dream you have ever seen. You will hate yourself forever watching this stream. It's the worst stream. Everybody knows it, and everybody shows it. This is the worst stream. Worst stream.
if the shareholders
Spaghetti
are involved,
ramen
it's very hard for the
farts
CEO to stand
and
the seat. If the management team
spaghetti
are involved,
ramen
it's very hard
shits.
for the CEO to stand the
Spaghetti
seat. By the way, if
ramen
the
farts.
employees are involved, it's also hard.
I gotta
By the way, if
pee.
the New York
I've
Times comes
gotta
after you, it's also very
pee.
hard to stand the
This
seat. If
is
Senate
the
tax credits
worst
expect you to stand
stream
the seat.
ever.
So, you know,
Worst stream ever.
a
Worst
reductionist version of
stream
this that I guess
ever.
could shorthand is
Worst
who can get you fired.
stream ever.
You know, so who has more power? You know, the newspaper
I
columnist who makes
have
$200,000
the
a year,
worst
or the
stream
CEO who
in the
makes
history
$200 million
of
a year.
person
And it's like,
kind.
well, I know
Nobody's
for sure
ever
columnists
thought
get
a
the CEO
stream
fired. I've
was
seen that happen
as
before.
bad
I have
as
yet to
this
see a CEO
stream.
get a columnist
It is
fired.
so bad.
Did
It
anyone
is
ever get
the
fired
worst
from
stream
the
ever.
Bill
This
Ackman
is the worst stream.
assault
What
on
up, pimp?
journalism?
How you living,
So Bill,
suit?
Bill like really showed the bullshit that happens in journalism.
No, because what happens is they were
Are you 15.2% body fat yet?
Tomorrow, tomorrow I'm having the dinner. Have you? Okay, first off, Neanderthals ate mammoths, and did you know that there was a?
Wait, first off, what? Wait. Back up the truck. Beep, beep, beep. First off, what?
Neanderthals ate mammoths. I want to know what a mammoth tastes like.
All right, well, we'll figure that one out, baby.
What do a mammoth taste like?
Probably like an elephant.
How long could you live off a mammoth?
Probably like an elephant. Dude, we'll figure out all that. Okay. What's your next question? We'll figure that one out. Don't worry.
How long could you live off a mammoth day? Like, you just kill one mammoth and it feeds you for the whole year? Like, how long could you live off that? Because that's like a big animal.
Dog, how many people are we talking about here?
Like 2 people.
No way 2 people are taking down a mammoth, but okay. Why don't we just say 1 person?
No. One person taking it.
Yo, dog, for how long could a person be sustained by a mammoth, a Neanderthal? 1 Neanderthal, 1 person, and 1 mammoth.
How long would how long would mammoth may last?
Well, like, let's say it's cold, then like longer time. All right, calories in a mammoth. Estimates for mammoth weight vary, but let's go with the medium-sized woolly mammoth weighing about 6,000 kilograms or 13,000 pounds. Roughly 50% of that is edible meat, so 3,000 kilograms, 6,600 pounds. Red meat has about 2,000 calories per kilogram, so 3,000 kilograms times 2,000 calories is 6 million calories for 1 mammoth. Calories in a Neanderthals. Oh no, okay. Calories needed for a human. Okay. Total sustenance time for a mammoth. No, it didn't do it right. Okay. For how long could a human be sustained by eating a woolly mammoth? Shit's the same. Okay. So with fat, so that means realistically, not all edibles, so maybe 60% of. So realistic is 7.5 to 9 years.
Oh, you could live off a mammoth for 7.5 to 9 years.
I mean, the meat would have to be frozen.
During the ice age. This is during the ice age.
Yeah, but even still, it's going to have melt cycles. I mean, where are you going to put it? Like directly in the ice? Maybe. Okay, so you'd have to stay warm 7.5 years to 9 years. A big one, maybe 10 years. Does that answer your question?
You can live off a mammoth for a long time.
10 years, baby. Did that answer your question?
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that it's possible that our ancestors live like just sitting around, eating them like I don't know, 10 years after like they killed a mammoth 10 years ago and they just sat around and ate it for 10 years?
No, that didn't happen. They would have moved. They wouldn't have just stayed in one spot. They would have just killed more mammoths. Why stay in one spot? Or you just follow the mammoth herd.
Okay.
What was your second question? How to stop